Welcome back, aliens. My name is Navin Reddy, and in this video, we'll talk about Spring Framework and microservices. And in this particular video, we'll learn about Spring Framework, how Spring Framework works, what is Spring MVC, basically how do you build a web application using Spring, how do you work with database connectivity, how do you create a project using Spring Framework, and how to connect with database as well, not just SQL databases, but NoSQL, which is Mongodb. And then we'll move towards Spring AOP. Also, how do you secure your application? Very important, right? And that's where we'll talk about Spring security. And then we'll move towards microservices. Now, of course, when you move from monolithic application to microservices, how do you create a project in monolithic? How do you break it down into microservices? We are going to learn everything in this particular video. Now, when you look at this video, the Spring part, we have used Spring 5 there. So Spring 5 and Spring Boot 2.5 up version. And for microservices, we have used version 3. So basically, just follow the video and go with a specific version which I'm using there. Most of the content will be relevant for Spring 6 as well. It's just that in Spring Security, there have been a lot of changes recent time. So at that point, just try to check for the recent code. And I will try to push the recent code of Spring Security 6 in the description. So make sure that you check the description for the code as well. And we'll try to push the recent one as well with the Spring 6 and the older one, which is Spring 5. And that's specific for the Spring security. Others will work as it is. Now, I hope you will enjoy this course. Of course, a lengthy video, but once you complete this entire stuff, you will know how to build application using Spring and microservices. And also, the prerequisite for this course is Java, of course. If you know Java, you can start with this course. Otherwise, look for the Core Java video on this channel. Of course, Core Java, JDBC is something which is prerequisite for this course. And if you know the concept of Servlet JSP, it will be helpful. If not, still you can go for this course. And somewhere you have to, it will take more time for you to connect what I'm trying to say if you don't understand what a Servlet is. But I would recommend, if you don't know Servlet, check out the video in description. You will find Core Java and Servlet videos there. So I hope you'll enjoy this. Now, when you say Spring, it basically means Spring Framework, right? We are talking about a framework here. And Spring is one of the best framework available for Java. Yes, we had different frameworks before. Example, for web development, we were using Sturds. In the enterprise market, we were happy with EJB. And then on the other hand, we have database side where we were happy with JPA. But then now, with the help of Spring, you can achieve everything. The one thing which is amazing about Spring is it focuses on POJOs. Now remember, when you talk about EJBs, it was all about entities, right? They were good. You can build huge applications which are stable, scalable using EJB. But then still, the components which we were using is very heavy in terms of the size or the services it uses. But what if I say you can do everything with the help of POJOs? Now, if you don't know what this POJO means, if you don't know what services means, that's completely fine. Just for this course, you will get everything. But then if you know about POJOs, yes, we can use POJOs in Spring. Now, Spring is also the combination of multiple projects. It's not just one project which you'll be using. Example, let's say if you want to achieve a very common feature of Spring, which is dependency injection, we have a separate module for it. If you want to work on web, if you want to make a web application, we have a separate module for it. And of course, one of our favorite, if you want to build a REST application, we have a separate module. What if I say Spring also can be used for security? That's awesome, right? As a developer, we are focusing more on application development. We are not focusing on the security part of it, and Spring will help you there as well. If you want to connect with database with the help of some JPA, Spring has a different module. So Spring is basically a collection of modules it has, right? And then we'll be going through most of this module. So we'll be talking about Spring Core, which will help you for a dependency injection. We'll talk about Spring MVC, which will help you for web development. We'll talk about Spring REST to make REST APIs, and this goes on. So before going for the actual modules, let's talk about one important thing, which is the official website of Spring. Now, if you go to official website, let's go to Google and search for Spring. And the moment you search for Spring, it will give you this official website, which is spring.io. Just click on that. So you can see, says Spring by Pivotal. So Pivotal is basically a company who has designed Spring, and you can use it for free. That's great. That's an open source project which you have. Now, if you click on Spring projects, you can see we have a lot of projects here which we have talked about before. We have Spring Boot. Again, that's a surprise for you. What is Spring Boot? Will not reveal that as of now. We have Spring Framework. If you want to work with data flow, we have that as well. If you want to work on Spring Cloud, we have Spring Cloud. We have Spring Data. And then this is very important, Spring Security. And then you can also build Spring Web Services, right, which is your SOAP, and the list goes on. There are so many features which we can use here. Of course, we cannot be covering everything in this course. We'll be focusing on most important part, which is Spring Framework. So of course, our focus is this one. With this, we'll also cover Spring Boot, and Spring Data will be also there. And then one of my favorite, which is Spring Security. Okay, that's the official website. And the amazing thing about Spring is, not just Spring, it's about Java. We have amazing documentation. Same goes for Java docs we have. In fact, instead of referring any book, you can refer Java docs and you can solve your queries. We have huge community. In the same way, we have Spring documents as well. So if you can just go to the guides do we have here. So you can see you will get a lot of help from this. Otherwise, you can just click on this and search for Spring Docs. And you can see it gives you Spring documentation as well. You can click on guides, and this is where you will get the reference documentation. Just click on this. In fact, they will also give you EPUB format. So let's say if you want to read your book in a mobile, so you can also use EPUB. In fact, if you want to get that, you can simply search for Spring Framework EPUB, and this will get to the official website. You can just go here. Okay, they are giving you 4.3. 5.0 is also available. So if you click on the first one, you can see that we have the reference documentate, which is EPUB of Spring 5. That's amazing, right? In fact, I'm a big fan of this documentation. At least for Spring, you can refer everything on book, the ebook, which I'm talking about. Otherwise, you can just refer online. You can see we have online documentation. Let's say if you want to know about Spring Cloud, just click on Spring Cloud, and you can see it gives you all the options. You can click on documentation, and you will get it. So you can see I'm clicking on the documentation. You can see we got single HTML. Open that and you can read the entire documentation. So that's how you can refer documentation. Yes, there are some books available as well on Amazon, on different websites, of course. So you can just go there and you can buy any book. I will also try to list my favorite books available for Spring, but then as of now, the Spring documentations is awesome, and with these videos, of course. Now, what are the prerequisites for Spring? The first thing you should know is Java, of course, right? So if you don't know Java, how can you work on Spring Framework? In fact, any framework on Java. So the core Java part is very important. You should know what is OOPS, you should know what is exception handling, what is threads, and all those basic concepts. Of course, loops as well. The next thing you should know is database connectivity. So when you say database, it can be MySQL with Java, you should be maybe Postgres with Java. So whatever database you have worked on with Java, that JDBC connection is very important. So if you know that, that will be amazing. The next two is very important. The first one is Servlet and JSP. Now, of course, when you work on Spring MVC, it's a MVC model. Now you'll be thinking, okay, we have done with Servlet JSP, why you have to learn old technologies? What if I say in Java framework, we normally work on Tomcat, right? So Tomcat is Servlet container, which simply means even if you are running Spring framework on Tomcat, ultimately everything will be converted into servlets. So having the knowledge of Servlet and JSP will be awesome. So not everything, but basics are very important. Example, you should know how to send data from client to server, then what is HTTP request object, HTTP response object, all those basic concepts. That's it. The next thing you should be knowing is ORM framework. Now it can be Hibernate, iBetis, or simple JPA. Everything will be fine. So I would suggest, if you have not seen Hibernate videos, it is available on YouTube for free. Just go there and you can watch Hibernate videos. So that's the basic thing you'll be required here. That's it, nothing else. Yes, there are some optional concepts. If you know, that will be amazing. You know how internet works, the protocol works. Then the next thing is, we have for Spring Security, we should be knowing about LDAP or auth, the basics of it, of course. That will be advantage. But again, once we start with a particular module, in every module I'll be talking about some basics of it. What are things required for you to learn? So you can just pause the videos and you can go back and Google it, right? It's not that difficult. Even if you don't know Core Java, that's fine. You can just pause this video, pause the series, go back to my Core Java videos, watch some of them, which is freely available on this website. Just go there and you can learn basic Core Java and you can come back here. That's completely fine. So that's the prerequisite you should be having, and that's it. That's it, everyone. Now it's time to talk about the requirement in terms of software. Of course, right, if you want to write your Spring code, where you will write it. In fact, we have the simple way, right? You can open Notepad, type your code, and you can run it in command line. We can do that. But hold on, we will be building big projects, right? So of course, if you're learning Spring Framework, in future you will be building amazing projects. And that's where, if you have a good IDE with you, it will be an awesome thing, right? And that's where we have a lot of IDEs available. You can use NetBeans, which is everyone's favorite. You can use Eclipse, which is industry-wide famous. You can also use one of the best IDE available for Java, which is IntelliJ. the ultimate version, of course, because in community version, I guess Spring will not be supported. So you have to go for the ultimate version, and it is awesome. The only thing is it's not a free version. But then on the other hand, what if I say Spring officially gives you a separate IDE? It's not compulsory to use that. You can still use NetBeans or Eclipse. So software name is Spring Tool Suite. So if you search for it, you can see it will take you to the official website. Just click on that and you can download this Spring STS for free. Now you'll be thinking, oh, we have to learn a new IDE now. Not exactly. If you have worked on Eclipse before, Spring is Eclipse. So it's an Eclipse IDE. On top of that, we have a Spring layer. In fact, if you just go here, it says based on Eclipse. Can you see that? So yes, ultimately you are using Eclipse. You're not using something else. It's just that you don't have to add a Spring plugin in Eclipse to use it, right? You can simply use STS. So you can download any version which you like. So for this machine, I will download the Windows 64-bit because this is a Windows machine. Now the only thing is, of course, it will take some time for download. So if you want to install this version, you also need to have a JDK available. So JDK is something which is prerequisite. But then which one? So the suggested one is the minimum requirement for this is JDK 8. Because we'll be working on Spring Framework 5, for which JDK 8 is the benchmark. The reason is in Spring 5 we got reactive programming. It supports Spring reactive programming now. And reactive programming can be achieved with the help of Lambda expression, which is only available in Java 8. But then Spring Framework 5 also supports Java 9. So that's great. If you have Java 9 with you, you can also implement Java 9 features in Spring 5. But we'll not be focusing on that. We'll be only focusing on Java 8 features with Spring Framework 5. So once it gets downloaded, you can install it, you can unzip it, and you can use it. But how to do that, we'll see in the next video. Now once you have your STS with you, of course you have to unzip it because that's a zip version. The only tip is when you unzip it, make sure that you unzip with the help of a small name, because if you unzip that with a big name, it may give you the issue which I was facing from a long time. So make sure that you give a small name, remove that version number there. Now once you got the unzip version, you can see it says STS bundle. Let's double click on that. Now it will give you this thing which is awesome, because when you work with Eclipse, you have to download Tomcat separately. That's what you do. And of course, Tomcat is not that heavy to download. But then Pivotal says, hey, when you are using STS, we will give you Tomcat as well. So it will give you Pivotal TC server, which is pre-configured for this. And then we have STS as well. So let's double click on STS and we got STS here. And you can see that beautiful logo of it. Double click on this. It will open just like Eclipse because behind the scene is Eclipse, right? It will take some time for you when you open it for the first time because it will a lot of files. Now it will ask you for the workspace name as we do in Eclipse. So here I will give a name as Spring Course. Again, you can give any name, doesn't matter. It will simply create a folder in your document in which you will be having all your projects. Simply click on launch and it will take some time to launch it since we are doing it for the first time. So fast forward, you can see it is still opening. And so that's, my friend, is STS for you. Yes, it looks like Eclipse. Now I will close this dashboard. Of course, you can see we have reference documentation available here as well. Simply click this and you can see this is, so if you are new to any IDE, if you have not worked on NetBeans, Eclipse before, on the left hand side you can see we have a project section because this is where you will be having all your projects. In the center you have an area where you will write a code, and in the below section you can see we have console here. So all your logs will be printed there. If you want to print something on a console, that's where you will get the output. Now let me create my first project. Now if you can see, we can create multiple type of projects here. We can create a Spring startup project which we are not going to see now. That's a surprise. We'll see how we can make Spring easy. The second thing is we have Spring legacy project. We'll not do that now. We can create a Java project, but there's one issue with this. The issue is when you work with Spring Framework, we need to add a Spring dependencies, right? And when you say you want to add Spring dependencies, you have to go to Google, you have to search for all the dependencies which you need, and then you have to download it manually. But what if I say you can do that with the help of Maven, because Maven will help you here. So Maven is basically a build tool which will help you to get dependencies, which will help you to create a package for your project, which will help you to compile your codes as well. But at this point, let me use Maven only for downloading the dependencies. Let me click on Maven project. Okay, so you can see it will say you want to create a project. Yes, I want to create a new project. Now Maven has multiple types. I want you to also know about Maven. As I mentioned, you can just go to YouTube or Google. You can search how Maven works. But just to give you a brief, using Maven, you can create multiple type of projects. You can create a simple standalone project. You can create a web project. Let me create a quick start project, which will have nothing, a simple project. Click on next. Now you can give a special name to it. Now we have to also mention group ID. Time being, I will mention com.telusko as my group ID. The artifact ID will say this is demo project, and then click on finish. Now once you click on finish, it will download the Maven dependency. It will create a project for you with the all required dependencies. But what if you want some extra dependency? Because if you see, this project will have nothing. It will not have Spring dependencies. It will not have Hibernate. Of course, we have not mentioned that as of now. So how do you add dependencies? What if you need a jar file for Spring? It's actually very easy. You can just open your pom.xml. Now Maven works with this file in which you have to mention the dependencies. You can see this is where you have to mention what dependency you need. Now, if you think Maven is the only option, not exactly. We can also achieve this with the help of Gradle. So you can use Gradle or you can use Maven, that's your choice. I guess a lot of people nowadays, they are moving towards Gradle, but again, Maven also works. Now question arises from where you will get this dependency. So you have to type it by yourself. You have to just go here. Now the thing is, it is downloading some artifacts for us from the internet. As of now, let's keep it on hold. This is where you have to put your dependency tags. But we don't know what tag we have to type, right? We don't know the artifact name for the Spring framework. In that case, let's go to the official website again. Now for this, we will go to Google and search for MVN. So we'll search for MVN repository. Now this is where you can download all the Maven dependencies. So let's click on this website, and this is where you will get for Spring. So just go here and search for Spring, and you have to download Spring Context. Okay, so not Spring Context, because Spring Context will also have Spring Core. Let's click on this. Now you can go with any version. My preferred version is always where you have maximum usage. So you can see we have a usage of 419, which looks stable. So let's go for 5.1.3. Let's copy this. In fact, when you click on that, it will automatically copy it. So just go back to your application and paste. You just have to specify that. And if you go to Maven dependencies now on the left hand side, you can see by default we have JUnit. But hold on, where is Spring? If you can see, it says building workspace. So if you click on that, it is downloading all the dependencies. Yes, it takes some time depending upon internet speed. Unfortunately, my internet speed is not that good today. So it takes some time. And you can see we got dependencies which we wanted, right? So if you don't have to download this jar file one by one, it will get downloaded automatically the moment you paste that code. So this is working. You got your dependencies, and now you can write your first application. Welcome back everyone, my name is Reddy, and in this video we are going to talk about Spring Core. Now Spring Core is the first module which we discussed from Spring Framework. Now it's quite famous because it solved one of the biggest issue in the software world, which is dependencies. Now I'm not talking about libraries, okay, I'm talking about the objects. Think about this, the Java world, everything is object, right? In fact, we call Java as object-oriented programming, which means if you want to achieve anything in Java, you have to get object. And that's great, right? But there's only one issue with this. The issue is, when you work with objects, we don't just create one object, right? You create multiple objects. Example, let's say if you want to build a laptop. So let's imagine we have a laptop class in which you want to specify some properties. Now, if you want to use laptop will have certain properties, right? The first one, laptop will have a size of a laptop will have a weight of the laptop, right? Every laptop varies in the weight. Laptop will also have a color, so we can have all those properties. But to make a laptop work, we need a special object inside it. Example, if you want to build a laptop needs a hard drive, a laptop needs a RAM, a laptop needs a CPU, right? So we need all those stuff, right? Apart from this, we also need keyboard and monitor, but imagine we need all those things. Now you have two choices. You can build all those objects by yourself. Now you will say we can do that, right? What we can do is, of course, you will be having a class for CPU, you will be having a class for RAM, you will be having a class for hard drive. So what you will simply do, you will create those objects, right? So you will simply say CPU, obj equal to new CPU, you will say hard drive, whatever class name you have, HDD, obj equal to new HDD. But we have an issue here. The issue is, you are creating the object, right? That means you are responsible to destroy it. That's an issue, okay? When you create the object, you are responsible to destroy that. So the second issue we have is, what if you have two classes? You don't have one CPU class, you have two CPU classes. One is Intel class, one is AMD class. And now if you want to design your own laptop, you have two choices, which one you will prefer. And maybe you want to prefer that at runtime. You don't want to do that compile time. You want to say, hey, I want a CPU, but I'm not sure what object I'll be creating. Maybe it will be Intel CPU or a AMD CPU, because both these classes extends a CPU class. And that's where problem starts, that's where you want these dependencies. When I say dependency, I'm not talking about libraries, I'm talking about the objects, because your laptop will not work without these objects. So these dependencies, I want it to be injected in the application, right? So when I want to build a laptop, these dependencies should be coming from outside the world. So maybe I will hire a consultant and say, hey consultant, I want hard drives, I want RAMs, I want CPUs for my machine building. And that's where you don't have to make those devices. You don't have to make your own CPU. You don't have to make your own RAM. And that's what dependency injection will give you. Now, dependency injection has one more name to it, which is IOC. In fact, we can interchange them. We have IOC, which is inversion of control, or normally we refer that in Spring Framework as dependency injection. So further topics will be only focusing on dependency injection. We'll not talk about IOC. But again, if someone says, hey, what is IOC in Spring Framework? You can still talk about dependency injection. It will work. In fact, dependency injection is very famous. You can do that by yourself as well. You can write the entire application. You can use some design patterns to achieve that. But then you have to do that everything by yourself. You have to make sure that your class is singleton if you have that intention. You have to get your factory classes. But what if I say in Spring Framework, you don't have to worry about all those things, because we have a module which is Spring Core, in which you simply have to mention what dependency you need. Spring Framework will give it to you. I know that looks like a magic, but then it's possible. But I'm not saying everything is magic, okay? Not everything will be happening automatically. You have to do the configuration. I know that's a tricky part, but then again, we have something in future where you don't have to do everything by yourself. You can reduce that configuration. But as of now, if you want to achieve that, if you want to achieve Spring Core dependency injection, we have to do some configuration. Now, example, let's say we'll go for laptop itself. So let's say if you want to build a laptop, you need hard drive, right? So you don't have to create an object of hard drive. It will be done, it will be injected in your application. But how do you do that? That we'll see in the next video. Welcome back, everyone. Till this point, we have seen what is Spring Framework, and then we have also done the setup for STS. Now, of course, right, Spring is one of the best framework available for Java. There are some other frameworks as well. Example, we have Sturge for web development, we have Hibernate for database, and yes, we can use all those frameworks, right? Now, frameworks are awesome, but there's only one issue when you talk about frameworks, and that is we have to do a lot of configuration to achieve the thing which we want. In fact, even if you're building a small application, we need to do a lot of configuration. But think about this. If you have, so let's say in this world, we have so many people building different projects, but all these projects will have something in common. So all the configuration will have some configuration which is common for all the projects. Don't you think the basic configuration should be given by Spring Framework itself? From a long time, when Spring was introduced, everyone loved it, but then there was still the problem with the configuration. But now we have a concept of Spring Boot. Now, using Spring Boot basically means, Spring Boot believes that you should focus on convention instead of focusing on configuration. So it normally states convention over configuration. So you have to focus on your logic, don't focus on the configuration. Okay, when I say don't focus on configuration, I'm talking about the basic configuration. What if you want to have something customized? That's where you have to do some changes, right? But for basic, Spring will give you, or Spring Boot will give you all the basic configuration. Okay, now to understand that, let me create a simple project on Spring Boot. But then don't worry, we'll be also focusing on Spring Framework. So this video will talk about Spring Boot, how do we create a project and how do we use some features there. But then the further videos will focus only on Spring Framework. Now here, first of all, let's create a project. Now, first of all, you need STS here, which we have already done. And then we had this project as well, which is demo project in the last video. But now let's do something different. Let's say new, and let's create a Spring Starter project. As of now, it's not important to understand what is this service URL stuff. The only thing which is important here is the project name. I will say this is my first project. Of course, you can give any name. And then I will give a group ID, which is my company name itself. I will say com.telusko. And then here, the package name I want is telusko.first. That's my project name and then package name. Let me click on next, and here you can see it will give you so many options, right? Now this is different, okay? The project which we are building now is a Spring Boot project. So when you say Spring Starter project, it means Spring Boot. It will give you so many features, right? Based on whatever project you are building. Let's say if you are building a web project, you will be selecting web here. If you want to build a project with database, of course, you have to search for JDBC. In fact, if you search for JDBC, you can see if you have an option here. What if you want to work with MySQL? You can choose that. You can choose Postgres. There are so many options here. What if you want to implement security? And that's why we have security features as well. But as of now, we don't need anything. And there's one more thing important, which is Spring Boot version. Now, of course, in new versions, we get new features. As of now, 2.1.2 is stable, so let's go with that. Click on Next. Nothing much specific here. Click on Finish. Now, you can see we got a project here. Okay, is it so fast? Not actually. When you're doing this for the first time, it will download all the project structure and the dependencies from the internet, right? So it will take some time. But on this machine, I've already did this. So I have a local copy of the jar files. And if you can see, if I open this, we already have a Java file here, which is first project application.java. And the amazing thing is it already had some code in it because, okay, at this point, we don't understand what that code is, but let's keep it there. You can see if I open this Maven dependencies, we have so many dependencies here by default. And that's the magic, right? Spring Boot will give you everything which you need, all the basic stuff. Of course, if you want to have some extra features, we have to add those dependencies. But as of now, it will give you everything which is required. Okay, and then the next important file here is the spom.xml. So if you have worked on Maven projects before, you know what a spom file is, right? So this is where you will add required dependencies. I'm talking about the jar files. In this case, we wanted to work with Spring Boot. So you can see we have added two dependencies, one for Spring Boot and for testing purpose as well. Nothing much here. Let's create our first stuff. Now, what exactly I want to create, that we'll see in the next video. In the last video, we have seen how to create a simple Spring Boot application. But now let's understand how exactly we can use it. So let's say we have this main file here in which we have nothing, but then here I want to create the object. Now if you remember, if you go back to the theory video which I talked about, which is dependencies or dependency injection, normally what happens, when you work on complex projects, that's where you need to add some extra objects. So your application will need some extra objects. Maybe those objects need extra objects. Example, let's say if you build a laptop, you need a hard drive. And to build a hard drive, you need some other parts as well. So you don't have to build. So as a laptop manufacturer, you don't have to build hard drive. You can inject it, or someone else will inject the hard drive in your laptop. You just have to ask for it. And you don't even have to mention what company hard drive you need. You can simply say, hey, I want an hard drive. Now, based on your consultant or based on your team, they will say, okay, let's use Seagate hard drive. Let's use maybe Hitachi hard drive. That's their choice. So here, what I want is I can create the object of alien. So I will say alien obj. But hold on, I'm not creating the object. I'm just creating the reference first. To create the reference of alien, we need an alien class, right? Unfortunately, we don't have this class. Okay, let's create one. Okay, when I say alien, I'm only talking about, so normally I refer alien, so all the programmers for me are aliens. In fact, not just programmers, the tech professionals are aliens because we don't think in real world, right? We think in virtual world. So let's create the class. I will simply click here. And you can see I'm creating a class. The class name is alien and a very simple class. Now in this class, I want to have a simple method. Okay, like the method name would be, let's say, public void code, because normally as a programmer, we write code. So we got code, and in this I'm printing, I'm coding. That's it. Nothing much. We got an alien class in which you have a method which is code, and then we are saying I'm coding. Let's go back to our application here. Now I want to call that method which is code. Of course, right, you can simply say obj.code, but unfortunately this will not work. You know why it will not work? Because we have not initialized this object here. And that's what it's saying. You can see it says the local variable obj may not have been initialized. Now, of course, right, this obj local variable inside the main method, how can we initialize it? The best way we can do that is by saying new alien. But that's where the problem starts. You are saying new, which means you as a programmer, you are creating the object. And that's where the problem starts, because when you create the object, you are responsible to maintain it. We don't want to do that, right? We are using Spring Framework. Come on, we can inject the object. But who will create the object for us? And that's where Spring says, hey, if you want object, I will give you the object. You just have to ask for it. How will you ask for it? It's very simple. You can just go here and say, hey Spring, give me a bean. Spring will say, okay, I will give you a bean, but tell me which class object you need. Do you need object of alien class? Do you need object of object class? Do you need object of array class? There are so many classes available, right? Which object do you need? And that's why you will say, okay, you are getting confused. That means I have to mention. So I will simply say alien.class. So you are saying, hey Spring, give me the object of alien class. Okay, Spring will say, okay, but then there's one issue, right? In Java, if you want to call a method, we have to use the object. Of course, right? You can't call the method without the object. So here, what I will do is, I will simply say, which class object do you need? So this getBean belongs to an interface which is application context. So let me repeat, getBean method belongs to an interface named as application context. So if you want to call getBean, we need object of application context. The amazing thing is, if you click on this run method, so you can see we have a line here which is Spring application.run, which takes the class name itself. If you click on this run, you can see we got documentation, of course. So how do you get the documentation? You just have to press Control and click on the method name which you want. So you can see this run method returns an object of configurable application context. This class or this interface, is it interface? Yes, this interface extends application context. So that means this run is actually giving you the object of application context. So we can simply say application context. Let me import the package. I will say context equal to, we got the object. Now once you got the context object, I can simply come here and I can say context.getBean. Our job is done. Will this work? Let's try. Let's go back here and say right click, run as Spring Boot app. I hope this will work. Let's try. You normally learn by errors, right? So let's see. And we got error. The error, it says no qualifying bean of type com.telusko.first.alien. But we have a class there, right? It's just that, see, who is responsible to create the object? Spring Framework, right? So Spring responsibility to create the object of alien. And you can mention that to Spring by saying add component. So when you say add component on top of your class, it simply means Spring Framework will know, okay, now it says add component, which means I'm responsible to create the object of alien. Now it should work. Let's go back and let's relaunch the application. And it worked. Can you see that? We got the output as I am coding. It's that simple, right? And that's the beauty about Spring Framework. You are not responsible to create the object. So once we have done with alien, think about this. When you say an alien can code, so I'm talking about programmers here. So when you can code, of course you need a laptop, right? Or a desktop. So if you want to code something, of course we go in multiple steps. We have to compile our code. And that's where you need object of laptop. So let's create one. So we'll say laptop or laptop lab here. I just want to create object of laptop if you want to make it work. And here, instead of saying I'm coding, I can simply say lap.compile. Of course, right, when you code, you have to compile your code as well. So I will say compile. Now, what is wrong with this code? There are multiple things which we are doing wrong. First of all, we don't have this class named as laptop. And second of all, okay, we don't have a class. Of course, we don't have a method as well. So let's create this class. Of course, you can right click here. You can create a laptop class. Let me just use a shortcut for IDEs. Let's click here and say, hey, create a laptop class for me. And you can see it will create a laptop class for you. That's a very simple class. Go back to alien. You can see we also have an issue with the compile. So I will click here and I will say create a compile method and job is done. In this compile, I will print. Of course, you can write any statement here. Let's say compiling. So for us, it's not important what is happening inside this method. What is important is how will this alien can get the object of laptop. So of course, right, if you want to make it work, you have to instantiate laptop. As you can see, we are not doing it. And the moment you run this application now, we are saying code. Of course, code will call this method and then it will call compile. But to call compile, first we have to instantiate laptop. Let me just run this application as it is. I will say run as Spring Boot app. And now you can see we got, okay, it's asking for permission again. And you can see we got an exception, which is null pointer exception in this case. Of course, right, this object here is not instantiated. So of course you can use new laptop here, but then that's the idea, right? We don't want to create the object by ourselves. We are not done for the alien as well. And that's where we can use a special annotation here, which is named as auto-wire. So when we use auto-wire, it simply means that this object, this laptop object will be created by Spring. Oh, hold on. We're still missing something. We have to mention that component here as well, right? You have to say add component. So you have to make sure all the classes has add component on top of it. The same thing we have done for alien. Now what will happen is the moment of this application, of course, we have a detailed explanation for this in the next module. This is just the introduction for Spring Boot, how it can be awesome. So you can see the moment you load this application, it will give you two objects, the object of alien, the object of laptop, right? And in the alien class, we are asking for the laptop object. So it will check, hey, do we have object of laptop available in the memory? And the answer is yes. So it will give you the laptop object here. And that's the beauty. Now, since you are not creating the object, it will be managed by Spring Framework. And trust me, it will give you a lot of advantage in making big projects. As of now, yes, it doesn't make sense because we have a very small code, but hold on. Now, the more we learn about Spring Framework with different modules, different projects, this will surely make sense. So that's about AutoWire. Okay, so you can see, oh, we have not run this code. Let's do that. So we'll say right click, run as Spring Boot app, and you can see we got the output. It says compiling. That means we are able to call this code method, and code is able to call this compile without any issue. Let me repeat, we are not creating the object of laptop. It is managed by Spring Framework. So that's it from this video. In the next module, we'll talk about the fancy stuff. I mean, when I say fancy, it simply means what is happening behind the scene. Welcome back, everyone. Till this point, we have seen some amazing stuff in Spring Boot, right? We have seen how to create a project in Spring Boot. We have seen how to use dependency injection there. And then the important concept, AutoWire. But then still we have not understood how Spring is doing everything behind the scene. And that's what we have to understand now. Question arises, how will you understand what is happening behind the scene? Because in Spring Boot, you cannot do anything else, right? Because everything is done by Spring Boot. And that's why next few videos will not be based on Spring Boot. It will be based on simple Spring Framework. Now, when you say simple Spring Framework, that's where you are responsible to specify everything. What is the scope of your bin? Is it singleton or prototype? Again, we'll talk about that in detail, don't worry. But we have so many things which is happening behind the scene. That's what we are going to see now. So let's get started. So step one, we will be creating a project in Spring, okay, not a Spring Boot project, a simple Spring project. But then question arises, how will you manage dependencies? I'm not talking about object dependencies, I'm talking about jar files. And that's where we can use Maven, right? So let's create a project here. I will create a Maven project and we'll name this project as, okay, let's say next. I'm not making a web application, I'm simply making core application or a standalone software. So we'll select quick start here, click on next. This is where you have to mention a group ID. So let's say com.telusko and the artifact ID will be Spring Demo. Of course, you can go for any name, doesn't matter, right? And click on finish. Now, once you got your project, now this is not a Spring project, okay? The name is only Spring, but then it's a normal Maven project. What we want is, we want to have Spring features here, but why? So to understand that, let's go back to app, and this is where I want to create an object. Okay, first of all, which object? If you remember in the Spring Boot videos, we have talked about the class as alien. Let's stick to that here. So let me remove this hello world. Oh, first of all, let me just verify if everything is working. That's what we do, right? When you create a new project, we just have to verify if the thing which you are working with is working. So let's try. So let's right click here and say run as Java application. You should see some output in the console and it says hello world. That great. At least this is working. So what next? Let's create an object of alien. The way you do that is by going here and say, hey, I want to say alien object. So I will say alien obj. But unfortunately, we don't have this class, right? That's what it's saying here. We don't have that class as alien. So let's create one. So of course, you can just go there and you can create a separate class as alien. Otherwise, you can simply use shortcuts here. So let's click here and say, hey, create a class for me. And now we'll be getting an alien class. Click on finish and you can see we got a very simple alien class. Now this is where I want a very simple method, which is, let's say, public void show, or maybe public void code, the same method which we have used earlier. And here we'll print I'm coding. Nothing fancy. We got a simple alien and then we got a method which is code and we are printing I'm coding. Okay, so the idea is I want to instantiate this alien first. So I will simply say equal to new alien. Oh, hold on, that's what we don't want to do, right? We don't want to instantiate this object by ourselves. That's where Spring comes into picture. So what Spring will do now? Now Spring provides you an amazing feature of dependency injection, or you can call it as IOC, which is inversion of control, where you don't have to create the object. It will be done by Spring Framework. Okay, so let's ask Spring Framework here. So we'll say, hey Spring, give me the object of alien. Okay, we have used that method name, right? Now if you remember, we have a very special method here which is getBean. Now getBean is responsible to give you the object. but we have a twist here. The twist is getBean belongs to some interface, right? That's the first thing. Second, so when you say it belongs to some interface, it should belong to some libraries, right? Of course, in core Java or the JDK which we normally use here, we don't have this as an inbuilt class or an inbuilt method, right? Inside JVM or inside JRE. So we have to get it from somewhere, and that's where we have to add dependencies for Spring Framework. If you go to your Maven dependencies, you can see we don't have any Spring dependency here. So that should be our first step. We have to add dependency. And to achieve that, let's go to browser. So we will go to Maven repository. This is where you will get all dependencies, right? And here we will be searching for Spring context. Now when you search for Spring context, you can see we got it here. Let's click on that. Now you can see we have so many versions. The latest version is 5.1.4. Now depending upon when you watch this video, if you're watching this in Jan, Feb, of course you will be working on 5.1.4. If you're watching this later, of course you will be having some new versions. But every minor version there will not be any big updates. So we can select any of this. In fact, I prefer the dependencies which have more usage. You can see we have 504 here. So let's pick up 5.1.3. Okay, let's copy this code from here, go back, and where to paste it. And if you are working on Maven before, we have to just go to pom.xml file, and this is where we have to add a dependency. So simply paste it, and the moment you say save, now if you are doing this for the first time, it will take some time because all these dependencies will be coming from the Maven repository, the remote one. Luckily on this laptop I have already used it, so we have a local copy of it, and that's why it took around 1 second to do that. Okay, so once we got dependency, let's use them. Where to use it? Go back to your app, and this is where you'll be using an interface in which you have this method which is getBean. Okay, now what's the interface name? Okay, you guessed it right. We have a concept of application context. But then before the application context came into picture, we had something else. Think about this. If you want to make a car, you have to open a car factory. If you want to make a mobile phone, you have to make a mobile phone factory. If you want to make a bean, you need you guessed it right, it's bean factory. So we have an interface named as bean factory. Let's simply say control space here. And you can see this bean factory interface belongs to Spring Framework library. So let's click that. Let's instantiate it. We'll simply say factory equal to. So we'll say bean factory equal to. We have a problem here. Bean factory is interface. We don't have a class. So let's instantiate it with the help of a class. And the class name or the class which implements bean factory is XML bean factory. That's it. You just have to mention that. So you have to mention bean factory equal to new XML bean factory. And you can see we got a strike there. Now this strike simply means that we should not be using this class here because this is deprecated. Of course, we have some new features, we got some new classes. So you should not be using this. But time being, since we are into learning state, we'll be learning everything from start, right? So this is the first class which came into picture to implement bean factory. Time being, just ignore that deprecated strike there. Okay, now we have an issue. The issue is when you say getBean, so let's say if I say factory here, I will simply say factory.getBean. We still have an issue here. The issue is, how do you know which class object do you need? So that's what you have to specify in this bracket. I will simply say, hey, I want object of alien. But see, Spring Framework is a framework, right? It's not a Superman, it's not a magician to know everything, right? So when you say alien, Spring should know what this alien means. And that's where we have to do some configuration. Of course, right? Whenever you work with frameworks, there is a part of configuration. That's one of the reasons why people love Spring Boot, right? We have less configuration there. But since we are not using Spring Boot, we are using normal Spring Framework, we have to configure it. But how? There are different ways you can configure this. There is a XML-based configuration, we have a Java-based configuration, or we can also use annotations. Time being, since we are into learning state, let's use XML. That means if you want to customize it, if you want to specify configuration, we have to create XML files. And then you have to specify that file here. But then unfortunately, we cannot simply pass a file name here. If you want to specify the file, we have to create one more object here, which is new file system resource. Is it there? File system resource, yes. And in this, you have to mention the file name. So file name is, we'll be creating that file. I will simply name it as spring.xml. Of course, you can go with any name, but let's go with this. Okay, once we got this factory object, once we have specified, hey, I want an alien, but still we are getting error. See, it's not because of we don't have that file. It's just that when you say get bean, it will give you object, right? Example, if you see, it says it will give you object, we want object of alien. In that case, in this bracket, I will simply specify alien. That's it. You can see there's no error. Yes, we have some warning, but that's fine. Let's right click here. At least let's see. See, of course, this will not work because we don't have spring.xml file as of now. Let's see the error as well. So I will simply say run as Java application. Yes, I'm expecting error here, and we got an error. And that's why it is saying file not found exception, which is it's not able to find spring.xml. Okay, let's create it then. So let's right click on your project and I will say new. And this is where you'll be saying, hey, I want to create a XML file. That's one way of doing it. Otherwise, you can simply say, see, the problem is when you say XML, we have to add the DDD as well. If you don't want to do that, you can simply say new. There's an option of Spring Bean configuration file, and that's why we are using STS here. You could have done the same thing in Eclipse as well, but in Eclipse you don't get this option, which is Spring Bean configuration file. Let's click here and let's mention the file name. The file name here would be spring.xml, the same name which you have mentioned in the code. Let's click on enter and we got our XML file. This is what we wanted, right? And you can see everything is mentioned. Let's say enter here. This is where you have to say, hey, see, if you go back to your app, it says get bean of alien. So we just have to mention, hey, Spring Framework, whenever a user says alien, give the object of alien class. Now, alien class belongs to a package which is com.telusko.springdemo.alien. Whenever in a code says alien, you have to create object of alien. This alien, the class alien. But we cannot simply use this syntax, right? We have to use syntax of Spring. And that's where Spring says, hey, if you want to specify this, create a bean, let's say bean, every bean will have an ID. So we'll say ID equal to, and ID is alien. So whatever ID you want, whatever name you want to use in the code, which is alien in this case, mention that, and also mention the class of which you want an object. I will simply say I want object of com. In fact, we can use alien because it will give you the class as it is. Say control space, you can see it will auto-complete it. And that's it. That's the only thing you have to mention. It's beauty, right? You just have to configure it by saying, hey, when a user says alien, give the object of alien. Go back to your code. And now let's run this application. So right click, say run as Java application, and oh, no error, but we have not also got the output. The reason is we are not calling code. So we'll be saying obj.code, because as an alien, as a programmer, you have to code, right? So let's run this application now. I hope it will work, and it worked. Can you see that we got I am coding? And that's it. It's so simple. So what we have done, we are trying to use Spring Framework to get the object. As you can see, the object of alien is not created by you, it's created by Spring Framework. I know for this example, it doesn't make sense because to create one object, we are doing so much of stuff, right? But think about the complex of application. What if you are building an application where you have maybe 15, 20 classes and every class will have, let's say, 2, 3 objects? You don't have to manage those objects, right? It will be managed by Spring Framework. But how do we do that? That we'll see in the upcoming videos. So till this point, we have seen how to create a simple Spring project where you can introduce a concept of bin factory which will give you the object, right? It works, but still we have an issue here. The issue is, you can see the code we are getting, it says deprecated, right? So this class XML bin factory is deprecated. We should not be using that. Of course, you can search for some other class which implements bin factory and which will make it work without deprecated, of course. There's one more thing which is important here. When Spring came into picture in 2003, it was basically for dependency injection, right? That was the main intention. But later on, they added some new features, right? Every time you go to Spring website, you will see some new projects. And of course, for new features, you need some new methods. And those methods are not available in bin factory. So instead of using bin factory, we can use amazing thing, which is we have a concept of application context. In fact, if we have seen that in Spring Boot, right? We have this interface which is application context. We'll simply say factory. Again, you can use different name. But then question arises, how to instantiate this? Because application context is an interface, right? So we have a class which is named as class path XML. Let's say control space. So we have a class which says class path XML application context. Let's use that. Now this class implements application context. Example, if I click here, you can see it's a class which extends abstract XML application context. If I click on that, it says extends abstract refreshable config application context. If I click on that, somewhere if you go up and up and up, you will find everything extends from application context. Are we getting there today? Yes, we got it. So you can see we have the whole hierarchy there. And unfortunately, by doing that, I have opened so many classes here. Let me just close them quickly. Okay, let's get back here. So instead of using bin factory, now we are using application context. The amazing thing is, here itself you can mention spring.xml. You don't have to mention new file system resource or something like that. You can simply mention the thing. And you can see we are not getting any deprecated now because we will be using application context a lot. So now let's right click and say run as Java application. We have not changed much. We have only changed from bin factory to application context. Let's click on run and we got an error. It says file not found exception. That's weird. We have that file here, right? The problem is, since you have mentioned class path, right, it will look for this file in class path. So you have to move this file in a class path in a Java folder, of course. Let's keep it there now and let's relaunch the application. And now it worked. We got I'm coding. That's great. So that's how we use application context in your Spring project. In the last video, we have seen how do we use application context. But still, we don't know how everything is working behind the scene. That's important, right? So let's understand what happens when you say application context and then when you say alien get bean. To understand that, what I will do is I will go back to my alien and let's create a constructor here. So let's say a constructor. So you can see we have a constructor here, a simple constructor which simply says alien object created. Nothing fancy, we got a simple constructor there. What I want to understand is, if I run this application, of course it will call the constructor first. It will say alien object created and it says I'm coding. That's great. That means Spring Framework will create the object, and of course when you create the object, constructor will be called. But my question is, what happens when you comment this? Because now when I'm commenting this line, that means I'm not asking for alien object. So the question is, will Spring Framework create that object for me, even if I'm not using it? Let's run this. The moment you run this code, you can see we are not getting I'm coding because we are not calling code, but still your Spring Framework is creating the alien object for you. It's because Spring believes, even if you don't want the object, it is my job to create the object. But how Spring knows that we will be needing alien object later? It's because when you run this application, the first line of execution is main method, right? So it will come to main, it will check, hey, the next line is we have to create object of application context. Now, application context will simply create a Spring container for you. Notice a Spring container. All the objects or all the processing which you do in Java happens on JVM. So inside your JVM, we'll be having a special container which we will call as Spring container, which will have Spring beans. Oh, what is bean now? Any class which has certain variables and every variable will have getters and setters is normally referred as bean. Now in this class we don't have any variables and that's why we don't have any methods. But then this is also a bean. So you can imagine any class as a bean as of now. So we want Spring to create the object of all these classes. But how Spring will know that? Because you can see we have specified a file name here which is spring.xml. So your Spring container will check this file and it will say, okay, so it's my responsibility. Okay, so I'm Spring container here. It's my responsibility to create the object of alien, because as a developer you have mentioned that here. What if you mention some more objects? If you create object of object class, if you create object of some other classes, if you write 5 beans here or 5 bean tag, it will create 5 objects for you. That's what Spring is doing even if you don't need the object. So if I create object of some weird class which I don't even know in JRE, it will create the object for you. Okay, you just have to mention that there. So the moment you run this line, it will create the object for you in the Spring container. It is your responsibility now, or it is your decision now to use that object or not. In this case, I'm not using it, but still we got the object. So that's what is happening behind the scene. The moment you say get bean alien, it will go to Spring container and say, hey Spring container, I want the object whose ID is alien. And Spring container will say, okay, we have the object here, just take it. And that's the object you're getting, and that's why it is working. But then with this, we have some more questions, okay? Example, let's say, what if you have certain variables here? Example, let's say, let me create a simple variable here, or maybe I will not be using a private variable, I will be using a simple variable, int. I will be naming this variable as age. Of course, you can go with anything. Every Every alien will have a different age, right? Okay, it can be same, but normally it is different. So let's say if I have an age there and I want to print the age of a particular alien, so I will say obj.age. So when you print age, what do you think, what value you will get? So of course you can specify the age. By default you can specify the age here. You can say by default the age is 18, whatever age you want to specify, maybe 12. Otherwise, for every object, for this obj, time it I will say this is obj1, just to check what is happening. So I will say obj1 and then I'm printing the age, and you can see I have not mentioned the age, and by default the age will be 0. So let's run this code and you can see the age is by default 0. That's great. So before printing age, I want to specify the age as, let's say, 15. That's the age which I'm mentioning here. Let's run this code and you can see we got 15. That's great. But what if I create one more object, or maybe if I want to create one more reference? Let me just copy paste the code as it is. Let's paste it here, and this time I will say this is obj2, not 1. Let's go back here. I want to call code by obj2. I want to specify the age. I don't want to specify the age for 2. Let's keep it blank, and now let's say this is obj2.age. Now what do you think will be the age of obj1? Of course 15, right? We have specified that. But what will be the age of obj2? That's the question. Let's run this application and you can see both the object has the same age. So either we got two objects with the same age, or we got only one object and both the reference are pointing to the same object. That's what is happening here. Go back to the previous example. When you say line number 18, when you say, hey Spring Framework, I want an object whose ID is alien, Spring will say, okay, we have the object, take it. When you go for the second time as well on line number 24, you're saying, hey Spring Container, I want the object with ID alien. Spring will say, we have the object, just take it. It will not create a new object for you. That means both the reference, which is obj1 and obj2, are referring to the same object. And that's why we normally call all the Spring beans as singleton beans, because the object will be created only once. That's awesome, right? But what if you want different object? What if you don't want to follow singleton pattern? What if you want to have a different object every time you call for the object? And that's what we'll see in the next video. In the last video, we have created this alien object, and then we were trying to create two objects, but unfortunately, we got only one object. Now, is it a feature? And the answer is yes. By default, Spring follows a singleton design pattern, which simply means by default, Spring Container will give you one object. But what if you want multiple objects? And that's where Spring gives you a choice, and that is the scope. Let's try. So let's go back here in spring.xml, and if you see this bean tag, there is one more attribute here which is missing. The moment you say control space, you can see we have an attribute known as scope. By default, the scope is singleton, which simply means that Spring Container will give you only one instance of this class. Even if you ask for 10 times, it will give you only one instance. Example, if I go back to app and let me create obj3, obj4, still you will get one object because by default it is singleton. What if you want multiple objects? And that's where we have to use a different scope. So apart from singleton, we have one more scope to use, and that is prototype. Now what it means? Prototype simply means that whenever you ask for a bean, Spring Container will give you, or it will create an object at that point. Example, when you say get bean once with alien, Spring Container will give you one object. Again, when you say get bean with alien, Spring Container will give you second object. So if you ask for 10 times, Spring will give you 10 different instances of that particular class. Let me prove my point. So you can see I have made it singleton now. I've made it prototype now. So if I go back to app, let's run this application once. So I will say right click and say run as Java application, and look at the output now. So you got 15 for the first object and you got 0 for the second object because we have two different objects. It's that simple, right? So singleton is you will get only one object. Prototype you will get multiple objects based on the number of time you are requesting for it. But what if you are not requesting even once? You can see I'm creating the object of application context, which is your Spring Container, but I'm not asking for any object. Do you think it will create object for you? Let's try. The moment you run this code, you can see it's not saying object created even once. That means in singleton, Even if you don't ask for the object, Spring Container will give you that object. But in case of prototype, you have to ask for it, otherwise it will not create the object, right? Now, which one to use is depend upon your situation, right? So if you think there's an object, you need only one object, of course you will go for singleton. Apart from that, if you think, we will be using multiple objects, so you have to go for prototype. So that's the scope in Spring. So we have singleton, we have prototype. We have some other scope as well, but that's not applicable in Spring code. That's for some other modules. So in the last video, we have seen the scope in Spring, right? We have singleton and we have prototype. Now let's go back to our alien, and you can see we have one variable here, which is age. Now, logically, this age variable should be private variable, right? That's what we do. We have to make sure that all your variables are private. In order to access these variables, what we need is getters and setters, right? And we don't have it here. Let's go back and let's create getters and setters for this. So I will right click here, say source, generate getters and setters. Select this, click on generate, and you can see we got getters and setters. If I go back to my app now, and you can see I don't want to assign the values now. Of course, you cannot do it. You cannot even use the age variable directly. You have to use set age and get age. But time being, I will not do anything. And let me also remove this second object. We don't need that. In fact, one more change. I don't want to use prototype. I want to use singleton. And the amazing thing is, when you don't mention any type, it is by default singleton. Let's go back to app. We don't even need this age. The thing is, we need age, but then it should print using get age, right? So I will say obj1.getAge. The thing is, I want to assign a default age, because if you don't define the default age, by default it will be 0. I don't want 0. At least the age should be 12 or maybe 10. How do I mention that 10 here? Of course, there is one way. You can just go here and say 10, right? By default, the age value will be 10. That's one option. Otherwise, you can just go to app. When you create the object, you can assign it manually. You can pass it to the constructor. What if you want to assign the value in the Spring Bean itself? Because remember, the object will be created by Spring Framework. So the constructor will be called by Spring Framework, right? So I want to assign the value for age here in this XML file. Can we do that? Let's try. So let me just expand this bin. Now in this bean tag, we can have one more tag here, which is named as property. Now what is property? So every variable in your class, if your class is bean, every variable will be known as property. You can have multiple properties. So that's the property here. You have to mention the name of your property. In this case, it is age. So we have name, and now we have to also specify value. So to specify the name and the value. If your property is a primitive value or primitive type, you can assign value. But what if your property is of type reference? That we'll see later, but time being, let's only focus on value. I want to assign the value as 10. By default, the age should be 10. That's what we want here. But will this work? Let's try. Go back to app, and you can see I have not assigned the value for age anywhere else apart from that your XML file. Let's run this code, and you can see we got 10. So what happens here? The moment you run this application, on this line you will get that particular container in your JVM. In that container, it will check, hey, we have a Spring XML file where you have mentioned about alien object. So it is my job to create that alien object. The moment you create the object, it will also call the set age method. You know why? Because we are saying property. Since you are specifying property, it will call set age. Oh, okay. I know you don't trust me here. Let's go back to alien, and we don't have a constructor as well. We have a constructor here. So let me just put this constructor on top so that it will be visible, right? I also want to go to set age, and by saying here age assign, that's it, just to see if that set method is getting called. Let's go back to app, and now let's relaunch the application, and you can see it says alien object created. That's step 1. Second step is age assigned. So first it will create the object. Second, it will set the age, because we are saying property, right? Just to prove my point once more, what I will do is I will go back here, and let me just change the method name from set age to set age 1. Now what will happen is, if I do that, if I go back to app and let's relaunch the application, you can see we got an error. It's compulsory to have your method name suitable for your variable. So if your variable name is age, it should be age, right? It should not be 1. That's what it's saying here. You can see it says error creating bean with name alien, because if you go there, it says invalid property age, because we don't have it there. The property we are using here is set age 1, right? Make sure that it is set age. Yeah, if you want to keep it set age 1, in XML as well, you have to say age 1, then it will work, right? Okay, so let's go back, and you can see if I say age, it is giving me error. So let's go back to our code, and it's set age. So that's why it is set methods and get methods are so important in Spring. So that's about your how do you assign a default value. But what if you have a reference type? Now when you say age, it's a primitive, right? Say int. But what if an alien needs a laptop? Now of course laptop will be a class, then the laptop will have certain methods, and then we have to create the reference of laptop in this alien. Okay, when you say reference, how will you assign the particular value to it? Because we cannot use value there. That we'll see in the next video. So now it's time to have a reference type here, because what we have done in alien is we have a variable which is of type int. But what if you have a reference type? Because what it will affect is this spring.xml file, because here you can see we have a property which is age, and then we are giving a value with an attribute which is value itself. Now to explain that, what I will do here is I will create a simple class, let's say, because every alien needs a laptop to code, right? So let me create a laptop class here, a very simple class laptop. And in this laptop class, let's say we have a very simple method which is compile. So we got a laptop class, and then the method name is compile here. And then in this compile, you will simply print code compiled. That's it. So we got a compile method, and then we are printing code compiled. And in this alien, of course, if you want to use laptop, you need to do that in alien, right? So from alien, you will say, now alien has a laptop type in it. So we'll say laptop. And then we will need a getter setter for this as well. So let's come back here and say right click, source, generate getters and setters. But this time it will be for laptop, because we already have it for age, right? Now this thing is very simple, right? We have not done anything fancy, just the normal stuff. And then from the code, you will use a laptop object and you will say compile. Of course, right? When you code something, you have to compile as well. These things are simple. Even if you run this code, let's see what happens. The moment you run this code, you will get an error, and that is null pointer exception. But why we got null pointer exception is quite simple, right? Because we don't have the object of alien anywhere. Because we are saying we are using dependency injection, where the dependencies will be added by Spring Framework. So of course, if you want to work with a laptop, you need to create a bean for that as well. So that's a golden rule. If you have a class, just create a bean for that. So let's create a simple bean, and this will be for laptop. So I will say ID laptop, and then we have a class. And of course, we know the class name now, it's a laptop, right? And then this laptop don't have any variable, so we don't have to specify any property in this case. But the question is how this alien will use this laptop object or the ID. So of course, in the alien, we have a property which is of type laptop, but what you will give the value there, because if you say value, you have to assign a primitive value or maybe a string type. Now that will work for primitives and string, but if you have a reference object, you can't use a value here, because now you want to inform Spring, hey, this alien object needs a laptop object. In that case, you cannot use a value, you have to use a reference. So you have to say ref and you have to say laptop. So that's how you can refer it, right? So now let's verify if this is working. Let's go back to app. Let's relaunch the application, and you can see it is working. So basically, if you want to use a reference type the way we are doing here, in this alien class, we have an object of laptop. If you want to achieve that, you have in your Spring XML file, we have to mention that your property, which is laptop, is referring to the ID, which is laptop here, right? Now you can have multiple dependencies. Maybe if you have your class aliens depend upon some other object, maybe let's say a pen object. So in that case, you have to create a bean for pen as well, provided you have a pen class, right? So that's how you implement this reference stuff in Spring. So till this point, we have seen how can we create a bean, and then how can you set the properties. Now when I say property, it is simply a variable which you can access with the help of setters and getters. Now here you can see we have assigned two properties. One is a primitive property and second one is a reference property. Okay, but what if I go back to my alien, one of the way you can assign the value to a particular variable is with the help of constructor. Of course, right, they have two ways you can assign the values, one with the help of setters and second with the help of constructor. So what if I want to assign the value to age but with the help of constructor? So let me create a constructor here with variable, of course. So here I will simply right click and I will say source, generate a constructor with fields. I only want to assign age at this point. Let me click on generate. Of course, you can also create a constructor which takes laptop, or you can create a constructor which takes both. But as of now, let's stick to one particular constructor. So you can see we got age here. We don't want this super method there just to reduce the number of lines we have in the code. So you can see I'm saying this dot age is equal to age. But how can you pass this value? Because if you're not passing this value, and by running this code, let me just run this code, of course it will take the value from the setter. So in this case, we are passing the value from setter. But what if you don't do this? So let me remove the property. Of course, it will not be calling set age now. Let me restart the application. You can see we got the value of age as 0. Okay, so I want to pass the value. The way you can pass a value here is with the help of tag, which is constructor argument. But then what will happen? So even before doing that, let me just remove this default constructor here. Can you see that we have a default constructor as well? So time being, I will simply comment it. So I will say comment, save, and let me just relaunch the application. Now this time you can see we got an exception. But why? So it says no such method exception. So we are not able to find alien in it. Okay, but why? We are not. Okay, so let's try this. It says no default constructor found. Oh, since we are creating this bean, we are creating the object of alien, and by default it will call the default constructor, right? And as you can see in alien, we don't have a default constructor. The constructor which we have is a parameterized one. So in order to run this code, of course, you need a default constructor here. Otherwise, you can mention here, hey, don't use the default constructor, use the parameterized one. And the way you can pass the value is by saying constructor argument in which you can pass the value. So how do you pass the value? It's very simple actually. You can simply say value equal to, and you can assign any value here. So let me say 12. Of course, you can use setter or you can use constructor. Let me just run this code now. Let me relaunch the application. Can you see that we got 12 now? Now this time we are not calling default constructor, we are calling a parameterized constructor by passing this value. But what if you want to assign for laptop as well? What if you have a constructor which takes laptop? In that case, you can specify one more constructor argument here and that will work. The only consideration is instead of having this value here, we have to use ref. That's how inject the value with the help of constructor. So basically we have two concepts. One is a setter injection and second one is a constructor injection. So setter injection simply means when we use property, this is a setter injection. And when you say constructor, that is a constructor injection. Now which one you should be using? Now whenever you have a variable, example, when you go back to this alien, whenever you have these properties, whichever property is compulsory to be assigned or which is required, you can go for constructor. But if you think you have a property which is optional, you don't want to assign the values to it, if you want to keep it optional, you can go for setter. Don't use constructor when your variable assignment is optional, because constructor will give you error. In this case, if you don't assign the value for the age, if you don't pass this constructor age, it will give you error, right? So that's how it works. That's how we work with constructor and setter injection. So before continuing, let me just do some changes here. Example, I don't want to use constructor injection anymore. Let me go back to my property. And for that, we also need a constructor here. And then in the Spring XML file, of course, I want to go back to the properties. I will say undo, and we got it. Okay, now what are things we need? Example, let's say if I go back to alien, every alien needs a laptop. So let's say if you're a programmer and if you want to write a code, you need a machine where you can write a code and you should be able to compile it. Now, don't you think to write a code, you don't need a laptop? It can be desktop as well. It can be tablet as well. So why you're saying an alien needs a laptop? It can be a computer. Example, let's create an interface here and we'll say interface. So we have a very simple interface, which is computer here. And in this computer interface, I want to declare only one method. So which method I'm talking about? I'm talking about method which is compile. So I will say void compile. Now, since we are only declaring it, so nothing specific, let's declare it here. And laptop will be implementing. Of course, you can also go for a class here, which computer class and laptop implements. Laptop extends a computer class, but let's go with interface in this example. So you can see we have a laptop class which implements computer. Now, of course, we can have one more class which is desktop, right? So I will go back here and I will say, maybe I will just copy the laptop class and I'll paste it here. And this will be computer. Oh, we already have computer. This will be desktop. So you can see we have a desktop here. If I open desktop, we already have a code which is compile, and desktop also implements computer. So we have two classes. laptop and desktop both are implementing computer. That's great. Let's go back to alien, and now I'm saying, hey, I don't specifically need a laptop. It can be any computer, it can be desktop, it can be laptop. So I will say computer here, and then here I will say com. Okay, of course for those changes we have to change something here as well. So I will say right click, source, generate getters and setters for this particular variable com, done. Okay, and one more change, instead of having laptop here we have to say com. That's it. Nothing much, is all about computer now. So if I go back to spring.xml, what do you think? Will it work? Of course not, right? Here we have to mention the property name as com. So I will say com now. Okay, now will this work? Let's go back to our application and let's relaunch it. So the moment you relaunch it, you can see it is working. And okay, just want to do one more change. It says code compiled in a laptop. And in desktop, I will say code compiled in desktop. Okay, so you can see we have one computer interface and two classes. Let's go back here and let's relaunch it. And you can see it says code compiled in a laptop. That's great. So how it is connecting? So it is connecting based on the property. The property is comp and the reference is laptop, and we got it. Now, what do you think about desktops? Of course, I will talk about desktop in some time, but as of now, it is working because in the bean tag, we have specified laptop. Since we have laptop here, it will work with laptop. If you want to use desktop, of course, you can create a bean for desktop and mention desktop here. So I will copy this, and this will be desktop, and here as well, the class would be desktop. Whatever you mention here in the reference, if you just laptop, it will create object of laptop. You can see that it's working for laptop. And the moment you say desktop here, now it will work for desktop. And you can see we got desktop, so code compiled in a desktop. Okay, so I want to show you a magic here. The magic is, what if the ID which we are using here for laptop is also com? So let's say I'm not specifying as a laptop, I'm saying it's a com. And here as well, I want to use laptop, so I will say com. Can we have same name? Of course we can have, right? We have seen that before. So you can see we have com here and we have com here. Let's ignore desktop as for time being. Imagine we don't have any desktop stuff. We have a laptop here whose ID is com, and we have com here. The moment you run this code, you can see it is still working because of course you can have a same name. But don't you think when your name and your reference is of same name, why to mention that? The amazing thing is you can skip it. You can just remove this part and you can say, hey, doesn't matter what the name is, I still want to get it connected. But how? So I want to inform Spring, hey Spring, when you create object of alien, search for the laptop object or search for the computer object, you will find it. But how? So what you will do is in the bean property, you can mention one important aspect, which is, so let's go back here and say auto wire. So can you see that we have a concept of auto wire? And what is auto wire now? Auto wire simply means you are informing Spring Framework, hey Spring, if you want to set some property, if you're looking for some property, if the bean is available, connect automatically. Only when, okay, only when the bean is available, then only connect. So you can see it says auto wire, it is searching for the object now. So here I will say, in fact, we have choice when you say this. So if I say control space, you can see we have by name or by type. So we have two choice. So it will try to search a particular element based on the name. Example, here you can see the property name is comp. So the property name is comp and the bean name is also comp. So it will directly connect it with the help of auto wire by name. Let me just relaunch it and you can see it is still working. So I have not specified any property here, but still it is working. And that's the beauty of auto wire. Trust me, AutoWire is amazing. The moment we start working on Spring Boot, when we start working on JPA and other stuff, you will love AutoWire. Okay, that works. So let me show you one more now. Let's say I don't have this particular bean here. So I will just comment it, right? So it is commented now. And now you can see we have desktop here. So as an alien, you need a computer. And yes, we do have a desktop here. So let me just relaunch the application and we got an error. The error is because we have not specified the property, but you will say, hey, we have specified AutoWire, right? In case of AutoWire, you don't have to mention the property. It will search for a particular bean automatically. But unfortunately, it was by name. By name simply means it will search by name. Oh, how do we solve it now? So what we will do is, instead of going for by name, we have another way of achieving this concept. Now think about this. When you say you want the object of alien, and alien is dependent on what? So let's go back to alien, and here you can see alien is actually dependent on the computer type. So we are not dependent on the name actually, we are dependent on the type as well. So what if you can go back to Spring XML and you can say, hey, When you say I want to get object of alien, alien is dependent on the object of computer. So what if you can just don't search by name, search by type. So we can do that as well. So here we can say, hey, search by type. Now here it will not look for the name. Example, if you go back to alien, it will not look for com, it will look for the object of computer. And in this case, you can see we have it here. So we have the object of desktop with the name desk. Of course, this desktop name is not important. What is important is this desktop class implements computer. That will be done. Let's try this. So let me just save this code and let's relaunch the application. Can you see that we got the output? And the output says code compiled in a desktop. That's what we want, right? We want it to work. And this time I don't want it to search by name. I want it to search by type. So let me repeat. We have two options here. AutoWire can go by name or by type. So when you say by name, it will try to match the name of the ID or name of the bean. When you say by type, it will try to find the type of the bean. That works. But then what if you have this object as well? So let's imagine we got two objects. One is laptop and one is desktop. And when you say by type, see, of course, when you say by name, the problem is solved, right? Of course, it will search by name. But when you say by type, don't you think it will get confused now? We have laptop and desktop both. So what do you think? Which one will get preference? Of course, this should get first preference, right? Because that's a sequence. This is the first one, there's the second one. But then in terms of Spring, everything is object, right? So when you say everything is object, of course, it should be independent of the sequence. And that's where it will get confused. The moment you run this code, you can see it is giving you error. It says no qualifying bean of type blah, blah, blah. It says, I was expecting one, but then we found two. So your Spring framework is getting confused. Which one to assign? Is it laptop or desktop? How do we solve this? That we'll see in the next video. How do we solve this error? Now you can see we have two candidates here. We got laptop object, we got desktop object, and both are computers. And then we are saying, hey, go by type. So that's where your Spring is getting confused. Hey, should I go for laptop or desktop? Now sequence will not be considered. Now one way to solve this is by going here and going back to the property. The moment you have a property here, the way we did it before. So if you say reference to desktop, now this will solve your issue. If you want to go with desktop, you can see the moment you mention, it will not consider by type or by name. It will simply go with the property. In fact, it will avoid AutoWire. So if you run this code, you can see problem solved. We got desktop. And then if you say comp, now this will be giving preference to comp, right? So problem will be solved. So when I say comp, it will give preference to laptop. So this is one way. But what if you don't want to mention this and still you want to go for AutoWire by type? Yes, so we have by name, we can go with that, or we can mention the property. Otherwise, by type, if you want to solve this, see, even if you have both these objects, you have to give preference to at least one. And the way you can do that is by using a primary attribute. So you can say primary equal to true. The moment you do that, this particular bean becomes a primary bean. So in case of confusion, it will give preference to this one. So example, if I run this code now, you can see it is giving preference to a laptop. So even if you don't have anything assigned here, even if you don't have by name, it will go for by type and it will prefer this particular bean. You can see we got laptop. Now if you write primary equal to true in desktop, it will be getting the first preference, right? So let's run this code again and you can see we got desktop. So that's how you can solve this particular confusion. So this is where you can use this primary. In fact, the moment you start using annotations, so we also have a concept there, again we'll use annotation there. So that's about this code. We have solved the issue here. Welcome back, aliens. My name is Devin Reddy, and in this video, we'll talk about Spring Boot JDBC. The thing is, if you want to connect your application with database in Java, you have to use something called JDBC, which stands for Java Database Connectivity. And you will say, we know that, right? So basically, you can use JDBC few steps, and then you can connect your application with database easily. But the problem is, as a developer, you want to reduce your work, right? And also you have to make sure that the application is optimized. So let's talk about the optimization part here. See, the thing is, every time you send a request from your application to database, it creates a new request. And then if you have multiple connections, imagine you already have few connections and now you are submitting a new request. Now you do have these connections, right? Can't we just reuse the same connection instead of getting a new one? Now that's something you have to manually do. Or you can use something called a data source here. Now data source will have a configuration, and also it provides you something called a connection pooling. So basically it will already have few connections and you can use those connections. And again, you can do this by using any external data source or connection pooling concept and you can make it work. So that's one thing. The second is about developers' work. So you have to write those beautiful 7 or 6 steps to achieve JDBC, and you can do that, but the only problem is the more code you write, you are basically increasing the number of lines which will have a bug. So every new line is a potential bug, right? So reduce the number of lines which you write and use certain tools or frameworks which will do it for you. And these frameworks and tools have been tested by everyone. So if it works for you as well. Now that's where we have to use a template. Now there's something called JDBC template. Now JDBC template will help you with data source. That means the connection pooling concept will be done. And it will also help you to write your code in an efficient way. And all these things are provided in Spring Boot JDBC. Now why Spring Boot is because if you want to build enterprise application and if you want to follow all the design patterns, best practices, and a framework where you can get the libraries and everything working together, Spring is one of the best framework. And that's why we are going to use Spring Boot JDBC, is because under the Spring umbrella, we have a lot of projects and this is one of it. So let's get started with the code where we're going to talk about how do you build an application, and we'll learn by building something, right? So it will make much more sense. So let's start the code. The thing is, if you want to build this project, you need a IDE. Now you can choose any IDE which you want. Maybe you can use Eclipse, IntelliJ, VS Code, your choice. I'm going to use IntelliJ IDEA, and that too a community version because that's for free and it works. So we'll be using that. So to get the project, for Spring, if you're using a Spring tools on VS Code or Eclipse, you can directly get the project from there. And if you're using the ultimate version of IntelliJ IDEA, you can create the project directly from your IDE. But since we are using a community version, I'm going to use the Spring Initializer. So you can head to the start.spring.io and you can get your project from here, the base skeleton of the project. So the first thing you will mention is a project type. I'm going to go with Maven. Language, I will choose Java. Of course, that's what you're doing now. And then the Spring Boot version, I'm selecting 3.2. Next, you have to mention the group ID. So I'm going to type here com.telusko. The project, since I'm working with Spring JDBC demo, that's the project name I will give. And will not change anything here. The packaging, I want it to be type of jar. And the version for Java I'm using in my machine is 21. Now, based on which version you have, you can either just choose 21 or you can select 17. Dependencies. So basically we have to add 2 things only. One is the JDBC API. Now this is your Spring Boot JDBC. And you have to add a database. Now which database we are going to use? Of course, you can choose any DBMS which you want. Now we will be using an embedded one. So if you have Postgres, MySQL, Oracle, MS SQL, you can use that. The only thing is you have to do some additional configuration. And I will tell you where to do that configuration, but we are going to use an in-memory database here. And by default, when you use in-memory like H2, it will be pre-configured. So you don't have to do any configuration for that. So these are the 2 libraries we need. And that's it. You can click on generate. It will give you a project. So as you can see, I got the project downloaded, which is Spring JDBC demo. I will just unzip it and open in any IDE which you want. I'm going to use IntelliJ. So let me do that quickly. Okay, so basically I have opened that project in my IDE and it will take some time for it to resolve the dependencies. Now we have added 2, which is JDBC and the H2. And we don't have to manually download the H2 driver because the moment you add H2, it will also have a driver installed. So if I open the pom.xml, you can see we do have H2 here and we got Spring Boot Starter JDBC. This is what we want. And now we can get the work started. So we'll go back here to main, Java, and Spring JDBC demo application, and we can start the coding here. Okay, so one thing I mentioned before, right? If you want to use Postgres or MySQL or any other DBMS, where you will do the configuration. So if you can see, we have a resources folder here. And if you open application.properties, this is where you have to specify those properties. So what properties I'm talking about? You have to specify the URL, you have to specify the username and password and driver. Now basically this variable belongs to spring.dataSource dot URL, and you can set the value for the URL, whichever you want. So that's how you do it. But now we are not going to use MySQL or Postgres. We are going to use H2, which is in memory. The reason I'm using H2 here is because you can directly take this project and run on your machine. If I use Postgres or MySQL, then you have to also install those softwares, you have to configure it, and there will be some issues with that. So let's go stick to H2. Okay, so what we want to do? We want to basically store some data in the database and fetch it from database. So we do have database ready. So the moment you run this application, you will be having H2 database behind the scene running for you. But then what you want to store? So in that case, what I will do is I will create a simple class which will represent a particular table. So normally you can have a relation between a table and your class. Now you will say, how is it possible? See, the thing is, if you think about a table will have a table name, table will have a columns. Let's say we are working with aliens, so every programmer is an alien, right? So a programmer or an alien need an ID, an alien needs a name, and an alien needs a favorite technology. So let's say for me, my favorite technology is Java, blockchain, AI. For you, it might be something different. So basically, every alien will need a technology as well. So 3 columns in the table, and then this columns or this table will also have some data. Let's say 101, which is ID, Naveen, technology Java, let's say 2, Kiran, technology blockchain. So basically you can have this data. In the same way, if you try to relate this with a class, now in a class, basically what you'll have is, you will have a class, of course a class will have a name, a class will have properties, right, variables. Now if you try to match, the class name and the table name look similar. Properties of this class, which is ID, name, and tech, matches with the column names. Right? And the objects for this alien class will be the rows. Each object will be 1 row. Now that's how basically you map between the class and the object. And then if you're using any Spring ORM technology, let's say Hibernate, in that case, the table creation happens automatically. Now since we're not using Hibernate here, we have to create the table by ourselves. Yeah, that's something you have to do. Okay, let's create a class here. And I want to create a class for the, let's say, alien. Okay, so when I say alien class, what I want to do is I want to basically create few variables. So I will say private int ID, and then private string name, and private string tech. So basically I need these 3 variables. And for these 3 variables, I also need getters and setters. So we'll right click here and we'll say generate getters and setters. I will just choose these 3 variables, done. I also need a toString method if I want to print the data itself. So I will just right click here, say generate a toString method, and done. I will do one more thing. I will move this particular class, the alien class, to a different package. So this should be into a package of model. So every class should belong to their own packages. So alien is a model class. So I will just move that to a model package. And since we don't have a model package, I will say, hey, move to model package in the SRC. Yes. And you can see it is moved now. So that's done. But if I want my Spring framework to manage this particular bean, I have to use add component. Now, if you're not sure how Spring Boot works, you can check out the video link in the description. I will make sure that you have your Spring Boot video there. Okay, so basically what we are doing with add component is we are asking Spring Framework to handle this object creation, object managing, and object destroying by Spring Framework. I don't want to do that. Okay, so basically when I say I don't have to create the object, how Spring will do it? So basically what I will do is this run method. So I will go back to the main class. So main class is your Spring JDBC demo application. And in this, you can see we are calling a run method. Run returns the object of application context. So I will say application context. Now why I'm doing this is because I want to get the hold on a Spring container. Again, I'm assuming that you know Spring Boot here, because if I start teaching you Spring Boot, then it will make the video length of 5 hours. I don't want to do that. So again, you'll find the link in description. You can check it out. Now, let me create the object for alien. So I will say alien1 is equal to. Okay, we have to basically import the package for alien, which is in the model package. Done. And now I want to create the object. The way you can create the object by saying alien, right? But I don't want to create this object by myself. I just want this to be done by Spring Framework. So I will say context.getBean. I want the object for alien.class, right? But the thing is, by default, the type of this alien component is singleton. So basically the bean is singleton. I want to make sure this is prototype. So I will say scope prototype. So what will happen is for different requests, it will create new objects for you. Otherwise you will have multiple alien object or multiple alien references with the same object. So you will have the same data. It doesn't matter how many data you have in your table. Okay, so that's done. And for this alien, what I will do is I will add some values. So let's say the ID I want to add is 111, and I want to say not get ID, I want to say set ID. Alien.set name, I want to set the name as, let's say, Naveen, and alien1.set tech, I want to set the tech as, let's say, Java. Now basically I'm adding these values, and now I got my object ready. I want to store this object in database. How will I do that? Maybe I can simply say save this data in database. Of course, this will not work. So what you have to do, and you know why this will not work, is because you have not subscribed the channel yet. So if this works on your machine, that means you have already subscribed. Okay, I'm just kidding. So this will not work, right? You have to write Java code there. Now, how will you make this work? Now, basically, this is where you have to write extra classes. See, what happens is, in normal application, you'll be having multiple layers. You'll be having a controller. So if you're building a web application, you'll be having a controller layer. You'll be having a service layer. You'll be having a repository layer. Now, this repository layer is responsible to connect with the database. Of course, I can write my JDBC steps here. In the main, because that's a normal main method, I can write all the beautiful JDBC steps here, but then we don't want to do that. That's what we are doing Spring Boot JDBC here. And this is not a good idea to write your JDBC code inside main. So this should be a part of a separate file. Now, instead of creating a service layer, I will be skipping that. I will directly jump into a repository layer. So I will just create here a repository layer. So I will say new class, and I will say this is a alien repo. Or you can also say DAO if you want. Now repo is responsible, or repository is responsible to connect with database, okay? Now this is where you will do this stuff. But first of all, we need to have some methods here. Maybe I want to have a method like public void save. So it will save the object. Which object? The alien object, alien, into the database. Okay, so we have to import the package. I will also make sure that this belongs to a service, the repo package. Move to repo, yeah. Okay, so here, what I will do is I will say, at this point, I'm not writing all the code, so I will say added. And then I also need a method which will return the list of aliens. So let's say if I want to fetch all the aliens from the database. Now in this case, I need a method called maybe find all. Method name you can change as you want. I'm just saying find all here. Import the package. And here, let me return a new array list of aliens. Okay, and I'm just returning an empty object. But we'll code this in some time. The idea is I want this to work first of all. And since I want Spring to manage it, I will write add component. So instead of writing add component, what makes sense is to use add repository. For different layers, we have different stereotype annotations. For repository, use repository. Go back here. Now, if you want to store this data in the database, I need object of alien repo. I will say repo is equal to, instead of saying new repo, or new alien repo, we will be using context.getBean, the alien repo.class. This is what I want. Now, once we got the object, I can simply say repo dot, I want to save the object. Let's say I want to save alien object, alien1. And maybe I want to print all the objects. So get all the objects from the table, or all the aliens from the table, and print it here. We have not done any changes yet, and we have not written any code to connect with database yet. But let's see if this works. Right click here and say run. Okay, taking some time because I'm running this for the first time. And you can see it says empty. Why it is not calling? Oh, I said added. I wanted to print added. What's wrong with me? Okay, so let's run this. And now, you know why it has not worked before, why I said / added is because I realized you don't like the videos. Poor me. Anyway, so you can see we got added here, and then we got this square brackets, which is empty, basically, empty array list. Now, let's make this work. So basically, we have to make sure that we write a code in the alien repo. This is the only file you have to work with now. We have to write a code where we can store this data in the database. So how exactly we are going to do that? It's very simple, basically. We have to use a JDBC template. Now, this is a part of your Spring Boot JDBC. So what you do is you have to get hold on, say, something called JDBC template. You just have to create the object of this. I will say this is template. Okay, so you have to get hold on the JDBC template. For this is a property, right? And this is the inbuilt stuff. If you can see, JDBC template belongs to springframework.jdbc.core. Okay. And you will see how easy it is to connect and all the stuff, right? You don't have to write connection con driver manager. Remember in JDBC we do that, and we don't have to prepare this statement. All this thing will be happening behind the scene. But for this, I need getter setters. I can just right click here, say generate getter setters for this JDBC template. That's done. And I want this object to be injected. So because see, we are just creating a reference of it, right? Where's the object? So Spring will take care of it. You don't have to worry. Because if you go to JDBC template, we can create object of this class. But again, for that, you have to do all the configuration. You can see we have to pass the object of data source. I don't want to do that. I just want my Spring framework to manage it. And the way you can do that is by just writing auto-wired. Your job is done. You got the JDBC template object. Now using that object, let's say I want to add this. I want to add the alien object. It's very simple now. You can simply use the template. Now this template, which is a JDBC template object, you have multiple methods. Now in normal JDBC, if you want to execute a statement, now based on which statement it is it a select query or is it other queries like delete, update? Now if you're working with select query, which is the reading, you basically use execute query as a method. If you want to change something, let's say update, insert, delete, you use execute update. Here we want to save it, right? So we'll be using execute update. Execute update takes two parameters, in fact multiple parameters depending upon how you're doing it. The first one is the query. Of course, right, you need a query with you. So I will say string str or string SQL is equal to what is a query. Now here I'm going to use a query like insert into what is my table name. Nowhere we have mentioned the table name, right? Let me make it similar to the class name, let's say alien. And then how many fields I have. So I have, let's say ID. I got name and I got tech, okay? And then I want to specify values as well. Now, where are the values? So you tell me where are the values? Values are here. Inside this alien object, you got the values. We just have to pass these values here. Now, if you remember the prepared statement, we don't directly pass the values. What we do is we put question marks there so that we can replace this question mark later. So we are using prepare statement by default. Just pass the query here or pass the SQL here. After passing the SQL, you have to also replace this question marks with the actual values. So those are the remaining parameters you have. So after mentioning the query, just say alien.get ID, alien.get name, alien.get tech. That's it. This will basically save it. But will it work? That's a question, right? So let's see what happens if you run this, and we'll try to solve that later. Right click here and say run. I'm expecting error, but let's see what errors you get. Okay, we got the error, and the error is very simple. It says the table alien not found. Of course, right? H2 will give you database, not the table. Table is something you have to create by yourself. Now, how will I create the table? And that's where we have to add a schema in the resource folder. So I have to add two things actually. One is schema for the structure. And what if you want some default values? Maybe I know every time you create a table, you want certain values there to test it. For that, you have to create a file called data.sql, and we'll do that in this. So let's make it work. So what we are missing here is we are missing this table, and I've told solution we have to create a schema file because H2, when it loads, we don't have a table there, right? Now to create that file, it's very simple. You can right click on resources and say new and create a file called schema.sql and say enter. Now this is where you will write your script. Now the script to create your table. So the script for creating a table or the SQL query is create table, and we'll keep the table name as alien. And then you have to mention the properties or the columns. So the column which I want here is the first one is ID. Now the ID will be of type int, and we'll say this is a primary key. Then you will be having a name. Name will be of type varchar, and I will say the varchar is 20. In fact, maybe we have done this before. So normally in 20 characters, name will be there. But then if you talk about South Indian names, I'm a South Indian, so I have a very big name. No, Navin Reddy is not my full name. My full name is Thadipalli Navin Kumar Bapareddy. I know that's huge. So maybe I will need 50 characters. And then here I will say marks. And again, marks will be of type int. And here we'll be having tech, and tech will be of again of varchar. And I will say varchar 20 because technologies can be shortened up. Even if you say artificial intelligence, it is AI. So let's keep it there. So basically this is the file for the schema. Now we also need a file for the data. Again, not compulsory, but then I want to have some data. So I will have some insert statement here. So I will say insert into alien, and I want to insert 3 columns, ID, name, and tech. And what are the values I'm going to have here? So I will say value is 101. Then name in single quote, let's say Kiran. And let's say technology is blockchain. That's 1. And maybe I want 2 more. So I will just copy and paste it here. So this is 102 and this is Harsh. And let's say technology is AI, 103. And this is Sushil, let's say IoT. Okay, so basically we got this 3 rows already created. And now if we run this code, so we have created 2 files, schema and data.sql. I will just go back here to my main application and run this. And let's see what happens now. So when you run this, let's see it's taking some time again. Okay, so you can see there's no problem, there's no error. And we got empty here. So the reason it got empty is because if you see the repo, we are still returning the empty data. So we're not returning data from the table, okay? So the data is created. How do I know that data is created? What I will do is, this update returns you the number of rows affected. So you can see we got int. So what I will do here is, I will say rows, and I want to see how many rows are affected. And then I will print the number of rows affected. So I will say rows plus space rows affected. Okay, so it will print how many rows got affected. Now if I run this code, of course we'll still return the empty array list, but at least I want to see, is it getting stored in the database? That's important. So it says 1 row or rows affected here. That's good. So that means we are able to insert. But now I want to fetch it. How do I fetch it? Now to fetch the data, again we can use our JDBC template, because if you see the template dot, there's one more method here which is called query. Now query returns you the data from table, right? So I will say query, but what is my query? So I will say string SQL. Basically I want to fetch all the records. I will say select star from alien. So what it will do is it will return all the rows, and then, okay, let's see what happens. So if I say SQL, it will return me the rows, right? But in which format? Now basically the query, you can see we have multiple methods of query to fetch the data. So we can use string, which is the SQL, and then you can use result set extractor, or you can say row call back handler, or we can use row mapper. For our example, row mapper makes sense. Now what row mapper will do is, I will show you one more time. So we have to basically pass the object of row mapper. So what happens is, when you get all the data in your result set, you want to fetch 1 row at a time, right? So row mapper will help you to give you 1 row at a time. To do that, we have to create the object of row mapper. So let's create one. So I will say row mapper, and row mapper will be working with a type alien. Let's say this is mapper equal to. Now how do we create object of row mapper? So we can say new row mapper. But the problem is, if you go to row mapper, it is an interface. This is a functional interface, which has only one method called map row, and which takes 2 parameters. One is a result set. Now this result set will be given by your query, and then it also gives you a row number. So in result set, you might be having multiple rows, right? And you want to work with 1 row at a time. So this row number will take care of it. Okay, so basically I have to create object of row mapper, which has a method called map row. And then I have 2 things here, which is result set and row number. Now basically this is an interface, right? So we have to create an anonymous inner class to do that. Or we can also create a separate class which implements row mapper, then create the object of it. Again, that's your choice. But here I'm using anonymous inner class. And slowly we'll convert that into Lambda as well, so that it will be shorter code. But let's say we have this object here, which is mapper, and this is our anonymous inner class. So basically, we have to do something here. So what we have to do is, this result set will have all the records, right? We have to take 1 record at a time. So what map row does is, it takes the entire result set and it executes map row multiple times depending upon how many rows you have. So if you have 4 rows, the map row will execute 4 times and it will give you one object at a time. So basically, we'll take that, we'll create object of alien here. I will say alien A is equal to new alien. And then this alien object is empty, right, as of now, and I will return the same object. So you can see row mapper needs object of alien. So I'm creating the object here and then I'm returning it. But then this is an empty object, right? So it will not have values. The values are there in result set. So I can simply say a dot set ID and now get the value from the result set. So you can say get int. So how do you get data from result set? You have to say get int and pass the column number. So either you can say column number or you can say column name, both work. So here you can also mention ID. A dot set name, this will be coming from the second row. So get string, I will say 2 here. And then a dot set tech, rs dot get string 3. As I mentioned before, you can also use a number or you can use a name of the column. And that's it. Once you got the data from result set, you are giving it to the alien object and then you are returning it. So basically row mapper will take care of the data one by one. Now the same object which is of mapper, you have to pass it here. So you're not just passing a query, you are also specifying what to do with the result set. So if you click on query, it returns you the object of list of aliens. So the type is T, alien. So we have to accept the list of alien. I will say aliens is equal to this. So basically this query will return the list of aliens and that's what you are going to return, not the new array list. So what we did is we fired the query, we got the data. It's just that we have to map it. We have to convert that data from result set into the list of aliens and that's what we have done with the help of mapper. And that's it. I hope this will work. Let's see. Let me remove some extra spaces there. So with this, if I run this code, and again, I hope it will work. Let's run. Okay, can you see that it worked? So basically alien 101, name Kiran, technology blockchain, 102, Harsh, AI, 103, Sushil, IoT, and then the new entry which we have added, 111, Naveen, and Java. This is what we have added. Right? So basically these things are working out. That's how you work with the Spring Boot with your JDBC. And yeah, that's it. In fact, you can do some more changes here if you want. Since this is a functional interface, we can use lambda expression here. So we can remove from here to here, cut. We can also remove one curly brackets here. And you just have to put the arrow now. Let's remove the SQL exception. Let's put the arrow. And then in lambda, we don't even need the type. So we can remove both the types here. And you know, one more thing, the row number is not getting used, right? So we can even use R there or any other variable if you want. Let's say A. Again, it will not make it readable, right? Because A is already there. Let's say row number. Or we can say row. Okay, so this is the shorter code. Now you can also replace this mapper with this code. Again, this is optional. If you want to do it, you can try to use lambda. Not compulsory. So we don't need to create the reference here. We can directly use this, right? So that's how we can do it. In fact, you can also remove this part. You can directly write this particular statement in return. Even that works. So if I run this code once again, so you can see it works. So yeah, that's your Spring Boot JDBC. And if you observed, everything is happening with the help of JDBC template. So you don't have to basically do all this configuration by yourself, writing the connection statement, creating the statement, everything will be taken care by the template. You just have to specify the query and fire the query.
Welcome back everyone. In this module, we'll talk about Spring MVC. Now when you create a Spring MVC project, there are two ways of doing it. So in the earlier days, we were having only one way, which was Spring MVC configuration. But now we also got Spring Boot. So the idea of Spring Boot is just to make things easy, okay? So in Spring MVC as well, we can achieve all the thing, but just that we have to do a lot of configuration, and to solve that we have Spring Boot. Okay, but what is Spring MVC? To understand Spring MVC, we have to understand what is MVC, and to understand MVC, we have to understand why we have MVC. So let's go back to the old days. When you talk about normal servlet and JSP, or let's talk about servlet. So whenever a client sends the request to the server, it is server's responsibility to process the request and give it back to the client. But as a client, what a client will get? So of course, client needs two things. The first thing is client needs data. Of course, right, if you go to any website, the first thing you need is data. But you want that data in a well-formatted way. Example, when you go to Facebook. On Facebook, you see data, plus you also see a proper layout. Of course, everyone will get the same layout. So if I go to Facebook and you go to Facebook, we will be seeing the same screen, the same colors, right? What will change is data. So your friend is different from my friend list. Your feeds will be different from my feeds. What will remain common is design, right? So we thought as a servlet, instead of creating everything, because servlet on the server side will create the layout and will create data. Yes, you can do that, but it becomes clumsy. We feel that you should have a separate task, or we should be having separate things for separate tasks. Example, we need someone who will accept the request. We need someone who will give the design, okay? It's like a normal template. So design will remain common. What will change is data. And to hold that data, we want something. So basically, we want something which will accept the request. We want something which will be viewed to the client. And we want something where you will hold the data. So we got a controller who will accept the request, who will send the response. We want a view technology. And then we want a model. So model basically will hold the data. And that's where we got this concept of MVC, Model View Controller. So if you have Model View Controller, it will almost work as the same way as normal servlet without using MVC. But then the advantage would be we are separating the concerns. Okay, we are separating the task. So the controller will only accept the request. In the earlier days, we used to use servlet for controllers and JSP for view, and normal POJOs or normal Java classes for model, right? It's that simple. But we got some issues here. The issues were, whenever a client sends a request goes to a controller, right? And we are assuming that you only have one controller. But what if you have multiple controllers? Oh, that's an issue. So let's say in an application, we have user controller, we have accounts controller, we have laptop controller. We have so many controllers, right? As a website, as a web service, you will provide so many services. How do we create a multiple controllers? Very simple, create multiple servlets. One servlet can handle only one request, or one servlet will be known as a single action controller. Okay, so one servlet can handle only one request. So we wanted something where you can have one class or one controller can handle multiple requests. That's one. Second, we wanted something in front. So we wanted something as a front controller. What I'm saying is, when you send a request, instead of sending that request to the actual controller, first you will send the request to the front controller. Now, based on what request you are sending, it will check and then it will send it to the actual controller. Then now you will think, okay, we have to create a controller, plus we have to also create front controller. Don't worry. The moment you start using framework like Spring, where you have Spring MVC, in Spring MVC, you don't have to create front controller. Spring MVC will give it to you. Of course, the normal controllers, you have to build it. So example, normal controller is your user controller, accounts controller, laptop controller. And this front controller will be your dispatcher servlet. And dispatcher servlet will be given by Spring Framework. So now what will happen is, the moment you send a request goes to dispatcher servlet. Now let's say you want all the users, you want to fetch all the users. Of course, this can be done using user controller. But who will call user controller? And that's why dispatcher servlet says, hey, don't worry, I'm there. So dispatcher servlet will send your request to the user controller. But dispatcher servlet is something which will be given by Spring Framework, right? So how would dispatcher servlet knows that you want to call user controller? And that's where you have to create a file where you will configure all this thing. Oh, now you have to also create the file. It's not that difficult, it's damn easy to work with. But then again, based on what you're using, if you're using normal Spring MVC, then we have to do some sort of configuration. If you're using Spring Boot, this configuration goes down. We'll see that. But we have to configure it. We have to configure your dispatch servlet to call a particular controller. And that's how Spring MVC works. So yes, you can also use normal MVC for servlet JSP, but if you're working on Spring, using Spring MVC will help you in your project.
So let's see the practical implementation of Spring MVC. Now, of course, when you talk about Spring MVC as well, we have two options here. We can go with a normal Spring MVC application, or we can go for Spring Boot MVC. Now, of course, there's an advantage of using Spring Boot here. You have to do less configuration. So the way we did with Spring Core, we'll start with Spring Boot now. So we'll try to implement Spring MVC with the help of Spring Boot. And then once you got the gist of it, we can go with the normal configuration. Yes, normal configuration needs more setup, but then we can do that later. So let me create a very simple Spring Boot application, but this time I want to go for Spring MVC. So let's right click here and say new. And of course, right, when you say Spring Boot application, I want to say Spring Starter Project. Now this is where you have to mention group ID here, will say Telusko, and have the artifact ID as Spring MVC boot. And of course, the package name, I will say Telusko.Spring MVC boot. Click on next. Okay, now what to select from here? Now, since we are building a web application, you have to say web. Now, when you search for web, you can see we have an option of web here. You can select this one. You only need this one if you are going for reactive web. You can just select this one, which uses web flux. Otherwise, if you want to create a web service, you can go for Jersey. But as of now, let's go with web and click on next. We don't need anything else now. We are not working with database or something. Let's click on next. And that's it, click on finish. The moment you click on finish, it will give you a project. So once you got your Spring Boot project, and you can see we got our project. Okay, still getting downloaded. You can see it takes some time to get it from the internet. So let's wait for it. Okay, so you can see we got our project here, which is demo. I guess I forgot to mention the name for the project. We have assigned the artifact. Now to verify that, we can go to pom.xml, and here you can see we have the artifact ID as Spring MVC boot. Okay, that's great. We forgot to change the name from demo to Spring Boot MVC, but that's fine. You can see we got one dependency which is very important here, which is Spring Boot Starter Web. The moment you add this dependency in your project, this is your Spring MVC now. Yes, with the help of Spring Boot. Now, first of all, why do we create a web application? Of course, there will be a client, and client will send you a request. Now, based on the request, you will process the request, you will generate some data, and you will send it back. That's what we do, right? Okay, but in this scenario, since we have not created anything which will accept the request, normally we call them as controllers. So we have a concept of MVC where we have model, view, controller. Now it is the responsibility of the controller to accept the request from the client, and then it will do some operation. It will give the data back to the user. Normally we save that data in the model object, and then we have a view, which is actually the layout which you want to send to the client. Now that view can be JSP, it can be any other template as well. At the start, at least we'll work only on JSP, and then we can see later. Okay, so we got this demo here. Now what I want to do is I just want to create a controller which will accept the request. Let's say I want to call a home page, and I want to return a JSP. Now, first of all, we don't have a JSP. You can see that I have not created any JSP here. So let's open this SRC, and here in this main, I want one more folder. So normally if you want to keep your JSP pages, you have to keep that in a web app folder. So right click here, we'll say new. I want to create a folder now, and we'll name this folder as web app. Okay, now once you got your folder, we want to create a JSP page. Let me do that quickly. So I will right click here, I will say new. I want to create those. I want to create a JSP file. Click on next. Okay, now let's name this. I will simply call it as index.jsp. That's what makes much more sense, right? And you can see in the web app, we got our JSP. In this JSP, I will say, welcome to Telusko. That's it. I just want to say welcome to Telusko. And so whenever I call a home page, I want to just display this page. But will this work? Okay, we'll try that later. Now, there's one thing you have to observe. The first thing is, we got JSP. That's awesome. That we have to put that in web app. Normally, when you create a web application, you always add the Tomcat server in your Eclipse, right? So in fact, this is STS, but you can imagine it as it is your Eclipse. And you can see in the server tab, you can see we don't have any server here. Oh, that means we have to also do the setup. Okay, we'll see that later. But that means if you want to do this application, we need a Tomcat. Otherwise, it will give you error. What if I say you can simply run this application and it will not even ask you for the Tomcat? Let's try. So when you right click on this application and when you say run as, the only thing is you have to run it as a Spring Boot app, not on server, because if you say run on server, it will ask you for the external server. We don't have it. Let's click on Spring Boot app. The moment you do that, you can see it is doing something. It will take some time. So you can see if I jump to console, it says Spring Boot app started. It is doing some processing now. Okay. Now the amazing thing is it says Tomcat started on port number 8080. Now that's weird because we don't have any Tomcat server here, right? From where you are getting it? The amazing thing is, if you expand this Maven dependencies here, Spring Boot application has a embedded Tomcat. So you can see we have embedded Tomcat here. The advantage is the moment you move your application to some other server, some other machine, you don't have to configure your own Tomcat. And that's the benefit here. So in the application itself, you have your Tomcat server. So whenever you carry your application, you are also carrying Tomcat server. That's great, right? Okay, so that's something amazing. But how do we access this? Now, of course, it says you have to use the port number, which is 8080. So what I will do is I will open my browser. So that's my browser. I will simply search for localhost colon 8080. And the moment you say enter, you can see we got something. Okay, we got this error. That's fine. At least we are not getting that weird full page 404 error. We got this 404, but then this is getting returned by the Spring MVC framework. It says there is no error page because we have not built it yet. It shows the timing and there's no message. That's it. At least something is working. We have not got the output. It is not calling index.jsp. But why it is not calling index.jsp? Of course, right? When you send a request, the request goes to the controller. That's how Spring MVC works. So the first request goes to dispatcher servlet, and from dispatch servlet it will call a particular controller. We don't have a controller yet. How do we do that? That we'll see in the next video. So let's solve that issue. The issue was we don't have a controller. So let's create one. Now, of course, right, when you say a controller, we are working on Spring frameworks, it should be a Java file. Let's do that. So let's go back here, and here I want to create a controller. Oh, how do we do that? Let's right click here and say new. I want to create Java class. Let's select that. And this will be, of course, you can name anything, right, from ABCD to some logical name. But here I will say, this is my home controller. So logically, when you say you have an application, your application will have multiple services. Let's say you have an accounting service. Let's say you have a user service. You have, let's say, some other service. So when you say you have a user service and you have certain requests which a server will handle, what makes most sense is to have a controller named as user controller. If you're working for accounting, so it should be accounting controller. Now, since we are working with homepage, let's say home controller. And that's it, nothing to specify much here, and click on finish. And that's your controller. Okay, now you will say, hey, this will not work. How can you just simply create a controller and you're getting the normal class is a controller? Kind of, you don't have to extend or implement any interface here. The only thing you have to add to this controller is an annotation, which is add controller. This is what makes it as a controller. Now, as we discussed, your request will first go to dispatcher servlet, and dispatcher servlet will send it to a particular controller. Okay, now, yes, in theory, we have dispatcher servlet needs a configuration file. As of now, you can see we have not created any configuration file, and that's where Spring Boot says, hey, you don't have to worry about the default configuration. I will take care of it. Yes, if you want to provide some extra configuration, that's where you have to use some configuration file. As of now, it will work. So we got a controller. Now this controller, whenever you call this controller, you have to perform certain operation. Oh, when you say operation, that means we need a method. Let's create one. So I will say public, and this method name will be, let's say, home. Of course, you can have a different method name, but that's fine. Let's keep it home. I want to call this method home, which will simply print. As of now, I'm not calling any JSP. Let me just check if this method is getting called when I call the home page. I will say home page requested. That's it. Nothing much, I'm just printing home page requested. Okay, but will this work? Let's restart the application. Let's say restart the application. It will take some time. So let's keep our page ready and let's refresh. And you can see after refreshing, the only thing we changed is the timing. Okay, we have not got the output yet. But of course, the output you will be getting is in the console, right? Because you're saying system.out.println. And if you can see the console, we have nowhere it says homepage requested. That means it's not working. The reason it is not working is, you might be having different kind of request. You're requesting for homepage. You might be requesting for some particular page by saying /accounts or /users or maybe /laptops. Here, I want to specify, hey, whenever I use a request for the homepage, then only you have to call this method. And the way you specify that is with the help of annotation here, which is request mapping. So you have to say request mapping. In bracket, you have to mention the path. First of all, you have to import the package. Let's say control space, package imported. And here you have to say /. So that's our home page, right? When you say the /. Okay, I guess it will work now. Let's relaunch the application. Okay, so let's refresh it and you can see, oh, we got a different type of error this time. We got internal server error, we got 500. Okay, we'll talk about that later, what is happening. But let's see the console here. Are we getting home page requested? And the answer is yes. Can you see that? We got the output, it says home page requested. That's what we wanted, right? Yes, we got some error. We'll talk about that error in some time, but it says home page requested. So yes, we got a controller, we got a JSP. The only thing is this controller is not able to call the JSP page. That's what we have to solve now. Now, how do we solve it? When you send a request for the home, okay, so if you check your URL, it says localhost :8080 and then we are saying /. Okay, that's how you request the home page. So this method is getting called. So we have to inform here, whenever you call home method, we have to call index.jsp. Now, if you're coming from servlet background, we used to create a request dispatcher using which we used to call the JSP. Here, we don't have to do all those things. We simply have to return the name of the JSP which you want to call. So you have to say index.jsp. So what happens is, see, who is calling this home controller? It is called by dispatcher servlet. So if dispatcher servlet is calling this method, so it is the job of dispatcher servlet to call the actual page. So we just have to inform, hey, which page you want to call. So we are saying, hey, dispatcher servlet, I want to call index.jsp. That's it. The only thing is we have to say string here and our job is done. Let's relaunch it. So as you can see, it is relaunched. Let me just open my browser and say refresh. Oh, okay, something happened. You can see, okay, I saw some animation there, something happened. We got the same error, but if I expand this, if you can see the downloads, I just got a download here. Let me just relaunch it again. And you can see we got another download. What is happening? The thing is, okay, so let me just go back again and let me just click on this. I don't know what this file is. It says unknown DMS. I'll just open that in a finder. So as you can see, if I open this, it is my JSP page. Oh, that's weird. I'm downloading the JSP page. What is happening? So let's try to solve this problem in the next video. So the problem is we are not able to run the JSP. We are downloading it. Let's solve this issue in the next video.
So what's wrong here? Everything is working except one thing, which is instead of running JSP, you are downloading it. We don't want that. We want to run that JSP on Tomcat. So what happens, when you talk about JSP, JSP get converted into servlet and that servlet runs on Tomcat. Here, nothing is happening. We don't have something which will convert your JSP into servlet. Now, if we talk about the external Tomcat, it has that power. The Tomcat which we are using, it normally don't convert JSP into servlet. Okay, in fact, the Spring Boot is famous for REST services. You don't actually create websites in Spring Boot. That was not the main idea. The main idea was to build REST services. If you want to achieve that, if you want to use JSP, yes, we can use Themeleaf here, that perfectly works. But if you want to use JSP and if you want to convert JSP into servlet, we need a special library which you have to download, and that is Tomcat Jasper. So let's do that. So let's go to our browser and let's go to the favorite website of us, which is Maven repository. And here we have to search for Tomcat Jasper. So this is what you need. So I will just download this one. Okay, now which version of Tomcat Jasper we need? So let's go back to our application and here let's open the Maven dependencies. So you can see we have the Tomcat version. It's 9.0.14. So let's stick to that. So let's download the 9.0.14. Let's copy this dependency. I guess it is copied. Let's go back. Where you will add it? Of course, you have to add that in a pom.xml file. So open that. And here, let me add that particular dependency. The moment you say paste and save, it will download Tomcat Jasper from the internet. It will take some time. Now, since I don't have the local copy of it, so you will get the repository from the official website. So as you can see, we got dependency here, we got Tomcat Jasper. Now, once you have added that, let's run this application once more and let's see the output. So let's relaunch the application. Okay, let's go to browser and refresh. And now you can see we got the output. So this time we are not downloading it, but we are running the JSP. So that's the thing. If you want to run JSP, you need a Tomcat Jasper library to convert that. So it is working. We got welcome Telusko. Our job is done. So whatever we have done till now is very simple. We have created a page which is index.jsp, which is actually our web page. And then we have this home controller where it's a controller basically, and you can have a method which will accept the request for / and then it will simply call index.jsp. But what if you want to do something extra? Let's say I want to have a page where user will enter some values. So let's say I want to add two numbers. Yes, we can do something big as well, but let's stick to simple because we are learning Spring Framework, right? We are not just learning logic here. So let's keep the logic simple and let's focus on the concept. So in the next video, we'll talk about how do we add two numbers using Spring MVC. So let's get the application. So of course, if you want to add two numbers, after calling the web page, it will, instead of printing welcome to Telusko, will also print the form where a user will enter two values. So let's do that quickly. So here I will say create a form for me, and the form will have the action, and I will say the action is add. So I want to call simply add, and then form ends, and here I want to create two text fields. So I will say, okay, so that's our first field, and we want one more. So I will just copy this and paste. And now you can see we got the second one as well. So we'll simply say second number, and here we'll have it as num2. Now what next? I want to also have a button here, right? Which will, when you click on that, it will call add. Let's do that. So we'll say, okay, that's done. So we got our two input text for num1, num2, and we also got buttons. Everything is done. Yes, we don't have a perfect UI here, but doesn't matter, right? We are learning Spring. So UI doesn't matter at this point. Yes, it matters when you give it to your client. As of now, it should work. Now once you got that page, of course when you click on this button submit, it will call add. But don't you think we don't have anything here which will accept the request for add? Now think about this. What can be done? Of course you need a page where you will show the output. But before showing the output, I want to process that information. So let's say if a user says 2 plus 3, I want to give it 5 as answer. Where do we do that? So of course you need to create a controller. So if you're coming from servlet background, so what we do is we create controllers. But in Spring MVC, you don't have to create a separate class every time. What you can do is you can just add another method. Yes, you can create a new class, named it as calculator controller, in which you can have different methods. But as of now, let's keep it here. So in the same controller, which is home controller, we can have one more method. So we'll do that. I will say public. This will return a string. As of now, let's keep it string. And here I will say the method name as add. Of course, you can have any method name. You don't have to stick with add method name here, and simply return the page you want to call. Of course, right, if you add these two numbers, I want to show on some page. In fact, instead of showing it on a page, you can also return this as a data, but we'll see that later. How do we return a data as it is? I want to call a page, and we don't have a page as of now. Let's create one. So we'll just simply say copy and paste, and I will name this page as result.jsp. And in this JSP, I don't want the form and stuff. I just want to print the output. Okay, now how do we print the output? So as of now, it's simply saying result is. I'm not printing the actual output because we don't know the actual output. Let's go back here, and in home controller, you will simply say result.jsp. That's it, nothing much. So we have created two pages. One is index.jsp and result.jsp. Okay, so this looks fun. Okay, I'm not sure if this is fun. Let me just try. Oh, we're still missing something. How do you know that you want to call this add method for the add request? Of course, it will not match the name. You have to use a request mapping as the annotation. So when you say request mapping in this, you have to say add. So whenever you call add request, it will call add method. It's that simple. So let's run this. So we'll just restart the application once. So let's go back to our code and let's refresh once again. So when you say refresh, now you can see not just we got welcome to Telusko, but we also got two text field here. Let's say 2 and 3. As of now, we have not done any coding for that. Let's click on submit. Okay, you can see it is actually calling result page. Okay, not in the address bar, because if you see the address bar, we still have num1 equal to 2 and num2 equal to 3. Okay, we are not specifying which page is getting called here, but result.jsp is getting called because we got the output as result is. Okay, that looks cool, but we want to perform the operation, right? So here I want to add those two numbers. Now how will you do it? Now let's go back to our servlet and JSP stuff if you have learned it before. So in servlet, what we do is if you want to take the input from the user, we use this very special interface which is known as HTTP servlet request. So using that, you can fetch values. So what I will do, I will just go to this add and I will say, hey, I want to use those methods. If you remember, it's not just one parameter, we used to pass two parameters. So in this service method, we used to pass the request object and the response object. We don't have anything here. So we have to create them, right? So let's do that. So I will say HTTP servlet request, and you can say REQ, and we got that object. So we'll say we got this object. Now you will be thinking how Spring will know that you want the instance of this interface here. That's the magic of Spring dependencies injection, right? If you remember, we have talked about Spring IOC, or Spring dependency injection, where it will inject the object which you need. Now thankfully this object is available with Tomcat, so Spring will say, okay, we have that object in Tomcat, let's use it. That's great. Now once you got that object, we can fetch the values now. So I will say int I, where you will have the first variable value. I know it's not a logical name to use, but that's fine. So we'll simply say request dot get parameter. You have to also convert this into integer, right? So you have to say integer.parseInt. Okay, that's how you do it. In fact, for second variable as well, we'll do the same thing. Let's copy this and paste, and this time we'll name it as j, of course, and here I will say num2. Now once you got those two values, you can simply add them, right? How do we add it? It's very simple. You can say int, I will have the variable name as maybe num3. I don't know if it makes sense. I will say I plus j. So the value of I and j will be getting added to give you num3. Now I want to print this num3 because this is my output in the result page. Oh, how will I do that? So we have to send this num3 to the result page, and to do that, it's very simple actually. You can simply say, hey, how do we do that? Okay, so in Servlet we used to use a concept of HTTP session. So when we use HTTP session, we can simply add this num3 in that object, and in the JSP you can fetch it. That's one way. You can also use send dispatch servlet, where you can pass this value here. You can say result.jsp question mark num3 equal to, and whatever value of num3 is, you can say num3 here. That's URL rewriting, right? That's one thing you can do. We have multiple options, right? As of now, what I will do, I will simply say, I will add it in a session. So I will say HTTP session is equal to, let's create the object of it. Oh, but how do we do that? So okay, first of all, we have to say control space. Let's import the package. And here I will say request dot get session. So we have this method which is get session, which will give you object of session. Okay, once you have that, you can simply say session dot, you can add, no, you can, okay, what's the method name? I forgot the method name. You have to say set attribute, and the attribute name, we can have num3. Name can be anything, right? You can change it. The only thing is, whatever name you use here, you have to use the same name in the JSP page. Oh, okay. So I will say num3 in this case. Okay, once you got this attribute num3, we are calling result.jsp. In result.jsp, I just have to say, we can use Java code here, we can use session object and we can fetch the value, or we can use JSTL. So as for the JSTL syntax, we simply have to say dollar and the curly brackets, and here you will say num3. That's it. So whatever name you have in the servlet or in the Java code, need to have it here. Okay, it makes sense, but sometime your JSTL may not work. So maybe your code is ignoring it. So I will simply say is EL ignored false. Sometimes it ignores EL language, which is expression language. Okay, let's keep it, just to be on safe side, I'm saying false. Everything looks cool. I think it will work. Let's restart the application. So let's go back to the page. In fact, I want to call the first page. Let's refresh. In fact, you can see the address is localhost :8080, and then here I will say num1 as 3 and num2 as 4 or 5. So when you click on submit, you want output as 8, and we got it. Can you see that we got the output as 8? So what is happening behind the scene? So when you send a request, the request is getting called for the home page, right? So when you say home page, this method is getting executed, which is calling index.jsp, and that's why we got that page which we have, where we have welcome to Telusko, and then we have a form. When you click on submit, it is calling add. Request is again going to dispatch a servlet, where dispatch servlet sees, hey, for the add we do have a mapping. So this method is getting called. So not just method is getting called, you are also getting the object of request. That's the job of Spring dependency injection. Now once you got the object, using that object you can fetch the values of I and j, where we got 3 and 5. Then we are adding them. We are putting that data in a session. Okay, so once you have data in a session, we can fetch it anytime, in fact, provided that session is running. Okay, this is working, but I still have some issues. Don't you think we are not using servlet, we are working with Spring, and this code looks a bit ugly. Trust me, it looks ugly. Can we clean it? Can we make it more effective? And the answer is yes, and that we'll see in the next video. Okay, so let's make this code look good. Now first issue is we don't want this HTTP request object here. Don't you think Spring should automatically give you these values in the parameter itself? Okay, what I'm talking about is if I remove this part, I want these two values of int I and j here. Int I, comma int j. So we don't need to write these two lines. Okay, so we are reducing the code, right? Oh, okay, I'm just trying it out. I'm not sure will it work. Okay, the second thing is we don't need object of HTTP session here. So yes, we can actually pass it here. So we can say HTTP session. So we don't have to say request.get session. So our job is done, right? Because if Spring can give you HTTP request object, it will also give you a session object. Yes, it does that. Okay, but will this work? Of course it will not work because you are not sending I and j, you are sending num1 and num2. But how will you assign it here? So we have to use an annotation here which is at request param, and here in this request param you have to mention whenever you send a value for num1, assign the value for num1 to I. Is that simple? Okay, let me import the package for request param, and I guess done. And the same thing has to be done for j. So let me just copy this code and paste it here. Okay, and this will name it as num2. So we got num1 and num2. So value of num1 is going to I, the value of num2 is going to j. So that's how you fetch the value. Okay, this is actually coming from the address bar. We'll see that. And then let's try this. Let's restart the application, refresh the URL, and you can see we got this page. Here I will say 3 and 4. Now you can see this data is going to the server. So let me click on submit. In the address bar, you can see the values of 3 and 4 are going in the URL. So it is fetching from there. And that's how that request param works. That's great. This is working. Yes, you can also use post request here and it will still work. So that's the benefit of using request param. So if we are reducing the number of lines we are going for, we don't want request object, we don't need to assign, we don't even have to pass it. That's awesome, right? It is working. But still, we don't want this HTTP session object here. Can we remove that? We'll see that in the next video. Let's try to solve that. Let's remove that HTTP session here. The way you can do that is with the help of a concept known as model and view. Okay, how do we use that? Now, if we talk about model will have data, right? We have discussed that in MVC. So in MVC, model is the data. So your data here is this num3. So we just have to put this num3 in the model object, and we also have to specify the view, right? And the view name is result.jsp. Okay, how do we do that? So we have a inbuilt class model and view, right? We'll say MV, we can have any name, doesn't matter. And we'll say new model and view. Now, once you got this object here, instead of using session, we'll add this in a model view. So I will say MV dot, there's an option of add object. You just have to say add object. Which object you want to add? So I want to add num3 as num3 itself. The way you do that with session, right? So we got model object. The amazing thing is you don't even have to return the string format. You can return MV here because MV will not just have the data but also the view name. Oh, we have not assigned that. Let's do that. So I will say MV dot set view name, and the view name is result.jsp. Remember, it is view name because most of the time people make mistakes here. They say they write set view. It's actually set view name. Okay. Let me just remove the extra lines from here. Yeah, so you can see we have added the value, we have assigned that to a model object. It's just that the return type here would be model and view. That's it. But then we don't need this thing here. So we don't need model session object there. Our job is done. Okay, let's try. Let's relaunch the application. So let's go back to the page, and here let's refresh it. It should work. There's nothing which we have done extra. Click on submit, and you can see we got 8. So the power of model view is it will take two things: the data, which is your num3, so we don't need HTTP session object, and it will also have the view name, so you don't have to return string format. So this works, and we are happy whatever we have done till now. Okay, but we have some issues. What if you want to have this page in different folder? What if you don't want to mention .jsp in the code? Because you might want to change your view technology in future. Now you're using JSP, in future you want to use something else. Can we make it dynamic? Let's see that in the next video.
So till this point, everything is working, right? We are able to add two numbers as well. So if I say 4 and 5, I click on submit, you got 9. The only thing here is if you look at this code, we are mentioning the extension as well, right? That's something we want to avoid because maybe in future, I might be going for some other view technology, maybe velocity or free marker. In that case, I don't want to mention .jsp here. That's one thing. The second thing is if you look at the pages here, all these pages are there in the web app folder. Now web app folder is actually a public folder, which means anyone can access this page throughout the world. They can simply go to the web page and they can mention the website name / the page name. It will not even call the controller. It will directly call the page and it will work. We don't want that, right? We want these pages to be secure. That's one thing. Or maybe you want to keep it somewhere so that no one will know the path. So if you want to make it secured, one of the folder we can use here is webinf. So you can keep these files in webinf. They are private. The only way to call them is through the controller. And that's how you can make it private. But what if you want to make it public but in a different folder? That's what we do, right? We put all our pages in different folders. So let's say I will say new and I will create a folder here and the folder name is view or views and I want to put this file inside this view. So if I drag it here, that's done. So we got that into views now. And second thing, I don't want to mention the extension here. So let me remove that and remove this one as well. So you can see the extension is removed and the path is also changed. And after doing that, if you restart the application and if you go back to browser, let's see if that works. Now if I click on submit, you can see we got an error. It says 404. So maybe it is not able to find something, but what is that something? If I go back here, so that something is the page, right? So of course it is not able to find this result.jsp. Now in this case, you have to mention to your framework, hey, we are using Spring Framework and then Spring Framework is using Despair Servlet. So we have to inform Despair Servlet, hey, whenever you are looking for the view, you have to find that in this folder, which is views. And then you have to also add the extension, which is .jsp. Of course, it should be configurable. To configure this, we have a very special file here, which is application.properties. This is where you will do the configuration. But how? Because when you say property files, we have to mention the key and a value. So of course, values we know, it will be the path of the JSP, which is views, and the extension, which is JSP. But we don't know the property of it, right? And so normally when you work on the project, you do remember those things. But what if you are doing this for the first time? In that case, you can simply go to this website, which is the first one. If you search for Spring Boot application properties, go to this website, and this is where you will find all the properties. If you can just go down, you can see we have this properties for logging, we have AOP, we have identity, then admin, banners. You can also change the banner, right, using this. What we want is Spring MVC. So if you can just scroll down, so we got Spring MVC, you can see that. And then here, if you want to do that, so if you want to assign the path and the extension, we have to use these two things, the prefix and suffix. Now prefix is what before result, which is the path, and suffix is what after result. Okay, so which result I'm talking about? So if you go back to the code, you can see here we are mentioning result, right? So before that we have to mention views, after that we have to mention extension, and to achieve that we have to put those two properties here. So we can go back there, we can copy these two properties and we can paste it here. Of course we have to change this. So what should be the prefix? So prefix would be views, of course, right? That makes sense. So when you will search for the file now, it will be views / and the file name. We have to also mention the extension, so you have to say .jsp. That's it. Once you have done that, I hope this time this will work. Let's restart the application and let's go back to the browser. And here if I refresh this and if I click on submit, oh, it's working. Can you see that? So that's how you can achieve this thing, which is removing the extension, which is JSP from the code, from the Java code, and putting that in the property files. The second thing is we have to also change the views. In fact, if you want to make it private, you can also say views belongs to webinf folder, and that will make it private. So that's how you achieve prefix and suffix. See you in the next video. So till this point, everything is working, right? So we have added these two numbers. In fact, the numbers which I'm talking about is this. So if I pass, let's say 3 and 4, and if I click on submit, you can see we got the output as result is 7. So that's what we wanted. To achieve that, what we are doing is we have created a controller. So whenever you request for home page, it will return the index.jsp. And then when you request for, so in fact in the index.jsp, if you go there, what we are doing is when you click on submit, it is sending a request for add. Oh, so where we are handling it, so you can see in the controller itself, we have add method, which accepts the request for add. And everything is working. You can see it says request param, we've got num1, num2, and things are working. Okay, but there's one thing which we have done in the last video, which is the introduction of model and view. So the reason we went for this is when you want to call a view, of course, right, you want to send some data to a client, and the client will expect a HTML page. So what we are doing is we have created the JSP, which will get converted into HTML after rendering. But then when we say you want to call a JSP also need a data. And data in this case is this num3. So basically we have to set up two things. The first one is the view name, and the second one is the data which you want to pass. So data in this case is there in num3. Okay, so for that we are using this model and view because it can hold two things: model, the data, and the view name, which is result in this case, result.jsp. So what I want to achieve now is, do we have some alternate option? Example, let's say this is best, model and view is best. We can set the name. In fact, there's one more thing about model view. You can actually set the view name here itself. So you don't have to use another method. So you can simply pass the view name in the constructor, and that works. Okay, so the point is, can we use something else apart from model and view? Example, let's say I don't want to return model view object here. I want to stick to the string part here. Okay, that means in the return we have to still mention the view name. So I will say result. What I have to change is I don't want to use model view. So then the question arises, how will you add the object? That's what we want to do, right? We want to add this data in the model. In that case, if you simply want a model, you can create an object of model and it will still work. But where? So the idea is I want to put this data in the model object. So model is something which will be available for the view as well. So in the parameter, in the bracket itself, you can say, you can specify the reference of model M. Okay, now what this model is? So model is basically an interface which will behave same as model view, except that we don't have a view here. So you can say we are saying model, and here instead of saying mv dot, we will be saying m dot. But you can see we got an error. The thing is, in M we don't have add object method. We have to use another method which is quite similar. You can see the method name is add attribute. So instead of saying add object, we have to say add attribute, and then we can pass the two stuff. The same thing as model view. It's just that we are not specifying the views separately. Now which one to use is depend upon you. You can still go with model or you can go with model view. It's just that when you send a request, and if you want to have that data in a model, doesn't matter if it will be used for view or not, or you want to call a specific view later, you can still use model. But if you want to specify model view both, I would say preferably you can go with model and view. Okay, you still have a choice. That's great. That's how we can use model here. Now, other than this model, we also have an option of model map. So you can say model map here. Even that works. You can say control space and enter. You can see the code will still work. So let me just run this code, and we'll also see the difference between these two. So let me first run the code with model map. Let me relaunch the application, and it is still launching. So let's refresh, and you can see we got the same page. There is no error. That's great. This time we'll add some different numbers. We'll say 6 and 8. When you click on submit, you got the answer. So you can see we have not done any changes and at the output, and the only change we have done is in the controller. So instead of using model and view, we are using model map. Then what's the difference between model and model map? So if you click on this, you can see this is documentation for model map. Model map, as name suggests, supports a feature of map. So by default, when you add the attribute, it will get added in the map format. So you are adding data in a map, which is getting added in the model object. So it depends upon you which one to use. If you want to use simple object, I would say go for model. If you want to add map, if you want to have the data in a map format, of course, the best option for you model and map, and model map. Okay, let's go back here. So this still works with model and model map both, at least this code. So try it out. So it will of course work. So that's it from this video where we have talked about model and model map. Now once we have talked about model and model map, it's time to look at another annotation, which is model attribute. Now before doing that, I want to make some changes. The first change is instead of adding two numbers, let's do something else. Now in Java, everything is object, right? So if you want to represent data, we represent data in the object format. Example, if you want to represent a laptop, if you want to represent a mobile phone, or maybe account details or user details, everything will become a class and then we instantiate them, right? That's what we do in Java. So here as well, I want to create an object of alien. Okay, now what is alien basically? So alien is a programmer, so I refer programmers as alien. So what I will do here is I will go back here and I will say new. I want to create a model class. So let's say class, and we'll name this class as a alien. And the only thing is I just want to make this into a different package. Okay, so here I will say the package is model. It's better to have all your model classes in model package. Now this alien will have certain variables, right? So let's say I want to go only for 2 variables here. So I will say private int AID and private string a name. Of course, in future we'll add some more attributes once we start talking about advanced concept. As of now, these 2 are enough. And now I want to have getters and setters for this. I will say source generate getters and setters. Select all and generate. So once we got the class, once we got the variables and getter setters done, let's go back to index.jsp. Now what I want is as a user, you will add your own records. So you'll be having the option of adding the aliens. So of course I want to have the action as add itself, but then the data which you will ask is different. So we'll say enter your ID. So we're asking for the ID, and of course this name will change. I will say this is AID, and then here I will say enter your name. So we're asking for 2 things, AID and name. Let's have it a name. So you can see we got these 2 details. So now when you click on submit, it will send the add request. In fact, just to make it more interactive, I will say add alien. It makes much more sense, right? So now when you click on submit, it will call add alien. But in the home controller, you can see we don't have anything as add alien. So we'll modify this and we'll make it alien. In fact, you know what I will do? Instead of changing the existing stuff, let me add another method here and say, okay, let me just say this is, so I will say public string, and the method name would be add alien. Of course, you can go with any method name. And now to call this, I have to map it with a request mapping, right? So I will say request mapping, and here I will say add alien. Now we have to get this method. Now, of course, we have to accept some parameters, right? So the parameter which we are passing from the index.jsp is these 2 details. We have AID and a name. So whatever we have learned till now is, if you want to accept the values, we have to use this 2 annotation here. In fact, 2 variables with 2 annotations. We have to say request param. So we can accept that with the help of request param. The only thing is here it will say AID, and the variable name is also AID. And here I will say instead of num2 will say a name, and here as well I will say a name. Okay, there's one change. A name is not of type int, it's of type string, so they have to take care of that as well. So that's done. Now this method will return something, right? I want to call a page. I want to call the same result page. I will say result because I'm lazy to create one more page. So let's stick with that. Of course, you can create your own pages later. But as of now, I want to call result. But this result page need to have something, right? I want to print something here. So what I will do is I will not print num3. I will print the object of alien. I want to print alien here. But will this work? Of course, if you go back to home controller, we are calling result that will work, but then it will not print alien because we don't have that object in the model. As you can see, we don't have any model in this method. So the first step is you need a model object. So I will simply give a comma here and I will say model m, so that at least I will be having the model object with me. And in that model object, I want to pass the object of alien. The amazing thing is we don't have the object yet. So let's create one. And the way you create object, you can say alien a equal to new alien. And then here you will say, let's import the package. And here you will say a dot. We have to assign the values as well, right? Whatever is coming from the client. So as a client, you will be sending data, right? So you will say submit by passing, let's say AID as 101 and name as Naveen. So these 2 details will be received here. I mean, here in these 2 variables, we have to assign that to the object. So we'll say a dot set a name. I will set a name as a name. In fact, once you got the object, we have to add this object in the model object. So I will say m dot add attribute. And here you will simply add the attribute as a. But if you add the attribute as a, it will not work because in the result.jsp, we are asking for the alien. So the name we have to refer here is alien. So I would say alien. So whatever data is there in A will be represented as alien in the result.jsp. That's what we want. Now, will this work? See, till this point, we have not done anything extra. It's just that we got a class. In fact, whatever we have done till now, we know about this stuff. Let's relaunch the application just to verify if everything is working. So application has been launched. Let's go back to the page. Let's refresh. So yes, of course, we need to see some changes. Instead of having num1, num2 will be getting ID and name. So I will say the ID is 101 and name is Naveen. I guess I missed something in the code. Let's see that what I've missed. When you click on submit, you can see we are getting the default package name, class name, and the hash code. We don't want this. We want to print the data, right? To achieve that, we do one thing, right? We always we override the toString method. If you remember, in normal core Java, we do that. So I will simply generate a toString method here, which will print data. This is what I missed. Let me just save it and let's relaunch the application again. So when you click on submit here, you can see we got the output. So this is what we wanted, right? So whatever user has entered will be coming here. Now you will say, hey, everything is working. Then what's new here? The thing is, if you look at this code, which is request param and request param, something is not matching, right? We are accepting individual values and then we are assigning them to the object here. It doesn't look good, right? What I want is, instead of having request param here, what if I can simply mention the alien object here itself? This is what we wanted. That means I don't have to mention all this thing. So the moment you pass the object, the moment you pass the values, in AID and A name, now since the names are same, right? It's in AID and A name, don't you think it should be assigned automatically to the alien object? Is it possible? Yes, and the way you can do that is with the help of model attribute. So once you have model attribute with you, you can directly assign the values here. But how to do that, that we'll see in the next video. So let's make it work. To make it work, we have to use another annotation, which is model attribute. So that means here, instead of all this request param, this stuff, we don't need this AID and A name separately. What I want is, I want to say alien A, right? This is what we wanted, right? And then to achieve that, we don't need this stuff here. We need to remove that. The only thing is we want this object to be received from the client. To achieve that, we have to use an annotation here, which is @model attribute. That's it. Simply save this, so whatever is coming from the client will be assigned to this A, and our job is done. Let's verify. Let's relaunch the application. So this time I'm sending 102. Let's click on submit, and you can see we got the data. This is what we wanted, right? And the amazing thing is, on the client side, in the code, we are not using two request param annotation and then checking it one by one, getting the object of alien, nothing like that. It's very simple, right? The amazing thing is, model attribute is also responsible to add the data in the model. That means we don't have to do this manually. Whatever object you got is by default there in the model, and that's why it says model attribute, right? So we don't even need that model object. It's quite simple. Okay, but what if I go back to result, you can see here we are saying alien, right? And here we are saying A. What I will do now is, let's go back here, and here I will say A1. Will this work? So I'm not using alien, I'm not using A, because A is the name of the attribute and alien is the class name itself. Or you can say the decapitalized class name. But here we have a different name. We have A1 as a name. In this case, let's try what will happen. So let's click on submit. The moment you do that, you can see we have not received the data there. The reason is we have a different name here, which is A, and then here we are saying A1. Okay, how do we solve that? So model attribute says, okay, if you want a different name, that's fine. In the bracket, you can mention A1. So now whatever data is coming from this A will be assigned to A1. It's that simple. Let's relaunch. So when you click on submit here, you can see we got the data. So that's the beauty about model attribute. So it's an annotation which also accepts the parameters. So if you pass the parameters, it will take that name. Otherwise, it will take the name of the class, which is alien. Okay, but what if I have alien here? Okay, let's stick to alien. And here in the home controller, what if I don't write model attribute? Will this work? The answer is yes. If you don't have a different name, if you still want to go with alien, you don't have to mention model attribute. But it's a convention that you should write it, otherwise it will still work. But then, there will be a confusion because here we are saying alien, So it is working. What if you change it? What if you say A1? It will not work. So let's relaunch it without using model attribute. It will still work. So when you click on submit, you can see it is still working. So even without model attribute, it works because we are using the same name as alien here. Okay, now this is model attribute which we have used as a parameter to the method. Can we use model attribute at the method level? We'll see that in the next video. So let's say here in the alien, I want one more data. So let me create one more class and I want some data about it. Or maybe not even class. Let's say I want to print the message. Let's say welcome message. I will say welcome back aliens. So I want to print this message. The one way you can do that is by printing as it is, or maybe I want to change this alien to something else. Every time maybe I want to do that in the code. So what we can do is we can say welcome back, and here we'll say name. So by default you can see we don't have any name here, right? So name is just an attribute which we are using here. That means before calling result, I'll have to assign name. Where should I do that? Of course you will say you have to do that in this method because this is what is calling result. But what if you have multiple methods which is calling result? In this case you can see even this method is calling result. So of course we should not be assigning the name here. What you can do is you can create a separate method which is responsible to assign the value to the name. So let's say I will say public void, I will say model data. Of course you can have any name, doesn't matter. And here you will simply assign the data to the model. Okay, so how do we do that? So we have to use a model M. Now in this model you can say m dot and you can say add attribute, of course with the name. So we'll say the name here is name, and then the actual name which I want to pass is aliens. Of course you can pass anything here, but let me just pass aliens. Now what will happen is in the code, in the output, I want to welcome back aliens, right? So the name will be replaced by aliens. But will this work? Of course not. If you want to make it work, we have to use an annotation here, which is model attribute. The moment you say model attribute, what will happen is your Spring framework, before calling any request mapping, it will first call model attribute. This model attribute will create a model object, and then in that model object you are adding the attribute which is name with the name aliens. Now it doesn't matter whatever controller you call, whatever method you call with the request mapping, everywhere this name will be available. So in the result page you will get that name, right? So we can use model attribute in the method parameter or on the method level. So let's relaunch it. So let's click on submit here, and you can see we got result is okay. We have not received the result. I don't know why, what went wrong there, but at least it is working. You can see we got welcome back aliens. So let's figure it out what went wrong there, why we have not received the alien. Okay, because we are saying alien here and the attribute here is A1. That's bad. Let's remove that. I guess that was the issue. Let's save that. Okay, but at least this is getting right. We are getting welcome back aliens. That is working. Let's relaunch it. Okay, so let's click on submit, and so that is working. We got result is this, so we got this data, and then we also got welcome back aliens. So that's how we can use model attribute on method level. So whatever we have done till now is awesome, right? We have created this project and it works like charm. So we can send data to the server and server will give you the response. The amazing thing is, instead of using normal servlet JSP, we are using a Spring MVC framework. And that too, we are not using normal Spring MVC, we are using Spring Boot here. The reason we are using Spring Boot is when you work on Spring MVC project or any type of Spring projects, we need to do a lot of configuration. And Spring Boot says, hey, you don't have to worry about the configuration. So if you look at the project, we have not done much of the configuration. We were focusing only on the logic. Yes, we did some configuration in the property file. So if I open that file for you, so you can see this is where we have mentioned that we want to work with this folder views, and then the extension for the page is JSP. Other than that, everything is quite simple, right? We are doing everything in the code. But then before Spring Boot, we should still work on Spring MVC. I mean, a normal Maven project where you have to do a lot of configuration. Until this point, we have not seen that. So what if you are working on a project of Spring MVC but without Spring Boot? So in this video, let's create a project with the same features. I want to have alien, I want to have homepage. So with the same feature but with the help of normal Spring MVC configuration. So yes, we will be using Maven here. We have to add dependencies. We have to do some configuration. So what configuration I'm talking about? Now, first of all, when you say Spring Boot project, So this project knows that this is Spring Boot MVC. So whenever you send a request directly goes to dispatcher servlet. But when you create a normal Maven project or normal web project, we have to navigate it. We have to mention, hey, if you want, send your request first to dispatcher servlet. So we have to configure that. Second thing we have to configure is we have to mention that this is a Spring MVC project where all the configuration, all the controller have annotations. Okay, that's what we have to mention. Second, we have to do this configuration as well. But then what type of files we'll be using to do this configuration? So in general, when you talk about configuration, one thing come to mind is XML. So we'll be using XML to configure this. Okay, it looks a lot of work, right? And technically, yes, we have to do a lot of work, but it's worth learning. So what I will do is I will go back to my application, go back to the project, and instead of using the same project, I will be creating my own, I'll be getting a new project here. So let me right click here and we'll say new. And of course, in the new project, I will be just copy pasting the existing code to save our time. So here I will create a Maven project. Okay, so not a Spring project or something. Let's create a Maven project. And in this Maven project, so click on next. I want to create a web application. Select that, click on next. So it is asking for the group ID here. So I will say com.telusko. Artifact ID would be Spring MVC. Okay, nothing much specific here. Click on finish. Now, once you click on finish, it will create a project, a simple Maven web project where you have to add dependencies. Okay, so we have to add dependencies first, right? So we'll do that. Or maybe I will simply first copy paste. I want to understand what errors you get. And there's one more issue here. The issue is, yes, it is giving you index.jsp, but unfortunately, it is not giving you an internal Tomcat server. So you have to add the Tomcat server externally. Okay, that is something we are remaining with. So what I will do is I will simply close all this thing code now. And I want to add the external server. So the way you do that is by clicking on this no server available. I want a Apache Tomcat server. And in this, I will select 9.0, click on next. Okay, so it is saying, do you have this setup? Need to check. So browse and let me search for the location of Tomcat. So yes, I have the Tomcat 9 available in my downloads. I will select that and click on open. I don't remember when I've downloaded it. But in case if you don't have the Apache Tomcat, you can just go to Google and search for it. It's not that big deal. And then click on next. Just shift your project here so that you don't have to add the Tomcat in your project manually. So click on finish and that's done. So you have added the external Tomcat to your project. And soon this error will be gone. I don't know why it's not going there. Let me just check once. I will go to properties, code build path. Okay, there are some library issues. It says, what is missing? Something is missing here. The Java folder is missing. Okay, we'll do that. And I just want to make one more change. Instead of having it to 1.5, I will change it to 1.8. Click on finish. Okay, that's done. And I need to create. So you can see it is giving you error because you don't have the Java folder. Okay, even the Tomcat is not set up here. So I will just go here and say add external server. There should be a server option. Add library. I want to add a server runtime. Apache Tomcat. Yes, finish. Click on apply. And error solved. Can you see that? Everything gone. Okay, so once we have solved that issue, I want to copy all this controller. In fact, I will just copy paste the packages here. Of course, I want a different name. We can change them later. So I will just copy that and paste in my main folder or Java folder. Okay, so you can see we got two projects here. And then the change, I don't want the same package name. I want to have a different package name here. So I will say refactor rename. I want the package name to be Spring MVC, not boot. Click on OK. And the same thing here. Okay, done. So once we have done those two changes, it is still giving you error. Okay, can you see that we got error here? Now, first of all, when you talk about Spring MVC, we don't need this main file because this is used only for the Spring Boot. Let's remove that and we are getting error for controller as well. Now, what is the error here? The thing is, whenever you work with Spring Framework, you have to add Spring dependencies and you can see we don't have it here. Oh, from where you will get it? You guessed it right. We have to add dependency in the pom.xml file. So here we have to add Spring MVC dependency. So save. From where you will get it, just go to the Maven repository, MVN repository, and here you have to search for Spring MVC. And you can see we got Spring Web MVC. Just select that. Okay, which version? I will go with this table one, which is 5.1.4. Click on that and copy this. Just go back to application and paste. Now, once you say paste, it will take some time to download. Okay, it was quick. That's great. Because maybe I've used the same version before. So you can see we got all the dependencies here. The moment you got dependencies, I will go back to home controller and can you see that? Gone, all the errors gone. Okay, that's working. So what do you think? If I run this application, oh, how can I run this application? Because we don't have the pages. So I want the pages as well. So these two pages, I will just go back here and index. In fact, I want them in views. So let me just copy the entire folder and let me paste inside the web app folder. Okay, so when I say web app, inside this, we already have index.jsp. We don't need it. So I will just right click and say delete. I don't want that folder or the file. So in the view, we have two pages, index.jsp and result.jsp. Okay, this looks cool. What else we can do here? I guess this is the configuration which I wanted. Let me just run this code. So what do you think? If I run this code, will it work? So the answer is no, actually, because the moment you run this application, it will search for the index.jsp. Oh, before that, I have to do one more thing. I want to shut down the internal server which we were using for Spring Boot. Otherwise, it will give you the conflict for 8080 port number. So I will go back here, index.jsp. Let's run this code. Or in fact, I can run the entire project, right? So I will say run on server because this time we are using external server. Click on next and click on finish. Yes, it takes some time. I guess it will use the internal browser. And can you see that we got error? It is not able to find the index.jsp page. How do we solve it? Yes, we have to do a lot of configuration, but that we'll see in the next video. So it is time to solve the issue. So the issue is we are not getting the page, right? Because the moment you run this application, and when you say you are calling for the home page, it will look for the index.jsp page in the web app folder. As you can see, we don't have it there. That's one issue. The second issue is I want the request should be sent to the controller, not directly to the page. To achieve that, we have to configure our XML file. So now, normally when you create a web application, you get this amazing file here, which is web.xml. And in this, if you go to source, this is where you have to configure that, hey, whenever I send a request, the request should go to dispatcher servlet. If you remember, in Spring MVC, all the requests should go to dispatcher servlet first. Okay, how do we do that? So it's quite simple. You just have to go here in web app. We don't need that. And we need to create a servlet tag. That's how you provide the servlet mapping, right? So we'll say servlet tag, and we also need a servlet mapping. Okay, once we got these two things, in servlet tag, we have to specify two things, as we do in all the servlet projects. The first one is a servlet name. Let me just have the name as Telusko. And we need one more thing, which is your servlet class. Okay, now what is the class? We'll talk about that in some time. But before that, I want to map with this servlet mapping here. Okay, so first of all, when you say servlet mapping, again, we need two things here. We need a servlet name. In this case, you have to make sure that this name is same as this name, because that is how you link these two outer tags here. And then you have to also map with the URL. Now, why do we need URL? So to mention for what type of request you want to call this particular class, which you have not mentioned till now. So I want to call dispatcher servlet for all the requests. So for all, you can simply use / there. Okay, so but then we have to mention the class name, right? So what is a class name? So as I mentioned, whenever you work with Spring MVC, request should go to dispatcher servlet. Okay, so that's a class. So we'll simply mention that here. So we'll say dispatcher servlet. Oh, it's not coming directly here. Dispatcher servlet declaration. Oh, it's giving you entire stuff. We don't need that. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. We don't need to actually create all this thing. It is giving you everything. But let me just type it here, and then we can get it from the control space. I will simply type it here. So it belongs to Spring Framework, org.springframework.web.servlet.dispatcher servlet. So dispatcher servlet belongs to this particular packet. That's how you map it. In fact, the other way is you can simply, if you don't want to type all this thing by yourself, you can simply say dispatcher servlet. You can see it says you can auto-complete it, click on enter. It will give you almost the same thing which we have done here. You see that you can handle. But I would like to go with the same text which I have written. Let's stick to that. Now we are saying request should go to dispatcher servlet. But then it is dispatcher servlet who will send the request to the controller here, right? So how would dispatcher servlet knows that it has to send the request to the controller? And that's where we have to configure the dispatcher servlet as well. Because if we don't do that, it will give you an error. Okay, what error it will give you, let's see. Let me just shut it down and let's relaunch the application. Run on server. Yes, click on next, finish. Okay, so you can see there's no error as of now, but then the moment you try to call the home page, we got a different error this time. And the error is file not found exception, and the file it is trying to find is Telusko-servlet.xml. Oh, that's weird. Why only this file name and what this file will do? Okay, so first of all, this file is responsible to configure your dispatcher servlet. Okay, that's one. Second, why the name is Telusko-servlet? So basically the name should be something-servlet. Now what is that something? The name of your servlet name. So since it is Telusko here, and that's why in the error itself it is saying Telusko. That's the reason we got Telusko-servlet. So if you give a different name here, if you say A, it will be a-servlet.xml. Okay, so we have to get that file, but where? In the web INF. So we'll right click here, we'll say new. Okay, so we need to create a XML file. So select XML here, click on next, and okay, what should be the name? As we discussed, the name should be Telusko-servlet.xml. Click on finish, and you can see we got this file here, and here we have to add a bean tag. Instead of typing that, let me just copy paste it. This is where you will specify the DTD for the beans we'll be creating, and we'll say beans. Okay, that's done. We have assigned the beans tag, and now we have to do some configuration. The first thing is we have to mention to the dispatcher servlet where are my controllers. Second, we have to mention, hey, we are using annotation for the controllers, and third is the path. So let's go step by step. The first one is we have to specify the context. We have to specify the package, in fact, the base package. So for that, I'll be using component scan. It is ctx:component scan, and you can see it is asking for the base package. So you just have to mention in which package you have all the controllers. Okay, so in general, I can specify com.telusko. You should be very specific here, but that's fine. They should work. The next thing you have to mention is you have to mention that we are using annotation configuration. So you have to say ctx annotation config. That's it. Okay, will this work? Let's try. So after doing all this configuration, let's try. Let's see what happens. Yes, restart the server. Okay, just calling that page. Oh, this time we got a different error. Okay. Maybe we are running a very wrong file here. Let me just run the application. Yeah, so you can see we got a different error this time. It says something not found. Okay, for not for. Now what is not found? It says there's no mapping for get index. Oh, there's no mapping for the index. It's because we are calling the controller. You can see it is calling the controller. It is no mapping for the index. It is there. Okay, it is there. The only thing is it is not able to find the extension and the path. Because if you move this index.jsp to web app, and if you write .jsp here, it will work. But I want to specify the path as well. And to do that, we have to create a bean, and then this bean will have a class. So the class who is responsible to do that is internal resource view resolver. Now this belongs to a particular package which you have to mention. So you have to mention the entire path here. That's bad. Okay, this is the entire path we have to mention, and then we have to close this. That's your bean tag. Now in this bean tag, now this here, which is internal resource view resolver, is responsible to search for the view and to give the extension and to specify the path. And to achieve that, we have to specify two properties. The first one is prefix, as we are talking about prefix. The prefix I want to have is, we'll say value. So they are in the view, right? So we'll say slash views slash. We have to specify the path. The only thing you have to mention now is the extension, and to do that, you guessed it right, we have to use suffix. So we'll just paste it here, and this will be suffix. Okay, the value will change. So the value here will be .jsp. That's it. So whatever you have done in the configuration in Spring Boot, the same thing is done here. We might have to add one more property here for the JSTL. Now, since in our code, we are using JSTL, so let's make it supportive. So I will say property, and we'll say view class. So the view class I want to go for is JSTL view. And to achieve that, we'll say org.springframework. So this is the path. So it is org.springframework.web.servlet.view.jstl view. Okay, I'm tired now. I guess it is done. Let's try. I hope this should work now. Let's relaunch the application. Okay, something worked. Let's go back to the page here and say, hey, I want to call the home page, and now we got another error. It says class not found. JSTL is not there. That means we have to also add the JSTL now. Okay, so let's try this. Let's go back to here. Let's go back here and let me just remove the property for time being. Relaunch, go back here. Okay, it's working without that. Let's try. So you go back here and say 4 is my ID and my name is Naveen. Click on submit. Oh, it is working. Can you see that we got AID 4 and name is Naveen. So we got welcome back alien as well. So everything is working, and this time we are using normal MVC. We are not using Spring Boot. So let me just go for a quick recap what we have done till now. So basically we have this home controller. But as we are working with Spring MVC, the first request, in fact, we are working with web project, the first request will go to the web.xml. This is where we are saying whenever you send a request will go to Dispatch Servlet. And to configure that, we have this file which is Telusko-servlet. So this is the configuration for Dispatch Servlet where you are mentioning two things, the component scan, annotation, and the most important is the view resolver, in which this part is not required. If you want to write that, you have to also add dependency for JSTL. Let's not do that here. And you can see we are specifying prefix as views and suffix as .jsp, and everything is working. It's simple. So that's it from this video. Now once we have seen how to create a simple Spring MVC application, let's get back to Spring Boot, because that's where we want to learn some more advanced concept. Now this is the project which we were talking about before, right? The demo project, which is Spring Boot application basically. So you can see it also says it's a boot application. So what I want here is I want to have some more features. So before that, let me just run this code once again just to verify what we have here. So I will say run as Spring Boot app. Okay, so let's run this, and you can see it is asking you for two things, the name and the ID. So I will say ID is 101, let's say rows. And if you click on submit, you can see it's working. We got 101, we got rows. It also says welcome back aliens. Okay, what I want now is we are only sending data, and that if you see, the data has been sent using a get method. So normally when you send data from an HTML page to the server, it goes in, you can call it with the help of get method or a post method. So in the get method, you actually pass the data in the URL. Okay, that's something we don't want, because whenever you send data to the server, you should always use post. Whenever you fetch data from a server, you should use get. So here in this scenario, if you look at the pages which we built, the index.jsp here, it is asking you, it is sending the data to the server. So in this case, instead of using get, we should be using post. And the way you can do that is by mentioning method is equal to post. So now you will be sending data in a post format. So let me relaunch the application. So I'll get back to the browser, and here you will say refresh. Okay, where is that? Refresh. And now I'll be sending, let's say 101 and rows. And if you click on submit now, you can see in the address bar, we don't have it. We don't have those values. So it's going there with the help of post request. But what is happening on the server side? So if I open my home controller, this method, which is add alien, accepts both the request, the get and the post both. Okay, now the amazing thing is, request mapping does both, right? But then what if you want to support only one? You can do that, you can mention that. So what I will do is I will say, instead of using request mapping, in fact, there is one more way. You can have one more attribute here. So you can say value is equal to the value which you have. And then you can give a comma here by specifying the method. And you can see the method is, so you can mention method equal to request method dot get. Now, when you say get, it will only support get now. So if you send a post request, this will not work. And if you want to use post, just mention dot post. It will only work with post now. So that's how you can restrict. So you can say post or get. You can be very specific in this case. This is one way. The another way of doing that is instead of using method stuff here, we can actually change this request mapping to, we have one more annotation here which is known as get mapping. Now get mapping is same as request mapping with method get. So it will only work with get now. If you want to use post, we can also use post mapping. So basically we have three things. We can use request mapping, which supports both. We can use get mapping, which only supports get. And we can use post mapping, which supports post. So that's how we can be very specific in this case. So that's how we use get and a post in this scenario. In fact, we'll also use get in the next video. So till this point, we are only using post mapping, right? We were sending data. But what if you want to receive data? So what I'm talking about is, let's say if I go back to this index.jsp, and this is where we have this button which will send data, but I also want a button which will receive data. Okay, or instead of having a button, let's go to URL and say I want to fetch a data. So let's example, if I go to Safari again, and here instead of having the colon 8080, I will say I want a data about an alien. So I will say get alien. Now when you say get alien, or maybe I can say get aliens, which will give you all the aliens. So I will say get aliens in this case. So this get aliens, oh, it is redirecting to me to Google. We don't want that, but that's fine. So I want to return the alien names, the list of aliens. Of course, I can use static list here. So let's do that. So I will go back to my home controller, and let's create a method which will accept get aliens. In fact, I don't need this add anymore, just to reduce the number of lines we have in the code. So I will go back here and I will say public string, and the method name would be get aliens. Again, as I mentioned, you can use any name, doesn't matter. And we don't want to return string. Do you want to return string? Yeah, let's return a string. So let's return the list of aliens in a string format. And there's one more thing. If I go back to alien, we want to do one more change here. The change is inside this alien, I want a constructor because I don't want to create an object and assign the value using setters getters. Let's use constructor here. So I will say source generate constructor using field, both the fields. Okay, so once we got the constructor, let's go back to the code. Now here I want to create certain aliens. Before that, I just want to return some blank string so that you can just avoid the error. And I want to call this whenever someone requests with a get request, and the URL which I want it to work here is get aliens. So here let's create a list of aliens. So I would say list of aliens. I will say this is aliens equal to, okay, let's import the package for list. I will say control space the list, and here let me create arrays dot as list because I don't want to say new array list. This is shortcut way of creating multiple lists here. And you will say new alien, and let's say 101 comma Naveen. That's the first alien we got. Then we give a comma, and again I will say an alien. We can have one more alien here, which is 102. And I will say rows. So you can see we got two aliens. We got a list of two aliens, and let's return this list here. So I will say return aliens dot toString because I'm sending that data in a string format. So we have to convert that into string format. Again, I'm not even converting this into JSON. Okay, my bad, I know. I'm just converting that into a string. Okay, so if this works, let me just relaunch the application. Okay, so it says restarted. Let me just go back to the thing here. Okay, now I want to request for get aliens. So slash get aliens, enter. And oh, we got an error. It says, oh, there's a problem here. Can you see that? If you look at the error properly, it says it is not able to find. So there's a 404 error. It says not able to find view, and we got the answer. You can see that we got a list in the text format, and it is searching for that page.jsp. You know why? Because by default in Spring MVC, whatever string you return, it gets returned in the format of name. Whatever you return, it will be trying to search for the name of it. We don't want that. We want to call a page. So we did that mistake. We should not be returning a list here. We should be returning the page which will display this. So let me just return a page. I will say show aliens. We don't have this page as of now. We need to create one. So let's quickly create a page of JSP. So I will say new, and I want to create a JSP file with a name show aliens.jsp, and here I want to display that result. So I will say $aliens. I want to print aliens here. That's it. Or maybe I will just simply print result because I don't care what we are sending. I just want to print whatever we are sending from the client side. I want to have one more thing. I just want to say is EL ignored, just so that in case if my Tomcat says, hey, I will not be supporting EL, let's do that. So let's say is EL ignored, false. Okay, everything looks good now. I hope this time, oh, it will still give you error because we have not added that in a model. Okay, let's do that. So I will say model M, and here I will say model.add attribute. As I mentioned, you can also use model map here. We discussed that before, right? And I will say this is result, and this is aliens. That's it. Let's relaunch the application. So let's go back here and say enter. Can you see that we got the output? So we got the data from the server, and this time we are sending a get request. So you can see this is your post request and this is your get request. So if you want to work with get, we say get mapping. Okay, but let me just add one more twist. What if you want to fetch a particular alien, not just all the aliens, you want only one alien, let's say 101 or 102. How can we do that? And that too, I want this data to be coming from database. Oh, we are having so much of restrictions here, right? Okay, so first of all, let's try to get one data and we'll see the database part later. So that we'll see in the next video, how do we fetch one particular data.
Spring project has a lot of modules, right? We have talked about Spring Core, which talks about dependency injection. We have Spring MVC, which talks about how can we implement MVC pattern with the help of run controller in Spring. And then we have also worked with Spring REST that we'll see in the future videos. But what about the database? What if you want to connect your Spring application with database? Now, even it doesn't matter is it Spring, we normally if you want to connect with Java, a normal Java application with database, we have to use JDBC, right? Now, we all know the pain of JDBC because in Java world, we work with objects, right? So we have to convert our objects into data, which will be stored in a table format. To solve this problem, we got ORM, which is Object Relational Mapping. So imagine a class here and a table here. So we can map it, right? Because the class name will be your table name. We have some fields in your class, you'll be having certain variables. So you can map those variables with the table column, right? But what about the data? What about the rows there? Now for one class, we can have multiple objects. In the same way, one table can have multiple rows. And each object here will represent one row there. Think about this. Let's say we have alien object, and alien will have three variables, AID, a name, and let's say age. So we can have all this in a table columns. So if you create the first object for alien with three different values, that will be one row there. If you create second object with three different values, that will be the second row there. And that's how we can do the mapping, and that's where ORM is very famous. But how do we implement ORM? And that's where we have JPA, which is Java Persistent API. Now, the actual implementation for JPA, maybe we can use Hibernate there. So that means we have to build the application, we have to work with Hibernate and a lot of configuration. Can we use all those things in Spring? And the answer is yes, because Spring provides you dependency injection. So the instance for Hibernate can be created in Spring Framework. And that can be done with the help of Spring ORM. So basically you are using a Spring application, you are using Hibernate, which connects with MySQL, which connects with database. So we have a huge chain there. So we have Spring, we have Hibernate, MySQL and database. In between, you will also have Spring ORM, which will connect these two. Right now, the advantage would be, so the instance creation will be done by Spring ORM for Hibernate. The configuration will be done in the Spring configuration. Next, what about transaction? What about begin transaction, commit transaction will be handled by Spring transaction. So how exactly that works, we will see in the practical video.
So let's try to implement the database connection here. So what you're trying to do is when you run this application, and that too we are doing it in normal Spring MVC, we are not doing it in Spring Boot now. So yes, when you talk about normal Spring MVC or normal Spring, we have to do a lot of configuration. So just be with me because in this video we are going to do a lot of configuration. So let's get started. The first thing is when you say you want to connect with database, we have two options. You can use normal JDBC or we can work with Hibernate. Now, since we work on big applications, it's better to go with Hibernate because it can handle your transactions in a good way. You can achieve ORM here. So let's do that. So what I will do is the first thing we need is we have to go to the pom.xml file and we need to add certain dependencies. So basically we have to add approximately 4 more dependencies here. In fact, 5, I guess. So let's get started. The first one we have to add is, now see, when you work with Spring MVC and if you want to work with Hibernate, you need Hibernate core dependency. That's very important. Now, when you say you need Hibernate core, where you will go? So you have to go to the Maven repository. So you have to go to this website, which is mavenrepository.com, and here you have to search for Hibernate core. So when search for Hibernate core, you can see the first link is Hibernate core. You can select that and you can pick up any version. I preferably go with the latest one because it has a good number of usage. Let's copy that and go back to your application and paste. That's the first dependency we have added. We have to add some more because when you say you want to connect Spring and Hibernate, now Hibernate being a ORM framework, you need to add a dependency to connect Spring and Hibernate here. which in this case is Spring ORM. So ORM will be sitting between Hibernate and Spring. So let's open that. I'll go with 5.1.4 because that's the Spring version we are working on. Copy this and go back and paste. Even this is done. Now what next? Now when you say you are working on Spring and Hibernate, whenever you work with Hibernate, we have to handle transactions. So you have to begin transaction, you have to commit transaction. But what if you want Spring to handle it? And that's where we can use Spring transaction. So we just have to add one more. Okay, we have to add few more, but let's go step by step. So we have to add Spring transaction because this will handle the transactions for you. So let's paste it. We have added Hibernate because we want to use Hibernate here. We added Spring ORM because we want to connect Spring and Hibernate. We want Spring to handle the transactions, and that's why we are saying Spring transaction. Okay, now we need two more. Okay, last two. The first thing is when you say you have a database, of course, you need to install some database, right? Now in this machine, we have already installed MySQL. Again, we'll see the setup, how to install MySQL and how to configure it. So we'll see what is MySQL and how to open MySQL Workbench and from where you can download it. But then in this machine, I've already configured it. So the thing we need here is the MySQL connectors. So the setup we are using is MySQL. So we have to use MySQL connector. And for that, we have to download MySQL connector. So in case if you are using some other DBMS, let's say Postgres or Oracle, make sure you use that particular connector. So I'm downloading MySQL connector. Let's copy that. I will go with this version which looks stable. Copy and go back here and paste. Okay, when this is done, now all this dependency takes time to get downloaded from the Maven repository. But since in this machine I've already done that before, so it is getting from the local repository. Now, when you work with Hibernate, when you work with databases, we need to create some connection pool, maybe 10 connections at a time, 5 connections at a time, and we have to configure them. So to configure this type of pooling and to use pooling in the project, we need to use certain external jar files or maybe a third-party pooling service. So to use that, to use third-party service here, we will be using C3P0. Again, you can choose whichever service you need. This is my favorite, C3P0, because it works. Let's use this one. I will prefer the latest one. Copy and go back and paste. So you can see we have added all the dependencies and job is done. Just to give you a summary, we have added these dependencies: the Hibernate code, Spring ORM, Spring transaction, MySQL connector, and C3P0. Okay, once we have added all the dependencies, what next? Now we have to configure Hibernate, because just by saying we are using Hibernate, it will not automatically connect with database, right? We have to configure it. And to do that, where do we configure this? And we have done that before, right? So if you want to do any configuration, we have this very favorite file, which is Telusko-servlet. This is the dispatcher servlet configuration file. You can add the configuration here itself. Now, first of all, we are using Spring transaction, right? So in this beans, we have to also add a TX. You can see we have MVC, we have context, but nowhere we have TX. So let's add that. Now this TX, we can simply copy this line and paste it here. MVC will become TX, and here as well we have to say TX. That's done. We need to add the thing here as well, so we will be copying this one, and let's do that here itself. In fact, we can add it anywhere we want, but let's do it here. So instead of MVC, again we have to say TX. Instead of MVC, we have to say TX. I could have easily copied from somewhere and pasted it here, but I wanted to show you how can you do it by yourself without copying. So this is done. Next, we have to add certain configuration. Now, when you say certain, there are a lot of configurations. So what I will do is, instead of typing everything, now it's time to copy paste. So you can see I have copy pasted a lot of stuff. Don't worry, I will explain each and every line here. Now, the first thing you need is, we are saying, let's go bottom up. So the first thing we need is, we want to handle transactions, right? So we want someone to take care of transaction. In this case, we are saying, hey, Spring, you will take care of the transaction. Spring will say, okay, I will do it, but I need some configuration. So you're saying, okay, if you want to handle transaction, I will create an object of my transaction manager. In fact, this is an object of Hibernate transaction manager. So how do we create the object of this? So it's very simple. You just have to create a bean. So we are creating an object of Hibernate transaction manager. And then we are saying the ID name is my transaction manager. So this one is dependent on this bean. But if you want to create this bean here, we need to create object of session factory. Now, when you learn Hibernate, we have a concept of session factory, right? So we work with multiple sessions, and all these sessions are created by session factory. That means we have to create object of session factory here. So let's set the property as session factory, but unfortunately, we don't have the object yet. So we are creating the object of session factory here. So you can see it says bean session factory. Now this session factory is the object of local session factory bean. The amazing thing is, as a programmer, we are not instantiating them. I mean, we are not creating object of them. It will be created by Spring Framework, thanks to dependency injection. So you can see we got the object of this one, but it needs certain properties. The first property is data source. Now this data source will have all the configuration of database. What is a database? I mean, which DBMS you're working with? What is a username? What is a password? How many size pool you need? All those stuff will be done in this my data source. That's one. The next thing you have to mention is in which package you have all the entities, because normally you work with Hibernate, you have to specify entities. Every table need one entity. Next, you have to set some Hibernate properties. One of them is MySQL dialect. So based on which DBMS you're working with, you have to set up this one. So if you're using Oracle, you have to use Oracle dialect. If you're using Postgres, you have to use Postgres dialect. We are using MySQL, so let's say MySQL dialect. And we also want to see the SQL query in the console. So once you run the code, I want to see the query in the console. And for that, we have to set this particular property. Great. But then we have still not created the object for my data source, so it is still missing. And you can see that's we have done here. So we are saying we need my data source. This is the object of combo pool data source. Now from where you're getting this, remember we have added this C3P0. In this, we have to do certain configuration. The first one is we have to set up the driver name, JDBC URL, the way you work with normal JDBC, and the username and password. I know I should not be revealing password on the internet, but that's fine. This is the local machine password, so that's fine. That's my MySQL password in this machine. Okay, so this is the configuration which you have to do. I know it's clumsy, but that's how you work on Spring, right? Now, this is not something you'll be doing every day, right? So this is something you'll be doing only once. The moment you work on project, every day you will add some new features to the project, but this thing will remain same. Yes, you will be doing some minor changes in future, but as of now, this works. Okay, but then what else we have here? So will this work? Of course not, this will not work. Let's go back to home controller and we need to do certain configuration. So if you remember, we were supposed to accept the request for get alien and then get aliens. We need to add that, but how will you do that? That we'll see in the next video. Now, when you say you want to work with database, of course you need MySQL for that, right? Of course, depend upon which DBMS you work with. So in this course, we are working on MySQL. So how do you install MySQL? It's very simple actually. Just search for MySQL download. This will take you to the official website of MySQL. Now, based on which OS you're working on, maybe Windows, Linux, or Mac, it will give you those options here. Okay, so you can see we are into downloads, and here we have option of community edition. So basically, if you are using it for free, so make sure that you use community version. In the community version, you can install two things. In fact, we need two things here. The first thing you need is a community server. And the second one you need is the MySQL Workbench. Now, MySQL Workbench will behave like the GUI for your application. So I will say download on this one and download on this one as well. So two downloads. This is the community server. Now, based on which OS you're working on, maybe Mac OS or Linux, you can select that. Now, which one to choose? Of course, based on which OS you use, you can select that. Click on download. Now, this will download the MySQL server. So you can see it is downloading. The second setup we need is MySQL Workbench, and this will be your, the GUI. So now click on download. So you can see both this will take some MBs. So it will take some time. Okay, so you can see we got both this setup. The first thing you have to set up is the MySQL server. When you click on this one, now depending upon which OS you use, we will have different steps, but it's quite simple. You just have to say next, 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 nothing fancy. So you can click on continue, you can click on continue, continue, agree, continue, install, the same steps, and you have to enter the password here for your machine if you're using Mac. Okay, setup done. Now once you have done this setup, it will also prompt you for the configuration. Now since in my machine I already have the configuration, it is not prompting me. So in the configuration, the only thing it is important here is the password. So make sure that you give a proper password. Now once you have done with the setup, you have to install MySQL Workbench. So you can see if you're using Mac, it will give you this step. But again, if you're using Windows, it's quite simple, right? So you can see I've installed MySQL. Let me open that now. So I'm opening my MySQL workbench. Now this is the first screen you will see. And then you have to click on this one if it is available. Otherwise, you have to click on plus connection here, where you have to mention in the host name as localhost and whatever port number you have configured during the configuration. By default, it is 3306. And then you have to enter the password. Click on OK and test the connection. If it is successful, that's great. You can go ahead, click on OK. I have to give a proper name. I will say this is try. Okay, so you can just click on this and you will see your MySQL workbench. Now here we have to get a database, right? So the query you have to type here to create a database, it's very simple. You have to say create database Telusko. The amazing thing is I already have the database here, so I will not be executing this. The next thing you need is the table. So I will say create table alien. Okay, before this, you have to also say use Telusko because that's how you specify that you want to use the database. So we'll say create alien. This will have two fields. One is a ID of type integer, and second one is a name which is of type varchar2 or varchar20, which is the size. And then we have to also insert data. So we'll say insert into alien values. You will insert, let's say insert two values, 101 comma Naveen. And the second one, you can simply give a comma here. You can say 102 comma, and you can say this is, let's say, rows. So we got this two data here. And then you can also hit this select query. So you can select star from alien. The thing is, I already have this thing in my database. If you want to execute this, click on this symbol. I just want to say select star from alien because I know it is there. So I will first say use and execute. You can see we have 101 Naveen and 102 rows in this database. Now, once you have your MySQL ready, let's fetch this data in your code. Once we have added the dependencies, which is all the dependencies here, and then we have also done the configuration. And then on the other side, we also have a backend ready with us, which is your MySQL database. In fact, MySQL DBMS, in which we have created a table, which is aliens. So how do we connect it? Now, first of all, if you want to connect with a database, you need a layer. So in fact, it's not compulsory, but then that's a general thing we use. Whenever you want to connect with a database, we normally create a DAO layer. So the way you can do that is very simple. You just right click on your project. In fact, right click on your package here and say new. I want to create a new class, and this will be a alien DAO. Now, for every particular table, so let's say if you have multiple entities in your database, let's say you have alien table, you have accounts table, you have user table. What you can do is you can create a separate layer, a separate DAO for each of the tables there. In fact, you'll be having different entities as well. So the moment you talk about Hibernate, we have to put entities as well. So that's your alien DAO here, which is a DAO layer. In fact, DAO stands for Data Access Object. So this is the class where you will have all the methods using which you can access the database. Normally, I'm talking about the CRUD operation, create, read, update, and delete. Okay, I want this to be in a package name as DAO. Again, not compulsory, you can use any package name there. In fact, the moment you start using Spring Boot, in Spring Boot, we don't refer them as DAO, we refer them as repositories. Your choice, you can still use DAO or you can name it as repository. Let's continue with DAO and click on finish. And you can see we got a DAO class here. Now what we want here. Now we want certain methods, right? The first method we need is, in fact, what I'm trying to fetch. I'm trying to fetch all the aliens. You can see here we are trying to, in the home controller, we have this method which is get alien. In case if it is not there in your code, make sure that you copy this from the code which we have done in the earlier sessions, the Spring Boot videos. So you can copy that. The only thing is in the attribute, we have not assigned anything because we don't have the values. So what I want is, I want to fetch values. I want to fetch the aliens with the help of getAlien method. So here as well, inside the DAO, let me create a method as getAliens. So I will say public, which will return me the list of alien. And then this will be method name as getAliens. Of course, you can have any method name, but this makes much more sense. Let me import the package for both. So list and alien, done. And here we have to return the list of aliens. Now, first of all, from where you will get it. Now, since we are working with Hibernate, in Hibernate, we have this amazing feature called as Session Factory. Because to fetch data, we have to use sessions, and to use sessions, we have to use Session Factory. So let's use it here. So I will say private Session Factory, and here will be Session Factory. Okay, that's done. Now, once you got Session Factory here, we have to import the package for that. Package imported. Now, once you got Session Factory here, let's use Session Factory to fetch the data. So before using session factory, we have to create session object equal to. Now, how do you create a session? Now, first of all, you don't have to create this session. You just have to use the existing session created for you. So in the container, we have the session available, just use it. And the way you can do that is by saying session factory with the object of session factory dot. There's a method which is get current session. So it will not create the session for you. It will use the existing session. Okay, once you got the session object, I can simply fetch the values. But how do you fetch the values? In fact, this session object here, which is if I type session here, and the moment I say dot, you can see it has so many methods. One of the methods we have is get. Now, if you want to fetch one particular element, you can use get. But what if you want to fetch all the elements? And that's where we will be creating a query. So I will say create query. In this create query, you have to type the query. I will say from alien. This is JPQL, or you can say HQL, and you can specify the alien.class, the type of data you're trying to fetch. So what this will do is this will create a query which will return you, which will talk to the database, which is Telusko, and will fetch all the aliens. Now, if you want to convert that data into list, you can simply say dot list here. So it will give you the list from the table. And then since it is giving you the list, we have to save the list somewhere. So I will say list of alien. Let me call it as aliens equal to. So whatever data we are receiving from here will be saved in list alien. And once you got it, once you got your alien, you can simply return it. That's what we want to do, right? We want to return all the aliens. Okay, that looks fun. I mean, I hope it will work. But there's one more thing. Whenever you say you are creating object of session factory, we have to provide auto-wire here. But you want to be thinking how Spring will create object of it automatically. Actually not. If you see the configuration, in the configuration, we have created the bean named as session factory. So when you say auto-wire, you will get this particular object. Okay, so nothing is happening automatically here. You are doing some stuff. Let's go back to alien DAO. I guess everything will work. Actually, no, everything will not work. The thing is, okay, in fact, first of all, let's run this code and let's see what errors you get. Now, to run this code, first of all, you need object of alien DAO here because you want to fetch all the aliens. So I will say alien DAO, and then I will name this object as DAO. I don't want to say new alien DAO here because I want to use Spring feature. And to achieve that, we have to say add component here if you want Spring to create object of it. And here we can use our favorite auto-wired so that it will give you the object, existing object. Oh, we already have it here. I guess I've done that before. So this is what you need. You need object of alien DAO. And once you got it, you can just go back here and say DAO dot. The method name is get alien. It will give you all the aliens and your job is done. Hopefully. Let me just relaunch the application and let's see what happens. In fact, I should run this once. Okay, something is happening. It is trying to connect to database, I guess. That's why there's nothing wrong here. Now, if I try to fetch, if I say get aliens, the request, I will say enter. Oh, we got an error. It says could not obtain transaction synchronized session for current thread. What went wrong here? The thing is, when you say you are trying to work with session, you're trying to fetch data. The thing is, whenever you work with database, we need to handle transactions. Okay, it simply means before doing any stuff, you need to begin the transaction. And after you have done everything, you have to commit the transaction. So in Hibernate, we do that manually. We say begin transaction, we say commit. But since we are using Spring here, Spring ORM, you don't have to do that by yourself. You can simply use annotation here. So the annotation name is transactional. So the moment you say transactional, it will say, hey, I will take care of all the transaction beginning and commit. That's great. Our job is done. Let's relaunch it. Let's see what other different error we get this time. And let's say enter. So as expected, I'm expecting an error here, but let's see. And we got an error. It says, can you see that we got a different error this time? It says alien is not mapped. The thing is, when you work with Hibernate or ORM tool, we have to make sure that your model classes are actually entities. That's how you can connect your table with your class. And the way you do that is by using @entity on top of it. And here as well, you have to say @id, which defines your primary key. So you have to specify two things, the table as entity, the class as entity, and the primary key as ID. That's done. I hope this will work. This time I'm not expecting any error, but you never know. Let's go back here and say enter. And we got what? Nothing is coming. Yeah, so we got the output. Can you see that? We got all the aliens. Now in database, we only have 2 rows, and that's why we got 2 data here. But if you have more rows, it will give you that. The amazing thing is in the console, you can actually see the select query. So we have done that, right? So in the properties, we have mentioned that we want to see the SQL. If you don't want to see that, simply say false. It will not show the SQL in the console. Let's verify with database. Do we have it there? So you can see that these 2 records are there. So that's how we can fetch all the aliens. But what if you want to fetch 1 alien? What if you want to add a new alien? That we'll see in the upcoming videos. Now once we know how to fetch all the aliens, we want to fetch 1 particular alien. Can we do that? In fact, we also want to add a new alien to the database. So if you see database now, we only have 2 records. We have 101 Naveen and we have 102 Rose. So in this video, first we'll try to add the alien and then we'll see how to fetch 1 particular alien. The amazing thing is we already have this add alien method here. We just need to say, hey, Spring ORM, just add 1 particular alien for me. Now, in fact, if you see the homepage as well, which we have it here, when you say submit, we'll call this particular method here, and then which also accepts the alien object. Okay, that simply means we need to save it somewhere. In fact, before that, I just want to do one more thing. Instead of calling result page, I want to call show aliens page, because let's stick to it. Let's use this one particular JSP file here. In this JSP, we are simply printing result. That means if you want to call it, you also have to assign to a result. In fact, we'll be using the same stuff. Maybe we'll not need it that. We just need to add the model object, which we have it here. But that will be with name A, right? I want to have the name as result. So what I will do here is in the bracket, in double quotes, I will say this is result. Okay, that's done. But then I also want to save that in database, right? So of course, for that, we have to call dow.save. So you have to say dow dot, there should be a method named as add alien. Unfortunately, we don't have any method which is add alien here. So that means we have to go to our alien dow, and this is where we have to create a method named as add alien. Let's do that. So let's go back here and say public. Are we expecting something here? No. So I will simply say void and I will say add alien. This add alien will accept a particular alien. So I will say alien. Now, since we are accepting here, we'll also have to send it, and we have done that here. Let's go back to our code. And now how do we set it? So of course we have to repeat this statement. So we have to fetch the session object. Let's copy and paste. And then with the help of this session object, we can save it. Now the amazing thing is this session has a method named as save. You just need to pass the object. Your job is done. In fact, before saving, we have to start the transaction and we have to end the transaction. And that can be handled with the help of add transactional annotation. And job done, right? It's so simple. We are simply adding one extra method with this feature and job is done. Let's go back to our controller just to verify. Everything looks cool. Let's run this code. Let's see what happens. So I guess server got restarted. So what I will do is I will try to call the home page, refresh, and that's our home page. Here I will try to add one more alien, which is 103. And this time the name would be, let's say, Kiran. And if I click on submit, okay, so there is no error. You can see we got the alien as 103 and the name is Kiran. Now if you look at the console, it says insert into alien. That means we are able to fire the insert query. Just a final confirmation. Let's go back to database because we are still not sure, right? If you refresh this code, you can see we got 103 Kiran. That means it is working. So it is so simple to add the element in the record. So we have done with fetching all the values. We are done with adding one value or one alien. How can you fetch one particular value? So let's do that. So we'll go back to home controller, and here I want to have one more using which you can ask for one particular alien. Now for that, I just want to do one more thing. In the index.jsp, we forgot to add the line which was there earlier. So if you remember, we added this in the Spring Boot project. The same thing we need here, paste. So it will ask you for one particular alien, and when you click on submit, it will call get alien. Okay, so that means in the controller, we need one more, which will be get alien. So I will just copy this code, paste it here, and this one will be get alien, and this is also get alien. Now, when you say get alien, you have to also accept a particular ID, right? So what I will do here is I will say at request param int AID. Now, since they have the same name, so we don't have to do it multiple times. I mean, we don't have to mention that name here. Okay, once you got AID here in DAO, the method name should not be getAlien. So it should be getAlien by passing one particular ID. So we're not passing all, we are passing only one ID. Unfortunately, we don't have this method in the DAO. Yes, of course, we can go there, we can create the method, or you could use a shortcut here. So you can click on this error and say, hey, create a method name as getAlien. So you can see we got the method name as getAlien. This method returns particular alien. So I will say one particular alien. But what should be the code here? So the code is very simple. Of course, you need a session object here as well. So I will say copy and paste. In fact, we should be saying code reuse, right? Okay, so let's create an alien object. I will say alien A is equal to, now this alien will be coming from database. So I will say session dot, the method name is get. So we have two methods. You can also use load here, or you can use get. So let me use get. In this get, we have to mention what type of object you're trying to fetch, the alien object. And the ID is whatever is coming from the user, which is AID in this case. So you got an alien here, and then here we have to say return A. So we are returning the alien. But again, we have to transaction, we have to commit transaction, and for that we'll be using @transactional. And I guess job is done. Let's verify once. Let's relaunch the application. And here in the output window, let me refresh the page. We got two forms here. The first form is for submitting the alien. The second one is the fetching for a one particular alien. I will say 102 and click on submit, and you can see we got rows. So it's that easy to work with database. You don't have to write complex queries. You don't have to do JDBC setup. Everything is done, right? And that's the power of Spring with Hibernate, and the combination of these two is Spring ORM. So I hope you are enjoying this. There's so much you can try it out. You can fetch one particular alien. You can add alien. You can also use load. Okay, so that's great. So that's it from this video. So till this point, we have seen how to connect Spring and Hibernate with the help of Spring ORM, and everything is awesome, right? But the only problem is the number of configuration which you have to do. First of all, we have to add dependency. That's fine. That actually makes sense to add all those dependency. But still, look at the number of dependencies which we have added. We have added all this dependency by ourselves. That's one issue. The second issue which I have is the configuration. Look at the configuration, and that too in XML. Yes, you can convert this into Java configuration, but still, as a programmer, we are focusing on configuration. We don't want that. We are programmers, we want to focus on logic. And that's where Spring Boot says, hey, you focus on convention, which is logic. I will focus on configuration. So let's do the same thing, whatever we have done here in Spring Boot. Now, of course, we need to specify all these properties, because this is not something Spring Boot can guess, right? Spring Boot don't know that we are using MySQL. Spring Boot don't know that what is your IP address and the database name. Spring Boot don't know your username and password. So in this case, we have to configure all this thing, but not in XML. In Spring Boot, we have this awesome file, which is property files, right? It actually makes sense to write everything there, and it is a bit easy. So let's go there and let's do all this stuff. You don't need to do that because Spring Boot will take care of it. So let's close this, and we don't need this anymore. Let's go back to Spring Boot application, which is demo in this case. And you can see we have home controller from where you will be accepting request. The only thing is till this point, we were returning the static content. We don't want that. We want to return the dynamic content coming from database. And then we have a model class here, which is alien.java. Now what is missing here is the repository, right? The DAO layer. That's something we have to create. So we have to create a DAO layer. What else? We have to add dependencies as well. But do we have to add all the dependencies? Technically, we don't need all. First of all, we need MySQL because you are connecting the application with MySQL. So let's do that first. So let's go to Safari, and now we want a MySQL connector. So just go to mavenrepository.com and search for MySQL connector. You can pick up any version you want. Of course, we are doing this from a long time now in this series. So now we know which one to copy. So let's copy this version and paste it here. So MySQL done. Now we need one more. Not Hibernate, not Spring Transaction, not all those dependency, but one which is Spring Data. Now Spring Data is something using which you can connect to database using Spring application. And it actually makes sense to use Spring Data when you work with Spring Boot. Again, I will tell you why. So what I will do now is let me add that dependency first. So I will go to again Safari, and here I will search for, in fact, you can open any browser. let's search for Spring Boot data. Now, when you search for Spring Boot data, this is the dependency which you have to add, Spring Boot data JPA starter. So let's click that. Now, which version select? So I will pick up any version because anyway, we will be removing the version number. It is mentioned globally. So let's paste it here after Spring Web. I don't want to mention the version number here because that's something we have assigned here. So not have to mention in every Spring dependency. So you can see I have added two dependencies here. The first one is Data JPA and second one is MySQL connector. Now, once you have done with that, what I will do is, let's go back to application. You can see nowhere I have configured anything for database, okay? But still, what do you think? Will this work? We just added two dependency. Normally in normal project, even if you add dependency, it is not compulsory for you to do the configuration. If you want to use them, then only you have to do the configuration. But that's not the case with Spring Boot. Example, if I run this application now, so let me say run as, let me just stop the other executions. I will say run as a Spring Boot app. So you can see we are getting an error. It says failed to configure data source URL. Oh, that's weird because nowhere in the application, you can check the entire source code here. Nowhere I'm talking about the database connection. We just added dependency. And that's where problem starts, because the moment you say Spring Data JPA in your project, it is compulsory for you to add, to configure the database connection. Otherwise it will not work. Oh, that's a compulsory. Oh, let's do it then. So let's go back to the application properties, and here we have to provide the configuration. Now, what configuration you ask? The first one, you have to mention the URL. In fact, first of all, we'll add the dialect. So when you work with Hibernate, see behind the scene, Hibernate is running it, right? So, or JPA Hibernate is running it. So we have to specify the dialect here. So let's say spring.jpa.properties. Why I'm typing all this thing when I can do the shortcut? So you don't have to type it, you simply have to say hibernate.dialect. That's weird, I'm not getting the entire stuff. Let me just type it here. Spring.jpa.properties.hibernate.dialect. Now, once you got the dialect, you have to specify the dialect name, which dialect you're actually working with. So I'm working with MySQL, but that belongs to org.hibernate.dialect.mysql5 dialect. Okay, so as your dialect changes, this will change. So if you're using Postgres, this becomes Postgres dialect. That's the configuration you have to do. Now the next three important. The first one is URL. Now when you work with JDBC, you know what we need. We need URL, we need username, and we need password. So let's assign that here. So I will say data source.url, the first configuration. So that is your JDBC :MySQL //localhost :3306 / database name is Telusko. The next one we need is username and password. So I will say username. So that's for data source dot username. Where is that? It's here. So username we want is root, and data source dot password in this case is 1234567. That's my database password. That's done. We have provided the configuration. We just want to solve this error first. So let's run this and let's see what happens. The moment you relaunch the application, now you can see we have not got any error. So the only thing we have done is we have added dependencies and we have configured the application.properties. Next step would be we need to create a DAO layer. Then we have to go to home controller. We have to use DAO layer. We have to also make sure that your alien class has entity annotation and at ID. But that will do in the next video. Now once we got our dependencies and then we have also configured our application.properties by specifying these four properties here, let's create our DAO layer. Now if you remember in Spring MVC as well, we were supposed to create a alien DAO class. But what we will do here is instead of creating a class, let me create an interface. I'll right click here. I will say let me create an interface and we'll name this interface as alien repo. Now you might be thinking, okay, so we got the interface here. We'll be writing some methods here. The CRUD operations, add alien, get alien. Maybe you can also try removing the alien. And then we will create some class which will implement this particular interface. That's what we are thinking about. Let's see that later. But what I will do is I will simply extend this class or this interface with another interface named as JPA repository. So this JPA repository will ask you for two things. One is it will ask you for the class which is alien in this case. And the second one, it will ask you for the type of primary key. In this case, we are using integer. Let me import the package. So you can see we have created the repo here. Okay, so the point is, if you got the repo, which is your DAO in fact, so once you got the repo, you have to create a class which will implement this interface. We'll do that in some time. Let me just go back to home controller, and now I want to instantiate the repo. And the way you do that is very simple. You say alien repo. Let's name it as repo itself, the way we have done for DAO. And let's write auto-wired. Now, one thing which is very important, if you want to instantiate this alien repo, you need a class, and we have not done that till now. Okay, let's keep it for later. Now, once we got the repo, we can simply perform certain operations here, right? We can call those methods. We'll do that, but before that, I want to go back to alien, and in alien, we have to specify that this is an entity, right? And then we have to also mention the @id annotation here. So that's done. Let's go back to home controller. Now, once you got the repo, let's first try to convert this get aliens here. So I don't want the static names. So let me remove that. So how will you get the aliens? It's very simple. You simply say repo dot. Now, of course, in the interface, you can see we don't have, or not this one. If you see the interface here, we don't have any method, but see the magic. The moment you say repo dot, can you see that? How many methods you got? In fact, we also have a method which is find all. Find all is a method which we have not declared, and we are not even defining it. Okay, so definition part is later, but how it is coming? We have not declared it. Now that's where this JPA repository is there. So when you say your interface extends JPA repository is a interface belongs to the Spring Data JPA library which we have added. And if you go there, you can see it has so many methods. All are declared. You can see we have find all, we have find all, we have find all by ID, we have, the list goes on, you know, we have get methods, we have remove. There are so many methods available here. If you can't find methods in this particular interface, even this interface extends another interface here. Some methods belong here. There's no method which is available here. Some methods are available in CRUD repository. And you can see we have some methods here. Okay, that's fine. You can just check them out later. So there are methods which are there in JPA repository which you are getting in alien repository. You will say, okay, but all of them are declared, right? None of them is defined. That means we have to define them. Now, is it a good thing or a bad thing to define all the methods? Okay, let's see that. So without defining the class, what do you think? Will this work? Of course not, right? In Java, we have learned if you have not defined stuff, of course, this will not work. Let's try. Let's relaunch the application and let's see what may go wrong. I will say run as, in fact, I just have to restart the application. So you can see we have not got any error. Maybe we will get a runtime error. Let's go back to application, refresh. There's no error till now. Let me fetch all the aliens. I will just go back to the address bar and I will say get aliens. I will say enter. Oh, we got the error. Okay, it's not something we have not got the error, but then this is not the error because of that alien repository. This is the error because it says no default constructor for entity. The thing is, when you have this class alien, which has a parameterized constructor, it also needs a default constructor since you are making it entity. We forgot that point. So let's create a constructor here. I'll just type it. If we don't want to write anything in that, that's why I'm just specifying this. Let me restart the application once again. Go back to the Safari and hit refresh. And can you see that? We got the output. I know that's weird, right? Because nowhere we have written the code for fetching the data. We have not implemented the interface, which is alien repo. And that's the magic. The library which we are working with here is the Data JPA. Now, Data JPA says, say everyone works on CRUD repository, right? Everyone works on CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. So when you have those operations, what if I can do it for you? So Spring Data JPA says, hey developer, you don't have to worry about those operations. I will do it. So it has certain classes which implements JPA repository, and it will take care of all the operations, the basic operations. And that's why we specify JPA repository, which will work with alien. So all the operations, finding, deleting, saving, everything you will get just because of this line, which is JPA repository. And that's the beauty. So yes, there is a class which implements this repository, but we are not defining it. It is done by Spring Framework. And that's why I'm in love with Spring Boot. So just let me just go for a quick recap what we have done. We have created this layer, which is Alien repository. You can imagine this is a DAO, which extends the JPA repository here. Now JPA repository is responsible to give you all the basic operations. In the application.properties, we have specified 4 properties. One, the URL, username and password, and the dialect. And that's it. We have one more. In Alien, we have to make sure that this is entity, this is @ID, and we got a default constructor. Now, if you compare this code with the code which we have written here, look at the DAO layer code. Look at the code. How many lines are there? In fact, we just have 3 methods here. What if you have save method? What if you want to have remove method? Save is there. What if you want to have update? So this code will go up. In fact, the idea is the more code you write, the more bugs you're adding in the software, right? And that's why Spring Boot is so awesome. You write less code and you get less errors. So that's it from this video, in which we have talked about Spring Data JPA. So now let's implement the get alien, which is fetching only one particular alien, and how to add a new alien. So we already have those methods here in the controller, right? We have get alien and then we have add alien. Now, first of all, we don't need this list anymore. Let's remove that. And here, instead of returning the static code which we have done, let's return the data from the repository. Now, we don't have to add any method in the repo because everything is coming from JPA repository. So what we'll do here is we'll say repo dot. Now, which method we use to fetch that? So we have a method which is get. So the method name is get1, in which you have to pass the ID, which is AID in this case. And that's it. Your job is done. It will give you that particular element. Let's also implement the same thing, or maybe let's run this code first. So let's relaunch the application. And in the Safari, let's go back to the home page. Let's say refresh. Now into fetch, let's say 103. Let's click on submit. And you can see we got Kiran. That's what we have in database, right? So this is working. And just look at the code. We are not doing much of the code, but everything is given by Spring Data JPA. So let's implement add as well. Now, what do you think? What should be done here? It's very simple, actually. You just have to say session, not you have to say repo dot. The method name, okay, we have to search for it. Now, what if you don't know the method name? So technically, it should be somewhere around save or add or something. So if you see, we don't have any method like with a. So let's try save. So it's save is there's a method name as save. We have to pass a. So now we are trying to save the alien object. Let me repeat, we are not doing any commit and rollback part here. Everything is done by Spring. So let's relaunch the application. In fact, in normal Spring MVC as well, we were using add transactional. So we were not doing those begin transaction, commit transaction part. So let's see in the Safari, let's refresh, and okay, this time we are adding it, right? So let's say 104, and this time we'll add, let's say, Mayur. Now, if you click on submit, you can see we got 104 Mayur. It is displayed in the page, but what about database? So let's go back to our MySQL and let's refresh. Can you see that we got 104 and Mayur? I guess I have entered the wrong spelling for Mayur. That's fine. But we got the data, right? That's important. So that's how we can add element, and that's how we can fetch a particular element. In fact, you can also try with remove. That will be assignment. How can you fire the query to remove something? Now, what if you want to fetch something based on some other parameter? So what I will do is, let me just go back to the index.jsp, and here, what if you want to fetch not based on the ID, but let's say based on the name, or maybe a table has a different parameter. When you say AID, that's a primary key, right? So it is very easy to fetch something with the help of primary key, and that's what your repo also suggests. In the repo itself, you specified the type of the ID you have, which is integer. But what if you want to fetch based on the name? Normally what happens is, in a table, you can have multiple aliens with the same name. How can you fetch something with name? Because if you go back to home controller, and if you, let's try this here. So if I say, let's say I want to fetch something, and we have this repo. The moment you say get, you can see it is asking you for the ID. It is not asking you for the name. Can we do that? Can we fetch something with the help of name? That we'll say in the next video. So let's try to find a particular alien with the help of name. Now, if you go back to your alien repository, we know that this extends JPA repository. And this JPA repository, by extending some other interface or it has certain methods in it, all the methods are related to the ID because that's how you find the element from the database, right, with the help of primary key. But now we want to fetch something not with the help of primary key. So what we are trying to do is, if I search for a particular alien, I'm not passing the AID, I'm passing a name. So what I'm saying is, let me just copy this code. Let me create another method, and this method name would be getAlien by name. Of course, you can have any name, doesn't matter, but let me just go with this name. So getAlien by name, and here as well, the request would be getAlien by name. I know it doesn't make sense to have in the URL, but that's fine. We can use the same thing. But you can have any URL, doesn't matter here, okay? So it's not that you have to follow this rule at this point. Now here, instead of having param as int, I will be having string, and this will be a name, right? So we are fetching with the help of a name. Now here with this repo, when you say get1, unfortunately, we cannot pass a name here because a name is not a primary key. So what to do? So what if I say, you can simply remove this part and you can say repo dot, you can see we have a method which is find by ID. So when you have an ID, you can find by ID. But now we have to say, hey, I'm not finding by ID, I'm finding by name. Just type it there. So you can say find by a name. That's it. And just pass a name here. But you can see we got an error. Of course, right? We don't have this method anywhere. And this is your own variable. Even JPA doesn't know that you want a name there. Okay, so what to do now? Now, since this method is not available in JPA, what if you create this method in your own repository? Let's create that. Let me just click on this and say create method find by name in the alien repo. You can see we got the method and this will return you. Okay, now the thing is, it is possible that in a database you might be having multiple aliens, not one. So in this case, let me just go with the list of aliens. And here as well, we need to return the list. Okay, let's go back here. And now, will this work? Now, of course, right? If you talk about all these methods which are available in JPA repository, if JPA says, I will implement all the methods, that's fine because it is its own declaration. They have their own definition. But now, this is our declaration, right? So that means now we have to get a class which implements alien repository to define this particular method. Okay, let's not do that. Let's run this code. Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get some errors. Let's run this code and let's go back to Safari. So this time I'm fetching an alien not by ID but by name. But we don't have a form there. We also need a form. So what I will do is I'll just copy this code and paste it here. This time I will say enter your name. And this will be get alien by name. Is it the same thing we have? Yeah, get alien by name. Let's go back here and anything mentioned. Yeah, so we have to mention it is a name in this case. Let's go back to the controller just to verify. Yes, we have a name, we have a name. Let's run this now. So let's relaunch the application. Go back to the home page, refresh. Okay. Oh, if you still not got the form, why? Oh, I'm in the wrong form. My bad. Let me just copy this and now since we have multiple projects, that's where the confusion starts, right? So let's go back to index.jsp here and paste. So now let's relaunch the application. So refresh and you can see we got enter by name. So I will enter name Naveen. Let's see if that works. Click on submit. Oh, it worked. Maybe it will not work with the second one. Let me just type Rose. Okay, it worked. Let me type some weird name. I will say Reddy. We don't have that in the database. Okay, we got empty list. That means it is fetching from database. And the amazing thing is it is working. And that's the magic of Spring JPA or Spring Data JPA. Now this thing here, it has a special feature and it is known as the query DSL. Now DSL stands for domain specific language, which means depending upon what variables you have, depending upon what properties you have, JPA will provide you the queries. But that doesn't mean you can use anything you want. You have to follow a particular thing here. So example, it should start with find by. You can't simply say anything else here. So it can be get by or find by. And then here, after that, this should be your variable name. The first letter has to be capital. You can't say a name or you can't say anything else. You can't even say name because we don't have a variable as name. The variable name is a name. So you have to follow that protocol. The first thing is you have to say find by or get by. Then you have to mention the variable name. You have to also pass the name which you are searching for. So that's how we can specify our own stuff. But what if you want to have something more? Let's say if you want to provide descending order, you can also do that. You can also say order by. If you got a list and you can, if you want to reverse it, you can do that. You can say order by a name. Let's say control space. Okay, but let's verify this once and go back to your Safari. I'm fetching by name. I will just submit. And you can see at least we got one name. But what if I go back to database, let me just insert some more. In fact, why from database? We can do it from here. Let's say it is 106 and let me add Naveen one more time. Oh, we have, how can I say order by Naveen? Because we only have one record, right? My bad. Let's try. So I will say submit and you can see we got two Naveens here. And first is 101, second is 106. So I will say order by AID.aname. Here as well, you have to change it. So I have to say order by AID. Let's relaunch and let me say refresh here. They are in sequence. Let's also say descending order. So that's what we do in the SQL, right? We say order by and then we also say DEC if you want to see in reverse. Okay, this is what we wanted, right? So you can see we got AID 106 as first and 101 as second. So that's how we can play with this. In fact, we can also apply or and here. So you can say find by a name and you can pass the first parameter. You can also say or find by a name with some other name. So you can try that. So you can have multiple methods available. So that's the beauty of query DSL here. So that's great. We have query DSL. We can have multiple methods here. But what if you want to have your own query? Can we have our own queries here? That we'll see later. Till this point, we have seen how to work with JPA repository. Now, JPA repository provides you certain features, right? You can create the resource, read, update, delete. But all this thing works with the help of primary key. But what if you want to fetch some data with some other parameter, which is not a primary key in this case? So yes, you can create those methods just by writing find by and mention the variable name. You can also specify, is it order by, is it like or not like or something like that. You can mention all those stuff. But what if you don't want to use methods, but you want to use the query? Okay, I'm not talking about SQL query here. We can do that. But what if you want to use JPQL? What if you want to use HQL? So this JPA repository or Spring Boot data provides you that feature. So what you can do is, if you want to use a query, it's very simple. First of all, what I will do is I will just come in this section. So I want to fetch the alien based on their name, but not using this method. So I want a different method name here. So I will say list of alien, and I will have the method name as find, just to show that it is not matching with any of the method which we have done before. And then in this, I want to accept a particular variable. So I will say string a name, the way we have done in the above code. Okay, so once we have done that, we have to do one more change. If you go back to your home controller, here as well, you have to mention the method name as find. So it's not anymore find by a name, order by something. We just have to mention find. Go back to alien repo. And now here, this will not work, right? Because we have not specified in the name what you want to fetch. In fact, what you want to pass. And is it order by or something? So in that case, you can specify the query here itself. And if you want to specify the query, we need to use a query annotation. So I'll be saying @query. Okay, you have to make sure that you're taking it from JPA repository. Now, once you got the query annotation, in bracket, you can specify the query which you want. Now, in this case, I'm using JPQL, so I'll be saying from alien. So I'm not using SQL where you have to say select star from stuff. You can simply say from alien where a name is equal to. Okay, now this the actual value is coming in the method itself, right? So whatever value you're receiving here from the controller will be passed in the query. So in that case, you have to use a placeholder. Now, if you are coming from JDBC, we have used prepared statement where you pass question marks. Here, we don't have to pass question mark. We have to use placeholders. We can say colon a name, right? But how do you specify that whatever is coming in the a name will be replaced here? Or maybe I will simply say name just to show the difference. So I want to specify this name is a placeholder for this a name. And the way you can do that is by using a param annotation. You have to make sure that it is coming from the repository, data repository again. And in the bracket, you have to mention the name using which you are fetching it. So its name. So whatever is coming in this A name will be assigned to this name at the runtime. Okay, that's what we have specified here. Let's verify if it is working. Let's relaunch the application, go back to our Safari, and now I'm fetching a particular alien. Click on submit, and it worked. Can you see that? It worked. So yes, we can use the methods or we can use query. In fact, the advantage with query, you can pass complex queries, okay? Not just this is simple, but try different complex queries here. So that's about how can we use query in JPA.
So when you say client and server, we have two different entities here. And normally we imagine that client will be a human. Normally that's what we do, right? So as a human, we go to different websites and we access the different resources available online. So basically there's a server there. Now server is responsible to send you data, and as a client, you consume data. Now as a human, we want data in a proper presented format. We don't want our data in XML or JSON or a plain text. We want our data with a good layout. Like HTML, we have images, we have marquees, we have headers, we have all these different amazing designs there. So basically, server is responsible to serve you HTML. But then now things are changing. Initially, when you say client and server, we were having machines and humans, right? So human will be client, machine will be server. But now we have two applications. Let's say if you are building two different websites or web resources or web services, now one web service wants to access data from the second web service. Now, mind you here, the first machine is a client, the second machine is a server. So in this case, even the client is a machine. Now, as a client, we don't want HTML, right? I mean, as a machine, we don't want HTML. We only want data. So if one service wants to access the second service data, it's only about data. It's not about the design. So let's take an example here. So let's say you have an Android app which will be showing you the current weather, okay? So now the thing is, your application will not know the exact weather for this particular area, or maybe in the weather in US, or maybe in specific area in India. So you're not sure exactly the values, right? So now here you will request the server. So we have different services available. So you can send a request to them by saying, hey, I want to know the current temperature. I want to know the current humidity. And this server will send you the data, not design, only data, because this app has a design inbuilt. So when you say you are sending data, so how it will request? So we only want data, but then you will simply say, okay, we can do that. So we can use servlet JSP, we can send request, it will return data. In fact, we can do that in normal Spring MVC as well. But we have second issue here. The second thing is, when we talk about servlet or JSP, we normally perform actions. If you remember, when we create forms, in forms we say action and we specify the name. Now that is your URL, and you also specify the action which you want to take. So one action will be having one URL. But then what if you don't want to depend upon action? You want to depend upon noun, okay? Something like this. So let's say you're going to a website. You have a website which provides you a lot of resources. It provides you all the employee names. It provides you all the account details and different stuff. Now, if you want employee details, instead of saying www.abc.com query is equal to employee, you can simply say www.abc.com/employee. Now, which makes more sense, having Q equal to employee or /employee, the employees, right? So you're specifically mentioning that you are going for a noun here. You want employees. So that's what we are going for. So we are going for a good URI with the help of nouns, and we are going for only data. Now this data will be basically the object state. Okay, so let's say on the server, we have a lot of objects and you want to send data. In fact, the Java we do that. So every object will be having data, and this is represented by some Pojo class. So if you just want to send the data, which is the current object state, so you're sending the state of the object, and that's why this can be done with the help of representational state, and we are transferring, so it will be transfer, and in short we call it as REST. Okay, so that's why we have this very famous API or the service named as RESTful Web Service or API. So this is an API which will give you data that will be representational state, okay, that will be we are sending to the client. In fact, client can also send data to the server. The amazing thing is, when you talk about MVC, when you talk about servlet JSP, we maintain sessions. So server is responsible to maintain some data, but that's not the case with REST. In REST scenario, what we do is, every request is stateless. Okay, so even server don't know that this client has sent the request before. So that means every request from a client will have all the data. You can't simply say, hey, I was there last week. You can't do that because server don't know you. Every request will be stateless. So in that case, if you want to, let's say if you want to maintain login, if you want to maintain some data that you want to inform server, hey, I was there last week, you have to send a token. Okay, so that means when you have sent the first request to the server will be giving you some token. So next time when you go to the server, you have to carry that token. So these are some things which are important when you talk about RESTful web service. So the first point is we are not working with actions, we are working with nouns, okay? So you will simply saying www.abc.com/employees/aliens/laptops, or even if you want to pick up a specific laptop, let's say the laptop of Lenovo, so you can simply say /laptops/Lenovo. It will only give you Lenovo laptops. Second, everything will be stateless, so you can't simply maintain session on the server. And we are talking about the state of the object here. But how will you implement that? So we are not going to use q equal to something. So we are not going to pass parameters in the address bar. And the client will not be a normal browser. Oh, there's one more important thing. When you say REST, it uses the inbuilt methods of the HTTP protocol. So we have certain methods, right? So we have get, post, put, and delete. So we'll be using these methods. So if you want to create a new data on the server, so normally we call them resources. Data will be resources. So if you want to create a new resource on the server, you will say post. If you want to update the existing resource, you will be using put. If you want to fetch the resource, you will say get. So we can use all these normal HTTP methods in REST API. But how exactly we can do that, we'll see in the next video.
Once we know the theory of REST, let's try to implement it. But hold on, we have an issue here. When you say you have a normal web application, so we have a server and then we have a client. So normally when we imagine client, we are talking about humans. But on the other side, when you talk about REST, it's more about a client server, but then here the server will provide you some content, but not a design or not in a format of HTML. So when you say client, it will be a machine or it will be an application. Now this application, we have to build it, maybe Android, maybe a website. But then since we don't want to do all those stuff, we don't want to do something extra, let's use a client which is provided by someone else. The client which we are going to use is specially used for REST testing or REST API use. The client name is Postman. In fact, we have so many REST clients available, but Postman is quite famous. I will say Postman. Initially, I was using it as a extension for a Chrome. You can see we still have it. I guess it is deprecated. So they recommend you to use this application. So it doesn't matter is it Windows or Mac, it still works on all the OS available. So if you click on this, so you can see you will get an option of download. So depending upon which OS you're working with, you can select it. So click on download and it is a simple installation, say next, and your job will be done. Now in this machine, I already have Postman with me, so I'll be using it. So it will take some time to download, so let's not use that. Let's use the existing version. So I'm launching the Postman which I have and it will ask me for login, okay? I will simply sign up with Google or sign in with Google. So I'm starting my Postman here. Okay, so it says the Chrome app is being deprecated. Okay, I know that. Close that and close this one. Now you can see this is how your Postman looks like. I guess I'm still using the Chrome extension, but that's fine. I will just install the new one for the next video. But as of now, this will work. The UI is same for everything. So you can see we have a history here for all your URIs, and this is where you will fire a particular request. Time being, let me request google.com and let's see what happens. So I will say google.com, enter. So I'm sending a get request to Google, send. Okay, so you can see we got the data here. Normally this is your HTML page, but then when you say REST API, you will be getting your data in XML or JSON. So this is where you will see your XML or JSON. We have an option here, but then we are not returning the XML or JSON, right? That's why we will not be seeing that. So this is your GET request. If you want to work with post, it's very easy. You can click on post, specify the URL or URI here and click on send. If you want to use put for updating data, you can also use delete for removing the content. If you want to send data with some headers, you can do that here. If you want to send actual data, you have to do that in body. We have certain options here. Again, we'll be seeing that everything one by one. So I hope you will be installing Postman for after this, and then you'll be doing a proper setup so that you can be ready for the next video.
Now once we have our Postman ready, let's change the code. Now till this point we have worked with normal Spring MVC where we were sending data, we were fetching data, but not just data, we were fetching the entire page. That's what we do in normal MVC, right? And all the requests were actions. So we were sending post request, we were sending get request, but here let's use noun. So what I will do is I will open my Postman, and here we'll send a get request. Now this time I want to fetch all the aliens. Now if you see the earlier one, if you go back to your code and if you open index.jsp, what we are doing is we are saying submit, and the action is add alien. So in the address bar, it was add alien. In fact, to fetch all the aliens, we were using get aliens. But why you have to say get aliens, which sounds like a verb? Here we want to use noun. Example, if I go back here, I will simply say localhost colon 8080, that's the protocol we are using, slash. So instead of saying get aliens, I will simply say aliens. And here you can simply say send, and this should give you data. Now here you can see we don't have any mapping there which will handle aliens, and that's why we got an error. So the error is, it says 404 not found. Okay, that's great. We got the error. And if you see we got the error in JSON format. That's weird, I know. Okay, let's go back to the application. Now here what I want to do is, now first of all, we don't need index.jsp anymore. In fact, we don't even need any JSP because we are not using views here. We are simply working with JSON or XML. So let's go back here, and now in the controller, I want something which will handle my aliens mapping. Now in fact, I can create a new controller, or we can change the existing controller. Now I'm quite famous when it comes to changing the existing code. So let's do that. So I will go back here. This is the same thing we want, right? We want this particular method. So I will just copy it. And I will say paste here itself, or maybe it will make much more sense if you create a new file, right? Let's do that. So here, let me create one more controller. I will say new, and let's name this as a alien controller. Of course, you can have a different name, but since you are working with alien, let's do that. So I will say alien controller. Okay, nothing much. I want it to be in the same package. That's fine. Click on finish. Now you can see we got our alien controller, and in this I want that particular method, which is the mapping. So we got this method right here, and then I want this to be a controller. So let's do that. So I will simply say controller, nothing fancy, right? Now we got our class. So let me import the package first. Okay, but don't you think it should not be get alien, should be aliens? So I will say aliens here. Okay, and then we have one more. We don't need model anymore, because when you say model, that means we are working with session, we are sending JSP. Here we are not sending JSP, so we don't even need a model. But we want to fetch data, right? And we have done that before. We wanted repo as well. If you remember, we also need a alien repo which will fetch data from database. Let's copy that as well. Okay, so once you got your alien repo, let's fetch data. So I will simply say repo dot. We want to fetch all the aliens. I will say find all, as simple as that. But this will return you the list of aliens. Now we have a choice. You can save that in a list, or you can simply write returns repo dot find all. That's your choice. I will go step by step. I will say list aliens. Let's fetch aliens here. Say control space and control space for this as well. Okay, once you got all the aliens here, we are not supposed to specify the page name because we are not using JSP. So let's specify aliens. But will this work? Think about this. This aliens is a list object. We are sending data to string. We don't want that, right? So what I will do here is I will convert this into toString. Let's try. Let's see what happens. Now once we got this, let's run this application and let's see what happens. So let's relaunch the application here and go back to Postman, and here you will send request here, and we got an error. Can you see that? It says again not found. That's weird. We have a mapping for aliens, right? But look at this output. It is giving you the message which is all the aliens. That's weird. We got all the aliens, but still it says error. The thing is, that's how your Spring MVC is built, right? Spring MVC says whatever you return, I will search the JSP with this name, because that's how we have configured the application. If you see our application.properties, here also we have said that whatever name you will send, I will simply add .jsp and will search that name in views. So whatever you are sending here is actually your JSP name. We have to mention, hey, this is not a JSP name which I'm sending actual data. The way you can specify that you are sending actual data is by using another annotation which is response body. So when you say response body here, it will send that data as a data, not JSP name. Let's relaunch the application. Go back to Postman, and here you will say send. Can you see that we got our data, but with small error? Okay, it's not actually the error, but we wanted JSON, right? We wanted XML, but we got a plain text. This is not JSON. We want data in JSON format. If you want to achieve that, if you want to send data in JSON format, don't say toString, because when you say toString, it will convert your data into string. We don't want that. So we'll send aliens, and here as well, we'll not send string. Let's return the list as it is. Now you might be wondering, will it work? The answer is yes, it will work. Let's try. Let's relaunch the application. And here if I say send, you can see that we got our data in JSON format. That's what we wanted, right? We got JSON. So that's how we can have a GET request. Now what about POST request? What if you want to fetch one particular alien? That we'll see in the next video.
So we have done with the first step of REST, where we were able to fetch all the aliens, and that too with a URI. So if you want to see, this is a URI which we are using here. So we are saying localhost :8080/aliens. So when I say all the aliens, when I click on send, it will send a GET request to the server, and from a server side, we are returning all the aliens, but that too in a JSON format. The amazing thing is we are not using JSON anywhere. I mean, as a programmer, we are not converting our Java list into a JSON. And that's where your Spring Boot provides you this amazing feature. So if you can see your Maven dependencies, we have a converter. So you can see we already have a converter here, which is Jackson. So Jackson is responsible to convert your Java data into JSON. Now, since it is inbuilt, so we don't have to change the things by ourselves. It is that easy. Now, what if you want to return XML? Can we do that with Jackson? That will be one question. But then at least the JSON is working, and that is happening with the help of Jackson here. If you just go to Google and if you search for Jackson, so we are searching for Jackson documentation, and that's your official website of it. So they have it on GitHub. Let's go there. Okay, so Jackson basically converts your Java data into JSON. So you can see it has JSON parser in that. We have JSON generator. So using JSON generator, you can generate JSON files, and vice versa as well. So what if from a client side you receive a JSON? So it will convert that data into Java object. That's how you can use Jackson, and in fact you don't have to add in the project. It will be done by Spring Boot. Now once we know how to fetch all the values in JSON format, and that too with the help of Jackson, now I want to fetch one particular record. Normally what we do is in REST API, so when we create our URIs, what makes much more sense is, let's say I want to fetch one particular alien here, which is Mayur. If you want to fetch Mayur, we will be saying 104. And the way you do that is by saying, first of all, this is your actual website. In fact, we can replace this with the website name. Then you will, instead of saying aliens, you will say alien, because you are fetching one particular alien. But now you will also pass the AID, which is 104. So instead of saying Q is equal to 104, this makes much more sense to have a URI like alien/104. You know, this is more like fetching a particular resource from a computer. So if you have a Windows machine or any other machine, you know, when you go to any particular folder, inside that folder, if you go to a particular folder, and then if you search for a file, the entire path will be something like abc/pqr/ maybe text.txt. That's how you have the path, right? Because it shows the path of the file or the resource. In the same way, we have this here. So when you click on send, you can see this is not working yet because we don't have any request mapping which will accept alien/104. Now, if you want to achieve that, we have to create a method here. So we'll say public. Now this method will not be returning the list, right? It will return only one particular alien. And let's have the name as alien. Now this alien will accept a particular AID. So I will say AID here. Now this has to be mapped. So I have to say get mapping, since we are using get here. And then we'll be having mapping like alien. But then we have to also mention 104 here, right? Because that's how we are mapping. So we have to say 104. And here we have to return the alien. So the way you can do that is by saying alien. I want to first fetch the alien equal to, using repo. So you can say repo.getOne. So getOne is a method which belongs to JPA repository, which will give you one particular alien. And let's pass AID here. And I guess our job is done. We can simply return alien. But do you think it will work? What is your first reaction? Now say it makes sense because whatever we have done is almost same with this method. We are missing one thing. We have to also say request response body before the method. But we have one problem. So this might work for 104. What if you have 103? What if you have 101? Okay, we have to make it variable, right? You can't simply say 104 here because it will only work for 104. In fact, let's try this for 104 once and let's not accept, or maybe I have to accept it. So it will give you error because we are expecting something here and we are not passing it. Let's see what the error you get. So let's go back to the postman and let's say hit. And you can see we got an error. It is your status 500 and it says optional int parameter AID is present in the parameter, but it cannot be translated to a null because we are not passing the values. So path is, there is no 404 this time. But then we have to assign the values to here, right? So this 104 need to be assigned to AID. So what we will do is, since this 104 will change, let's put that in a curly bracket. So you have to say AID. So that's how we work. So if you think the URL will be different, it will be alien for sure, / it will be some number. We are not sure about the number. So we can simply put that in curly brackets AID. And here we have to use an annotation which is path variable. Now let's restart the application and let's see what happens. Let's go back here, click on send, and we got an error. Okay, I guess we have missed something here. So we have to also mention what is the name which you are trying to map here. So you can see I'm mapping this AID with this particular AID. So we have to use path variable AID here. And now let's relaunch the application. I hope that was the issue. So let's click on send and okay, we are still getting same error. It says type definition error. So let's try find by ID because maybe there's a conversion issue with get one. Okay, so find by ID gives you optional aliens. That's what happens in Java 8. In Java 8, just to make sure that you don't get null values, we get an optional value there. So the only thing is you can do here is we can say we can say or else, and let's return the blank alien object so that we can say we have not received, we don't have that alien in the database. So we can say new alien and we can have a value which is, let's say 0, comma, double quotes. Okay, so this should work now, I hope. Let's go back there. Let's send. Okay, so it is working. So that there was something wrong with get one. Okay, so that's how you can do it. So we can say find by ID. What if this ID is not available in database? And that's where you can pass blank value. So what I've done is if I go back to my hit and let's say if I search for 10, we don't have this value in database. So if you click on send, you can see you will get empty data and you can say, we have not found it. So that's how you can work with one particular data. So till this point, we know how to fetch all the aliens and then we can also fetch one particular alien. And for that, we have defined two methods here. One is get aliens, which will give you all the aliens. And the way you can do that is by saying get mapping, which is very important. But then if you can see, we are also mentioning one more annotation here, which is response body. Not just here as well, because both these methods will be working with REST. They will be returning the data in JSON format. Don't you think in future as well, we'll be having some more methods, which will be, let's say, fetch one particular alien based on some other parameter, or maybe, you might be having 5 to 6 methods in the same class. Now, when you know that all these methods are actually REST methods and which will return JSON or XML, what makes much more sense is to not write it everywhere. It should be common, right? We can mention on the class level itself that whatever you return will be JSON or XML. And the way you can do that is by changing this controller annotation. So when you say controller, it will behave like MVC controller, but you can mention that, hey, this is not a normal MVC, this is actually REST. And the way you can do that is by simply mentioning a new type of controller, which is a REST controller. So we can say control space, let's import the package. And when you jump to this controller, so you can see it is actually based on controller, but it's more for response body. So this is a controller, also response body. Let's restart the project and let's hit the query once again, just to see if it is working. Let's click on send and you can see it is working. So whenever you are sure that you want to build a controller, but that will be a REST controller, always use REST controller instead of using response body on every method. But yes, let's say if you have 5 methods, out of which you have 3 methods as REST, 2 methods are normal MVC, then you don't have a choice. You have to go for normal controller and response body on those methods which returns JSON or XML. Okay, so everything is working. But now, what if you want to send the data? Because till this point, we have seen how to fetch data. But now I want to send data. So what we will be doing is, if you see database, we have 4 records here, right? We have 4. In fact, we have 5. 106 is also there, Naveen. So we have 5 records. I want to insert a new alien. And that too from Postman. So we don't have a form officially. We don't have a HTML page where you can send data. We have to do that from this particular Postman. Instead of saying get, we'll be using post. Now get is responsible to fetch data and post is responsible to send data to the server. And the URL. Now since we cannot specify the URL by specifying the query string here, so we'll not be doing that in post. So we'll send the request to alien itself. Okay, but we have an issue. Don't you think we already have alien for get mapping? The advantage with REST is you can have the same URI but with 2 different methods. One is get, one is post. So get will be used for fetching data, post will be used to send data. And that's how you can differentiate between 2 methods. Okay, we'll see that. Once we write the code, it will make much more sense. So you can see we are sending a request with alien, and when you click on send, it will send a request. But hold on, we got an issue. It says 404. Why? Because we don't have a code on the server, right? And then we are not even sending data. How do we do that? If you want to send data, you have to click on body. And here, you can type the raw string. You can have your own JSON format here, or we can actually use this form data. In this form data, you can mention key, what you're sending. So I'm sending AID, and the value for me is, let's say, 107. And I'm also sending a name, and the value for me is, let's say, Komal. So I'm sending this 2 data, 107 and Komal here. And that's it. Just click on send, and it will send your data. But yes, we still don't have the mapping here. Let's do that quickly. So here in the code, we'll have one more method which returns same object alien. And we'll have this method name as add alien. Now will it accept anything? And the answer is yes, we will be accepting an alien. Let's have this as alien itself. Let's return the same alien again. But before doing that, we have to add that data into the repository. So we will say repo dot. The method which we use is save. So we can say save and we can pass the particular alien. Our job will be done. That's it. Oh, okay. Not that's it. We still have to do the mapping, right? So that will be done with the help of, you guessed it right. So the way we have get mapping, we also have post mapping. So let's use it, post mapping. And here we'll say alien. We don't have to specify anything after that. No slash, nothing. Because data will be coming in post. So we can directly assign that to alien. So you can see we have both as the same URI. What is different is the method name. So this is get and this is post. So there will not be any confusion. Let's restart the application. Let's go back to Postman and here click on send and you can see it worked. At least we got our data here and there's no error. Let me just go back to database to verify. Let's hit refresh. And you can see we got it. We got 107 and Komal. See, it's that easy. Once you have everything set up, it's very easy to add more methods and then doing stuff. So that's how you can fetch all. You can fetch one particular data. You can also delete data. We can also do that. You can also update data with the help of put mapping. But before that, I also want to talk about the content negotiation. Example, if you look at the code now, this is your JSON format. What if you want XML? You can see we are still getting JSON format even if I say XML. In fact, the idea is you can say I want all the aliens and you can hit a get query. You can see you'll be getting all the aliens. And even if you say XML, you will still get JSON. So how will you get actual XML here? The way you can do that is by going to headers. And inside headers, you have to say I will accept. So you have to mention I will accept only XML. So we'll say application/XML. Hey, I'm not expecting JSON here. I'm expecting a XML format. By doing that, you have to send a request now and it will return you XML. But you can see this is not working. And we also got a code here which is 406 not acceptable. What's the issue? It should return XML, right? But unfortunately, what if I say, okay, it says cannot find acceptable representation. So what is happening is by default in your code, we only have a support for JSON. We don't have a support for XML. And to get that support, we have to add one more jar file. What is that? We'll see that in next video. So let's do content negotiation here. So when you say content negotiation, it's quite simple. From your client can mention do we need XML or do you need JSON? In fact, you can accept both, that's your choice. But here we'll mention something. In fact, in the last video, we tried to fetch XML, but then it's not working. You can see we got an error. The thing is, by default, your Spring Boot supports JSON, and that's why you got Jackson library here. But if you want to get XML support, you also need to add one more jar file. Now, which is that? So let's open our Maven repository. And here, let's search for Jackson data format XML. So since we are using Jackson, let's continue with that. And then we are using XML converter now. Okay, now make sure that you pick up the version which is suitable for your application. So whatever version you have for normal Jackson. So you can see it is 2.9.8. Let's pick up the same one, or which is the latest one here. Let's copy that and go back to the application. We want to do that in a POM file. Let's do it here. Let's add it here. Paste. And now you can see we'll have one more jar file for Jackson XML format. So yes, it will take some time to download, and I guess it's done. So let's restart the application. Go to Postman. So when we did last time, we got an error which is 406, but this time let's see what happens. And this time you can see we got all the values in XML format. That's how you can do content negotiation. I mean, not just for fetching data, but also for sending data. You can also mention on the server side if you want to restrict what type of data you can return. Example, like you can just go to server side, and here you can mention, hey, I don't want to return JSON. Even if a client asks you for JSON, will not return that, will only return XML. You can do that here. So here we have talked about GET request, we have talked about POST request, and the amazing thing is, from a client side now, you can actually mention what you need. Example, if you go back to Postman, so let's say you're sending a request for aliens. So if you click on send, you can see we got all the aliens here. Okay, but we got it in the format of XML because we have mentioned here. So if I remove this part and if you send a request, you can see you got JSON. And if you say XML, in fact, you can request for XML as well. So you can just go here and you can mention you want XML, so it will fetch XML. But can you restrict it? So let's say from a server side, you can specify, hey, I don't want to return the JSON, I want to return only XML. You can do that. So here you can say path, and then you can give a comma here and you can specify what exactly your server is going to return. Is it XML or is it JSON? So you can request whatever you want from a client side. If you request for JSON, it will return you JSON. By default, it will return you JSON. But if you specify, hey, I want to accept only XML, then it will go for XML. So if you click on send, you can see it will return XML. But what if I don't want client to request for JSON? So you can mention that here. So you can go back here and say produces. So we have an attribute as produces, and you can in the curly brackets, because you can specify multiple types here. So you can specify that in this curly bracket. So you can give a comma and you can specify that. But here I want to accept only one. So I will say application/XML. So this is the only thing I want to return. Let's see if this works. So let me restart the application, go back to Postman, and you can say send. So you can see there is no error when you request for XML. But what if you request for JSON now? The moment you request for JSON, you can see we got the same error which we were getting for XML. So it says 406 not acceptable, right? So you can specify from a server side what you need or what you want to return. You know, it makes sense to return both XML and JSON, but sometimes server has a choice. You can specify, hey, let's not work with XML, let's work with JSON. Hey, let's not work with JSON, let's work with XML. So you can mention that with the help of produces in the server code. Likewise, you can also accept data from a client, and in the post mapping, you can specify what you want to accept. We'll see that in the next video. So with the help of produces, we can specify what a server is going to respond. Is it XML or JSON or some other format? But what if when you send data from a client to server with the help of post request, let's go for post here. And let's say I'm sending a new alien now. And this time let's specify the body and let's specify the values as 108. And let's have a name as Praveen. Now, if you specify the data here, let's go back to header. Now in header as well, you can specify the data in different format. In fact, in body, we are sending a form data, okay? But then we have not specified will it be JSON or XML. So you can go to header and you can specify here content type, and if you say application, let's say JSON, and instead of going for form, let's go for raw. So you can see in raw you can mention are you sending a JSON or XML. So let's send JSON first, and the way you can send that, first of all, we don't have a JSON format. Let's create one. So we'll have curly brackets open. The first attribute is AID. Let's give a colon there, and in double quotes we can mention the value. So the value, let's say it is 108. We'll give a comma, and here we have the name as a name, and the name is Praveen. So now we want to send this data, and we are sending a JSON data. So in the headers we have specified that we are sending JSON. The body type is also JSON. Let's click on send, and it worked, is it? No, we got an error. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong on the server side. We got 204. Let's verify from the database. I guess I'm not sending the data properly. Let's verify. Let's go back here, click on refresh. Oh, it says null. That's bad. Okay, is there something wrong with the format? Let's use an annotation here, which is request body. I guess that's the issue. Let's try once more, and it worked. Okay, now what was the issue? So normally when you send data from the client to the server, of course we have two ways. We can use a form, or we can send data in JSON or XML. Now when you send data in JSON or XML, we need something to will convert the data into the Java object format, and that's where you can use request body. So if you remember, we have also worked with response body before. So response body is responsible to convert your object into JSON. If you want to do reverse, we have to use request body. So that was the issue. That's our JSON format, and you can send it. So this is working. You can just go back to database. We have added some two null values. Let's ignore that, and you can see if I say refresh, we got the answer. Now this is working. But what if on the server side I have to mention, hey, this server will only accept JSON, because now this will accept both JSON or XML. Or maybe I want to specify only XML. So in that case, you will specify, so we'll say path equal to aliens and alien, and then here we'll specify consumes in curly brackets. In fact, we have two options here. We can specify in double quotes the way we have done for producers. Otherwise, we have an option of media type. So we can say media type dot, we can specify the type here. We can say application. So it depends what type of data you want to work with. Is it you want to work with this type where you have double quotes, or you can use this type? I prefer to go for the double quotes part because it makes much more sense to me, but yeah, that's your choice. So you can say application.xml, and then let's work with JSON here. So let's say it only consumes JSON because we are returning XML. Let's consume JSON. And let's restart the application, and you can see if I give a new data, let's say 109, let's stick to Praveen now, and let's click on send. So it works, there is no issue. But what if you want to send XML? Will it accept that? Now, first of all, to get the XML, I need to know the XML format. Okay, so that's our thing. So let's say copy this. I just wanted the format, so that's why I'm doing all this stuff. So I'm sending post request now. I want to specify the content type, what I'm sending. So I'm sending XML. In the body, I will mention the XML now. So we'll say paste. This is XML, that's right. But then the data which I want to send is 110. And the name will be, let's say, Asha. And click on send. So you can see we got the error. It says not supported. So content type application XML not supported because we are accepting JSON here. So that's how you can negotiate with the content. That's how you can specify what you want to accept. And there's one important thing which we have done in this video is request body. So if you want to convert the data from the JSON to the Java object, you use request body. So that's from the content negotiation where we talked about produces and consumes.
So basically we are going to build our project in Java. Now, see, it's not about how big your project is or how complex your project is. It's all about understanding how do you think when you make a project. Okay, it's all about thinking. It's all about working on something. Okay, so we are going to build a project, and this will be a project based on a product. So how do you manage a product? Now, basically, in my office, there are so many things. In fact, when I used to work alone at my home or at my office, I had a small team. Okay, so I was only one, and then someone used to be there to manage everything. Especially Harsh was there. And now, since we got a good office, we got
lot of machines in the office now for different purpose, for some for development, some for videos, some for editing, and some used by the admin team, right? So there are so many things. In fact, I wanted to show you the entire walkthrough of my office and so many things. What happens, at this point now, there are certain things in my office which we use regularly. Example, the laptops, the sound system, the AC remote. These are frequently used things, right? But let's say there are certain things which we don't use often. Example, cables, the C2C cable, HDMI cables. There are one or two laptops which are lying in the drawer, which I use sometime, depending if I want to travel somewhere, I want to carry a lightweight laptop, or if we want to do some testing of some software, some service, we use a different machine there, right? And those are there in the drawer. Now what happens is the moment I need something, I will ask Harsh, hey Harsh, I need that particular thing. And then it take normally 10-15 minutes for Harsh to search in the end all the drawers where that thing went. And I thought, let's solve the problem. Okay, so Harsh, are we solving your problem today?
Yeah.
So basically, let's create an application, a console-based application, because we have not learned the GUI or web development till this point. So let's create a console-based application where we'll try to track the product. So where that product exactly is. Is it in the drawer? Is it on the table? And we can basically search a product where it is. We can basically search for a particular type of product. Let's say I want to search the laptops in the office, or in that particular drawer, what other things are there. So we want to know, and let me know if it happens with you as well at your home. Before my marriage, I used to keep things here, there, and then I used to find it very easily. But after I got married, now everything at my home is that exact place. Nail cutter should be here. The clothes should be here, right? And then since they are properly organized, now I find things difficult to find. Yeah, so let me know if it happens with you as well. So that's what we are going to do in this session. So what exactly we are trying to build here. So let me share my screen, okay. I just need to log into okay. So basically we are going to build a product management application. Now in this application, what we want to manage is products, right? Now, let's say if a client comes to you by saying, okay, I want an application to manage the products. Now what you will do. So basically, you will have something like this, right? Okay, let me just hold on a minute. Okay, so if a user comes to you by saying, okay, I want a product-based application, right? Now, what you do is, especially in language like Java, and when you are working with database concepts, you need to basically create entities. Now, what are entities? If you heard about Java, everything in Java is object, right? So if you want to imagine something, always imagine them in terms of object. Now, if we talk about a product, even product is an object, right? So a product will have certain things. So example, if I talk about a product here, now this is one of my entity product. Yeah, this is my entity basically. Okay, let me just write in the bracket. This is my entity, right? And for this entity, of course, every object or the entity will have some properties. Of course, it will also have behavior. Example, if you talk about your computer, that behaves somewhere, right? In the same way, if we talk about, let's say something like a camera also behaves, but it also has a property, right? So if we talk about a product, it will have certain properties. Now, what properties I want? Of course, we can have different properties to a product, but just to classify for this particular example, let's say we have a name for a product. So a product will have a name. A product will have a type of product. Let's say if we talk about my machines, those are computers, right? The Mac Studio, which I'm using here, is a computer. If we talk about cables, the type C cable, that's a cable, right? We can also have something like a mouse. Example, if I'm using this particular mouse here, which is Apple mouse. Now this is a mouse. Yeah. So that's a type. Next we can have is the place where it is stored. Okay. So example, if I want to find something, I want to find where is the Asus laptop, Asus VivoBook. Basically, that's one of my old machine which I was using. But it is now used for the development purpose. So if I want to find where that machine is, I should be able to find it, right? It can be on different tables. It can be in different drawers. So I need a place. And also, I also want a warranty. You know, this is the problem which you face when you have multiple devices. When you have only one or two devices with you, you actually remember, okay, for this particular mobile phone, I have this warranty. For this particular laptop, I have this warranty. But let's say if I have so many machines in my office, I want to know if I go for a product, I want to know the warranty of it. so that I can claim it. What if the laptop is not working? At least I will know if it's under warranty or not. Okay. Yeah, we can also have color. We can also have the owner who owns that particular product, right? Yeah, makes sense, right? We can have all these properties. But just to keep it simple, let's work with this 4, and then you can also mention, when you do this project, you can also add some extra things to it. So that's my entity, right? Okay, now if you want to implement this in programming, how will you do it? So let's get back to our code. This is our coding screen, right? And in this particular coding screen, what we're going to do is, we will write the code so that you can achieve the thing. You can manage the products, right? Okay, so what I will do is, I will go back here, and this is the IDE which I'm using. And one of the questions which I got yesterday was about which IDE to use. And the thing is, you can use any particular IDE which you want. You want to use IntelliJ, that's your choice, IntelliJ IDEA. You can use Eclipse, you can use NetBeans, you can use VS Code, your choice. Okay, IDE is not something which you should stick to. I use different IDEs on different machines. If I want to make a YouTube video, I normally go for VS Code because that's very lightweight and most of you are already using it. So if I want to build a project, normally I use IntelliJ IDEA to build a project because it gives you different features. Yeah. And so again, you can use any IDE. So what I will do now is, I got a project which is product demo, and in this I have this SRC file which is empty at this point. Let's create our first file, and this will be a file of main. Now why it is main is because the execution will start from this particular class. And of course, when I say this is a main class, I also need a main method because I want to start the execution, right? That's something we will do here. So let's say if I want to manage a product. So how will you do it? Of course, you can create variables, right? We have mentioned all the variables here. If you can see, we have a name, we have a type, we have a place, we have warranty. Now this can be your variables as well. So I can simply come back here and I can say string product, or maybe I can say string name 1. Since we have different products, we can have name 1, and I can have my first product as Asus VivoBook, which is the laptop. And then I can say string type 1 is equal to, what is this type? This is particular laptop. And then I can say string place 1, and this is sitting on a brown table. So basically in our office, we have colorful tables. I'm using a white table. The table which I use for the development purpose, that's a black table. The development team, developer sets on the brown table, right? And editing team, I'm not sure which, okay, it's also brown. Yeah, okay. So is it white?
White and brown.
White and brown, okay, cool. So I can say a brown table, right? And then I can say string, what is warranty? Warranty 1. And I can say this is, okay, warranty should be integer, right? So let's say this is 2024 or 2022, I guess the warranty is already over. So we can have these values here. Okay, this is not string, this is int, yeah? And then for a different product, now this is one product, right? What is a different product now we can have? What do you think? If I want to have a different product, let's say a mouse, how do you specify that? Of course, I can just simply copy this and paste it here. And this will be product 2 or name 2, type 2, place 2, and warranty 2. Of course, you can change the value to Apple mouse, and then type is mouse. Where it is sitting on the white table, and then the warranty, you can mention that. So do you think this is a good idea to have different variables like this? Or we can create a separate class where you can have the types, and instead of having 4 types here, we can have 1 type which is product. Of course, right, in object-oriented programming, it's all about creating an object or a class, right? So if you want to create an object, you create a class first. So in Java, basically, if you want an object, you create a class. So I will right click here and I will say new class, and I will name this class as a product, which also represents an entity. Okay. And I forgot to do one more thing. So today we are focusing on building this product as a console-based application. So because whatever output you will get is on the console. But of course, in this current era, we don't do that, right? What we want is a web application, a GUI, or some way to interact with the application. So what we'll do is, today we are going to build this on a console. Tomorrow, we'll build this on the, tomorrow let's try to connect with database, because today we're not going to use database. We are going to simply have the data somewhere in the application itself. Tomorrow, let's convert that into a database. And then if we have enough time, we can also create a server to it. Okay, so yeah, so we can have a website development. So we will shift the entire application to a normal application to a web application. Okay, so here what we can do is we can create those variables. So what are the variables we have? We have name, type, place, and warranty. So I can simply come back here. I can say private string name, and then we can have private. Why I'm using private is because in Java we have concept of encapsulation. So all your variables or properties which you say should be private, and the only way to access them. So what is the only way to access them? So the only way to access them is with the help of getters and setters. So I can say string name, then we have string type, then private string place, and private int warranty. See, for warranty, we can actually go for the exact date as well. But then just to keep it simple, let's go for the year only. Okay, so you can see we got a class here, which is public, and the name is product, and we have 4 variables. And if you want to follow the concept of object-oriented programming, we also need a constructor. So maybe I want to create an object by passing all these values, and maybe I want to create an object by not passing any value. So I need a constructor. So I can, you don't have to type the constructor. You can simply right click here and you can say generate, and you can click on I want a constructor. So if you want a default constructor, you can say select none, and you got a constructor. But I also want a constructor which can take parameters. So I can say generate constructor with all the variables and click on OK. And you can see we got a constructor with all the variables. Next, we also need a getters and setters. So basically these are the methods using which you can assign the values and fetch the value. Because all these things are private, right? So the only way to access them outside this class, because see, this is a different class, main is a different class. So if I want to access them, I can simply create getters and setters. So I will say generate getter setter for all the variables and OK, right? Our job is done. Okay, if I go back to main, now I don't want to assign values like this, right? So what I can simply do is I can come back here and I can create an object of product. I can say product P is equal to new product. So we got the object, and then I can simply print this object. So tell me, yeah, of course, Akash says we can use here Lombok as well. So let me try to do Lombok tomorrow. So once this is over, because this will take a lot of time, tomorrow we'll try to do Lombok as well. So if I try to print this, what will be the output? Of course, let me just run this code to see what happens. We can just click here, say run main. So you can see it is printing something weird. It's printing some hash values and the name of the class. We don't want it, right? We want to print the values. So whatever value this P has, the product has, I want to print it. And to achieve that, we can use something called a toString method. So in Java, if you want to print an object and if you want to print the values of it, you can just right click here and say generate toString for all these values. And now what we are doing is every time you try to print the object or reference, it will call the toString method and it will print something like this. So let me try. I will just run this code once again, and you can see we got the object and the output is something like this. You know what I will do? Okay, let's keep it there itself. So you can see it is printing the product. Name is null, type is null, place is null, warranty is 0. It's because we are taking the default values. So basically when I create this product, I should add some values here, right? So we can do that. Okay, but let's do that differently. Let's say I have some products with me and I want to add them. Now we can do that in main as well. But then in software development, there's a concept of delegation. What you do is you don't do everything by yourself. In fact, let's say if you're working for a big company, and we always have these questions. Let me know if you're working on a company and you feel that you do all the work and your manager is doing nothing. Do you have the same thoughts? So if you feel your manager is doing nothing, then you're wrong. It's because, okay, there are some managers who does nothing, but then managing people is a very difficult task. In fact, in my office, even if I have less number of employees, it consumes a lot of my energy just to manage the team, just to manage the work. But then we have this idea of delegation, right? So from the upper management, if there's a decision made, it will be assigned to the lower people who are lower on that tree. And then these people who are managers assign the work to the people who are actually working. Example, developers, testers, admin people, right? So that's how you do it, right? So we have the hierarchy. So that's delegation. So we delegate the work. In the same way, if you want to do all those things, we want to add the products, we want to search our product. I don't want to write all the logic on main. So main should be simply saying, okay, add this product. Main says, give me the product. The actual logic will be somewhere else. And that's where we'll write the actual logic. The actual logic of all this thing will be going in a separate file. So I will right click here on source and you will say create a new class. And I will call this class as a product service. Okay. Now this class is responsible to do all the things. So logic should be here. Of course, you can write the logic in main, but then let's follow the concept of delegation here. So let's delegate the work. How do you do it? How do you delegate a work? So of course, I want this to do everything, right? So what I will do is I will say, create the object of product service here. So product service. Let's name this as a service itself, equal to new product service. Yeah, we can also say this is a service layer. So when you move to the web development or enterprise development thing, this is called a service, right? A service layer. Okay, now to this service, I will say, hey service. I will say, hey service, add the products. Okay, how will you do it? So I can simply say service dot add product. So I want service to give me this option of adding a product. But service says, unfortunately, I don't have any method in this class which says add product. So what we can do is we can go back to service and let's create a method. So public void add product. And in this, it will add the product. But then where is the product and where to add? Now, basically, since we have multiple products, right? We don't have one product. In my office, we have, I don't know, we'll calculate one day how many items we have. There are so many items which I think is of no use. There is air freshener sitting there. Okay, we have used it from a long time. When was the last time we have used air freshener? Maybe last month. So let's say we have so many items in the office, right? So many products. How do you store them? Where do you store them? Of course, it should be stored in a database, but then in today's session, we're not talking about it. So one place where you can store all the products is a list. So we can create a list of products. Now, people who are finding this difficult to understand, see, we are basically building project, right? I'm not teaching you basic Java here. If you're still confused, there's an entire playlist on Java. So I can say list, I want a list here. Control thing, yeah. Okay. So we have to also import the package, the list package, or list class, list interface from this package. And let me name this as products equal to, and I can say new. Okay, now list is an interface. So the class is add a list. So we got a list of products here. Okay, so I will add the product in this thing. So how do I add? It's very simple. Get the products. And in this, now since products is a list here, right? So we have so many methods there. So we got products.add and we can add a product. But which product? We can't simply say add product and it will add. We have to basically pass the object of a product. So here in this add product, I have to pass the object. So what I can do is I can say product P is equal to new product. And this product will have some values. Now what values I want? The first one I want is, let's say Asus, let's go for that. Asus Vivo book. And this goes in a type, this is of type laptop. The next thing we have to mention is, okay, we got, yeah, place, where it is set. So it's on the brown table. And what's the warranty is 2022. So if you can see, this is the product which I have created. Now, once you got this product object, I can simply pass it here. So what I'm passing is I'm passing this P. So if you can see, I'm passing a product reference to this add product. Now the same product will go to product service and we have to accept it here. So I will say product P again and just add a P. Our job is done. Does it make sense now? Okay, so we have added one product, but then we have so many products, right? So we have to create those many number of objects here and add it, right? So we can do that. Just to simplify the work, what I've did is I've created this Sublime file. Okay, why is not opening? Yeah. So basically I have, okay, before doing that, I can do one more thing. So don't you think instead of adding P here, we can simply take the entire thing from here and paste here. So we don't have to create a reference. We can simply create the object with the help of new keyword and add it to the add product. Does it make sense? And since we have so many products here, what we can do is I can simply copy the entire stuff and replace with this. Okay, it will save our time, right? So I've added all the products and you can see we got all the products here. Now, if you try to get this list will have this number of products. I'm not sure how many products we have, 15 maybe? Yeah, these are the anonymous object. So what are the things we have? We have a type C, which is a cable, which is there in the black drawer. We have a Mac Studio, which is a computer sitting on the white table. We got this mixer, the audio mixer, which is there. It's audio system, white table. Then we got VivoBook, which is laptop, brown drawer. Then we got Asus ROG machine, laptop, it's on black table. Then we got MacBook Pro, laptop, brown drawer. The Wacom pad, where we can write. It's a writing pad, a black drawer. And then list goes on. You can see we have keyboard, Logitech keyboard, HDMI cable, Java Blackbook, Logitech mouse, Apple mouse, Lenovo mouse, and Blackbeast. Now this Blackbeast is basically a machine which is used for the editing machine. We have named it as a Blackbeast. It's a computer on a white table. Okay, so cool. Does it make sense? We got all the products here. Now let's say once I got all the products, I want to print all the products. How will you do that? How will you print all the products? It's very simple. You can say, hey service, get all products. It's as simple as that. Okay. If you want something, just ask for it. We are saying service, get me all the products. But service says, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay. So if you want to do that, go back to product and here create a method which will give you all the products, right? But my question is, when you are returning all the products, what should be return type? When you return all the products, what should be the return type? So the return type is list of product, right? We are not returning one product, we're returning all the products. So we have to say public list product. And then we can say method name is get all products. And then we have to return here. Now what we want to return. So where do we have all the products? In this products here, right? So simply return products. Our job is done, right? So I can just go back to main and here, now you can see there's no error. It is just a warning. Now since get all products will give you the list of products, what you can do is you can accept it here. So I can say I'm getting a list of product and we'll name it as products. So basically get all products will give you the list of products. Does it make sense? Now, once we got this list, how do you print it? There are multiple ways of printing a list. You can simply say sout and you can say products and it will print all the products. Let's try. So I will just run this and let's see what it prints. It prints the list. So you can see this is the first product. And if I have to scroll, this is my second product. And if I scroll, this is my third product and scroll and list goes on. But instead of printing that in one line, I want to print it one by one. So what you can do is we can use a loop here and specifically we can use enhance for loop. Just write all these terms. Okay. So if you're not sure what I'm talking about, if you want to watch the video later, the concept video. So example, let's say if you don't know what is enhance for loop, just write it down. After this session, I want to learn about enhanced for loop. Then after this session, just go to YouTube and search for enhanced for loop and you will get my video there. Watch it and hit that like button. Okay. Here also and in that video. Okay. So I will say product. This is how you use enhanced for loop. So I will say product P from products. So what it basically does is, this product will have a lot of different values, right? Or a lot of different products. It will pick up one product at a time, and that particular one product will be there in P. Just print it. So take one product and print it. And let's run this code and let's see if it is printing one by one. Yeah, you can see that it is printing one by one now. These are all the items we have. So basically we were able to save the products. We were able to add the products here, right? This number of products. There should be a way to minimize it. Yes, in this 10 days, we are also going to see examples of Hibernate. Okay, cool. So once we have printed everything, what next? What I want here is, let me just print, not so too. Let me print the line here so that we can divide the output, right? So this is the first output which we got all the products. Next, what I want is, I want to get, let's say, a specific product, not all the products, but a specific product. Okay, so let's say out of this, I want to see where is the Logitech mouse. Okay, I want this particular product. It's very simple. What you can do is you can just go back here and say, hey, service. Let me also print what we are printing. So we are printing a particular product. Okay, so you can go back to your service by saying, hey, service, get me a product. Get me a product whose name is, so I'll say whose name is Logi mouse. Will this work? What do you think? Will this work? So if I go back to service, we don't have that method, right? So what we can do is we can create a method. So I can say public. Now this time it will return only one product. So I can say public product get product, which will return one product, right? But then it will also take a name, which product I want to fetch. So I can simply say string name, right? But the question is, how will I get that? How will I get that one particular product? What do you think? Okay, so basically from this particular list of products, I want to find one product which name matches with this. So if you want to search, and that's where this searching algorithm comes to picture, right? But will not do that. We'll do a linear search. Okay. So what I will do is I will just go for a for loop, and I want to iterate between all the products. So I can say product P from products. So iterate between all the elements and check if a particular product which we got, get the name of it. So whatever name you get from this list of products, compare with the name which you got here. How do you compare two strings in Java? You do that with the help of equals. So equals, and you will say, okay, not a name, but a name. Right? And if you find the product, simply return it. Your job is done. Right? Or you can simply return, okay, not inside for loop. If you don't find anything, return null. Of course, not a good way, but then yeah, just to get getting rid of the error, we can say return null. Otherwise, you can return the empty object if you want. Okay. And then you can see get product, there is no error. And of course, it is returning a product. So I will simply say product P is equal to this. And then here we can print the product. Let's see if this works. Let's run. And you can see we are searching for a Logitech mouse. This is the output which we got here because of this. In fact, you know what we can do? We can comment this section which we don't want now. Let's run once again. And you can see this is what we wanted. We want a Logitech mouse. Okay. And yeah. Now you will be thinking, in the code, we have to mention Logitech mouse. What if you want to ask the user? Yes, you can do that. You can take the input from the user. And if you don't want console, you can build this as a web application. That's your choice. Okay, so this makes sense, right? Okay, so what we wanted now is searching with a particular place, let's say. Okay. In fact, that will be your assignment. Okay, that's your first assignment thing which you do. So there are two things which you have to do as an assignment for this particular project, which is What if someone wants to search based on the place? Let's say I want to find all the things at this particular place. Let's say on a white table, I want to know all the things. I want to know all the things which are there in the drawer. So that's your assignment. First one. The second assignment question you have is, I want to see what are the products which are out of warranty. Example, all the products which are which has an older date. If you can see, we got 2022 here, 22 done, 2020. All this warranty is completed, right? So I can't get it solved now or repaired from the company for free, right? So I want to know all the things which are out of warranty. So these are the two assignment questions at this point. I will mention that at the end of the session as well, but two assignment questions. One, find all the products in a particular place, and find all the products in which are out of warranty. Now what next we want to do is we want to search for a particular name. Example, the moment I type black, so it should say black based, it should show black book, it should show Vivo book. Oh, sorry, I'm searching for black, right? So it's black based, black book, black table, anything which is there on the black table. So it should print all the black stuff. So how do we do that? So basically I'm searching with the text, right? So I just want this line, copy and paste. And we are searching for a particular product. No, we are searching for a particular text. And next I will say, okay, so when I say, give me all the products which has black in it. So will I get one product or will I get list of products? Of course, right? List of products. So I will say list of product. That's what I will get. And I will say this is prods. I will get all the prods. And I will say, hey service, get products with text. And I will mention the text here. So text is what? I want to search based on a word like black. Okay, but unfortunately we don't have this this word, right? So what do you think? What can be done here? Okay, I can give some. Yeah, good job. So there's the option of substring. We can do that. Yeah, we can convert that into uppercase and lowercase. Okay, we'll do that. So what I will do is, I don't have that method. So let me click here. In fact, you can also click here. You can say create method get product with text. And you can see we got the method here. But at this point, the method is not doing anything. So basically, I want a list of products here because that's what I want to return. So I'll say products equal to new add a list. Okay. And at the end, I want to return this, return products. Okay. So let's run this and let's see what happens. Of course, I want to print all the values. So I will just use this for loop, which is already mentioned here. Okay, it's not copied. Copy, paste. Okay, this is not copy pasting, right? This is code reuse, what we say. From prods. Yeah, prods. Okay, so basically, let me just name this as a product. Because we're already using P somewhere. We are using P here. In fact, you know what we can do? We can also actually comment the entire section here so that we can focus only on with a product with a text. Okay, so will this work? Let's try. If I run this code, of course, you will not get any data here. You know why we got empty is because the list is empty. We want to update this list from all the products we have. So we got all the products here. From that product, I want to fetch few products. In fact, you know, I will just name this as prods here so that we can have different names, prods. Okay. So let's add here, but how will you add? Of course, we want to use a for loop here because we want to iterate, right? So what I can do is I can use a for loop and I want to iterate between the products. I can say product P is equal to products. So I want to iterate between all the products and find and add only those products in this list which has a black in it. It can be with a black in a name, black in a type, black in the place, right? So how do we do that? So it's very simple. You can simply use a if condition here and you can say p dot get name. do we have, how do you do it? Can I use substring? That's one option. Or if you talk about a string, it also has one more method called contains. Can you see that? We got contains. Because we don't want a string. We just want to check if the text is there. If it contains the word, okay, why it is black here? It should be text, whatever text you're searching. If that text is here, or check in the place. So I will say get, or maybe type, check in the type. Does type contains this text, or does my place contains this text, contains the text? So basically I'm checking everywhere. I'm checking in the name, I'm checking in the type, I'm checking in the place as well, right? If it is there, I will add this particular product in the prods. So prods.add p. And of course, you might have to rewatch this session, try it by yourself, because when you're just watching on the go, it's difficult to remember everything, right? So yeah, before we go ahead, hit that like button, everyone. Come on, sometime you have to keep YouTube happy. You know, how YouTube promotes the video. They basically see the number of likes, they see the engagement, they see the comments. So do that. Make YouTube happy. YouTube will make me happy. And that's how it works. That's how the ecosystem works. Why? Okay, there's a equal to here. There should be a colon. My bad. Okay, cool. I think this should work now. Let's see if this works. I will just go back to my main, or I can just stay here, run. Okay, still not working. I think the problem is when you say black, exactly this text black, and if you see the products, we don't have any black with small b. You can see all our capital B block, B here. Okay, that will not work. So what we can do is we can actually convert this into a lowercase. So whatever text we are getting, I will simply say string str. And so if you want to compare two strings, it's always better to have in a lowercase. So I will say text dot to lowercase. So, and then don't compare with text, compare with string, because that's a lowercase. And not just this, you have to also convert this get name, I mean, whatever name you get here, whatever type you get here, also into lower text. So what you can do is you can create some local variables here for the name. In fact, not here, inside the loop, because the value will change every time. So I can say string name, and this name will be p.getName, and then we want a lowercase of it. So dot to lowercase. That's how you compare basically. Then we got string type is equal to p.get type to lowercase, and again string place is equal to p.get place dot to lowercase. And now instead of comparing with the data which you get from the product, just compare with the variables which are already converted into a lowercase. You got the point, right? What is happening here and how do you solve that? Yeah, so basically you have to convert it into a lowercase or uppercase. It should be common case. Let's see if this works now. Yep, it worked. You can see that we got all the products which has something black. You can see the place is black drawer. Here it's also black table. YCOM is in black drawer. Logitech keyboard is in black table. HDMI cable is in black drawer. Java black book. Then we got black table, black drawer, and black best. It worked. So we are going to enhance this product more in terms of connecting to a database, in terms of connecting to making this as a web application. And then the way we have built this product, we don't have to change much. Okay. And this class will be used as it is. You will see that once we start doing this. Okay, what else we can do here? So assignments for you. Let me just write down the assignments on my iPad so that you will remember the assignments. Okay, not sharing my iPad. Okay, so assignment. The first one, you have to search by place. Okay, that's one. Next is, okay, what are the next thing? You have to search by warranty. Search products out of warranty. So the first assignment is search by place, second is search product out of warranty. Next, you need to implement a stream API here. Okay, so if you see the thing which we have done here, let me show you that once again. The thing which we have done here, searching it with this is basically a normal iteration, right? I want you to convert this into a stream API. Okay, convert this code into stream API. How will you do that? So on my channel, there is a video for stream API. Watch it, you will understand how to use stream API and implement that. So that's your third assignment. So this is the work which you have to complete before the next session. Yeah. And I love to see your post by saying this is all about learning. It's not about MacBook, and that's what we want. Okay. Because see, in your life, if you know something, if you master something, and if you're consistent, you will get thousands of MacBooks. It's not just about one. Okay, it's of no use if you get a MacBook without knowledge. Yeah. And I have learned that in a hard way. So basically, in my entire career, I've never focused on how much money I earn, how many gadgets I have, which car I drive. It's more about what I'm learning every day. If I don't learn something every day, I feel I'm not done enough. Okay, so do that. Okay, focus on learning, not on the things. Cool. So what's the agenda for today? The agenda is very simple. We are working on a project which is a product. So basically we are managing the products which I have in my office. And for that, we were able to add the products in the list, and then we were able to fetch it. We were able to search it. And I have seen your assignments. I don't know. I never thought I can make such a bigger impact in just... It all started with a small thought of giving away. Then we got a thought, hey, can we just do a challenge of 10 days? And now looking at your response on different platforms, it's amazing. Every time I open LinkedIn now, I get tons of notifications. And then in the entire day, I'm actually spending now 2 to 3 hours just checking your messages and notifications in LinkedIn, and that's quite fun. So it was an amazing experience looking at your messages and notifications. And one thing you can do if you want to improve your reach on LinkedIn, because it's a very great platform to create networks, create connections, getting a job. So what you can do is when you're posting something, try to make it more interesting. Maybe by putting an image of what you're doing. Example, I saw some of the posts. Let's say if you talk about Pascal triangle. So having a Pascal triangle in your LinkedIn post as a photo will give you a better reach, because when people scroll on LinkedIn, they get excited looking at the images, not just the post. And when you start with your post or the article, or not the article, but the post on LinkedIn, the first line is very important. That's how you can hook users there or your connections. Okay, so let's talk about what we are going to do today. It's very simple. Basically, we are going to focus on a project which we are doing, and then we'll convert that project into Spring project. Now we will introduce a framework. Let me give you my experience. When I started my programming journey, and then when I looked at different frameworks. In fact, I started my career with Java, then I worked on Swing tool, which is the GUI tool. Then I moved towards web development, Servlet and JSPs, and I was very happy. But then someone suggested, hey, instead of working on Servlet JSP, you should work on Sturt's framework. And when first time when I heard about a framework or a tool, I was like, I'm happy, it's all working here. Why you have to learn a different framework to do the same thing? Of course, the project which you build in without using a framework is same as when you build a project using a framework. It's almost same, right? The output will be almost same. Then why to learn a new framework and do it? It's because framework will reduce your work. Of course, you have to learn something, but with less efforts, you will get more. And that's what you get from the frameworks. And today, after this session, I'm sure you're not going to learn Spring Framework because it's very difficult to teach Spring Framework in 1 hour. But you will realize the power of Spring. A lot of magical things are happening behind the scene, and you will love it. Okay, so yeah, you're going to learn about the Postgres as well, which is a database. I wanted to go for some database like MySQL, but then you might have worked on MySQL. I wanted to give you a new flavor, and that's why we have Postgres. Okay, so let me share my screen. and let's try to understand what is the problem here. So this is what we are building here, right? So if you can see, we have our code, which is the main file, in which you have basically what we have is we want to add products. What is a product here? So if you talk about a product class, it has 4 private variables. We have name, type, place, and warranty. Example, let's say a product can be anything. Example here, if you see, we have a product which is type C cable, which is a type of cable, and place is black rod. This is the warranty. I'm not sure if we do really, okay, we don't get the warranty for cables, but it's just that. Then we got Mac Studio, which is a computer on a white table, and that's a warranty. So basically what we did is we created different products, and we have added all the products in a list. And for that, we have used a product service class. And then in the product service class, we have a list of elements here, a list of products. And then we can add the product. We can get a single product by a name. We can get the product by a text. We can, okay, I have also given you some assignment on warranty and stuff. I hope you have done that. Okay, this is what we have done, right? And we were able to add the products. We were able to fetch the products. Okay, but then what is the problem we are trying to solve here? So before that, let's understand the architecture of the project, which we already have. So we have a main file, right? So this is your main file. And then if you want to add a product, basically we have a product service class, which is doing all the logical part. So from the main, basically we are saying add a product, right? But then how exactly product will be added? The logic is maintained here. So logic is there inside the product service. Now how to get the product? So again, we are just calling it, right? From the main, we are just calling it. And the logic is mentioned in the product service. And then how do you represent a single product? We don't want to use variables, and that's why we are basically using a class called product. Now this product class represents an entity for you, right? Now this will have a name and name, place, type, and warranty. And basically in the product service, what you have is, now since we have multiple products, we have to store it somewhere. And where we are storing them is in the list. So basically you have a list, and inside this list, you are storing all the products. The problem with this is, it's a very common problem where every time you run this application, so whatever application you have here, every time you run this, basically you are creating a new list, and then you are initializing the list with these values, and then you are fetching value, right? I don't want to do this. I don't want to, every time I run the application, it should add the list like this. Ultimately, we are working with a code, right? Example, if you have a new product, basically we have to change the code here. We don't want to do that. So where do you store data? Because at the moment I close this application, I will lose all the data, right? And to store this data, we have to store it somewhere. And that's why in this particular project, what we're going to do is we will be using a database here. Okay, now this is your database, and currently we are using Postgres SQL, which is one of the most amazing open source database. Okay, I think you cannot see that. That's weird. Yeah, basically we are continuing with the extra days code, so we will be expanding it. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Venkatesh has mentioned an important thing here, which is code looks difficult yesterday, but after doing it by myself, it seems easy now. That's important. You have to try the code by yourself, because when I type, I have a clear picture in my mind because I'm typing it. I know how the flow going. But when you watch a video or when you watch it live, sometimes you're not clear what is happening. And that's why we have to write the code by yourself. So basically what we're doing is we are creating a database now, and we want to store this data in the database. So basically whatever list you had here, this list, instead of storing it in a list, we have to store that in the database directly. Now we can directly write the code. So question arises, how do you write a code for database? We have to use something called JDBC. Now JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity, right? So we need to use JDBC here. Now the problem is, if you want to use JDBC, we have to write some steps to work with JDBC, and the question is where you will write the steps. And that's where we have to use something called a layer. So don't write your JDBC code inside service. Service is meant for logic, processing logic. If you want to work with database, what you can do is you can create another class here called product DB. Now this class is responsible to communicate with the database. Cool. So that's what we are going to implement here. I just need to check if everything is proper in my machine. Just a second, everyone. Yeah, basically we have to get a different class, right? So what I'm going to do is, in this code, basically, we are going to write database connectivity, database connections. And to achieve that, we have to make some changes. Now, what kind of changes we want here? The changes are very simple. If you want to connect to a database, of course, first of all, we need a database here, right? Now, if you want to work with database, what you can do is, first of all, we start with the JDBC part. If you go back to, okay, so in my machine, I have installed something called a Postgres. So you have to install Postgres first. Now, how do you install Postgres? Very simple. So go to browser and search for Postgres. This is where you can download it. And Postgres and MySQL is almost similar. The difference is Postgres being open source now, and MySQL is a part of Oracle. It's also open source. I guess there's one version of MySQL which is open source. I'm not sure, but if you totally want to use the open source version, I would prefer to go for Postgres. And you can see you will also get the source code of it. Not needed, but anyway. So you can download the Postgres in your machine, and once you install it, it's very simple to install it. You just have to set the password. You will get something called pgadmin. So once you install Postgres, you will get pgadmin, which is Postgres admin. And you can use MySQL if you want in your assignment. So you have to set the password. I have set the password, which is 0000, so 4 times 0, and click on OK. Now this is how your Postgres database will look like, or Postgres admin will look like. And in this, you will have an option of server. So if you expand server, okay, just asking me for the password, enter. Yeah, so this is how your Postgres will look like. I know this looks some fancy tool. You know, you can see all the dashboard, the benchmarks, what is happening with your system. And if you can see, we have databases here. By default, you will get this Postgres database. Test is what I have created, but you can use Postgres. And if you want to create a database, which we are going to use, what we can do is we can right click here and we can say create database. And what database name I want to have here is Telusko. So that's my database name. If you want to see the SQL query for this, you can click on SQL, and that's the query. So create database Telusko. We don't need all these things, but then the owner is Postgres, doesn't matter. Click on save, and you can see you got your database here. So this is your Postgres, the database which you get it here. And in this, if you look at schemas, now this is where your table, you will be having your tables. So I'm assuming that you know the concept of SQL, database, tables. Okay. Otherwise, we have to take next 6 months to talk about SQL. It's a huge topic. But yeah, we got the database which is Telusko, and here you can see we have tables, and by default it is empty. Okay, I want to create one table here. So what you can do is you can right click here and you can click on create table. And what table I want? So my table should be a product table. Okay, so we want a product table, and in this we want to. Okay, so we want a product table. And how many columns you want? So basically you can just click on the column here and you can create the columns. So the first column which I want is ID. So I know we don't have the ID in our, remember when we started talking about our project of product management, I've mentioned that your product is actually an entity, right? So every entity will have one table. So let's say in your project you have 5 entities. Every entity will have a table, right? So in the table, basically, you need to have your primary key. So every table will have a primary key. So in this case, I'm creating a primary key here. See, name cannot be a primary key because I can have 2 laptops with the same name. Yeah, possible, right? Okay, so I have ID. What is a type of it? I want the type to be integer. Do we have integer here? Yeah, we want integer of type. Length scale doesn't matter. This should be a primary key. I also want this to be to have auto-generated values. I don't want to generate value by myself. So every time I enter a new product, it should give it a new ID, 1, 2, 3. And the way you can do that is, I'm using Postgres after a long time. So there should be an option of identity generated. No, identity always increment by 1. start by 1. And that's it. I think it should work. Let's see the SQL query for this. Generated as always as entity identity. Okay. Increment 1, start 1. Cool. If I click on save, done. So you can see we got table here. But I want to check if this table works. What I can do is I can just go to the query tool where I can write the SQL queries. So this is a place where you can write a SQL query. I know I'm going a bit fast, but you have to rewatch this session. This is not about teaching you SQL. This is more about how do we build a project, right? So what I will do is I will first of all say select star from product. Let's see if you have any product there. It's empty. Relation product does not exist. Is it? I've created this table. Is it case sensitive? From when? No. Something is not working. So I'll say use Telusko. Select star from product is okay. Something is not working. What's wrong? I've clicked on this. I'm using this database. Let me just refresh it once and run. Okay. Something is weird. How about this? If I say this belongs to Telusko, this is not working. Columns is there. Okay, we got only one column. Oh, I forgot to enter all the different columns here. You know what I will do? I will just drop this and let's create this table by query. So I will say create table product. The product should have an ID. And if you want to have a SQL query, you can also mention serial. Okay, you have to mention this of type integer. Serial if you want the auto-generated, and it should be a primary key. And as DBMS changes, this also changes. Yeah. Now table is not Telusko, database is Telusko. And yeah, I'm in the right thing. Doesn't matter. And then we can say name is text. I think Postgres supports text, not string or varchar. So we got name. Then we got type, which is also a text. Then we got place, which is also a text. And then we got what? We have one more thing, which is warranty. Yeah. So warranty, which is of type integer. Let's run this and let's see what happens. Okay. Did I mention the wrong query? Don't have to mention integer, is it? So it says near integer. Okay. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so we should not mention integer if you are mentioning serial because it is serial is also a type. Okay, cool. We have created this table. I will just say now let's see if this works. Select star from product. I want this to be empty. Yeah, you can see it is empty now. So we got a table and this is auto increment now. This will increment automatically. I will not even insert this. But then I want to do that from the Java code now. So if you can see, I'm adding a product here. But if you see, we are adding all the products. And then in the service, we are adding in the list. But what we are going to do is we will not be doing the changes in this particular file. The problem is when you are working with a database connections, we need to create a different, we have to add some libraries. We need to connect with JDBC, right? For JDBC, we have to add a jar file. Okay, and then you can actually do that in the external files. You can just go back to external files and you can add, or external libraries, you can add a jar file. But to better manage the product, we can use something called Maven. Now, Maven is a build tool which also helps you to handle these jar files. So what I can do is I can right click here. I hope there should be an option of converting to Maven. Okay, do we have it here? Refactor. No, I can't see any option. Let me know in the chat if you know where to because I have used this on Eclipse, because in Eclipse you get this option here. No problem. What we can do is we can simply create a new project, and let's say new project, okay? And then instead of selecting a normal project, what we're going to do is we're going to select a Maven project, and we'll name this as product demo DB, because we are working with DB database now. And then everything is as usual. So, okay, there's a question, Maven versus Gradle, which is best or which is better. Both are good. It's just that I'm more comfortable with Maven because it is easier to teach. In Gradle, there are a lot of new things, and then indentation is one thing. So for projects, Gradle is good. For teaching, Maven is good. Yeah, and for beginners, Maven is good. Okay, click on create and it will create a Maven project. I will say new window because I want both these windows. Okay, and then in this, I'm going to simply copy the files. So if I go back here, I want all these files, so I can just simply copy and paste, overwrite all. And I'm also going to change, packages org.example, let's stick to that. Now what you get in the Maven project is this. If you expand this, or if you go to pom.xml, so whatever dependencies you need, you just need to mention those dependencies here. So what you can do is you can put a thing called dependencies, and whatever dependency you want, you can just add it here. Now what dependency we want? We want a dependency for this, what is the connector, right? Now how do you get the connector? How do you get the dependency? Do we have to by heart it? Not exactly. So what you can do is go back to your browser. There is a website called MVN repository, and in this, so in this you just have to search for Postgres SQL JDBC, and if you can see, we have it here. This is the library which we have to use, and make sure that you get the recent ones. Okay, don't go for the versions which are way old. And which one to choose here? So I always go for second last version because all the latest version will always have some issues. Okay, and it also tells you which of the library has vulnerabilities, and you can see there are certain vulnerabilities here. This one is safe, but we'll go for this one, 42.5.4. Select this one and copy this, go back to your project and just paste. So what you got there is dependency, okay? And every time you make the changes, depending upon different IDs, you will get different options. Yeah, okay, here. Add framework support, Maven, okay, we got the option, cool. Hey, done. Oh, it was so fast. We don't need to have a create a project. So what you do is, you can just click on this, right click on the project. Thank you so much, Praveen. Add framework support and select Maven here, and you will get this option. Oh, that was cool. So now let's go back here, specify the dependencies and paste it here. Okay. So good thing is you don't have to create a new project. Thank you. And now the moment you add this, what you have to do is you have to refresh your Maven. So if you can see there's an option of Maven changes, click on this and it will download the jar files for you. If you want to see where it is, click on the external libraries and you will find a jar file for Postgres. Cool. So this is what we wanted. Now, once you have added that support, it's very simple now. What you do is instead of adding to a list, we are not going to do that now. So what I will do is I will just comment this section and everywhere we have to make the changes. Okay, let's not comment because our code is dependent on it. We are not going to use it. So let's say if I want to add a product. So what do you do is instead of adding to a list, because we are not going to do that. We are not going to add to a list. We will add this to our database. Now, how do you connect to a database? It's very simple. What you do is you simply say, I want a database connection. So I can say db dot add a product, or maybe I can say save, db dot save and pass p. Just by writing this line, the data should be stored in the database, right? Will this work? Of course not, right? It's not Rajnikant to know everything. We are not sure which database you are using, what is your database name, I mean, which DBMS we are using, what is your database name, what is a password to connect with it. So this will not work. So what we want is we want an extra layer. Remember in the iPad when I was talking about it, we have mentioned about the extra layer. This is the layer which we want to create. So how do we create that layer? It's very simple. You can just right click on your project here and create a new class and name this class as product DB. Okay, we'll do it later. And in this class, basically you have to create a save method. So I want the object of product DB. So I will say product DB, and I will say this is DB equal to new product DB. Once I get this object, I can simply say db.save. But unfortunately, we don't have a database here. So what I can do is, or we don't have a save method. So I will click here and say create method save, and done. We got this method here. And this method is responsible to store data in the database. The entire service class should not have any idea about database. It will simply say, save it. I don't care how you do it. It is your job, product DB, to connect to database and save it. Now, to connect with database, you have to learn how do you use JDBC. So you will find in the description, you will find some videos. One is for Spring Framework, one is for Lombok, which we're going to use, and also for JDBC. So in this, we have to connect to database, right? And I will not be teaching you database connections, JDBC connections here. I'm just going to write it. So basically for JDBC connections, you need something called a connection object. So you have to say connection, which is coming from java.sql. Now this is coming because you have added that jar file of Postgres. If you don't add this jar file, you will not get this. So we'll say connection con equal to, okay, we'll just say equal to null by default. And let's create this object in the constructor. So I will say public product DB constructor. And in the constructor of this, I will simply create the object. And the way you do that is by using a driver manager dot get connection. And in this, you have to mention the URL. Okay. Now it will take 3 parameters from you, not one. It will take 3 parameters. The first parameter which you have to mention is about the URL of the database. The second one is a username, and I know the username, so this is Postgres. That's the username. The password for my machine, Postgres, is 000. When you install, make sure that you change it. And then we have a URL here. Now this is something you have to remember or by heart, that's your choice, but when you work from a long time, you remember that. So you say JDBC : Postgres SQL : not this / localhost, because it is installed on your machine, :5432, which is the port number for Postgres. Okay, for different database, we have different port number. I think for MySQL, I forgot the port number for MySQL. That's weird. So this is the port number for Postgres. So you got this detail, right? We got the URL, we got the username and password. So you might get an exception. What you can do is you can click on more actions and you can say surround with try catch, because it might throw an exception. So once you got this database connection created, let's save the product. Now to save it, what you need to do is you have to write a SQL query, right? So we need a SQL query here. So I can say query. Now what will be my query? My query is very simple. I want to say insert into product with the fields, because I don't want to mention the ID. ID should be auto-generated. So I want to insert name. I want to insert type of the product. I want to insert the place. I want to insert the warranty. Cool. And then values, we have to insert the values as well. Now question arises from where you will get the values. Tell me, if I want to insert all this data, from where you will get the values? So basically the values you will get is from the product. This is where you have all the values, right? Because one product will have details about your product. It will have a name, type, place, and warranty. So what you can do is you can add the values here. Okay, but since we are going to use prepared statement in JDBC, now if you want to know more about JDBC, you will find the link in description and you can watch the video later about JDBC. But here I will say question mark, 4 question marks for 4 different values, and we can replace that later. But how do you execute the query? So we have to create something called a prepared statement, st equal to con.prepare statement, and we just have to pass the query here. So whatever query you have created, just pass it here. Now this might also throw an exception. So what I can do is I can say surround with try catch. We are just creating a query now. Let's execute it. So how do we execute it? So we can simply say st.execute. Now what it will do is it will execute the query. So let me just go with the flow again. In the main, what we are doing is we are saying add product. Now this product is actually going to product service. Inside product service, we have this add product method, which is taking a product. It is asking database to save it. So the same object goes to product DB, and then you are accepting it here. and we are using SQL query to send it to the database, right? But the problem is we can't simply say execute because we have not mentioned the values yet. It is still question mark. We have to change these values. Now, how do we change it? Quite simple. Just before the execution, you can say st dot. Each question mark is one parameter, right? So you can say set string, because the first one is string. So the first question mark, since we have 4 question marks, we have to replace it. The first question mark will be replaced by the name. So p dot get name. The second question mark will be replaced by p dot get type. Type. The third question mark, set string again. The third question mark will be replaced by p dot get place. And last question mark, which is set integer, because last one is an integer here. So it's a set int. Question number 4, the question mark 4, this is p dot get warranty. So we are able to set all the values and we are saying execute, our job is done. The question is, will this work? I'm not sure, let's try. So what we can do is, we can simply comment all other things, only focus on adding a product. What do you think? Will it work, or did I complete all the steps? I'm not sure. Sometimes you get to know things when it gives you errors, right? So let's go back here. Say run. Oh, we got an error. It says Postgres phrase, unable to pass the phrase. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Just check. Oh, someone also mentioned that you can wrap it. Where do you have the option of wrapping it in the... Oh yeah, okay, this looks good. So we can wrap the entire output. Cool. So we forgot to do one more thing. We forgot to mention the database name. So the database name is Telusko here. Okay, we have not started with the Data JPA yet. I wanted to show you the power of Data JPA, right? And that's what I'm going step by step here. Let's try to run this once more time. And oh, something happened. You can see there's no error. It says process finished with exit. Okay, let's try. Let's see. How do you verify this? Let's open our pgadmin and let's run this particular query. Oh, can you see that? We got ID, which is auto-generated, and we got all this data here in the database. This looks cool. Okay. Now, once we have entered the data, let me comment the entire section because now we have data in the database. So let's not insert every time. Now this time I want to fetch all the products. This is something I want to execute. Okay, so get all the products. So here, when you say get all products, let's not get it from the list. Question arises from where you will get it. Again, simple. db dot, you can say get all. This is the method I want. So in the database, I want to say get all. But unfortunately, we don't have a method. So what you can do is you can say create method get all. So we got the method and this should return a list. So let me create a list here. So I will say list of products and we'll say products equals to new. Okay, so people who are finding it difficult, my suggestion would be first watch the JDBC video and then also watch the Maven video. So JDBC video and Maven video, then watch the entire session. You will love it. You will see the power of frameworks and how everything works. Okay, so basically what we're doing is, instead of getting data from a list, last time we were getting data from the list, right? This time we want to fetch data from the database. So here we are saying we are getting a list and let's fill this list from the values which is coming from database. Okay, how do we do that? So just say return product so that you will get rid of errors. This time it will return empty. Let me try that. Let me see if I get the empty here. Let's run this. And you can see we are not getting any data because it's empty. The list is empty. So how do we fill this? It's very simple. Again, use the same thing. Let's copy this because we are going to query the database. Paste. What are the changes? The first change you're going to make is the query. We're not going to insert this time. We are going to select. So we'll say select star. Okay, we are not getting star. We are going to mention the column name because we don't want ID there. So we'll say name, type, place, and warranty. From table name is product. And we don't have to apply where clauses because we want all the data. So basically we are fetching everything from database, right? And let's execute the query. Now, since we don't have any question mark here, you can skip the entire section from here and simply say execute. The difference is execute will not return the data. We want data, right? So execute query is something you can use to get the data. And what it returns is the result set. So it will return you a result set. And what you can do is you can get data from this result set and store it in a list. But the problem is it will give you data in the result set format. You have to convert that. Okay, cool. So basically we want to fetch data from result set and set it in the products here because that's what we are returning here, right? So how do you add? So basically we can run a loop because if you say rs dot, there is no method using which you can get all the data and save it in a list. We have to do it manually one by one. There is no option. So what I will do is I will use a loop here and fetch data one by one. So you can say fetch data till the end. And every time you fetch data, you can simply, okay, what we have to do is we have to create a product object because, okay, I know we don't have time to explain this now, but just go with the flow, everyone. So what we are trying to do is we want to create a list of products, right? So we will be having multiple products. So every time you run this loop, create a product object, and it is highly recommended. Make sure that you watch the video of JDBC and Maven. Trust me, this will be very, very easy. Okay, cool. So let's get the product object and save each value in the product values. Okay. So how do we update the value? So we have to say p.setName, and this is coming from rs.getString from the first column. So since we are getting multiple columns, right? This is the first column, second column, third column, fourth columm. Then we can say p.setType. This is coming from second column, so I will say getString, column 2. p.setPlace. You know, this is like a beautiful poem from a language which you don't understand, right? It sounds beautiful, but you're not sure what is happening. 3, then p.setWarranty and rs.getString or getInteger. This time it is integer. And we are saying 4. Okay, so we were able to set the value for the product. Now, once you get all the values, just add the product in the product. So we'll say products.add p. Now, let's say you have 15 values, right? So in the database. Now, this while loop will run 15 times, and every time you will get the new product object, you are setting the values which is coming from database and adding to a list. The same list goes back to the product service. The same list goes back to the main. And in the main, you are printing all the values. Let's see if this works. Run and voila. Can you see that? This time you're getting data from the database. Is this making sense? At least you are getting the gist of it, right? How things works out. So yeah, so basically we were able to fetch all the data, right? The same thing can be done for other things as well. For the other methods which we have here. So you can see we have it for get all. We can also do it for the get product name for a particular name. We just have to we have to change the query here. Okay, cool. So let's get back here. And what we have to do is, so yeah, you can also do it for the get a product with a name, but that is your assignment. Okay, so write a SQL query and convert this into a database. I mean, convert this so that you will get data from database. Make sense? Now I want to show you a real magic. Okay. And that magic is, how do we change this project into a Spring Boot and a Data JPA? We'll compare this code from the code which we'll write in this Spring Boot. Okay. Now I don't want to teach you entire Spring Boot now. So yeah, I don't want to teach you entire Spring Boot, but I want to show you the power of Spring Boot and what it can do for you. Okay. So how do you work with a Spring Boot project? The first thing is, if you want to create a project of Spring Boot, you can go to IntelliJ and you can say File, New. When you create a project, you have to make sure that you select Spring Boot, but there should be an option in your IDE. I think my particular IDE is the ultimate version. Yeah, so I have an ultimate version here. You will not get these options, the Spring Initialize option, I guess, in the community version. So if you want to get this project, even if you have a community version, that's completely fine. What you need to do is you need to go to the website and where the other file went. Yeah. So you have to go to the website called start.spring.io. Okay, and here you have to select. So you have to select the project type first, which is Maven in this case. The language it supports is Java, Kotlin, Groovy. We'll select Java here. Version, whichever is default, you can go for 3.1. And then you have to mention your group ID. So that represents your company ID, basically, a unique one. So this is com.telusko. And then the project name. So project name is product demo, or we'll say product Spring. You can change this as well. Make the packaging as jar and the version. So make sure that whatever version you have in your machine, select that. And then from here, you have to add dependencies. Now, what are the things we need? So basically, the first thing you need here is what you need. You need a Postgres driver. So Postgres SQL driver, added it. Next, you need something called a Data JPA because I wanted to show you the power of it. Yeah, this is called a Spring Initializer. So add these two dependencies, Postgres and Spring Data JPA, and click on generate. That's it, your job will be done. You just have to unzip this. Okay, so click here, unzip it. I will just hide this so that I don't share everything. It's in downloads. Okay, nothing is risky there. Okay, cool. So you can see I have this file here. What I will do now is I will go back to my IntelliJ. I guess I already have the IntelliJ DB here. Let's use this window. I will open this project, which I've downloaded, which is there in downloads. It's there in product Spring. And yeah, open this project, this window. Okay, cool. So you can see we got our Spring project here. And trust me, once you see Spring project, you will say, this is easy, very, very easy. Okay. So if you go back to your pom.xml, this is what you have. You can see we got two dependencies here. In fact, we have three dependencies. You got Data JPA. If you can see, you got Postgres, and you got the testing part, testing framework. Okay, cool. Now in SRC, if you go to main, you have Java, and this is your basically main application. Whatever code we have in main, you will be writing that here. Expand this. I will explain this in some time. Okay, this part. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to copy the code which we had here. So you go back to main, and let's not add everything because we already have that in database. Let's execute this part, only this part. We are fetching all the products. How do I fetch all the products? Just paste it here. The question is, will this work? Of course not, because we don't have a service class yet. So how do we get the service class? It's very simple. You can just copy this service class and paste it here. So you can see we got a service class, which is here. We also need a product class. Paste here. Okay. So we got the product. We got the service. Service says it is searching for product DB. Okay, we'll get that. And you know what I will do? I will remove product DB. And in get products, let's say, okay, let's solve this problem later. Let's solve these errors later. And just to keep it more simple, I will remove this part just to make it easy. And yeah, cool. Okay, so the problem is we don't have a product service class here object. We don't have the object of product service. So let's go back here and say product service. Let's create the object for it as service equal to new product service. Okay, and then in this we have the object of product. We don't need a list as it at this point, so we can remove the list as well. And okay, now one thing to remember about Spring Framework. Now Spring Framework provides you one of the most important feature in programming, which is the the dependency injection. Now what is dependency injection? If you go back to the main method, you can see we are creating an object of product service. When you say new keyword and when you mention the constructor, basically you as a programmer, you are creating an object by yourself. Is it a bad thing? Yes, it's because when you create the object, it is your responsibility to destroy it. Basically, you have to manage the life cycle of an object. Spring Framework says you don't have to create the object. I will do it for you. Trust me. Spring Framework says, you don't have to create the object. I will do it for you. Let me show you what I'm saying. What I will do is, I will just comment all the methods here. Comment. And let's create a very simple method. So I will say public void show. And in this show, basically I'm saying in show, okay? And we all know that if you want to call this show, you need to first create the object. Let me comment this section as well. Yeah. So first you need to create object of product service, then only you can call it, right? Example, I can just go back here and I can say service dot show. This will work. Let me try run. And you can see, oh, it is giving you errors because we have added this dependency of database. Okay. Let me comment this Postgres and Data JPA for some time. Only Data JPA commenting should work. When I comment it, and if I go back to my application and, okay, what did I just comment it? Oh yeah, if I comment that, then we have to get this Spring Boot dependency. Okay, you know what I will do? Just trust me. Just trust me, because I have to make a lot of changes if I want to achieve that, because I have to get this Spring Boot dependency then if I comment it. Just reload the Maven dependencies. Okay, so the thing is, you have to say service.show, then it will work, right? But then Spring Boot says you don't have to create the object. You can just remove this and it will still work. How? Step 1, you have to tell Spring Framework to create the object for you. Spring Framework will give you the object. And for that, just on top of your class, say add component. So what you're doing is you are telling your Spring Framework to create the object. So Spring will handle it for you. You don't have to handle it. Ignore the XML file at this point if you're finding it confusing, and make sure that you do it by yourself, then it will make much more sense. Okay, cool. And then go back to your, see, the problem is we are doing so many things at the same time in less amount of time. It does create some confusion. Okay. So what I will do here is I will just try to, okay. So how do I get this object from Spring? So what you do is when you talk about the first line, Spring provides you something called Spring container. So every time you run this line, I mean, the moment you run this line, it will create a container for you. Imagine a container as a box where the objects are already created. So you don't have to create the object, objects are created. And if you want to learn everything in detail, you will find the link in description about this Spring video. Just watch the video, you will get the complete idea. Now this basically gives you an application context object. So let's use it. So this run returns you the object of application context. Let's just use it. And using that context, now since the object is created, right? So the object of product service is already created by Spring Framework and it is available for to use. How do you get the object? It's very simple. You simply say context dot, and you say Spring Framework, give me the object. Okay, so Spring Framework get bean and mention which class object you want. I want the object of product service, service.class. So you mention which class object you want and Spring will give you the object. Yeah, this is called dependency injection. And now this should work. But the problem is I can't run it because there are certain properties you have to mention. So I will not run it now. So getBean will give you the object, but this will work, trust me. Okay. So what we are saying is we want to get the data, right? So from this service, let me just uncomment this part. So from this service, we are saying get all products, which is here. Okay, we are not going to go do add product, right, which is already there. Data is already there. Let's use get all products. Okay, so you can see we are saying get all products, and this will work only when your application is connected to a database, and that too with the help of queries. Okay, and you can see we don't have any file here which has a database connection. But let me create a file here because we want it DB, right? So what I will do is I will just right click here and say create a class, and we'll name this as product. Maybe you can say DB or whatever name you use, doesn't matter. And in this class, you have to mention all the queries. But then if you really want to use queries here, then why you are using Data JPA and all these features? Let me show you something. Let's not even create a class. Let's create the interface. Okay. And the only thing you will do here is you will extend something called JPA repository. Now, JPA repository is an interface which will help you with the concept of ORM. Now, on the channel, there's a video on ORM. Please watch it. Harsh is not here, so he can't add that in description. But you can search on what is ORM and watch the video. You will get much more idea. But ultimately, when you see the output for this, you will get the gist of it. Now, repository says, tell me which class you're working with. So I'm working with product. And what is the type of your primary key? The primary key is integer. So we simply create this particular interface here and no configuration. Okay, we have not done any code here. But see the magic. And okay, now this is the exciting point. People who are still watching, just see the magic. If I go back to product service and let's create the reference of product DB. So I'll say product DB, just a reference, and DB dot, can you see that? We got methods. Just say find all, no need for any SQL query. No need to do everything which we have done here. If I show you the code, what we have done in the earlier project is this. If you want to get all, you have to write this number of lines. With this, no line. This is what Data JPA is doing for you. It's not like behind the scene there is no SQL query, because the only way you can interact with your database is with the help of SQL, but this is happening automatically. Is it making sense? Okay, but the thing is, we got the method, but unfortunately, your application has no idea about the configuration. Nothing. Because nowhere we have mentioned which DBMS you're working with. Is it Postgres? Is it MySQL? Is it Oracle? We have not even mentioned database name. We have not even mentioned username, password. We have to configure those things somewhere. Now, where is that somewhere? If you can see, there's a resource folder here. In the application.properties, this is where you mention all the properties. Now, what's the property I'm talking about? I'm talking about the URL. The URL is for the Spring data source.url. And the URL is the same which we have written before, which is JDBC : Postgres. Let me just copy it because this is the URL which we want. Copy and paste it here. Next thing you have to mention is the username. So Spring data source username, which is Postgres, single S. And we also need a password. So Spring data source password, which is 0000. And that's it. Once you mention this, let's see if this works. Run. Oh, we got errors. I thought it will work. Okay, it says there are certain things which are missing. What is that missing thing? It says error creating a bin with product DB. Oh, okay. The thing is, in the product service, we are creating a reference for product DB, right? Where is the object? Where is the object? That's the problem. So the thing is, as we mentioned for product service, remember we have mentioned component here. In the same way, in the product DB as well, on top of it, we have to say this is a repository because we are working with repository here. And in product service, if I want, see the thing is, just by mentioning this, Spring will not know that you want this object. You have to say, hey Spring, I want an object of product DB. And for that, you have to say AutoWire. Search it and give me the object. Okay, if you want to know more about AutoWire, watch the video which is there in the description about Spring Framework. Okay, if you want to know how I got this full thing when I just mentioned user, just type user, it will give you prompt. And it happens with some of the IDEs. Okay, and it should work now. Let's rerun the code. Okay, now we have different error. And I love errors. See, the thing is, it says, and sometimes you learn by errors, right? It says everything is good. Now I got the object. But the problem is, this product class is not managed. It is still not a bean. And also there is one more thing which you have to remember. When you talk about the product, it is not just a simple class, right? This is trying to map. So basically, your table and your class is getting mapped. And to achieve that, you have to say at entity here. Next, you also need to specify the primary key, which is the primary key here, which is private int ID. That's your primary key. And to mention that it's a primary key, you have to say at ID. Is it ID? Yeah. So at ID. And then we have to also mention that this value is actually auto-generated. Okay. So how do you get this auto-generated? So ignore this part because this is just something which you can see later. You have to say auto-generated, so generated value equal to you have to set a strategy. If I'm not wrong, you have to set this strategy, and the strategy is generated type identity. Sequence should also work, I guess, but let's say identity. And also we need to get the getter setters for this, for ID. Right click, generate getter setter for ID. We are doing so much of thing in one video, and you need to rewatch this. Things are looking good now. Let's see if this works. Run, and voila. Can you see that you got all the data from the database without writing any SQL query? Yeah, we can also add ID if you want to get the ID, but this should work. Now, what are the things you can do? You can also add the product, because if you go back to your product service, and let's try to find what are the methods we have. So db dot, you can say we have find all. We also have save. We also got count, how many rows you have. You can also delete if you want. You can also say find one. We have so many options there. Is it making sense? And just imagine, just by using this, your productivity will go on a next level. And that's why in the industry, Spring Framework is so famous. So let me explain the entire flow once again, if you want to create this project. The first thing you do is, you go to start.spring.io, mention all these properties here, which is Maven, Java, whatever Spring Boot version you want to use. Make sure that you don't use a snapshot, because this creates some issues. And then mention the group ID, mention the project name, and add these two dependencies, the PostgreSQL driver and Spring Data JPA. Next, you need to copy the files which you have already created, service. Let's start with the XML file first. In the XML file, make sure that you have these two dependencies or three dependencies, or at least these two are very important for us. Oh, I got tired in 1 hour only. Next, in the product service, you have to make sure that this is component, because I want Spring to give the project. I want Spring Framework to give me the object of product service, and I can use something called product DB, which is an interface, not a class, and it is extending with JPA repository. And with this, you can perform the operations, the CRUD operations with this particular interface. You can fetch data, you can save data, you can update data, you can delete data, and we are able to do that. But then you have to also set some properties, which is application.properties, which we have done here. So go with the video once again. I will try to share this code today itself. Hey, yeah, you can also use service here. For different layers, basically, we use different annotations. Doesn't matter, it works. So all the entity class or normal classes, you can have component. Entity class will have entity, and service class can have service. So got the idea what is Spring Data JPA? So all these operations where you don't have to add SQL query is happening with the help of Spring Data JPA. So before Spring, we used to do that with the help of Hibernate. And if you want to learn about Hibernate, there's a video on Hibernate as well. And if you check out the channel, there are so many videos in the last 5 to 6 years. Sometimes even I forgot what videos I have. Yeah, code will be available. So after some time, check out the description for this particular live session. You will find the code repo as a title, and then there will be a GitHub link. And now today we are going to build the same project which we have done before, so that we can it will make much more sense, okay, what we are doing. But this time we are going to use MVC. Okay, so basically we are converting our project into a web project. Okay, that will be cool, right? So let's get started, and let me show you the code what we have done till now, and let's talk about the code, and then we'll also see what we're going to do today in this particular in the image. Okay, so if I want to go through one by one, basically we have this number of classes here. Okay, let me just move it here. Yeah, and also move it this side. So basically, we have our product class. It's all about this class, which is product class, and in this we have used 4 variables basically. And for those 4 variables, of course, we need to get getters and setters. In fact, before this session, around 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. IST, I have uploaded a video, a short on YouTube, which talks about the Lombok. How do you reduce this code? Okay, so if you have not checked it out, do check it out later. So we'll also convert this into a Lombok, but we'll see later how do we do that. So this is the class which you want to work with. So every product in my office, basically, that's a product, right? Even if we talk about this remote, that is a product. Now, what I want to achieve with this is, with this product, basically, I want to have a place where I can check where a product actually is. Example, there are some products on this table. In fact, a lot of products because I'm going live. I have a Stream Deck for the switching between the screens. I have a Mac Studio for the streaming. I have my personal laptop here to check everything is going well. I have iPad when I write something. And I don't know why this light is sitting here. I also have a light here. That's huge. Okay, so it gives you a good light on the face. So basically, we have so many items here, right? So sometimes we keep this item somewhere and we lose it, right? So we have to search where that particular item is. And for that, we have this database, this application which stores where it is. And that's why you can see we have a name, type, place, and warranty, because I also want to know if the current product is still in warranty or not. Now to manage it, what if you want to add a product? What if you want to remove a product? What if you, or not remove, we have not done that. What if you want to add a product? What if you want to search something, where the particular product is? And also, I want to know in a particular place, how many products I have, or what are the products we have. And if you want to put that logic, we can do that in here. So we have this product service class. And the reason I have created different classes here, of course, you can write everything in one class because that's what we do when we start learning coding, right? In fact, I remember when I started my programming journey, I used to write everything in one particular file. It's good, it works. The problem is, if you want to change something and you're not sure what you're changing, right? And that's why creating different layers makes much more sense. So what layers we have? So basically this is my main.java. This is where I execute something. So if you want to call something and if you want to do all the execution stuff, with calling methods and stuff, you will do that in the main class. Of course, you can name this class anything you want. But since this is a console-based application which we already built, we have this main method here. And in this, basically, we are getting all the products. Now, how we are getting the products, that's not the concern of main. It just says, I want the product, give me the products. Same goes for other methods as well. If you want to search a particular product, if you want to search for a place, if you want to add the products. So basically, we have the calling here. The actual logic goes here. So you can see we have a product service here. This is where the actual logic goes, okay? But now since we want to store this data in the database, right? See, not every application will have a database. And if you're using a database, of course, you can write your database connectivity code. So it doesn't matter which language you work with, which database you work with, we have to connect to a database, right? We have to follow certain steps. In the same way, here, if you want to write your database connections, don't do it in service class. Service class simply says, this is where your logic will be. If you want to process something, example, let's say if you want to add two numbers, right? So from a main method, you will say, hey, add method, take these two values, which is 2 and 5, just add it. The actual calculation will be happening in the service. So all the processing will be done in the service. But what if you want to get something from database? And that's why we have one more layer here. Now this particular layer actually communicates with your database, right? In fact, in the earlier session, we were able to implement, okay, I think I have done a different thing. Yeah, this was the project, right? Because we have also implemented Spring. Let's talk about this one. But things remain same, right? If you go back to your previous code, this is day 2, which I'm talking about. So you can see we are writing all the SQL queries. Now what we have done in the previous session, so basically we are doing a quick revision of what we have done. But if you go back to our previous session, we tried to reduce the code, right? We tried to say, let's use certain tools and some frameworks so that we don't have to do everything by ourselves. Now my question to you is it a good idea to use frameworks to reduce the code? What do you think? You know, some of the people I know, they say, hey, you know, we as a programmer, we should write everything by ourselves, right? What do you think? That's a good idea? Whatever the application does, don't take help from anything else. Just build it by yourself. Okay, let me talk about the first problem, which is if you try to do everything by yourself, there are a lot of things you have to do by yourself. Building your own OS, because ultimately your application runs on the OS. Building your own runtime, that means your JVM and JRE. Not using any library. Example here for database connection as well, we have imported some packages. Don't do that. Do it by everything by yourself, right? And we can't do that, right? We want to complete the project in a month or 2, or maybe in a year if it is a complex project. If you try to do everything by yourself, it will take months even to write a simple database connection. The second reason is, Before I talk about the second reason, I have a question for you. And just complete the sentence. I have used this multiple times. So even if you know it, you can answer that. Or if you don't know about it, think about it. It's a funny thing, not a serious issue or serious thing. So my question is, if debugging is removing bugs, okay, that's what we say, right? Debugging is removing bugs, then what is coding? If debugging is removing bugs, then coding is adding bugs. So what I'm saying is every time you write one line of code, that is a potential bug. Let me show you. This line can be a potential bug. This line can be a potential bug. It may not come up when you run the application, but based on the different input from the user, it might behave differently. And that's why we do testing, right? So every time you write your application, it's important for you to test your application. That's very important. So one way to reduce the testing and one way to reduce the potential bugs is don't write the code. Write minimum lines of code. What if the framework which you're working with says, hey, you don't have to write all these lines. I will give it to you behind the scene. The good thing is all these particular frameworks, they are well tested and they are getting used in the industry from a long time. So at least you can trust them that they are not creating issues. Okay, I'm not saying it is 100% safe. There have been some cases where you have used certain libraries and they found some issues with the library, and because of which the attack happened. You might have heard about Log4j. In fact, in the Spring framework also, there was some, I forgot the library, but if anyone knows, let me know in the chat. It was having some issues. And again, it's not like the issue stays, it gets rectified, but it happens. I'm not saying it is 100% safe. But try to write less amount of code, okay? Cool. So this is what we have done in the database. But then in the yesterday's session, we have seen something called a Spring framework. Now using Spring framework, Spring provides you something called a dependency injection, which means you don't have to create the object. You simply have to use the object. Example, if I want the object of product service, in the previous example, on day 2, basically we were able to create the object with the help of new keyword. But the moment you use a new keyword, that means you are handling the object. You are creating object, you are doing everything with it. So in Spring, what we are doing is we are not creating object by ourselves. We are simply saying there's a Spring container. So Spring frameworks actually create a container for you. Imagine a container as a box which has a lot of different objects. And you simply say, hey, I want that object. Example, let's say if you want a phone, of course, you will not manufacture the phone by yourself. You will simply go to a shop and buy the phone. In the same way, Spring container says, I have all the objects which you need, just ask for it. Okay, and that's what we are doing. We are saying, hey, Spring, get me a bean, get me the object. Basically, the objects in Spring containers are called bean. Of course, it has more logic to it, but let's not talk about the logic at this point. Imagine bean as an object. Okay, and then we are getting the object of this particular class, which is product service, and then you got the object and you can use the object for your purpose, right? And we are able to call the methods. Now the beauty is there's nothing changed in the service, right? You can see we have all the same methods. We have commented it, but it should work. And product service needs the object of product DB, right? Of course, if you have a class which is calling another class methods, you need object for it. And you don't have to say new keyword. What you can simply do is all the classes or all the interfaces, which is repository basically, what you can do is you can write an annotation. Now let's not discuss the difference between repository, service, component. Again, it will take another 2 hours just to understand it. But just a gist, basically Spring will say, okay, the moment you mention repository, the moment you mention service, the moment you mention component, where we have used it, entity, and you can also use component. What Spring will do is every class which has this annotation on top of it, it will create object for you. And you don't have to get object by yourself. Spring will give it to you and you simply say, give me the object. And one way to do that is by using auto-wired. Now, how exactly it is searches, let's not talk about those things. Okay, but then it will give it to you. Now, what we are going to do today is we will be converting this project into a web project. Now, today's session might be shorter because we don't have much to do. We just have to convert this project into web. So let's do that. Okay, so let's get back to our drawing board. So basically what we're trying to do is, first of all, why do we build a web project? Is because when it comes to standalone project, what we have done, it only works on my machine. If I want to use the same thing on someone else's machine, basically I have to take the entire project, give it to them, and they will run it. Example, in our office, we have 4 working machines, and if only one machine has the software, they will not be able to access it. And also, where will be database? Database is in this machine. Then we have to connect and all the stuff. So what we can do is, instead of building a standalone project, we can build a web project where anyone can use it. Not just us, we can use it, the entire world can use it. You can also use it. Maybe we can create an account repository. You can have your own account and you can manage your own products. We can do that. And okay, that's one. So if we talk about client, we are poor people. We have a client, we have a laptop here. So basically from this laptop, I want to access this database. See, ultimately it's all about database, right? As a user, you're not concerned about, you are concerned about the data. You want data, right? So how a user will be connected to a database? So basically a user, of course, if a user wants to send a request, database only works with one language, which is SQL. If you talk about the language database like DBMS, so when you talk about DBMS, we have RDBMS specifically. We use SQL language. Example, we are using Postgres here, right? Now, when we use Postgres, so that is RDBMS, you need to use SQL. Now, from a user, of course, imagine a normal user. A user will not be searching something online or not be searching something by using SQL query. Ask your parents or ask your friends who are from non-IT and say, hey, if you want to check your profile on Instagram, just say select star from Instagram database where the username is this. Of course, as a normal user, we don't do that, right? So what you get is a UI. So basically, a client will get a UI here. So this is where the UI will be. And this UI will send the request to the server. Of course, a server can be on the same, database can be on the same machine, or database can be on some other machine, doesn't matter. But let's say at this point we have on the same machine. Now in this machine, we have to first create something here. So a user will send a request, right? A user will send a request, and what a user will get is response. Now specifically, if we talk about a protocol which we use to send and accept the request, we use something called HTTP, right? So we have to use HTTP protocol to send and receive the request. Now, this particular box here, this is responsible to accept the request from the client. So whatever client's request, it will say, okay, I got this request. Let me see if I can fulfill that or not. Okay. And then based on that, it will send the response as well. Yeah. So based on that, it will send a response as well. Now, this type of layer in between, we call them as controllers. Now, what is the job of a controller? Just to accept the request from the client and send the response. Let me repeat. The only job of a controller here is to accept the request from a client and send the response. Now, whatever extra you want to do, example, let's say if you want to process something, client says, hey, controller, I want to add 2 numbers. Now, question arises, where you will add those 2 numbers. Will you add that in a controller or somewhere else? So never, remember, never do any calculations in the controller. Controller's job is to just to accept the request and send the response. Now, after controller, you will be having one more layer here, which is your service layer. Now, this layer is responsible to perform the operations. Example, let's say client says, hey, server, I want to add 2 numbers. Okay, server says, give me the request. Of course, I will work only when you send the request. The controller, this particular controller here, will accept the request, and then it will say, oh, you are basically trying to add 2 numbers. Let me take help from the service. Now, it is service responsibility to add those 2 numbers. And then, of course, service can send the response to the controller, and controller will send the response to the client, if that makes sense. But what if client says, hey, I want to know some data which is there in the database. Example, let's say you want to fetch a product which is there in the database. Now, question arises, who will do it? Is it your service who will do it or someone else? So basically, we have one more layer here, which is your data layer. In fact, we can say data layer. It has multiple names to it, but just to keep it simple, we have a database layer, or we can say database layer, data layer, doesn't matter. And then this request goes to service will request to a database layer, and database will send the response. Now, this is how you basically have multiple layers in the web application. A client sends a request goes to the controller sends a request to the service sends the request to the data. Data will have the SQL queries, which will send request to the database, fetch the data, send it to service will send it to controller will send it to the client. Okay. Now, the beauty is a client or a controller can send the data to the client, right? But how the data should look like? Of course, the data should be fancy, right? It should not be a simple data. You want to see the data on a proper layout and all the stuff. So what you can do is you can send a HTML page. So basically what our clients receive is HTML. But nowadays, when you talk about clients, it's not just a web page, or it's not just a web browser, right? In the earlier days, we used to only use web browsers. But now we have multiple devices. Example, you can have a phone, you can have, what else we can have? Anyway, let's say we have phone as well. Now, a client here wants to access data from a phone. Now, if you open any application, our application, we already have a layout, right? Because in a browser, when you see a page, you don't have a layout here. You simply have a blank page. Whatever it has to show should be coming from the server. But on the mobile phone, when you talk about any application, doesn't matter is it Android, iOS, or any type of mobile phone, you have a layout specified. What changes is data. Example, let's say if you go to Instagram and when you scroll, basically, you have those boxes fixed. The data changes, right? So we already have a layout here. Now from the server side, do you need a HTML page or do you just want a data? Of course, right? You just want a data. Now question arises, what should be the format of this data? Normally a data can come into a different formats. In the earlier days, we used to use XML, but now the famous one is, you can also write in the chat, the famous one is JSON, which is JavaScript object notation. So whatever data you get from the controller will be coming in the JSON format. Now the same JSON format will be showed on the Android. Of course, the layout is fixed, data is coming, it will show the data. And even if you're using a browser, what you can do is instead of sending an HTML file, what you can do is you can send a React page, a single page application, and then the React will already have a layout. Every time you do something, it will send the request to the server and get the data. And that's why if you see on the front end part, React is very famous, right? And mobile, you can also use Android or iOS applications. I hope this makes sense, everyone. Okay. So now what we want to do is we basically want to create this controller. Now, how do we do it? And since we are creating a web project, we also need a server. So we need a server where you can run this. Now, different languages have different servers. Example, if you want to work with PHP, I think PHP uses a XAMPP server, right? We also have WAMP server, XAMPP server. There are entire shop of servers for PHP. Then when it comes to okay, what are the language? JavaScript. So if you are using a JavaScript in the backend, basically you need a node there, Node.js, and that's why if you want to build a backend application, you use Node there. And if you are using Java, basically if you want to use a web server, one of the most famous one is your Tomcat. Okay, so basically if you want to use the entire thing, you need to install Tomcat in your machine. Okay. So that's what we are trying to build here. This is the entire thing we are going to do. Now in this particular session, we will not be talking about the front end. Okay, so this section here is not something we are concerned about. We just want to focus on the backend part. Does it make sense? We are focusing only on this. But now question arises, even if you build this, how will you use it? If you don't have a front end, how will you use it? So what we can do is, see the thing is, every time you have a server who says you can send a request and you can get the response, even if a server provides 10 features, so let's say a server says, I will provide you 10 features, or server has a 10 feature, but server only wants to provide 5 features to the public. How do we do it? How do we provide the service to the outside world? Let me repeat my question. If a server has so many features or so many services, how it will expose those services to the outside world. And that's why we have this concept called API. So basically from the server side, you have to expose some APIs. Does it make sense, everyone? So we basically have to build this API and expose it. Now question arises, if you don't have a front end, how will you expose this? So that's why what we can do is, instead of using this front end here, we can use a API tool, a tool where you can send a request to the API. And one of the most famous API tool is Postman. There are multiple options, but then Postman is very famous, so let's use it. Cool. It's time to get started with the project. Okay, let's rewatch the session then. If it is complex, yeah, you have to watch it. If this is the first time you're seeing this, it's very complex, so do rewatch it. Okay, let's get back to the code. And what we're going to do here is we will build a web application, right? And of course, we can reuse the code here. And what I want to do is I just want to close the earlier project so that we'll have less windows open. We already have so many things going on and stuff. I hope you're also practicing what we are doing in this session, because just watching a session will not make any sense. You will forget this concept in a day or two. So do practice this. Yeah, behind the scene, even if you're using a Spring framework, behind the scene, these are your servlets. Controllers are your servlets. If you want to go detail of Spring MVC, I will make sure that there's a link in description. You will get entire idea how these controllers are created. Because see, what we are going to see today is Spring Boot, okay? And Spring Boot actually makes your work very, very easy. But the thing is, if you really want to understand what is happening behind the scene, that's where you have to understand how Spring Framework works. So Spring Boot is actually a layer on top of Spring Framework to make your work easy. So what I will do is I will create a Spring web project. Now, how do we do that? Just go to the browser and the same website which we have went yesterday, which is Spring Initializer. Select Maven, select Java, all the same settings which we have done. Project name here, product Spring Web, because we are building a web project now. And jar file, var file. Okay, now the difference between jar and var is, in var basically you deploy the project on a Tomcat server. So basically the place where you are deploying it should have a Tomcat server. Jar, what it does is it embeds the Tomcat server inside the project. That means if you have a project ready, you can just run it because Tomcat is there already. Okay, now what about dependencies? We need Postgres in this particular thing as well. We also need Data JPA because that's how we're going to connect with database. Apart from this, we need one more thing, which is web. Okay, so we need a Spring Web. What else we need? Let me just check. Am I missing something here? I think Spring Web is what we need. We can also add Lombok here because I want to reduce this code. Let me see if I have Lombok. I've never tried Lombok in this. Yeah, we have Lombok here. Cool. Now, once you have all these things, click on generate. Your project will be ready to use. Let's unzip it. Done. And let's open this project. So go back to IntelliJ IDEA, file, open, downloads, Spring product, Spring Web. Click on open. A new window because we want to use the earlier window as well. And voila, you got your Spring Web project ready. Okay, now, as I mentioned, the Tomcat is already present in this particular project. If I go to external libraries, and if you search here, Tomcat will be already present. Where are you, Tomcat? Oh, don't tell me they are giving you Glassfish now. Oh, yeah, it's here. So you can see we got Tomcat. I don't know why I was not able to see that properly. Oh, he's Hitesh here? Okay, Hitesh says, can I also win this MacBook? I watch all your live stream. For sure, Hitesh. But I think you already got one from Apple. Yeah, Harsh says, Hitesh, so you already have a Mac Studio. So you can see Tomcat is already here. So what I will do is I will just minimize this and let's create a project now. Or we already have a project, let's expand it. Now, if you check out the pom.xml, now this is where you have all the dependencies, right? So we got Data JPA, we got Spring Web, we got Postgres, we got the Lombok as well to reduce the code. And apart from this, if you go back to SRC, and if you see the files, we already have one file here, which is the main file. And if you expand this, no fancy code. And you can see we got, okay, we have one more file here, which is application properties, which we'll see later. But we got the project, right? Now, if you are coming from the old world of Java, let's say if you are talking about servlets or Spring Framework, normal Spring MVC, we need to do a lot of configuration even before you run the project. Let me run this project. What I will do is, even before running the project, let me go back to my browser. And here, let me search for localhost :8080. Enter. And you can see it says this site cannot be reached because the server is not running. So if you want to access your Tomcat with a default port number, now this is a default port number for Tomcat, and you can see this is not running. What I will do is I will run this application without installing any Tomcat and stuff because Tomcat is there embedded. If I run this code, okay, oh, the same problem. I don't know why I add the Data JPA because the thing is, Spring Boot is very smart. Now, since we have added Data JPA, it is searching for the database connections. Just to keep it happy, what I will do is I will just get those connections which we have done yesterday. All these connections, copy and paste in the application.properties, which is empty in this case. At least let's keep our Data JPA happy, right? We have done that. And now let's run this once again. Let's see what happens. Run. And you can see it is running. The Tomcat started on port 8080. So just by downloading the project, you are able to run it. No external dependencies. That's fun, right? Let's go back here, refresh. Can you see that? Yeah, we got the error because that's our life. But at least you got the error from the Tomcat. It says the home page which you're searching for is not there because we are accepting the request, but then the request which is coming from the client, we're not able to process it because there's no mapping there, right? Okay, so what we'll do is, let's do the mapping. Now question arises where to do the mapping. So I will just go back here and create a controller. Remember in this, we have talked about a controller. So we need to get this controller here. So I will say new, and let's create a class. And let's name this as a product. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Let me do that again, what I've done. So right click on the package, say new, and say Java class, and click on product controller. So we got a product controller here. Now, how do you make this a controller? This is a normal class, right? How do you make this as a controller? We have to give it some extra power. How do you give that to extra power? How do you make this a controller? Just by having a controller in your name will not make you a controller. So how do you make this a controller? It's very simple. You simply add something called a REST controller. Now question arises, controller makes sense. Why it is called REST? See, there's a concept of REST API. Now since we are using a HTTP request, if you want to do anything on the server side, if you want to get the data, if you want to save data, send data, if you want to update data, if you want to delete data, what you can do is you can use something called REST, which stands for representational state transfer. Whatever communication happening between client and a server, it's all about transferring the states, right? Sending the values. And that's why we say a REST controller. To know more about REST controller, I will put a video in description. This will make much more sense then. So you can see we got a REST controller, and now this is a controller. It is ready to accept the request. But the thing is, if you talk about a web application, you have multiple pages, right? So you have multiple pages, and every page will have a different address. If you observe the address bar, your address bar changes for different requests. In the same way, for this particular application as well, you have to specify what you want to do. Do you want to get the products? Do you want to add a product? Do you want to update a product? Do you want all the products? Do you want a product based on a particular name? For that, you have to provide multiple mappings. Example, if I go back to my browser and if I say, okay, from this page, not the courses, I want all the products. I can simply say localhost :8080/products. The moment I enter, it's not working because there's no mapping happening. So what I will do is, for this particular request, what I can do is I can create a method. So if someone is calling products, I have to call this method. Now this method returns a list of products, right? Because you're asking for all the products. So list of products, we don't have that class yet. So I will say get products, or I can say get all products because you are fetching all the products. That's it. The thing is, we don't have this class product here. Can you see that? We don't have this class. So what to do? Okay. So basically, we have a class here, which is a product, and we don't have a class. So what we'll do is, we'll go back to earlier project and copy this class product. Okay, not here, here. Let's paste this class. So we got product. Now there's no issue. We have to import the package for list. Okay. And then here, we can simply return. Okay, what do you return? Oh, I don't know how to fetch this value. It's because controller will not do all those things, right? Controller needs helps from another layer. What is that layer? Yeah, that's right. We want these two classes, service and database. Copy this and paste, because we need these two layers as well, the service layer and the DB layer. So what you can do is you can create an object of a product service. So you can say product service. I will say service. And should I say new keyword? No, right? I can simply inject it. So the way you can inject that is with the help of auto wired. And we got it. We got this service class. And now with this service, you will say service dot get all products, job done. You simply converted your normal project to a web project. Voila. This is your web project now. But will this work? That's the real question. Let's try. Let's restart the server, and there is no error. You can see. Go back to the browser, refresh. Oh, it's not working. It is not working. What's wrong? What's wrong there, my friend? What's wrong? The thing is, we created this method, but nowhere there's a mapping, right? Of course, a controller can have multiple methods. Different methods should execute for different requests. So we have to mention in English, hey, this is for products request. Simple, right? No, but that's a comment, right? How Java will understand that? So what we can do is we can say @. To do that, we have to say get mapping. And in this bracket, you have to mention what is your mapping. So this will be for products / products. So whenever you get request for products, this is what you have to execute. Save, go back. Okay, we have to restart the server. Restart, no issue. Refresh. Whoa, we got it. Is this making sense? Okay, how to copy files is very simple. Just go back to the earlier project and just copy the files, right click, copy, and paste in your recent project now, whatever project you're building. In fact, I'm not following a proper standards here. You know, the controller should go to controllers package. The DB goes to the repo package. Service goes to service package. Product goes to model package. And that's why we say MVC, right? Which is model view controller. So the data which is passing between all these layers are called models, right? Product is a model here. Yeah, Spring Boot is actually interesting. Cool, cool, cool. You know why I'm not creating those packages? Because the project is already so complex. That's a good practice. You should always do that. But yeah, I'm teaching you the concept, so it works for me. Okay, now what about, I want to send the data. Okay, I want to create new entry in the database. How do we do that? How do we send the new record? Now that's a question. Now let's say if you have a form on your mobile application or a web page, you can enter data and you can say send. But I don't have a UI here, right? How will I send data from here? And what should be the request? Now the request can be, I want to send a product, not products, because when you're fetching it, you're fetching the products, right? But what if you want to send a product, one? How do we do that? In fact, you know, before that, I just want to show you one more thing. What if you want to fetch one particular product, not multiple? So let's say if I want to fetch, let's say I want to fetch black based. Okay. So what I can do is in the request, I can say, hey, I don't want all the products. I want one product. That's my product / I want black based. Enter. This is not working. How to make it work? It's very simple. You can add one more mapping, copy and paste. And here instead of saying get all products, I can say get product. And it is not returning a list, it should return a product, simple product. And the mapping will be product / black based, right? And then you cannot return all the products, you have to return one product. So you can say service.get. Okay, but the problem is, I think we have commented it in the service class. So if I go back to service, you can see we have commented this. And the thing is, this should be coming from the database, not from a list. Because we have not coded this in the last session. Let me code it fast. So I can simply say return db dot find by. Okay, if you have to find by name, right? Because you can use find, but then it will work with the primary key. You can see we got find by ID. If you want to do find by, we do have find by, but will this work? Oh, we have to pass the query function as well. So what I can do is Spring Data JPA. In fact, Data JPA provides you one more thing. You can go to database, and if you want to fetch from particular column, not from the primary key, what you can do is you can say return a product and find by name. So whatever column name you have, so say find by, this is fixed. What will change is the column name. So find by name and whatever name you get here, string name. And the beauty is you don't even have to define this. Okay, you don't even have to define this. Okay, where do you find the last session? Go to the channel, and there's a question, where do you find the last question? Let me just do that. So go to the channel and search for a playlist tab. So in the playlist, there's a 10-day challenge. You can follow the videos there. Okay, just add this method. Go back to your service and say db dot find by name and whatever your name is. No need to define, no need to write any SQL query or something. Now go back to the controller and say get product by name, which is, okay, where's the name? Let me just try with black beast. I'm hard coding it at this point. Let's see if this works. Black beast, restart the server. Of course, you can also install dev tools, which will help you to directly restart the server every time you make a changes. Okay. Let's refresh this. Oh, it works. You can see we got black based. But the thing is, it will only work for black based. If you try to use some other name, it will not work. You know why? It's because we have hard coded the values. We are saying black based at both the places. So what you can do is instead of saying black beast, you can put that in curly brackets and say name. So whatever data you're passing from there is saying this is so much easier than day 3 content. Okay, see, this is easy because we have done this in day 3. If you could have skipped the day 3, this is like next level complex because we have not even talked about these layers here. So we have done the difficult part in the last session. Okay, so you can see, so whatever data you're getting, you will save that in this particular name in the curly brackets, and then you can accept it in here. So you can say name. So whatever name is coming here, you can accept it here. Okay, let's try. And the same variable can be used here now instead of saying black based, because see, it doesn't matter what you search, it will always give you black based. We don't want it. We want to, so whatever user says here, that's what you want to accept. So restart and refresh. Oh, it's not working. You can see it's not working. What went wrong? I was expecting error, but there's no error. Give me something. Okay, so let me tell you what the problem is. The thing is, you have to use one annotation here, which is path variable if you want to use this. So by path variable, what you're saying is, in the path, whatever variable you have, just try to map it. So you can see name, try to map it. That was missing there. And now refresh, it works. You can use it for any other name. In fact, I remember we have Asus ROG, right? That's one machine. But the thing is, since we have a space between two words, on the internet, if you want to use web address, web URL, you have to use %20, which is a code for space. Just say enter and you can see we got ASUS ROG. Is it making sense? And the format which you can see here is JSON format. Okay, Patrick sounds more like Guilfoyle from Silicon Valley. Okay, so let me go back to my code again. And now let's do it for the adding a product, because we were able to fetch products. What if you want to add a product? Okay, so if you want to do that, what you can do is you can create public. And since we are adding it, we can use void because we don't want anything in return. Normally, a good practice is to return the status code. HTTP has different status code. Example 404 is for error related to resources. 500 is the error related to the servers. 200 is okay. Everything is going well. So every time you perform some operation, you have to return the status code as well. In this particular session, we are not doing it because again, it will be very complex. Okay, so public void add product. And now question arises, what should be a part of this parenthesis? Or sorry, the round brackets. If you are passing a single value, you will accept that in a string. Now you are passing an object from the client side. How will you do it? So since we are sending data from a client, we have to send the entire object of a product because that's what we are adding. So we have to accept that here. So you have to say product P. So we are accepting it. The entire product, we are accepting it. Now, once you accept it, we can simply say service dot add. Okay, we don't have add method. Okay, we have to implement so many things now. In this service, this is the add method. Okay, product and db.save. Okay, this should work. Let's go back to the controller. Say add product, pass P, and your job is done. But how do you map it? Now question arises, what type of request you are sending? So basically, whenever we talk about HTTP, we have different protocols there or different methods there in HTTP. So if you want to fetch data, we use get. And when you want to save data or when you want to send data, we use post. Okay, so we have to use post mapping here, not get mapping. So let me repeat. When you want to get data, we use, when you want to fetch data, we use get. When you want to send data, we use post. And what should be the URL? I want to be consistent with the product. We'll say /product. Now you will be saying, don't you think this one and this one matches, this product and this product? They are matching, but then look at the mapping as well. We got get mapping, we got post mapping here. Okay, of course, this is also different, but even if they are same, we got two different types of mapping there. One is get and second is post mapping. Now, people who are coming from this servlet background, they know what I'm talking about, right? Do get, do post. Okay, so we got this, right? But the question is, will this work? Let's go back to our browser and let's send the data. Oh, but how do I send data from here? Okay, because the browser supports fetching. Of course, you can use some tools internally to do that. But if you want to send data, let's use a real tool which will use to test the APIs. And that's why we have Postman. Now, Postman is specialized in request sending and response. So what I will do is I will start with the products. So let's try this first, this address. In the Postman, this is how Postman looks like. If you want to download Postman, you can go to postman.com and you can download depending upon your OS. So go back to Postman and set a GET request. GET request for this particular URL, which is localhost:8080/products, and say send. And you can see you will get all your data here. And this is a status code you got there. But if you can customize it from the server side. Let's try it for product/blackbeast. Send, and you can see we only got blackbeast. But now I want to send a request. I want to send a post request. So you will go to post. The URL is this, which is localhost:8080/product. But now this time we have to send data as well. How do you send data? So what you can do is you can just copy this. Now, if you want to send data, you will do that in a body. So in the HTTP body, you do that and replace this with this. And let's change values. So we already have till 15. Let's add 16. One of the item on my table is a pen. Pen is of type pen. It's on white table. Expiry. Pen never expires. Let's say 9999. Okay. So yeah, so basically you have to use, yeah, we can also use headers actually. Yeah, but then let's use body. You can set the raw and you can set the data like this. You can set the format, what you're sending JSON, and say, okay, the problem is, yeah, it should work. We don't have to set the value, right, for ID. Let's try. Say send. Okay, it says product not found. That's weird. We forgot to restart the server, is it? Yeah, ID is actually auto-generated, so we don't have to pass the ID. But let's say even if you're passing it, no harm. Run. Something happened. You can see there's no error. You got 200. Let's send the get request again for the products. Send. You can see we got all the products. If you go down, oh, it's not working. You can see the data is not assigned. We were able to send the request. Data is also saved in the database, but not the data which we have sent. Okay, it was not able to accept data. That's the problem. So we have to use one more annotation here, which is request body. So if you have to mention, hey, I'm sending something from the body, accept it. Okay. So we have to explain everything to Spring Framework. Okay, let's try now. Let's send this data again because this time it will use another ID. Run. Oh, sorry, we have to send a post request. In fact, where is my history here? I'm using Postman for a long time. Yeah, here. So let me use a post request with the same body. Send. Nothing went wrong here. Let me use the get request. Send. Go back. Yeah, can you see that we got it? So we got pen, a white table, and everything. Is this making sense? Oh, that's great. Okay, now I want to show you one more thing about Lombok, right? How do you integrate Lombok here? Okay, and now it's time for Lombok. Let's go to Lombok. Lombok, how do we integrate that? We have already added the Lombok part in the XML. And where do we want to use it? I want to use it for the product. If you look at the product class, there are so many things here, right? What you can do is, for this particular variables, I don't want to create getters and setters. You can skip the entire part from here, even toString. You can say, I don't want to write it. It makes your code so lengthy, right? So what you can do is you can just go on top of your class and say data, and that's it. It will auto-generate the getter setters for you. So basically, Lombok is used to reduce the number of lines of code you write in a class. Welcome back, aliens. My name is Navin Reddy. And finally, the Java project is here. That's right. I know you are waiting for this from a long time. So basically, after watching Core Java, after watching Spring Framework, there was one question, right? What next? How do we build a project? And that's where I have a small project for you. So basically, we'll do this project together using Spring Boot, and we are going to use a database as well for data storage, right? And for this project, we are going to use MongoDB. Now, why Spring Boot? Why MongoDB? We'll discuss that bit later. And also we need a front end, right? And for front end, we are going to use React. Now, basically in this project, we are not going to build React application. Let's say we already have the UI ready. Now we have to work on the backend part. So the backend part will be done with the help of Spring Boot, and the database will be MongoDB. Even before looking at the project, there is one particular question in your mind, and that is it a good time to watch this video? Maybe you don't know Spring Boot. Maybe you don't know MongoDB. How will you understand this project? So I am making this video considering two situations. The first one is, what if you know Spring Boot and MongoDB, the basics? You are at the right place. It's because you will understand how will you use your knowledge of Spring Boot and build an application. And also, if you know MongoDB basics, you will know how to use the MongoDB cloud, which is Atlas. Now, what if you don't know these technologies? And that's the beauty. Now, I'm making sure that when I am explaining you the concepts, at least you will understand the flow of a project. You will understand why I'm doing certain things and why exactly that line of code. But yeah, if you want to do it by yourself after watching the videos, that's where you will get stuck. But of course, there's different way of learning stuff. Sometimes you have to learn from the basics, and sometimes you have to come from top to bottom. Okay, this is what you can do in the project, and now let me learn the basics. So it doesn't matter at what stage you are, you can enjoy these sessions. Now let me talk about the project which we are going to build. So the project is actually very simple. This is a project. Basically, we are building a platform for someone to get a job, and what if someone want to hire someone? So basically this portal or this website is good for both the employer and for the job seeker. Let's say you're a job seeker and you are looking for a job. I know this is a very basic UI, but again, as I mentioned, right, the idea of this video is not to understand the UI part. The main thing is the backend. So I wanted some UI, so we have it here. And you will find this entire project, the UI, the backend, in the description. So you will get a GitHub link and you can access the project and you can run on your machine. Okay, so you don't have to type everything by yourself, don't worry. Okay, so let me click on this get job now. So basically I'm looking for a job and these are all the job description which I have. So these people are looking for candidates who know. So let's say if I talk about the first one, they're looking for developer and basically they're looking for software engineer. Okay, I've just typed the description the way I want it. It doesn't matter. You know, the grammar may not be perfect. The technology might not match. We're just here to learn, right? So let's go with that. So we got some description looking for software engineer who can work with Spring Boot and MongoDB and React. Okay, you are watching the right project then. The experience required is 1 year. It should be a year, but then that's fine. These are the skill set required in terms of technology. Then we have the same profile. Let's say if you go scroll down, we also have junior data scientist, spelling mistake here, but you can ignore. So data scientist who has end-to-end project experience. That's great. 12 years. I'm not even sure if data science is that old, but anyway, it's my data. I can do whatever I want with that. Okay, so skill set required, Python, NumPy, and those stuff. Okay, so this looks cool, right? And also we have a requirement for editor who knows Final Cut Pro and who can use my Mac Studio. The actual editor is not using it, so I'm looking for someone else. Okay, doesn't matter. So let's say these are the profiles we have here. And now let's say if I have a lot of job requirements, let's say 1,000 or 10,000, how do I search for my specific requirement? Of course, you can use a search box here. So in the search box, of course, you can search for a particular profile. Let's say I want to search for developer. So I can type developer here, okay? And it should give me the results. So it is giving me all the results of developers. You can see developer, 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 developer here. But what if I'm not sure what profile I need, but I'm sure that I know something. Example, let's say I know threads. So I can simply type I know threads and you can see it will find a profile where the skill set is threads. Okay, so basically we are also able to search. And that's exciting, right? Because you're implementing a search feature. And trust me, if you do it by yourself using a Java code or any programming language, it is very time consuming and we have to write a lot of lines of code. So we'll understand how do we do this using the MongoDB Atlas. So here, let's say if I want to search for, maybe I'm looking for a job only in Mumbai. So I can type Mumbai, you can say it will give you the jobs which in the description where Mumbai is mentioned. So basically for sure, when you search for something, we are not just searching in a profile. So let's say this is a profile here. This is a description. This is the number of years of experience required. And these are the technologies you should know. So basically, we are not just searching in the profile. We are also searching for the description and the technology. Okay, maybe it's like more of a Google search, which we are trying to build. It will be quite awesome, right? And also, what if you want to hire someone? Maybe if we want to post a new job. So let's say in my office, I need a requirement of a blockchain developer. So I can click on hire talent and let's say job profile, I will say blockchain developer and number of experience required is 2, let's say. Description, person should be familiar with Ethereum, developer who knows how to make dApps. That's it. And then the requirement is, let's say the person should know JavaScript. Anyway, we don't have a option of Solidity here. But again, I wanted to keep it light, so we got JavaScript there. You can change the UI the way you want. It's all about the submission which you do for the server. So when I click on submit, and if I search for, let's say, blockchain developer now, is it there? It should be. Okay, let me refresh. So you can see if I go back to this page, if I go back to get job now, we have a requirement for blockchain developer. Cool, right? And if I search for dApp, okay, you can see we got the developer here. Okay, so this is what we want to build. Now for this, of course, the React app is ready. So I will show you the code a bit, but will not be writing the React code by yourself. but we will be requiring a Spring Boot. So we are going to build this with Spring Boot, and we are going to use MongoDB in the backend. So let's get started. So we'll minimize this screen. I don't want this. And in fact, I wanted to show you the VS Code. So this is basically the React project which we have. So you can see we have multiple files here. This is for the form. This is for the feeds, what you see, all the developers, all the job posting. And you can see the request is getting sent to the server. Again, if you don't want to use React in the front end, you can use normal UI as well. Or even if you don't want to touch the UI part, I'm not a big fan of UI, by the way, we can use the APIs calling. Maybe you can use Postman to test these APIs, or we can use Swagger. Okay, so we'll use all those things in this project. I know it's quite exciting. So let's get started. Okay, so what we'll do is, first of all, let's create a project from scratch. Now, what are the technologies we are going to use here? So we are going to use IntelliJ for Java. We are going to use the database, which is MongoDB. Now, why I'm choosing MongoDB here? Why not our other database? See, the thing is, there's a huge debate between SQL and NoSQL databases, which are good. I have made a video as well before this, so you can find the link in description, which talks about what is NoSQL. So basically, just to give you an idea, there are different types of databases available. You can categorize them as SQL and non-SQL. In SQL, we create tables, right? So we have a database. In database, we have tables. So in NoSQL, basically, we don't maintain the structure. Now, why it is important is because when SQL got famous, at that point, it was around 1970s. At that point, the memory was very costly. So we have to make sure that we use minimum storage and we can store maximum data. And that's why the SQL type of table makes sense. Now, if we talk about the current world, we have so much of data which is unstructured. You can't actually create the columns based on that. So what if your table is created and now you want to add a new column? Trust me, it's a big headache in SQL. That's one. So basically, we don't want to use SQL here. The second one is you want to scale your application. You want to have replicas of your database. It is very difficult to do it in SQL. Of course, you can have replicas, but then it's very difficult to sync it. So NoSQL database excel in that. And we can implement that with the help of MongoDB. So MongoDB is a NoSQL database where you don't have tables. What you have is documents. So if you want to relate, it's very easy. Database is there on both the side. In SQL, we use tables, right? Which has data. Here we have collections. So we can have tables related to collections. In SQL, you store your data in the row format, right? So if you want to represent a particular entity, let's say I want to store my information, my name, my age, my phone number, my email ID, that becomes one row. Now that in NoSQL becomes a document. Now the way we can have multiple rows in SQL, we can have multiple documents, which is a part of a collection. That makes sense, right? So basically whatever data you're storing, in fact, the data which you have here, this is a profile, this is a description, this is the experience, and this is a technology you know. So this becomes one document. And if you have multiple data, that multiple documents. Okay, and we don't have to install any software for MongoDB because we are going to use the cloud service. And trust me, this skill sets, which we are going to do in today's session, is very important. Okay, so I already have IntelliJ on my machine, which is IntelliJ community version. We are going to use that. But then we want to create a Spring project, right? And since we have a community version, I'm not paying for it. So we have to make sure that we have that. Second, we want to create a service. We want to create a MongoDB service, right? So basically what we need to do is first we need to get the account on MongoDB Atlas. Okay, it's very simple. You can just click on it. And the important thing is it will not ask you for credit card information. Hopefully, let's see if that is asking for you. So I will sign up with my Google account and this should be a quick process. So click on submit. You can choose your email ID and you can click on submit. I normally prefer to have Google login everywhere so that I don't have to remember the passwords. So it says, welcome, you use your account to deploy a cloud database. Okay, that's what we are going to do. And it's still building it. Okay, so basically it is asking you some questions. You can just enter, okay, we are here to learn MongoDB. Whatever application we are building content management, and then preferred language. So basically we are going to do that with Java. Now that's the beauty about MongoDB, okay, which is you can use multiple languages here. Now, since we are going to use Java, so I can click on Java here and click on finish. Now, if you're getting confused how exactly the document looks like, so if you have ever worked with JavaScript, the JavaScript object, you know how you create, that's how the document is getting stored. So basically that's a JSON format for us. but in the storage, it is getting stored as BSON, which is binary sun, right? Which is JavaScript, or we can say binary JSON to make it easy. Okay, they're still loading the page. Maybe the internet is slow on my side. And that's what it is. We got our storage. The only thing is, it will ask you what type of service you want. Okay, so if you can go for serverless, you can go for dedicated, but you have to pay for it. Now, since we are into learning stage, we can select the free one. So you can click on share and you can click on create. It will create a cluster for you. Now, of course, this is not a point where we talk about cluster. Imagine you're getting these services. And the beauty is you can choose any of this cloud service. So MongoDB behind the scene will allow you to choose AWS or Google Cloud or Azure. So we are going to use AWS here. Okay, so region is Mumbai. By default, you're selecting the good things. Don't need to change anything here. The only thing I want to change here is the cluster name. I will name this cluster as Telusko and click on create cluster. The next thing is it will ask you for the username and password to protect your database, right? So if you want to connect, you have to enter the username and password. So you can see we have the root. By default, I've entered this before as well. So it is taking the default values. So you can enter whatever data you want to have. I'm just typing root and root, and I will click on create user. So my user is created, quite simple, right? The next thing I want to do is I will be using this from the local environment. So I'm connecting my application, which is running on my machine, with the MongoDB Atlas. So we have to enter the IP address. I want to protect this by allowing that only my machine can use that database. So I can click on add my current IP address, click on that, and click on finish and close. So by doing this, you got your database deployment. So as you can see, our database is created now. What's the next step? In fact, we got our cluster, not a database. If you can see, we don't have a database yet. So it says database deployment, but then we need to create a database. So you can see we have an option of database here. When I click on database, we already have one. Now what I will do is I will click on browse collection. So basically we don't have a database. We'll create that in this. So this is the dashboard, and we can see we have an option of monitoring, but will not do all those things. Let's click on browse collection. And as I mentioned, the tables in SQL, you can map it with the collection here. So let's click on the browse collection, and it's trying to retrieve the database, and you can see we don't have it yet. So database is, number of database is 0. So we have a cluster ready, which is Telusko, and we need to create a database now. So click on add my own data. So basically you can also load some sample data set which they provide you. So if you don't want to have your own database or stuff, if you don't want to have your own data, so you can click on load sample. But since we have our own data, we can click on add my own data here, and it will ask you for database name. So I will say this is for job listing, and then the collection is job post. In fact, you know what I will do? I will also keep my database name as Telusko, just to make it easy. And the collection name is job post. So click on create. Okay, so as you can see, we got our database name as Telusko, and we got our collection name as job post. And as you can see, we have multiple options here. We'll see this aggregation search index later. So we'll have a separate video on it. And I also try to explain some of the more features, but as of now, just to keep it simple, let's say this is our data here. And as you can see, we don't have any data. It's empty. So we can click on insert document because I want to see some of the listings, some of the jobs. So I will click on insert document, and this is how you can insert. And the beauty is this data looks like a JSON format, maybe a key value pair, just to simplify that. Now, I don't want to enter the data by myself. I already have some data set ready with me. So as you can see, this is the data I already have here. So I will just copy paste this part into this. So as you can see, I have inserted data. Now how this data looks like, so you can see we have an ID here, we got description, the same thing which you were able to see on the page. We got experience, profile, and the technologies which you know. And you can see this is an array basically in Java. Now, how can you relate this with Java Pojo? So in the Pojo, we create a class, right? And we have different fields. Example, if you talk about a person will have a name, a age. Now that thing comes as a key value pair here. So you can say this is age, this is name and stuff. So I will click on insert. It will insert some 10, 11 records, and you can see how many records we have. So in total, we have 10 records. That's great. So even this is enough. In fact, sometime in real application, you'll be having a lot of data to play around. But let's say we have 10. And I want to fetch this data from my Java application. Okay. So remember, this is the thing we are building. So if I remove the entire stuff, this is what I want to fetch. So what I will do now is, so this thing is working because I already have this project ready in my IntelliJ. So if you can see, I was just doing some testing here. So the project is ready, but we are not going to use this project. So I will stop this. The moment I stop this project from this Spring Boot, so you can imagine we have two different applications running, the front end and back end. So what I will do now is if I go back to my browser, if I refresh, you can see data is not coming. You know why? Because the server is not running. Of course, you can print some message here, the server is down or something. Of course, that comes at a later part. But as of now, I'm not printing any error. You can check in the console log, it will show you the error that server is not running or something. Okay, so this is what I want to make it work. And as I mentioned before, you can also use a Swagger API. So let me show you what Swagger API looks like. Of course, we are going to build the entire stuff one by one. So let's say if I run this project and if I go back to my browser and here, I will run 8080 port and you can see the Swagger API is running with that. So if you don't want to work on a UI part, you can also use Swagger. And you can see we have a post controller here, and these are the options you have. So even if you don't want to use front end, you can use Swagger. You can get all the post. So you can see if I click on right now, execute, it will show me all the documents. Now this is coming because the server is running. Okay. Now if I stop the server, even this will not work. So if I click on execute now, so you can see we got an error. In fact, this Swagger itself will not work. So you can see that this is not working. So if I open the Swagger homepage, it's not running. So we have to make it work. Okay. Now for this, what we're going to do, we have to build the project from scratch. So basically, we have to go to one of the page, which is start.spring.io. Now basically, you can use IntelliJ Enterprise version, you can use Eclipse, you can use STS, your choice. But I'm going to use IntelliJ Community version where you don't have an option of creating a Spring project by default. So I'm going to use start.spring.io, which is Spring Initializer. Now in this, we are creating a Maven project. So basically imagine you're creating a project and you need certain modules, you need certain project structure. So you can click on Maven project here. And we are going to use Java language. The next thing is you have to specify the version, which is 2.7.4. The only thing is, if you want to use Swagger, this version does not work properly. So I will change the version once the project is created. But if you don't want to use Swagger, this perfectly works. The next thing you have to mention is the group. So I will say this is com.telusko. And the artifact is job listing. Okay, that's the project. And we can keep it as it is. This is the package name that works for me. And then we got the jar file. So we have to create a jar file here. So once you deploy the application, when you create a package, the packaging will be happening as a jar, not var. And you can choose a Java version, 11 works. So we can go for 11. Now that also depends upon what setup you have in your machine. So you need to have a core Java setup, basically a JDK setup. 11, 17 works. You can use that. 19 just launched. So you can use that as well. But I'm a person who prefers stability, so I will go for 11. The next thing is you have to add dependencies. Now, what are the dependencies we need here? So basically, we are building a web project. So I will use a Spring Web. Okay. The next thing I will need here is MongoDB. So I will search for MongoDB. So basically, we want to go for Spring Data MongoDB. And the beauty is, all these things which will happen with less amount of lines. And trust me, it's beautiful. So if I click on this, you don't have to write a lot of lines, and sometimes it's tricky when you have a lot of lines. So I will click on generate, and you can see we got our project here. So what I will do is I will just unzip this project. So you can see this is the project which is unzipped. Okay, so I'm making sure that project belongs to Idea Project. So in my user account, I have this folder which is called Idea Projects. I'm keeping that project there so that I can open that from IntelliJ. So I will open IntelliJ. Of course, when you open this, you will not see the project. So this is what you will see. And this is my demo project, which I've already done. And now I will click on Open Project from here. So basically, when you open IntelliJ IDEA, of course, this is the community version, free one. So I will click on Open and navigate to the Idea projects. And in that, I have a job listing. Click on Open. Okay, we have to trust. We don't have a choice. And we got the empty project. As you can see, we don't have a code here. But I just want to verify if my POM file has it. So POM file, you can see the version is this. This may not work with you. So I'm going back to 2.5.7. There's not much change between these two versions and it perfectly works. So this version normally works with Swagger. And so you also do it when you are trying this, also try with the older version. And once it is working, then try to change the version to see if that is working. Okay, now these are the dependencies which I have, right? So you can see it is downloading dependencies. So whatever jar files you need in this project will be downloaded. But till that point, we also need two more dependencies, which is for Swagger. Now, how will you get this dependency? It's very simple. You can go to one of the website called MVN repository, and you have to get this two, the Swagger UI and Swagger 2. Okay, so you can click on that, search, and you can click on the first one. The version which normally works is you can go for 2.9.2. You can see we have a lot of use here. So I will use this particular version, copy this, go back to your code and paste. The same thing you can do for the second one with the Swagger 2. So you can see I'm searching for Swagger 2 here, the first one, and the same version. Make sure that you have the same version so that you will not get any conflicts, and paste. So you can see we got these two libraries. And if I open my external libraries, you will find all this files here. So you can see we got MongoDB, we got Spring Framework files, and there should be for Swagger as well. It will be there, don't worry, it will be there. So let's say if I minimize this now, so we got Swagger. In case it's always good to refresh your Maven dependencies, you can also click on this Maven and click refresh. It will make sure that you have all the dependencies required. Anyway, otherwise it will give you error here if it is not working. You can see we have all the jar files. And now it's time to write our code. The first thing you will do is if you go to your main, see, ultimately we have to connect our application with MongoDB, right? So we have to specify where do you have your MongoDB? Do you have your MongoDB in your system, or you're trying to connect the cloud? That's first. Second, what is your database name? What is username, password? Of course, right, for connection, you have to pass the credentials as well. So what I will do is I will do all the configuration. If you can see, we have a resource folder in which you have application.properties. This is where you do the configuration. Now, what's the configuration I need here? So basically, I need spring.data.mongodb.uri. So this is the first property you have to assign, spring.data.mongodb.uri, and we have to assign a URL. Now, from where you will get the URL or URI? In that case, you will go back to our MongoDB, the cloud, and you can see we should be having an option of, if you go to overview, you can see there's option of connect. Okay, so if you click on this connect here, it will ask you for what type of, from where you want to use this URI. So I want to say I want to connect to an application. So click on this. Now it will ask you which language you are using. So we are doing it with Java, and the version is this. And this, my friend, is your URI. So I will copy this and paste, done. Okay, the things we need to change, you can see it's a long string. The things you need to change here is, you can see this is your cluster name, and this is the URI, but password is not mentioned here. So you can enter the password manually. So the password for my machine is root. So username root, password is root, and that should work. The next thing I want to do is, this is where I want to specify the database name as well. So basically this is the property. So spring.data.mongodb.database, and this is where you have to mention your database name. And I guess database name was Telusko itself. So we'll skip it, Telusko. I can just verify once again. I can go back to the collections part here, and you can see we have a database which is Telusko. So use the same name. So database name is Telusko. Even my cluster name is Telusko. You can have a different. So make sure that you enter your database name here. Okay, that's it. This is the property you have to mention. And now I can simply close this. I don't even need the POM file. Close this. Okay, now what next? Now we have to write a code to make it work. So what I can do is I can go back to my Java, and you can see we already have an application here. Now the thing is, I want to enable the Swagger API. And as of now, we don't have a Swagger API enabled. If you don't want to use Swagger, you can skip the entire step. And since we are not here to learn about Swagger and stuff, so just to give you an idea, it helps you to request to your web service. Okay. Now, if you don't want to use Swagger, you can skip this step. So if you can see, I have just copy pasted, and this is the only thing we are copy pasting, okay? Because we are not here to learn about Swagger. So the only thing is you have to do is for the application, you have to enable the Swagger 2, and we have to import the package for this. We have to make a bean, because this is how this Swagger will be loaded. As I mentioned before, this is an optional step for the project. So I'm not explaining this stuff because I just wanted to show you how do you build an application. Let me import the packages. Okay, and the good thing is I will make sure that this project is available in your in the link in the description as a GitHub link. Okay, so this is done. We have done with our main. Okay, now this is only for Swagger, and we are not going to use this file anymore. So we are just enabled this Swagger. Okay, but then now I want to send a request to the server, right? Now how do we do that? So in Spring Framework, basically we use something called Spring MVC, which is Model View Controller. And here we have to first create a controller, and you can see we don't have a controller here. So what I will do is I will create a new class, and this is a class, basically the name would be, let's say, post controller, because now we are going to work with the post, right? Job post. So instead of saying job post every time, I will say post controller, and that's our controller here. Now, how do you make this as a controller? It's very simple. You make this controller with the help of REST controller, okay? And in this, you will write your methods. So for every request you want to send, let's say I want to fetch all the post, so I can use the URL, which is localhost:8080. That's the port number where the server will be running. And I can say /all post. It will give me all the post. What if I want to submit a new request? So I can say /post with the post method. So the first one was get method, the second will be post method. And what if I want to search based on a term? And for that, we can use again a get to fetch. But in this particular video, we are going to focus only on how do you get all the records. Okay, that's it. Or maybe I can also do it for the submit part. But the first thing I want to do is I want to enable this Swagger, right? So in that case, what I can do is I can create a method. And this is only for Swaggers, I can say redirect. So every time someone send a request for the home page, it should redirect to the Swagger page. And to do that, we have to import HTTP servlet response. Okay, so basically what I want to do is every time someone requests for the home page, okay, we have to do the mapping for that as well, which is request mapping. So when someone requests for the home page, we have to mention that, hey, call the Swagger API, okay? And to do that, what I will do is I will say response.redirect. And in bracket, I can mention swagger.ui.html, and it is giving me some error. Okay, it's asking me to add the exception. So I will say throws IO exception. And that's it. The Swagger UI will be ready. Let me just prove you that. Now to prove that, I will run this application first. I will right click the main application and say run. Okay, it will take some time. I hope it will work without any error. Okay, you can see it is working. And how do I verify that? So I can just go back to the browser and okay, Swagger API is not working. Refresh, enter. And you can see we got our Swagger API. It's simple. And this is our controller name. If I click on this controller, you get all these options by default. But I don't want these options. So in that case, what I can do is I can just write API ignore. Oh, API ignore. Okay, that's it. So when I say API ignore and the server, go back here, and now when you refresh, so you can see it has removed all the predefined requests. We want to define our request by ourselves. So I can say no operation defined in the specs. Okay, that's good. So what I can do is now I can define the request. Now what request I want to send? So basically here, I want to have an option of fetching all the post. Now for that, I can create a mapping. So basically I want to, what mapping we want to do? We want to map it for all the posts. So I can say public, which will return the list of posts. Now what is this post? Hold on. So for the document, I also want a POJO, right? Which will map the document and POJO. Okay, we don't have a POJO here. And one more thing, the post controller should be a part of a controller, right? So let me just move that. So I will say new package, and I will make this as a controller, and let me just move this. I want to create one more class here. In fact, one more package first. Package, and this is where I will keep my models. And in this model, I want to create a POJO. Now what POJO? A mapping class which will map my Java class with the document. So I want to name this as post itself, the job posting, okay, not the post method of HTTP, the job posting. And here I want to have some variables. Now what are the variables I need? So if you compare with the database, if I go back here, so you can see we have a description here. Let me just increase the font size a bit. It's not visible. So you can see we have a description, we have experience, we have profile, and we have technology, which is an array. The same thing you'll be doing here. Okay, so what are the things we need in the post? So first of all, we need a profile, right? So if you remember the database, we had profile, description, technologies, and experience. So let's put that. So we got first thing we are going to get is the profile. Then we are going to get the description. Then we'll need the experience and the technology. So we can say text. That makes sense. Okay, but then this text will be an array, and that's done. Of course, you can keep this bracket here as well. That works. And for this, I need getters and setters. So I will right click. I will say generate. I want a getter setter for all the fields, and click on OK. And with this, I also need a constructor. Generate a constructor with, in fact, I want a blank constructor without any field. And we also need a toString in case if I want to print. That's it. So I will say right click, generate toString. Okay, so we got our post, right? It's so simple. Okay, so going back to the controller, we got our post now, so we can import the package. That's imported. And we have to also import the list. That's done. So if I want to fetch, what method should I have? So I can say get all posts, even that works. And name doesn't matter, right? So we can say get all posts. And now I want to do a mapping for it. So when do you call this particular method? See, of course, the home page is done. Now home page returns the Swagger page. But let's say in this Swagger, if I go back and I want to have, let's say, a URL which requests for all the posts, it should fetch the post. So in that case, I can just go back here. And for get request, I can say get mapping. And the URL which I want to have is, let's say, all post. So if we are requesting for all the posts, or maybe I can simply say posts. That works, right? So we can say posts and it should return the post. But then how do I return the list here? By default, it will return empty. That works. Now, if I want to fetch this data, what I will do now is I want to return the list. How will I get the data? So of course, I want to fetch this data from database, right? Now, if you know Core Java, JDBC and database, we have to write a lot of steps, right? But not in Spring. So we can use Spring Data. Remember, we have added one of the library for Spring Data. This one, Spring Starter Data Mongo. So basically, we can use that to fetch data. And for that, what I can do is I can create a new interface, basically, not the class interface. And we'll name this as, let's say, post repo, or we can say repository. Okay, now this is how you will fetch data. Okay, you don't have to write any methods, any implementation. I know that sounds new for some people. They're like, hey, without writing any queries, without writing anything, how can I fetch data? Let me show you the magic now. So what I can simply do is I can implement this interface, or not implement, I can extend this interface with the Mongo repository. And in this, you have to mention two things. The first thing is what type of data you want to fetch, which is of post type. So basically, this is the mapping. So whatever data, whatever document you fetch will be a type post. And the next thing is the primary key, basically. But then we don't have a key, so I can keep it string. I'm assuming that it will be string. Okay, so let's get it that way. And then that's it. We don't have to write any methods in this. You don't have to create any class which implements this. The Mongo repository will take care of all the CRUD operations: fetching, creating, updating, and deleting. Okay, that sounds fun, right? Let me show you. So what I can simply do is once I got this repository, remember I'm not creating any class or stuff. I'm just going top here and I'm saying create the object of post repository, not the object, but not the object of the interface, but behind the scene, the Spring framework will create a class for it. It will create an object for it. You don't have to do that. And I will simply say this is a repo. And I will just map this as AutoWire. So when you say AutoWire, it simply means Spring will create an object for you and it will map it. That's it, that auto-wiring part. And you don't have to do anything else. Just come back here and say repo.find all. Can you see that we have so many methods? We have not written those methods. It's inbuilt in Mongo repository. That's it. I know you will not trust me at this point. The only way I can prove my point here is by restarting the application. And I know you might be saying there's a difference between the time here. It's just that my camera was not working properly. So I have to take a pause and do it again. And if I refresh, oh, can you see that? We got all post. And if I click on this, hopefully this will work. It's already been a lengthy video. I will click on try it out, execute. Oh, okay, we got data, but it's not printing data here. Oh, something went wrong here. So we're requesting for posts and it is requesting for the post find all. Okay, now what is missing? Remember when we go for the post repository, we have mentioned that there's a post, right? There should be mapping, but post is not aware of that. So what we have to do is we have to say document here and we have to mention which collections this will map to. So this will map to, okay, what's my collection name? If I go back to my thing, it is job post. So I will just come back here and say job post. Now this should work. So if I restart the server, there's no error. And if I go back to my Swagger API, hopefully this time it will work, execute. Oh, can you see that? We got the data. This is what we wanted, right? Oh, it's working. And if you look at the code, it's so simple. We just got a controller here where we are doing the mapping. We got the post repository and nothing much here. We're not declaring any methods or stuff. And if I look at the post, this is just a POJO. So fetching is working. That's awesome. How about posting the data? What if I want to submit data? Maybe I want, so apart from this all post, I also want to have post, which will submit data, a post method. Let's try. This should be simple. So I can simply create another method here for posting data. What if I want to get my own records? So I can create a method which will return the post itself. So whatever post you are submitting, it will return that. And I will say add post. Of course, method name can be anything. And okay, the mapping, what type of mapping I'm going to do? Any guess? We are submitting data. So for submitting, we have to use post mapping. And here we have to specify the URL. Can I say URL post? See, when I say post for get, it will fetch. Okay, so in the method we are specifying its get method. So it will fetch. In post, we are submitting data. Okay, this post and post might be confusing, but this post is basically the job post. This post is a HTTP method. But then when you submit data, we have to also accept it right here. So I can use a request body here to accept. Now see, if you don't understand all this concept, see, flow is something very easy, right? But what if you want to do it by yourself? Don't worry, I have a Spring Boot tutorial. You will find the link in description, which explains each and everything properly. This is a project video, right? So I'm just focusing more on the project part. Okay, so request body, and here I can mention the object where it will receive the data. So I want it to receive data in a post format. So whatever data you will submit from the client side will be accepted here in the post object. I know that's something which Spring is amazing at. Okay, once you got the data, I can simply say repo dot, okay, which method I have to use? For saving, I think there's a save method. Yeah, there's a save method which will accept the post object. That's it. No need to mention any query. No need to mention any code for it. We are done with this. But I guess save returns something. Okay, what I will do is save returns the object of post. So we can simply say save, it will return the post object and we're returning it. That's it. And here, I think it should work. If I go back, we have to restart the server. So you can see we are fetching data. We are also submitting data. And if I go back, refresh, okay. Okay, so that we got post here. That's awesome. And you can see it will give you some demo data as well, so that it is already mapped, right? So I want to submit data. I can say description. Okay, description. First of all, I will set the profile. Profile I'm looking for is blockchain developer. And here description can be Ethereum developer with dApps experience in Mumbai. Or maybe I can say this time I can say Pune. Okay, experience, I need only 2 years. Blockchain developer, technology, what you should know. Let's say you should know Java. I don't know why you should know Java, but let's say Java. Then we can say Solidity, and you need to know XML. I don't know why, but let's say XML. And let's click on execute. It should work. Oh, it worked. Can you see that we got the data? But then we are getting the data on the client side, right? Let's verify from database. So if I go to database now, and let's see if that is there. Let me refresh the database. Hopefully it should be there. It should be there. It should be there. If I scroll down, can you see that? We got the blockchain developer, Ethereum developer, whatever we have written there, and the array of your skills. Awesome. It was so simple, right? So basically we were able to request data, we were able to save data. But of course, at this point, we have only worked with the Swagger part. We have not connected with the UI. We'll do that. And also there is no searching option. Okay, we have not created something for searching. We'll do that in the next video. So in the next video, we'll also try to understand how will you use MongoDB, what is the feature it provides. And then we'll explore one more application which is called MongoDB Compass. Okay, which is a UI. Basically, I'm just, everything which I want to do, I'm just going to the browser, right? And I'm accessing the cloud service. What if I want to access everything on a desktop application? Sometimes it is very easy to access a desktop application than going to the website. So we'll try to explore that as well. In this video, we'll focus on two important features of MongoDB. The first one is the MongoDB Compass, and the second one is MongoDB Atlas Search. That's right, search. Because remember the first video, if you have seen it. So basically we were able to search the data from the document, and irrespective where that data is it a key or in the values? Okay, somewhere in the description, there was something mentioned, it was able to search. Search for every text, not just the title. Okay, so let's try to implement that. So how will you get the compass? So there should be an option here. Otherwise, what I can do is I can just go to Google and search for MongoDB Compass, and this is the website. In fact, you can directly click on download, but let me just go to the website first. So this is how the MongoDB Compass website looks like. So this is a GUI for MongoDB, that's right. So basically you can access the MongoDB Atlas from the browser. In fact, we have multiple options. You can use MongoDB on your local machine. When you do that, basically you have to use the console and you have to type a lot of commands. And of course, as a programmer, it's a good thing. But if you want to use a GUI tool, you can use Compass for that as well, which connects with the local system. Or you can use Compass to connect with the cloud as well. You have a choice. So this acts as a GUI for both. And for this example, we are going to use Compass for the cloud. So you can click on download now, it will download, and it's a straightforward setup. You can just click next. Nothing difficult. It's just that you have to specify which version of Compass you want to download, which platform you're using, and what format you want to download. So click on download, it will give you the setup. Now, once you click on the setup, once you click on next and install, it's very easy. Nothing fancy there. The only thing is when you open MongoDB Compass, you need to do some configuration. That's it. When you open it, and I have just clicked on it. It might take some time. So this is how your MongoDB Compass will look like. And you can see it will ask you for the connection. Now, MongoDB Compass is not sure. Do you want to connect with the local machine or from the cloud? Now, based on that, if it is a local address, this is the port number, you can click on connect. But I think in my machine, I don't have a local setup. You can see connection refused. I don't have the local setup. But what I have is I have a cloud. And to connect the cloud, you have to enter the URI. Oh, from where you will get the URI? Remember, in the project, we have done that. But if you have not following the project, that's completely fine. When you open your, let me just start from the cloud itself. So when you go to the MongoDB Atlas and when you have your database here, you can click on connect. And when you click on that, you can see we have multiple options. But this time we are going for the MongoDB Compass. And the beauty is they both have the same URL. So we click on this and I will say, yes, I have MongoDB Compass. And the version is this and later. This is the URI. So just copy this. And for my database, I have a username which is root. And the password is also root. So I will replace that with this. So here, I just have to replace this part with root. That's it. And click on connect. I hope it will be connected. Oh, it is. You have to also mention the database, right? Why just giving test database? I want my database. It should be Telusko. Let's try. So click on connect and it says connecting. Oh, it connected. Can you see that? You got your host, and that's the beauty of MongoDB. So every time you create a database, it will create multiple replicas of it. Of course, we have to be fail-safe, right? What if you have only one server and that goes down? You need a backup servers. So MongoDB, for every database, it creates 2 extra copies for you. We call them as replicas set. So in total, you have 3 working databases at the same time. And you can see that is what you can see here on the left-hand side. If I click on databases here, it will show all the database which we have created, and we have created only one, Telusko. It was by default. And if I click on Telusko database, you can see it is giving you option of the collection, which is job post. If I click on this, we got all our records. So it's better to use the GUI than using cloud. The only drawback which I can see is if your machine is slow, Compass will give you issue. That time you can use cloud, but it's not that heavy. Normal machine can take it up. So again, it's depending upon the developers what they want to use. I normally prefer to use the cloud service. Some people prefer to use the GUI tool to do everything, or the desktop application. But again, that is preferred, depending upon the people. Okay, now this is the first thing I wanted to show. The next thing is I want to implement the search feature. And this is the beauty about Atlas search. So in the MongoDB, the Atlas, we use something called a search option. Remember, whenever we work with data and we have created a database, right? And normally we only had around 12, 13 records or 11 records. In normal databases, which is production grade, we have thousands of records. Oh, that's less. We have millions of records. Now, if you want to search for a single word from all the records, trust me, it's very time consuming. So basically, as a user of that application, when you type, you have to wait for minutes to get the output. And we don't have that much of time, right? So how will you speed it up? And that's where in the database concept, we have something called indexing. So every field, every text will be indexed so that it will be easier for search. Okay, but then how will you do that? do you have, as a developer, do you have to do everything? Not exactly. If you can see, the same option is there on the cloud as well. Okay, so you can click on this index and you can create index from here. But since as I mentioned before, I'm a big fan of cloud, so I will be doing that from the cloud itself. So let me go back to the cloud service. And if I go back here, okay, so I will click on my collections. There is an option of creating a search index. So if I click on this index, okay, this is where you can create your index. So it says make your data more discoverable with Atlas search. And I can create the index here. The only thing is when you're creating the index, it will give you two options, visual and JSON. I'm a newbie to this, so I will click on visual. That's what you do, right? When you learn something new, you go with the basic steps. Keep it simple, learn the first layer. And I always believe in the learning where we have onion peel like learning, right? We have different layers. So you learn the basics and then you learn the advanced part, then you learn the more advanced part. So I will click on next. It will ask me for the index name. By default, the name will be default. Keep it that as it is. You can change it, but let's keep it default. And you can mention what database and collection you want to index. I want to index the job post. If you have multiple databases and collection, it will show you the options. You can choose one and click on next. And that's done. Oh, we have to click on this create search index. Now, before I do that, in fact, let me just do that and I will show you something. There's interesting thing called index fields. There's an option of dynamic. So what happens is, by default, it will try to index everything from your database or everything from the collections. It's good, but then if you have a huge database and if you have huge number of documents, it is very time consuming because it will take a lot of time. Second, it will consume a lot of memory. And sometimes we don't want to do that. Why you will not do that? Because what if you have multiple fields? Let's say we have 8 or 10 fields in the document. And not everything need to be indexed. Maybe you can specify these are the three fields which I want to index. Example, in our case, maybe I want to index description. I want to index the profile. That's it. I don't want to index other things. I can specify that with the static mapping. By default, it's dynamic. It will map everything. I can also make it static. Now, even for 11 records, it is taking so much of time. Maybe it is done. I'm not sure. Let me just refresh this. So you can see we got only 11 records and it is working now. So the mapping is dynamic mapping here. And if that's done. So indexing is done now. Let me just go back to my collections. So that's the first thing. If you want to apply the search, you have to first create the index. And now using that index, you can actually test it. Okay, how do I test? Let me just go back to search. There should be an option of testing as well. Click on Visual Editor. Okay, so if I click on Visual Editor, you can see we have an option of search tester. It is indexed, right? You should be able to search now. Example, let's say I'm searching based on Java. So if I say Java and if I click on search, it will show all the documents where Java is mentioned in the profile, in the description, or in the technologies. Example, in the blockchain developer, we don't have Java mentioned in the profile and in the experience, in the description, but it is mentioned in the technologies. If you can expand this, you can see we have a Java here. So basically everything is indexed. It is easier to search and you can use the search from the client side. But you will say, hey, that works, right? I mean, this is working from the cloud. What if I want to do that from the Java code? That's tricky, right? How will you do that? Let me show you how to do that. So if I go back to the collections and if I click on aggregation, can you see that we have an option of aggregation? Now this is where you can create a pipeline, what you want to search. And it's not like you can search only one thing. Maybe I want to search based on Java. And even for Java, let's say we have 50 records. So let's say in total we have 200 records. And if I specify Java, it is giving me giving me, let's say, 50 records. Now, out of 50 records, I only want 5, and that too in the sorted order of experience. Can we do that? So basically, you can see I've applied 3 filters. The keyword, Java. Second, I want to sort it, and I also want to limit the number of posts which I can see. So we can do that from the aggregation. So if I click on aggregation here, it's taking some time for the aggregation builder. So if it don't apply any filter, it will show all the posts. So in total, how many posts we have? So we can see we have 11 documents here. But then if I want to apply a filter, I can do that from here. So you can see we have an option of stage. By default, it will show you one stage. I will click on select. Now you can basically apply multiple operators here. The first operator which I want to use is search. So if I scroll down, you can see we have an option of search. And this is what it will give you. So I will just remove this extra things from here. Now index, what index we have? Remember when we created the index, we have to also mention the index. Okay, so if index has not specified or not created, this will not work. So you can specify the default, but even if you don't mention, that's fine. Since we have a default index, we don't have a different name. So you can skip this part. Next, you can specify the query, what you're searching. So basically I'm searching for Java in description, or maybe I can specify in text. Now you can see it is only giving you 8 documents. So out of 11 documents, it is giving you 8 documents here, which has Java in it. Okay, that makes sense. Now you will say, what if I don't want to just search Java in text? Let's say I want to search for Java in description, profile, everywhere. So what you can do is you can make this as a list. So we can say list of text, comma, maybe I want to search in description, maybe I want to search in profile. So basically we are searching for Java in everywhere. And also we only got 8 documents, which is there. So you can see we got Java in profile, we got Java in profile, okay. We got Java in technologies this time, right? And we got Java in, we have Java here. So basically this is how you get it. This is how you apply search. What if you want to apply a sorting on this? How I want to sort this? I want to sort this based on the experience. You can see we got experience 10, we got experience 5. I want to sort in ascending order. So what you can do is you can apply a stage here. That's what aggregation is, pipeline, right? The first search, then sort it, then limit it. So we can expand this and I want to sort. So we can just scroll down here and you can see we have an option of sort. Now it will ask based on what field you want to sort. I want to sort based on experience and sorting order. So if you say 1, it is ascending, -1 is descending, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So 1 is ascending. So you can see the experience, we got experience here. The first profile has experience 1, second profile experience 2. It is working. You can see that we got experience 5, experience 10, and then list goes on. It keeps increasing, right? So the sorting is also done, and that's 8 documents. But I don't want 8 documents. I only want 5 documents. Again, I can apply a stage, and this time I want to do it I want to limit, right? So limit should be there. Yeah, limit is here. And it says how many documents you need. Mention the number. I will say 5. And that's it. You can see here it is loading sample 5 documents, and we only got 5 documents. It's that beautiful, right? And yeah, you got your pipeline. Now you will say, okay, that the pipeline is done here itself. What if I want to do that from the code? We have still not done that, right? Okay, that's one thing. We'll do that, okay? In the next video, we'll try to implement this feature into Java code. But before that, I want to mention one more feature of MongoDB. Now, MongoDB Atlas has one more feature, which is client-side field encryption. Now, what it means. Example, let's say you have a client application where user is submitting data. Now, it can be your name, it can be your age, it can be your email ID. That works if anyone can see that. Even I don't think email ID should be shown. Email ID, SSN, maybe there are some sensitive information. So you have a bunch of data with you, and some of the data is public, is okay for you, but I want to encrypt some of the fields, maybe email ID, SSN number, or whatever fields we have. How will I do that? What I want is from the client side, the moment your data goes on the public database, of course, right? In MongoDB, behind the scenes, it is using AWS, Azure, GCP, which is a public cloud. I don't want to compromise my data based on their security. How about encrypting the data and sending it there? So basically, it provides you something called field encryption, where you can specify which field you want to encrypt from the server side. Okay, let's say this is your server, that's your database. The moment you send your data from server to database, it will get encrypted. Okay, so what you save in the database is encrypted. But what if you want to get data back? When you fetch data from database, it will be coming in encrypted format itself. But the moment it is received on the server where you have your driver, it will get decrypted. Okay, so basically you don't have to do that decryption. Atlas will take care of it. Of course, we're not going to do that in this course because that's a way out of the curriculum, but yeah, we can do that. Again, try that. There's some amazing documentation available. I will try to put that link in description as well. Otherwise, you can search for client-side field encryption using MongoDB and you will get the documentation. Now, basically till this point, we were able to create a Spring Boot project, which has basically some controllers using which you can request to the database, which is in MongoDB. And we have some documents available there. We have a collection using which we are fetching data. And then we were able to fetch data. We were able to submit a new post, right? We are basically working with a job post application here. And then in the previous video, we have also seen how do we create a search index? How do we create a pipeline? And then we were able to filter data, right? So basically we were able to search, we were able to sort data, we were able to limit. If you have not seen those videos first, I would recommend you to watch the first 2 videos to get proper understanding what we are doing. If you have already seen that, let's continue. So basically at this point, we know how to do it from the MongoDB aggregation pipeline console, and we were able to get the data, right? But now I want to achieve that with the help of Java. So how do I fetch data from Java application? Whatever we have done here. And I think that will be tricky, right? We have to write multiple lines of code, multiple files to filter out and all those stuff. Let's see how complex that would be. Apart from that, we'll also connect our application with the React project. Remember we have the React project which was not working because we stopped the earlier project which was working, and then we are building the Java project from scratch. So we'll also connect those 2 applications. Let's see how. So basically the pipeline is ready here, right? So this is what you got. But now what I want is I want to do the same thing from Java. So maybe as a Java developer, when you, maybe we can create an API where you can search for a particular term and it should do those processing here. Now to do that, it's not very complex, okay? So in the Java code which we have here, we can add one more controller. Let's say, let me just add one more controller here, which is public. It will return the list of posts, of course, the same thing, but this time it will be filtered, right? So the difference between, in fact, let me just write it next to or just below the get mapping, this one. So this should be similar, right? Or maybe I can say search to make it simple. So we are searching for something, right? So it should also return some data. So I can say return repo.findAll. As of now, let me just go with findAll. And the request for this would be get mapping. And I want the request type should be, it should be for posts. The only difference is in the post, I will also specify the text which I want to search. Example, let's say I'm searching for Java. So it should be Java. But then I want to make it dynamic. So I can say text, whatever user is entering. So if a user says Java, this will be replaced by Java. If a user says blockchain or maybe Mumbai, so whatever text a user want to search, this will get replaced. But how will I accept that in a variable? So in that case, we have one more annotation which is called path variable, and I can say string text. So whatever data is coming here, example, the URL is, let's say, posts/Java. Now this text will be replaced by Java, and that's what you will get here. Okay, as of now, we are just doing find all just to see if this works and whatever text you are passing here. And how do I verify that? Let me just run this code. I mean, restart the server. And okay, everything is working. There's no error. Let me just go back to my browser and Swagger the UI. Let's refresh. Controller. You can see we have 3 now. So initially we had only 2. This time we also have a text search. If I click on that, it will ask you for a text. Oh, we have not. Okay, try it out. It will ask for the text. Let's say if I say Java, and if I, let me be very, very specific, which is Mumbai, because we only have 1 or 2 with Mumbai post. But if I execute, you can see we have received multiple, not just 2, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, you can see we have received multiples. Filtering is not happening. Okay, we have to do something for that, right? Now, why it is not working is because it's very simple. We are saying find all. We should not be saying find all. We have to be very specific. Can I say search by text? I mean, whatever text I'm getting here, it should search by text, or maybe I can say find by text. So I can say find by text. But you can see it is giving you error because there is no method which says find by text. That's tricky. So what I can do is, instead of touching our post repository, which is very specific. So post repository is extending Mongo repository here, which provides you basic operation, fetching data, posting, and all those basic features, right? CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete. If you want to do something else, you want to search based on your own condition, that's where we have to implement it. That's where we have to do some customization. So what I can do is I can just create one more. Okay, this should be a part of something else. This should be a part of a repository package. So I can say this is repository. And I want to move this post repository here. And in the same repository, I want to create one more class now. or interface actually, which is, let's say for search post, or maybe I can say search repository. I'm just finding a good word for it. So I can say search repository, that's it. Now in this, what I want is I don't want to use any MongoDB already present methods. I want to create my own. So can I create a method? In fact, it's an interface, so I can declare it here. So I can say find by text, which will accept a string. I can say string text, right? And it should return the list of posts. So basically I'm creating a new interface, but then the only thing is this thing is not present in the Spring data or MongoDB features. We have to implement it by ourselves. Okay, for that what I will do is I will create a class which basically implements this. I can say search repository implementation, and this particular class should implement our search repository. As I mentioned, we have to implement this code by ourselves, right? Okay, it says we have to implement a method, which is this find by text. So basically we have to return a list, right? So what I will do is, as of now, let's keep it empty. So I can say list of post, and I will also make this as a final variable because it's good to have a final variable when you know that it will not be changed. Okay, so I will name this as posts itself equal to, it's an array list. So I can say array list. Okay, that's it. So we have created this array list here, and we have to import the package. Is it done? Am I missing something here? Oh, I'm missing a new keyword. My bad. Okay, so you can see we got the list here, and the same list I will return. Of course, at this point, it will return an empty list, right? And I just want to verify if it is doing that. So I will restart the server. At least it should return an empty list. It should not be giving all the data. Okay, it's not working. Oh, I forgot to one more thing. This is a new class which we have created, right? And I want my thing to read this. So I can say it should be component. Yeah, one more thing. In fact, in the post controller, we still have an error. We don't want to say repo, right? Repos don't have find by text. Where do we have find by text? It is there in the search repository. So apart from the post repository, I need to create one more, which is search repository. And I can call this as srepo, which is for search. I'm very bad with names. So let's go for srepo. And here we'll say this is auto-wired. So basically now we have two different repositories. One which is getting the features from Spring data, and second is from what we have created. And instead of creating this as repo.findText, we have search repo.findText. It is asking me for the text as well. Let's enter that. So at this point, things should work, and we should get an empty string. Let's verify if that works. Let me just run this application. No error. Let me just go back to my Swagger. And if I say execute now, it should return the empty at least. That's the idea. Yeah, so we are getting to empty, right? At least we are not getting everything. Now we have to make sure that we fill this up. How? Let's go back to our code. And we just need to change this particular method. We have to fill this list. How will we do that? It's quite simple actually. If I go back, in fact, I don't know the code, right? So what I can do is I can just go back to my cloud and see the beauty here. You can see in the aggregation, when we do all this pipeline here, when we created this pipeline here, there's an option of export to language. Let's see what happens. If I click on this, this is the pipeline which we have, okay, for MongoDB. But if you want a language specific code, this is for Python. What if you want to do that for Java? This is a code, that's it. Just copy this code and it will work. Oh, not exactly. We have to do something extra as well. So we need to import, you can see we have two checkboxes here. Let's click on this, you will get the entire stuff. So the first thing we need is this import libraries, and copy and paste. And if I go back here, paste, I need to import all this. The only thing is, I think MongoDB client is not a part of, in fact, you know what I will do? I will not just use import because there is some version issues, and I was able to resolve that by not copying it. Okay. The only thing you will need here is, do we need a MongoDB client? Okay. How will I get MongoDB client here? Okay. It says we have to create an object. Okay. I will not do that. What I will do is I will just go back here And since we are using Spring Framework, we can do something extra here. I can say Mongo client, and I can say this is client. I will just declare it. I will not create the object. I want Spring Framework to do it for me, so that will reduce that line. So we don't have to use this line now. The next thing is to ask you for database connection. Now we already have a database connection, but just to keep it simple, I will use the same line. I can use the entire code from here and paste it inside my method here. That's simple. Okay. It's just that now it's not no more MongoDB client. We're just saying client, and we have to import all the packages for MongoDB. We have to import for control space. Anyway, we have already done that before, right? So this should be coming from the Bison. Is it Bison? Mongo, yeah. And then we have to import for MongoDB collection as well from a client. And then we have to, in fact, we'll change this. We'll not be using find iterable because when I was trying it, it was giving some issues. I found a solution. Instead of going for find iterable, we are going for aggregate iterable. You know why I'm doing that? Because this aggregate method returns aggregate iterable. So let's go with that. Let's import it for arrays as well. And done. This is your code. I know this doesn't look good because it's not formatted properly. So I can just do the formatting here so that you can see everything in one line. So basically, let me explain in brief what we have done. So basically what it does is, whatever we have done in the pipeline here, right? So this pipeline is converted into Java code. So basically it is using a document search. You can see we are doing a search here. Search is happening based on a text. So we can also replace that with a wildcard. And then it is asked for the query. What is your query? We have specified the query is Java. Of course, this should be changed. This should not be Java here. We'll replace that later. And then it also asks you for where exactly you want to search. You have to specify the path. So I want to search this in text, technologies, description, profile. I also want to specify, I want to sort. But based on what? I want to sort based on the experience, and one is ascending order. And then we have to limit by 5. I only want to see the 5 post. But then I don't want Java here. What I want is I want text. So whatever text I'm receiving from here, that will be the search term. Okay, this works. But then if you see we only got data in result, I want this data not in result. I want data in a post. How will you do that? So maybe we have to iterate. We have to search one by one posts and put that into post. How will you do that? Okay, so how do you get data from result? Oh, there's one more thing missing here. The database name is Telusko. You can also get this from the application.properties. You can just see we already have a database name here, so you can fetch data from there. You can fetch this value. But just to keep it simple, since we got code from the website itself, we'll use that. And here we need to make sure that we have, we are fetching one by one. So what I can do is I can use a result here, and result is iterable, right? So it says iterable. So we can iterate between the elements. And if I say dot, there is a method which is for each. So basically we'll iterate between each document. So I got a document here, and I will be using a lambda expression here, which is much better. So whatever document I receive for each iteration, I will add that in a post. As simple as that. So I can simply say post dot or posts dot add. Now the only thing is I can simply add doc here, but that will not work because doc is a different format. Post is a different format. This doc is basically a document format. The post here is basically a Java format. That will not work. So what we can do is we can basically use a converter here. So there is something called a Mongo converter. So if I go back here and if I say Mongo converter, and I can say converter, we just need to use this. And since I want the object of this, I can say auto-wired. Now using this converter, so I can say add, but I have to convert this before. So I have to say converter dot, there's a method called read, okay? And then in this, you have to pass 2 parameters. First is the class type you want to convert. So I want to convert this doc into post format. So post.class. And the second is a JSON source. JSON is basically document. The document itself is doc. So whatever doc you're receiving, we are passing that here. And this converter will convert that doc into post, and it will add into the collection or the list. And we are returning it. I think we are done with this. But the main question is, will this work? Let's try. So I will save this and I will go back to my Swagger. It's here. Oh, we have to restart the application as well. Restart. Okay, server is running. Go back here and hopefully this will work. Click. Oh, there's an error. We missed something. So basically we are passing Mumbai And Mumbai is not working in the post. So basically there's something wrong with the mapping which we have done. It's sending text here, that text goes here. So what is the exact error? Let me check this file. So we got a client and then we have specified database name as well. Oh, this is empty. We have to also specify the collection. The collection is job post. I missed that. Okay, no errors. Let's go back here and say execute. Oh, can you see that we got it? So we got only one entry, which is for Mumbai, because we don't have more entries for Mumbai. Okay, let's try something else. Let's try with threads. There should be only one post or one job with which has threads involved. And you can see we got threads. So we are basically searching for text now. And if I search for, let's say, Java, execute, and you can see you will get multiple records. Now it's searching for Java in the technologies, it is searching for Java in the text. Now what is important is if you can search the experience, you can see the list. It starts with the experience 1, experience 2, because we have sorted. And in total, you will get only 5. You know why 5? Because we have mentioned the limit here. If you remove the limit, it will be coming with all the records. And if you don't mention sort, it will just print as it is added in the collection. It's that simple. Okay. At this point, the Swagger is working. Swagger is very happy. But remember when we have a React application, refresh, if I go home, and if I say get job now, it's not working. The data is not coming here. Okay, what is wrong? Why is not coming? If I see the console, let's see the console here. Let's see what it says. Console says there is issue with, okay, there's a block. There's a problem with the access control allow origin. Basically, we have to allow the origins because they're coming from different server, right? The request is coming from the localhost 3000. So what you can do is for that, it's very simple. You can just come here and on top of your REST controller, you can mention cross origin and you can also mention from where you're getting the request. So I can say origins. There's only one as of at this point, which is http:// localhost 3000. That's the React application we have. And that's it. We are done with this. I hope this will work. Go back here, refresh. Oh, it's still not working. There's something missing. Oh, it still says blocked. Oh, do I have to apply? Okay, let me know the solution, the proper solution for this. What I will do time bin is, first of all, it is post. It should be all post. That's what we have mentioned in the React application. I can change that. Maybe you can change that in React application or you can change it here itself. Just to make it easy, I'm changing it here itself. All post. And then I will use cross origin everywhere in every method just to be safe. And now if I go back and refresh, oh, can you see that we got our data? Yay, things are working out. I don't need you anymore. Close. And you can see we got our entries. And let's see if that search happens. And if I search for Java, or let's search for threads, it should print only one. Yeah, it's working. Can you see that? So what we have done in the React is every time you type something, if the length is more than 2 characters, it will hit the request. So for every character, it is hitting the request, I guess. It is, no, it has to match with the words. So it is sending the request, and the moment it matches with the words, you can also implement wildcard and let me know how you do that in the comment section. If you are implemented wildcard and if it is working, record a video, upload that on YouTube and paste the link in the comments and I will approve it. Okay. I want to see your implementations, how you are doing it. So this is the threads and yeah, this is working. We can also try it for hire the talent. Let me just enter the job profile here, which is for, let's say, editor. Editor is already there, right? Let's say, maybe I want to search for, I want to hire a Mongodb developer and experience should be, let's say 3 years. I'll type something here and the developer should also be familiar with Java, submit. Let's refresh and you can see that we got Mongodb developer working out, right? So this is how you build a project. So don't worry, I will just push this project in the GitHub. You will find that in the description for all 3 videos. And yeah, we have talked about everything. Everything is working fine. And let me know your experience in the comment section. And let me know if you want me to create more of such videos on projects. So our code is working here. So we have seen how do you work with Spring MVC. We have seen how do you work with Spring REST. Now, it doesn't matter what type of application you are building. It may be a standalone software. It can be a web application or a web service. There is one thing common for all the application, which is maintaining the log file. In fact, we have one more, maintaining security. In fact, we have one more, handling the transaction. So basically, it doesn't matter what type of application you're building, you have certain tasks which you will be doing everywhere. Now look at the methods here in the controller itself. So this is our alien controller. And you can see we have get mapping for get aliens. We have get mapping for get alien for one particular alien. And then we have it for add alien. What happens is, whenever you call a particular method, we always maintain a log. In fact, in this code, just to make it simple, I have not written any log statement, but that's what we do, right? So here we have to write those beautiful logging statements. Maybe there will be one line here by saying, hey, the execution started. In fact, just to keep it simple, let's use sysout here. We can use log as well, logger class or something, but let's use system.out.println and we can say get aliens method called. So this is what we can do here, and maybe before returning the statement or before return statement, we can say get aliens method executed. So we can do the log there, right? So before calling and after calling. Not just here, we may have to write it everywhere in all the methods. Now that's one. Second, we have to, maybe sometime you have to also maintain security. Not all methods need it, but let's say if you have certain methods and if you want to maintain security there. So that means first 2 or 3 lines, they will be used by security statements. So we have to maintain log, we have to write log statement, we have to write security statements, and then maybe you have to also handle transactions. Now, whenever we talk about a method, in this method, you can see if you talk about this particular line, this is the actual business logic. This is what we want to do. We want to find all the aliens. But apart from this, we have certain other lines as well, which is only for extra things. Okay, this is not something a user expecting. User expecting all the aliens. This is something which we do to maintain the application. Because we want log file to maintain the application, we want security to handle the application. Now, don't you think we should be doing all these extra things, not inside the actual code, but somewhere outside? So what is recommended that don't write any extra code inside the business logic, keep it outside. So what we can do here is we can create a separate class. Let's say this is only for logging purpose. So I will say logging. And then we'll name this as aspect. Again, we'll talk about why aspect, we'll talk about that later. But we got an aspect here. So we got a separate class aspect. And in this class, I want to create a method, let's say public void, and I will say get log, or maybe a log method, that's it. Instead of having, yeah, so let's have a log method. Now in this method, I will print get aliens method called. Okay, so what I'm doing is I want to maintain log, but not in the business logic. So you can see we have our business logic here. So I don't want to do that here. Whenever I call get aliens, I want this to be printed. But how? How we can connect them? There is one way you can create object of this class here, and then you can call the particular method from here. But again, we are disturbing, or we are, making our business logic dirty. We don't want to do that. We want to keep it clean. Business logic will be different from the other logic. Now this thing here is actually called as cross-cutting concerns, because these are concerns which are actual logic, but then these are applicable for all different methods. So when you can take it common, if you, instead of doing that in this method, in this method, in this method, you can take it common. So we can call them as cross-cutting concerns. Okay, but still the question is how this will get called. And that's where we have to use a special concept, which is AOP, which is Aspect Oriented Programming. But how can we do that? That we'll see in next video. So let's implement AOP here. Now, first of all, to understand AOP, let's search for AOP. In fact, we'll search for Spring AOP documentation. So it will take you to the official website of it, and let's go here, Spring AOP, and you can see we have beautiful concepts here. So it stands for Aspect Oriented Programming with Spring. Now, there are certain terms, okay? Now, first of all, Spring AOP is not that difficult. It's just that the terms are a bit weird. Now, first of all, we have a concept of aspect. Now, what is aspect? Okay, so you can imagine one class which will have all the methods, all the cross-cutting concerns. Example, the class which we are working with here. So this logging aspect will be aspect for us. Then we have a join point. Now see, our code, our business logic, let's say we have certain methods, and then out of those methods, I want to maintain log for, let's say, 2 or 3 methods. So we have to connect them. So we have to connect a particular method with the cross-cutting concern. So I want to call this log whenever I call get aliens. So get aliens becomes my join point. This log becomes advice. So you can see we have one more, which is advice here. The expression, the wildcard expression which we are going to use. Example, I want to execute this log whenever I call get alien. So we have to specify some wildcard pattern, right? That will be a point cut. And then the most important concept here is weaving. Now, AOP is not new, okay? So in Spring also we are doing it, but in general, when you talk about AOP, we have to connect the actual method with the advice. Now this connection can be done at compile time or it can be done at runtime. Now when it comes to Spring AOP, we do it at runtime. So you can see that's what it says. It says Spring AOP, like other pure Java AOP frameworks, perform weaving at runtime. Okay, we have some more, just be with me. So we have types of advice here. You can see we have 5 types of advice here. In fact, 3 are after itself. The first one is before advice. This simply means when you want to call a particular method. For example, I want to call this log whenever I call get aliens. So this will be called before calling get aliens. That is before advice. After advice means I want to call log after the execution of get alien. And then we have around, which is during the execution of get alien. Again, we'll understand each and everything step by step in these subsequent videos. So that's about this AOP words, right? And then we have certain types of advice. So just to recap, aspect will be a class where you will have all the methods. Join point will be the point of execution where, or the point of the execution where you want to call a particular advice. Advice is the actual method you want to call, which is log. Point cut is the expression which we use. And then we have weaving, which specifies when you want to connect it. In fact, in advice as well, so if we talk about this log advice, we have 3 types there. In fact, we have 5, but in general, we can talk about 3. So we have before, so before execution of the method, after execution of the method, and then we have around, which is during the execution of a method. So let's implement now. So let me minimize this documentation which we have here. So let's implement. So let's go back to our Maven dependency. Now, since we want to use AOP, so of course we have to add some dependencies for AOP as well. Now that's what we do when you work with normal Spring application. But in Spring Boot, if you can see, we already have Spring AOP here. And that's the benefits of using Spring Boot, right? You get all the dependencies required. So we got Spring AOP dependency. Otherwise, if you are working with normal Spring MVC, you can simply go to Maven repository and search for that particular library there. Now the first step would be, we need to make this class as aspect, because this is aspect, right? And the way you do that is by using an annotation here, which is at aspect. So say control space and done. We have made this as an aspect. The second thing is, I want Spring to know this. I want Spring to know this, there's a class exists like this. And the way you can do that is by making this as a component. So that's done. We have specified that this is an aspect and this is also a component. I want to call this log method whenever I execute get aliens. That's what we are trying to do. So that's your join point, right? So this is your join point. And to achieve that, we have to write a point cut. Oh, but we have not seen the syntax for it. So what could be the syntax? Now, to mention the syntax, we have to also mention the type of advice you are working with. So the type of advice is, we have 5 options, right? Out of which 3 are very famous: before, after, and around, or you can say in general. I want to execute before, so I will say before advice. Simply say add before, your job will be done. And in bracket, you have to mention the expression. So we have to go with the expression, which is very simple. You have to say execution, because we are executing some methods. But which method? So in the execution bracket, you have to mention the exact method name. Syntax would be, you have to mention P. In fact, you have to mention public. Then you have to mention the return type. Now in this case, the get aliens return type is what? In fact, I will just simply copy the method name as it is instead of getting confused. So I will say copy, go back here and paste. So that's my method name, public list aliens get aliens. But you have to mention the fully qualified name for it. So okay, when I say fully qualified name, it means you have to also mention class name. So the class name is alien controller. And then you have to also mention the package name. Now I'm not sure which package it is. It is com.telusko.spring.mvc. Oh, that was a big name. So you have to mention the entire path. So you have to mention the package name and then the class name and then your method name. So once you do that, your job will be done. So you have mentioned two things here. This is an aspect. And second, we have to use add before annotation. So I guess this is done. Let's restart the application just to verify. So as you can see, we got an error. Okay, it says there's no matching type as alien. Okay, that's bad. Maybe you have to mention the package name here as well. Let's do that quickly. Or maybe, in fact, you can also give star there if you don't want to mention the entire. This can be anything. It can be any return type with name get aliens. Let's try now. Okay, so there's no problem now. Let's go back to our Postman. And here, let's send a get request. In fact, we already have here. Let's send that. Okay, so this is executed, but we have not. Oh, there was an error. Maybe because I have mentioned the. Okay, send. Can you see that? We got the output, but look at this code here. It says get methods called, and that is happening with the help of this log. Okay, just to confirm once more, I will say from aspect just to verify if this is the method which is getting executed. Let's say send once again, and you can see we got from aspect. So we are right, it is coming from aspect. Now the amazing thing is your actual code don't even know that there is a log or there is a logging happening, right? That's the importance of separating the concerns from the actual concerns. Now, not just for logging, we can use it for other purpose as well. For security purpose, for transactions, we can use it. In fact, Spring Framework internally uses this concept to achieve a lot of stuff. Okay, so we have seen before, we have seen aspect, but how can we use after? And what if you want to maintain log, really log file here? So we'll see that in the subsequent videos. So let's use logger here. Now we are doing the log on the system.out.println, right? That's not the right way. Now to achieve log, you must have done this before as well with normal Java, but the same thing we'll be using here. So let's create an object for logger. So we'll say private static final. So the class name is logger itself. Let's import the package for that. So let's take it from org.slf4j just to keep it simple. And then we'll say logger is equal to. Now the way you can get the object of it is with the help of inbuilt class. We'll say logger factory dot get logger, and we have to mention the class name here. So the class which I'm working for is logging aspect. So we'll say logging aspect dot class. Now once you got logger object, we can simply go back here, and instead of using system.out.print, we can say logger dot. Now we have to specify the logging level. So it can be info, it can be debug, it can be error. So in this case, I will go for info because this is just our information. And that's our message. That's it. Okay, but we have to also mention the file name if you want to go for, and then what level of info you. In fact, let's run this application. Let's see if this works. Go back to Postman and say send again. And you can see we have, okay, where is the log? So you can see we got a log here, which is get aliens method called from aspect. Now this is info level, but what if you want to customize it? So yes, you can go to application.properties and you can mention what type of log level you need. And the way you can do that is by specifying logging.level. So logging.level.root, and if you say equal to, it should give you the pop-up. So you can see we have all these options here. So now if you say you only want to see warning, then it will not show you info. So I want info, so you can specify info. Anyway, it is coming there. So you can specify in that way. In fact, you can also save it in an external file with the help of with the property. So we have a property, we can do that. So we can say logging.file, and you can mention the external file. Maybe I can use app.log, that works. Let's save this application and let's relaunch it now. You can see if I say send, we got the log, that's great. But it should also create one file, which is app.log, which I can't see here. Refresh the project, it should be, yeah. So you can see that we got app.log, and this is where you will get your log file. So that's how you can use log in AOP, the way you generally use log. In the last video, we have seen how to use before advice. Now in this video, we'll focus on after. Now, when you say after, it means it will execute after the execution of a particular method. So in this case, we are working with this method, which is get aliens, right? So what I will do is, let me create one more advice. So we can copy this and we'll say copy and paste. Now this method name will be, let's say, log after. Okay, and let's name this one as log before. Now, the only thing you will change here is instead of having before, we will making it as after. And then we'll say aliens method executed. So we have to import the package for this. Let's do that. Okay, that's done. Let me just rearrange the annotations here once. So let's relaunch the application after doing that. So we got before and after now. Let's go back to Postman and here. So that's my send request. And you can see we got data. And look at the console. It says get aliens method called from aspect. That's what we are doing, printing here. And then after the execution, we got get method executed. In fact, we are not actually confirming. We are not able to actually get is it really happening after the method. So what I will do is before returning the statement here, I will print a statement, or maybe, let's print a statement. And let's say, we'll say fetching aliens. That's it, just to understand if it is happening after the execution. So let's relaunch the application and go back to Postman. Let's say send again. Okay, server got not started. Okay, you can see we are saying get method call. That means this is before aspect. Then we are printing this, which is fetching aliens, and then we are saying executed. So that's how we can use after. But if you remember, when we have seen documentation, we were having two more afters, right? So one is this after. So if you see three other parts, so we have after returning advice, after throwing advice, and after finally. By default, it is after finally, but we have these two as well. Okay, now looking at finally, you can guess if you are coming from Java background where we have worked with exception handling, finally simply means irrespective if you are getting the error or not, this method will be executed. So that means this method here will be executed irrespective of the exception. To understand that, what I will do is I will go back to my alien and here, let me just generate an exception. So before saying fetching aliens, let's say if I have int I equal to divide by 0. So I'm trying to create an error here just to see what happens if you get the exception. Let's relaunch the application, go back to Postman, and when you click on send, look at the console. We got the exception, that is something I was expecting, but are we getting the message? So you can see log, it says get aliens method executed. That means even after the error, this is getting executed because this after is after finally. So irrespective of the error, if you got the exception, still it will execute the advice. Even if you don't get the exception, it will print the advice. But what if you want to print this advice only when your method is successfully executing? And that we'll see in the next video. In the last video, we have seen how can we use after, which is actually after finally, where doesn't matter if you got the exception or not, this will get executed. What we want is we want to execute this only when you get a successful execution. In that case, instead of writing after, we will be writing after returning. That's it. That's the only thing you have to do, nothing much. I know in your mind you'll be having a lot of thoughts, we will be doing something this, something that, but it's damn simple. You just have to say after returning, your job will be done. Okay, I know you don't trust me. Let me just restart the application, go back to Postman, and anyway, we are generating the error. So let's click on send. You got the same error on this console, but let's go back to our real console. And here, of course, you got the exception. If you see the message here, nowhere it says method executed because it was not successful, right? And now if I make it successful, of course this will work. But before making it successful, I want to do one more thing. Let me copy this method and paste it here. I want to say get aliens, or maybe I will say issue. Now I want to print issue whenever you got an exception, which is error. So I will say log exception. So when you say log exception, now this method will be called only when you get an exception. But to do that, we have to change this. So instead of saying after returning, we'll be saying after throwing. So as I mentioned, we have three types of after. We have after returning, we have after throwing, and after finally. So after returning will work only when you get successful execution. After throwing, you will get when you get the exception, and after finally, you will get irrespective of the exception. And let's run this code. Go back to Postman, and here if I click on send, you can see we got, okay, let's go back here. Yeah, can you see that we got an issue here? So issue is because we are getting the exception, and that is after throwing. But now I will go back to my controller, and here let me remove that particular exception. Now when you don't have the exception, of course it will not be calling after throwing. Let's launch it, and you can see we got normal output, and here in the code you can see it says called and executed. Okay, so executed is getting called because of log after. So that's how we can use after returning and after throwing.
This video will talk about Spring security. Now, Spring security is a de facto standard for securing your Spring-based application. Now, think about this. Now, it doesn't matter what type of framework or the language you are working with. Whenever you make an enterprise level project or maybe a web-based project, one thing which concerns everyone, and that is how do you provide security for it? Okay, I'm not talking about the JVM level security, I'm talking about the web level security. Example, whatever application you have on the web, now it can be a simple application, it can be a very complex one where the data about your users are very important. In fact, overall the system is very critical. So you want to secure those type of applications in a good way. When I was working on my first web project, the problem is I was able to complete the entire project. The only problem which I was facing was about the login and logout. And trust me, as a developer, my main focus was how can I complete all the features which a user needs. I forgot about login and logout. And then at the end of the project, what I did, I added some new features. That's what we do, right? We complete the project and then we add some extra modules. Now, when I was working with login and logout, everything was working initially. But after some time, I was getting access denied for some pages. Even after logging, I was getting that. I have done that. So we have two different type of pages, right? We have public pages, we have private pages, and we have to make sure that public pages should be allowed to everyone, even if without login. But what about private pages? That's where you need login, right? So that's one concern which I was facing. The second one was logout. When I was logging out, when you go back, again, you were logging in. So that was some issues which I was facing. The second issue we have when you work with the application is passwords. How will you save your passwords? Normally, when I was working on my first application, the mistake which I did was on the client side, when you see a page where you can have your username and password, you can simply type a password there and then you can see the password as well, right? And that's why we say, okay, make this password hidden. So you will say # there. But what about the server side? I was actually able to see all the passwords, okay? So in fact, not the actual users, but when we were testing the application, when we were creating our own fake accounts, we were seeing our own password because I was storing all the password as it is. And then I realized, I did some research, I realized you should be encrypting your passwords before saving it. But do you think encryption is safe? People can hack it, right? So if you can hack the database, if anyone can hack your database, they can actually decrypt the passwords. In fact, they can do it with the help of brute force attack or something. They can decrypt your passwords. Then we can go with the stronger one, right? Instead of going for a basic encryption, maybe we can go for hashing. We can go for SHA-256 because MD5 was something which was obsolete at that point. But I was using SHA-256 and then I heard a news, which is they were able to create 2 hashes of the same message. And anyone can hack it now, right? So even SHA was compromised. Then we had a new option, and that is bcrypt. Now bcrypt is an algorithm which is specially made for saving passwords. Okay, so that means when you create the application, you have to provide login, logout, you have to do all the code. In fact, for every method which you call, for every servlet which you create, okay, you can translate with other applications as well, other languages as well. So for the servlet, for every servlet, we have to check for the username and password. We have to verify the sessions and everything has to be done by you. What if you want to use LDAP? What if you want to use the new Google one, which is Auth2? For everything, you have to include libraries, you have to do a lot of configuration, and that's where Spring says, hey developer, you don't have to worry about all these things. You want login? I will help you. You want logout? I will help you. You want to use bcrypt? I will help you. In fact, in Spring Boot security, we already have a bcrypt library. What if you want to use LDAP? Spring Security says, I will help you there. Okay, when I say Spring will help you there, that doesn't mean Spring will give you everything by default. You have to configure it, okay? Spring will give you those features, but then we have to do some configuration there. Okay, when I say some configuration, trust me, it is some configuration. Because if you do that by yourself, you need to create multiple files and you have to die doing that. And that was my experience when I was working on my first few applications. In fact, I did well when I was working on a big project, but everything has to be done by we developers, okay? So we were 5 to 6 people, and then everything was so difficult to manage. I'm not talking about the features, I was talking about the security, okay? So Spring will help you there. But the moment I say Spring will help you, that doesn't mean Spring will give you everything. There are certain things you have to do by yourself, you have to configure it. So when you do this for the first time, it will be difficult because we'll be getting a lot of files, we'll be getting a lot of functions. But that's the thing, right? You will be doing this only once. You will not be doing this every time because you will build the project only once. And while you're building the project, you will do all this setup. Day by day, you will keep adding new features. You will not be doing the same thing again and again. So that's why Spring Security is amazing. It provides you login, logout, it provides you... Oh, we have forgot about one thing. It's not just provide you authentication, it also provides you authorization, which simply means authentication is who are you, your username and password. But what about, let's say if I talk about web application where a user can read the articles, a content creator can create the article and they can write the article. The admin is responsible to create new users. Admin is responsible to create new content writers. So here, everyone have a different role, right? So as a user, you can only read the articles. You cannot modify it. As a content creator, you can edit your own content. You cannot edit someone else's content. As an admin can add content, admin can remove content, everything. How about those roles? And that can be done with the help of authorization. And Spring Security will help you in both authentication and authorization. But how exactly to do that? That we'll see in the practical video.
We will try to implement Spring Security. As we have seen in the theory video that we can use Spring Security to secure our Spring-based application. Now, it can be the enterprise application, it can be a desktop application, or it can be a web application. In this example, we'll try to implement a web application and we'll try to secure that. Now, first of all, if you say you want to secure it, of course, you need a web application here. Okay, so I had a choice of making the application from scratch and then implementing security, or we can use the existing application and securing them. But I thought you'll be watching this for the first time, so let's go with step by step. So let's create a project. So I will be doing the project live here. So let me create a simple project. So I will say new, and then we'll be using here Spring Boot. Okay, we'll not be working on normal Spring because it takes a lot of configuration. And nowadays, most of the projects are built in Spring Boot. So let's go for Spring Startup project, and here. You can mention your name here, so I will say this is my secure app. Of course, you can name anything, doesn't matter. And then let's give a package name as Comrade Telusko. You can have any package name, doesn't matter. And here as well, okay, so this package name should be com.telusko.demo, no, not demo, but secure app. Okay, now once we got that, let's click on next. Now here, what are the things we need? Now, first of all, we have to specify the Spring Boot version. Now this version is working perfectly, so let's not change this. And then here, we can search for certain things. Example, we want to make a web project, right? So we'll select web. That's one thing we require. The next thing we require is JPA because we also need to work with database. As of now, we don't need that, but later on we'll be needing that. Okay, let's not do that now. The next thing we need here is security, but then we'll do that later as well. So we can select that here. You can say security, or you can add that later manually. Let's click on next and click on finish. Now, once you got your web project, you can see on the left hand side, we got a project which is secure demo or secure app. That's our project, and you can see we have all the dependencies added here. Now, once we got them, let's create a simple application. Now, first of all, whenever you say you want an application, you need a controller, right? Because the query which I'll be firing now is, okay, this is the application which we got, but when we want to call these methods. Example, if I go to my browser, here if I say the port number by default will be localhost colon 8080. If I say local colon 8080, you can see it is showing nothing, right? We got refused. But even if you do that, and if I say get aliens, I want to get the details about all the aliens because I feel programmers are aliens, right? Because we live in different world. If I click on enter, you can see it will not return anything. We want this. We want it to return get aliens. Okay, number of aliens, let's say 3 to 4 aliens. So then their ID, their name, and their, let's say, current technology they're working on. So if you want to implement that, let's go to our thing. Let's create a home controller. Of course, right, you need a controller to work with this. So let's create a home controller because we'll be having something to handle the home request. So that's our controller, and I'm expecting that you should be knowing Spring MVC a bit. So we'll have to say controller here. That's one thing. And then here you have to mention certain methods. The first method you need is public string, which will return the home page, right? I want to return the name of the home page. So I will say home, and here we'll simply return, we'll say request mapping, and this will be false. So whenever you call a home page, it should return the home page. Oh, but unfortunately we don't have a home page. We need to create one. So we'll simply return, we can also return index.html or index.jsp or home.jsp. The page name doesn't matter. You can have any page name. Just make sure that you mention that page name here. So we are saying home.jsp, but you can see we don't have pages here. So let's go to our main, and inside main, so you can see in our SRC we have main. Inside this main, we need a folder. So let's get oh, not this one. Let's create a folder name as web app. So we'll say folder web app. This is where you have to put all your JSP pages. We can also use theme leaf here. That's your choice again. And here in this, I want to create a JSP page, which is named as home.jsp. Now in this page, home.jsp, I want to print welcome aliens. That's it. I just want to print welcome aliens. So whenever I call home.jsp, it should print return, welcome aliens. Let's try this first. Right click here, say run as. I hope it will work. Let's try. So I will say run as Spring Boot app. You can see it says it started. Let's go back to our browser, and here if I say enter, oh, we got an error. You can see it says download. That's weird, right? We don't want to download a page. The thing is, Spring Boot by default doesn't work with JSP, right? You have to add one more dependency to make it work with JSP. Don't worry, you will get the source code in the description area where you can directly download the code. But if you want to work with JSP with Spring Boot, you need to add one dependency. So for that, we need to go to Maven repository, and this is where you will search for Tomcat Jasper, because this is responsible to convert your JSP into servlet. And we can pick up any one. Let me just go with this table one. So let's go with 8.5. This one. This should work, I guess. Let's paste it here. And you can see, in fact, there's one way you can do that. You can actually check the Tomcat version you're working with. So you can see the Tomcat version which we are working here is 9.0.14. In fact, that should be the best option, right? Let's go with the suitable one so that it will not create much issue later. Let's format it. Okay, now once you got this Tomcat Jasper, it takes some time to download. Okay, so once we got our Jasper, let's restart the application once again. And now if I go back to the browser, let's go back here and say, okay, I want to call the home page, and you can see we got welcome aliens. At least this is working. Now we want to have one more page which will show all the aliens, okay? And I know we are going for a lengthy code, but then this will make much more sense later. In fact, let's not do that now. Let's say I want to secure this home page, okay? Let's do that. Let's implement Spring Security here. What I want is, whenever a user goes to the home page, like the moment I say enter, I want to make sure that the user is logged in. I know when you call home page, anyone can call the home page, right? There's no username and password for the home page. But at least for this application, I want to secure it. I want to ask for the username and password for this home page. If you want to do that, the first thing you have to do is, in your controller, instead of calling home.jsp, you should be always calling login.jsp, where a user will enter username and password. That's one thing you have to do. The second thing you have to do is, once a user is entering username and password, you have to verify it. Okay, we'll do that. The next thing you have to do it, you have to also maintain the session. There are a lot of steps you have to do, right? Instead of doing that, what if I say you can use Spring Security here, which will give you all those features? What I'm talking about is, let's go back to our POM XML file, and this is where you just need to add one dependency. Trust me, that's how it works. Let me just prove my point. What I will do is, if you want to get that login form, okay, let's go back here and search for Spring Security Boot, and you can see this is the one we have to use. Again, the version you can go for is 2.1.2. Let's copy and paste. In fact, you don't even have to maintain the version because that's something you have defined in the global scope here. Let's format it once again. And you can see we have added Spring Security as well. Now, once you have added it here, let's relaunch the application and let's see the magic. Just by adding that Spring Security, let's see the magic. Let's relaunch it. Let's go back. And now here, if I say refresh, can you see that? The moment I refreshed, we got a login page. We have not created any login page in our application. And that's the beauty of Spring Boot or Spring Boot Security. Now, one thing is amazing here. we are securing the application. Everything will be maintained by Spring Security. We don't have to maintain the session or something like that. Okay. But then what is a username and password? I don't know. Let's try. So by default, the username is user. So when you talk about Spring Security, the username is user. Oh, but what is the by default password? Is it ABCD or 1234? So if you go back to your console, let's scroll. Can you see that we have a security password which is generated here? So of course, this is not a recommended way of doing that. This is just a static password which you got. But just for the time being, we can try it. So you can see it says user and username and password. Let's click on sign in. It worked. Can you see that? We got welcome aliens. So if you have 10 pages, if you try to access any other page now, we don't have any other page, but let's try with get aliens. You can see it says, oh, we don't have that page, right? That's the issue. But then if you want to access the application, you have to provide login and password. Now I know there's one question in your mind. Of course, as a user, you will not remember this password. What if you want to create your own account? Of course, we can do that. What if you want to fetch data from database? Of course, you'll be having a table there, which will have username and password. So let's say if your application has 10 users, every user need to have a different username and different password. How can we do that? Even we can do that. So we'll see that everything in the next video. We'll see how do you change the username and password, because we don't want to work with this user and password, which is specified by the Spring Security. What if you want to have username as Naveen and password as 1234? Can we do that? So yes, in the next video, we'll see how do you change the username and password, which is in memory. Maybe after that video, we'll also see how do you fetch data from database. Okay, so we'll do that everything, but in the upcoming videos. That's it from this video, where we have seen how do you create a simple Spring application and how do you add a Spring Security module there. Welcome back, aliens. My name is Naveen Reddy, and in the last video we have talked about how can we implement Spring Security, but then we have just added the jar file, right? And when we ran the application, we were getting this login page. The username for this was by default user, and the password was generated by the application itself. So if you can see, we got the password, and when you copy this password, let's go back to our thing and say enter. You can see now we can access the application. You can see we got welcome aliens. But then we don't want to have the system defined username and password. What if you want to have your own username and password? And that's where you need to do some configuration. Now what configuration I'm talking about? Now, when you talk about Spring application, if you want to configure something, we can use annotations, or we can create a class where you can provide the configuration. So let's create a simple class here, and we'll name this class as application security config. Again, you can have any name, doesn't matter. So I'm going for app security config. Let's click on enter. And here, if you want to do the configuration, we need to extend a class here, which is named as web security configure adapter. You just need to extend this class so that you will get all the configuration features. Now, since this is a configuration, we have to write add configuration, which is the annotation which we normally use for the configurations. That's one thing. We need to add one more annotation by specifying enable web security, which will enable the web security for the application. So we'll simply say enable web security. That's it. We have to add this to annotation. Now, once we have done with this, we need to override two methods. In fact, let's go with the one method itself. And that method is, so let's say source override, and the method name is user details service. So this is the method you have to override. Click on OK, and this will override that method. Now we also need this object of user details service in our application. And that's why you will simply write here at bean. I want this to be a Spring Bean. Okay, but then we don't want this return stuff. Let's create our own, because we want to have a username and password, which I will define. Of course, you can fetch this username and password from database, but time being, let's go with in-memory username and password. To achieve that, I will simply create a list of user details. Now, user details is an inbuilt class in Spring. Okay, first of all, I have to import list, and then I can import user details. Now you can see user details is an inbuilt class in inbuilt type in Spring Security. And now once we got, let's say users equal to, but then, okay, let's create an array list for this, for all these users. But then question arises, how can I create users? Now, if you want to create a users, it's very simple, right? We can simply, since it's a list, we can simply say users.add. But you can see when you say add, it is asking you for the object of user details. I don't have any user details here. So what we can do is we can use an inbuilt class name as user. So we have an inbuilt class named as user. So we'll say user dot. And you can see we have a method which is with default password encoder. Of course, right, when you work with the applications where you want to store the password, your password should be encoded, right? It can be a plain text or it can be a encrypted text. So time being will go for the default password encoder, which is actually not recommended to go for, but for time being it will work. Then we'll say with a username. So we have to use a builder pattern here. So we have to say username, and the username I'm going for now is Naveen. And let's say I want to go for the password as well. Again, this is not a good way of doing it. Just for the experiment we are doing it, just to understand how it works behind the scene. So we have user dot with default password dot username dot password dot. I can simply say build. Now what it will do is it will create the object for you, but I can see an issue here. Yeah, it says this method which is with default password encoder is deprecated, but that's fine. Again, we should not be using this, but we will see that later. How do we remove that and how can we use some other encoding type? But as of now, it will work. This is how you define your username and your password. But we still have issues. Now say Spring is not just about authentication, right? It's also about authorization. How can you specify your role in the application? Now you might be an admin, you might be a user. So here we can simply say dot. I can also specify the roles. You can see we have an option of roles where you can specify the list of roles I can go for. Time being, let me say this is just a simple user. So I'm saying username Naveen, password 1234, and the role is user. And then we can simply say build. And then once you got this, once you got the object of users, we can add multiple users, okay? We can say users.add with the same syntax. We can say some other name, some other password, and some other role. We can add multiple users. Of course, right? Every application has multiple login. And now I will simply return the new, but then what should I return? Now, since we wanted to return the object of user details service, which is not using any database here, so we are using in-memory database, or not even database. We'll say in-memory. There's a class which says in-memory user details manager. This is the class we have to use, in-memory user details manager, and where you have to return the users. That's it. So this will take care of user details service. Now, I hope this will work, hopefully. Let me just relaunch the application. So this time we'll not be using user and the password generated by the system to log in. And you can see we are not even getting the default password now. Let's go back to our Chrome. And here, okay, first of all, we have to relaunch it. So let me say localhost colon 8080. And now it is asking for the user, and I will say password or not user. Because let's say if you try with user and some weird password, you can say it says bad credentials. We want to say Naveen and password is 1234. Let's click on sign in and it worked. Can you see that? That's how you can have your own username and password. But hold on, we don't want to use this. We want to use database, right? I want to fetch my username and password from database. How will I do that? That we'll see in the next video. So I hope you are enjoying this series. Let me know in the comment section and do subscribe for further videos. Welcome back everyone. My name is Davin Reddy, and in this video we'll try to implement Spring security where the username and password will be verified from database. In the earlier videos, what we have done is we created a Spring application, in fact Spring Boot web application, where we tried to implement security. In fact, initially we were getting the user and the password from the Spring itself, but then later on we thought, why can't we have our own username and password? And we have done that here. But now I want to fetch these details, which is Naveen and 1234, whatever username is there in the database. I want to verify that from database. In order to achieve that, first of all, I don't want to give my specific username and password. I want to fetch this from database. So what we'll do is, first of all, we'll comment the entire part. We don't want to use this. Then how can we achieve that security? So the steps are, first of all, you need to create one method which will return the object of authentication provider. This is what it will return. And the method name can be anything. We can say auth provider. Okay, that's the method we have to create. Now this method has to return the object of authentication provider. So let me just import the package for that. That's done. And this will be a bean because we want this to be a Spring Bean. And now once we want this to be Spring Bean, which it returns. Now what I want is I want to create the object of it, right? Now, when you say you want to connect with database, we have a special thing which we normally use for database, which is DAO. DAO basically stands for Data Access Object. So let's say DAO. So there is an implementation for authentication provider, which is DAO authentication provider. Let's use that. We'll say provider. We simply have to return this object, right? So we'll say provider equal to new DAO authentication provider. That's it. We just have to get this object, and here let's return that object. So let's say return provider. Now, will this work? Of course not, right? We have not written any code which will connect with database. Of course, this is responsible to talk to database and verify it, but we have not done anything as of now. Now, first of all, we need certain things. For example, if you want to work with this type of application, in your POM, we need to have database properties, which we have not done till now. Okay, how do we achieve database properties here? So it's quite simple. We need to add a boot, right? We have to add JPA. So what I will do is you can just download this libraries from Maven repository. Just go to Google, search for Maven repository, and you can search for the repositories which I have. Otherwise, let me just copy paste which I have with me. So I've added two dependencies here. The first one is for Data JPA because we want to use JPA here. And then of course you have to also mention the database connector, which is in this case, I'm using MySQL. But hold on, have we configured the database in MySQL? So before recording the video, I have created this database here, which is Telusko. And you can see we have a database which is named as Telusko. Of course, you can use any DBMS which you want, not just MySQL. You can use Postgres, you can use MS Access, whatever database you prefer. I prefer MySQL. So you can see we have a database named Telusko, and the table name is user. Now, if you see this table user, we have 4 records. Just ignore the first and second. We will be using this later. Concentrate on this third and fourth. So we have a username as Spider-Man and the password is web. The username is Superman and the password is fly. Okay, just random username and password here. And okay, so we are using MySQL. The second thing which is important here, the username to access MySQL is root and the password for this machine is 1234. So based on the machine which you are working on, of course, you will be doing some setup for MySQL. Remember the password. For this MySQL, the password is 1234. Let's get back to this. And so we have to specify these two things. And in order to connect with database, we have to do some configuration for application.properties. These are the properties which you have to add. So first you have to mention URL, which is Telusko in this case. You have to mention the root, username and password, and then you have to also mention driver class name for MySQL. As your DBMS will change, it will change the URL, of course, whatever username you have, whatever password you have, and it will change the driver class name as well. Okay, once we have done with that, we need to have a model class which will be connecting with the database. Of course, a class which represents a table. In this case, since we're using JPA, we have to do that. So in this case, let's create a class named as user. And in this class user, I want to have 3 properties, the same properties which we have for our database. So if you go to MySQL Workbench, you have ID, username, and password. Let's create these 3 variables quickly. Okay, so we got 3 variables and we need to have getters and setters for this. Right click here and we'll say source, generate getters and setters. I will say select all, click on generate. So you can see we got the fields and we got getters and setters. Here, I want to make sure that this will connect with database. So I have to say this is entity. Let's import the package, done. And then this ID has to be a primary key. So I will say at ID. We don't have a choice, right? We have to mention that. It's compulsory. Now, once you got this class which will connect with database, it will represent the database table. Now, what next? Let's go back to our application security config. As I mentioned, this is not complete yet. So what are things you have to specify here? So one more thing which you specify here is every provider, normally what happens, whenever you work with the applications which will connect with database, so your controller or your configuration will be interacting with a service layer. And then this service layer will connect with the database layer. That's how we normally work with. So controller talking to service, service talking to DAO. In the same way, we have configuration talking to service, service talking to DAO. Okay, so that means we also need a service class here. And to achieve that, in fact, we'll say provider dot, let's mention our service provider. So we'll say set user details service. That's my service name. Okay, but then we don't have the object of user details service. Okay, that means we need to create the object here. So let's go back here. We'll say private user details service. Let's import the package for this. And then let's have object name as user details service itself. And this has to be auto-wired. I will not be creating the object for this. It has to be auto-wired. That's one thing. We have to also mention one more thing, which is the password encoder. If you remember, we have done that here as well. We have to do the same thing for this. So we have to say provider dot, we have to set the password encoder. So we'll say password encoder. Now, but which one? Time being, I don't want to use any encryption technique or any hashing concept. I will simply use no op password encoder dot get instance. Because I don't want to encode now. Yes, I know this is not something which you should be using. Never save your password in plain text, but as of now, we are just experimenting stuff, so it should work. Now, once you got this object, everything should work. But hold on, we still have one issue. We have got the database, we have got user class, but then this user details service, how it will know to connect with a DAO layer? We don't have this class, right? Let's create a class which will represent this. So what I'm talking about is, let's create a separate class, and I will call this class as my user details service, a very simple class, and this will implement an interface, the interface which we want here, which is user detail service, so that once you click on finish, you can see you will get the ready stuff, everything. You don't have to override this method by yourself. This is just the feature of Eclipse. Okay. Now, once you got this load user by username, you can see it's something to do with database. It also throws the exception. Let's see how to use that. But how will you get this username? And of course, you have to get this username from a repository. If you have worked on JPA before, this is what you do, right? You create a separate repository class or interface for every table you have. Okay, that means we have to also, I know we are getting a lot of files, but it will all make sense once we complete the entire code. Let's create one more interface which will represent the user repository. So I will say user repository, which will extend JPA repository, and click on finish. You can see we got user repository extends JPA repository, and in here, instead of having T, we should be saying, hey, I want to work with user where the type of your ID is long. That's it. You have to mention user and long. Of course, if the classes which you create in a separate package need to be imported for sure. Okay, but which method we have to use here? See, by default, you will get all the methods for find all, find one, but we want a separate method, which is, if you go back to our application security config, you can see I want this class. So you can see we want to find a user by the username. So that means we need to have a special method here, which will return the user, and it should be find by username. It will accept string username. That looks good. We got this interface, and it has a method which is find by username. Let's get back here. So here I want to call that method, but then to have that method with us, we need to create the object of user repository, right? So we'll say user repository, and we'll say this is repo. Of course, you can have any name. On top of this, you have to say at AutoWire, because I don't want to instantiate it, right? And here you can simply say user is equal to, because this repo, when you say repo dot find by username, you have to just pass username. So whatever username you got here will be searched in database, and it will return that particular user. What if you don't find the user? Of course, right? When you log in, it is possible that the user which you're searching for is not there in the database. So in that case, we'll check if user is equal to null. We can simply print a message user not found. That's one way. Or the other way is, as you can see, this method throws the user not found exception. Can we simply use that? Let's say throw new user name not found exception. We can do that, right? And we can print our own message. We can say user 404, which is user not found. Of course, we can do that, right? Just for fun. Okay, this is done. What if there's a user? What if there's a user? In that case, you need to create Oh, in that case, what you will do, because you can see we have to return the object of user details. Oh, that's tricky. Unfortunately, this is an interface. Okay, how can you return the object of it? That's bad, right? So that means, first of all, we need to create a class which will implement this method, which is user details. Okay, we still have one step to do. So let's create that class. Okay, I will repeat every step, don't worry. So let's create one more class here. And that class, we can have any name to it. We can say user details implementation, or we can simply say user principal. Okay, why I'm using user principal as a method name or the class name is because principal simply means the current user. Okay, so let's have that. This will implement a interface which is user details. Let's pick up that and click on finish. And you can see we got a class which is user principal, which implements user details, and it has all these methods. Time being, since we are not implementing, you can see we have methods like is account not expired, is account not logged, is credentials not expired. So we have all these things which we have not configuring now. So let's keep it true by default. In case if you want to have database fields there, you know, because let's say after every 30 days, you want to change the password. So you can do that in this method. But as of now, we are not doing anything else. Okay, but still we have to say get password and get username, because that cannot be true. In this case, you will say, do we have the object access here? We want the object of user, right, which we are working with. So in that case, what I will do is I will create a constructor, because I want that object anyway. I want the user object here. So I will create a constructor with a field, but which field I'm talking about? So I will say private user. Which object I'm talking about? So if you go to my user details, you can see we have this object here, right, which is user. I want to have this access to this object in this particular class. And the way you can do that is by creating the constructor. I will say source generate constructor using fields for the user. Click on generate. We got the constructor. It should work now. So with that object user, I can simply say user.getPassword, and not here. Here we'll say user.getUsername. That's it. We just have to write these methods. But we have one important method here, which is getAuthorities. This is where you have to return the collection of authorities. That's weird. To achieve that, we can simply say return. I want to return a collection, right? So I will simply use a collections class. I want to return all the unique collection. So I will say singleton, collections.singleton. I may pass a list here, but time being I just want to return the users. So I will say new simple granted authority, and the role which I want to focus now is only users. I want to focus only on users now. Let's do that. We don't want this return statement, and that's it. Our job is done, I guess, here. Oh, I know we have written so many methods, so many classes. Okay, once we got this user principal class, let's get back to our code which we are writing. We don't want to return null. We want to return the user principal class which accepts a user as the object. You can see this user which I've created here, I'm passing it here so that it will go to user principal and it get assigned here, and we can get the username and password. Everything looks cool. I think our job is done. Let's get back to app config. Everything is done. Yes, it is implemented. This is AutoWAD. So this will be getting connected with my user details service object. Hopefully this will work. Let's restart the application. And of course, even if you get the error, that's where the learning starts, right? We should be getting errors. Okay, and we got the errors. Okay, I was just joking, and we got the errors. The error is, I'm not sure what this error means. It says found being not able to inject the object for user details service. But why? Oh, I forgot to mention one important thing here. We have to write add component or add service. My bad. Let's relaunch this. Okay, now there's no error. As you can see, everything is working. Let's get back to our browser. And here I will search for localhost :8080. It will ask for the login. And this time I will use weird password and something. Let's click on sign in. You can see it says bad credentials. And in the console, I guess we have not got anything in the console. That's fine. Let's get back here and let's enter the actual username. So I will say Superman Fly. That's the password. Fly is the password. Let's click on sign in. And it worked. Great. You can see that it worked. We got welcome aliens. So this time it is accessing the data from the database, and that's the beauty of Spring Boot security. Let me do the recap what we have done. See, whenever you talk about security, it will first check this file. Now, this file is very important when it comes to security, in which you are creating a method which is auth provider, where you are fetching data from the database. As you can see, this is for database code. This user details service is responsible to fetch from database, right? Let's go back there. And you can see here, we are creating the object of user repository. This is the interface which we have. Since we are using JPA, so we don't have to implement this class or this interface. JPA will take care for that. And then in this, we have a method which is load user by username, where you got username. We are fetching the data. If the user is not available, then you will simply throw the exception, which is 404. This is fine. But then we are returning the object of user principal, so we need that class as well. So you can see we have user principal, where we have the user object. It is accepting the object which you are passing from the detail service. And then we just want to return all the users. And that's it, nothing fancy. We got a user class as well. Everything is simple. That's how you are able to run this application. I hope you are enjoying this series. Let me know in the comment section, and do subscribe for further videos. And also let me know what else you need in this code so that I can try to make a video on that. That's it, everyone. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Till this point, what we have seen is we implemented Spring Security, of course using Spring Boot, and then we were able to log in with the help of username and password, which is fetched from database. To achieve that, we have used an authentication provider, in which we have created the object of DAO authentication provider, and then we have assigned the user details service object, and then we have used one thing here, which is the password encoder. Now the amazing thing is we have specified it is no op password encoder, which simply means I don't want to encode my password, it will be in plain text. And if you go back to your database, which we have already used, you can see we have a username as Spider-Man and we have a password as web. Now, is it a good idea of having your password in a plain text? Of course not, right? If anyone can hack your website or anyone can hack your database, they will be seeing all your user passwords. We don't want that. At least your user details should be secure. So instead of using no op password, we should be using some encryption way. Now, of course, you can use some encryption technique here, and you can convert your normal plain text, the plain text password, into a secure text, something like that. Let's say cryptography or ciphertext. Now, in this case, the problem is even if you go for ciphertext, it is not a good idea, right? Because anyone can decode or anyone can decrypt. So they can use certain techniques, and there are some hacking ways. So yes, it is not safe to work with ciphertext. What about hashes? Now, one of the way you can do that is with the help of SHA. Because in SHA, doesn't matter how big your password or how small your password is, the output length will be constant. That's not the case with ciphertext, right? So we should be using hashing here. But which one? Should we use message digit 5? Of course not, that's very old. We can go for SHA 256 or SHA 512, but then, a few years back, there was an attack on SHA as well. So hackers were able to crack it, or hackers were able to create some collision codes. So what to use now? Now, specifically, the problem with SHA is we can have multiple computation or multiple calculation happening at the same time. You can find SHA, but what if you can make it slow? What if you can have multiple rounds of hash? Because if you have multiple rounds, it will be easier for you to protect it. And to achieve that, especially for working with passwords, we have a new concept which is known as bcrypt. So if you search for bcrypt online, it says bcrypt is a password hashing function designed by these two great people. And then it is based on Blowfish cipher. That's great. The thing is, it came because SHA was not that secure. If you read the article, there are so many articles on this, how to use it. In fact, we have some website where you can generate the hashing. Example, if you go to this website, which is browsling, and if you type a password, let's say if I want to encrypt 1234, instead of saving 1234 in the database, we should be storing the hash of it. So we can simply click on bcrypt here and you will get the output. Now you can see there's something interesting here which says 10. Now this 10 simply means it is going for 10 rounds. By default it's 10 rounds, but you can also make it 12 rounds. If you say 12, it will calculate the hash 12 times. And if you say bcrypt now, you can see the code will also change. So this $2a means it is for bcrypt. Then we have $12 is the number of rounds you have. And then if you go forward, this is your actual password, okay, of $. So this is your actual password. But in the database, you will be storing everything. If you try for ABCD here, if you say bcrypt, what will change is the next part, right? This thing will remain constant. Let's go for 10 rounds here and click on bcrypt, and that's your password for ABCD. In fact, if you go to database, you can actually match. Can you see that at the end? Okay, we got a different password this time. Yeah, this is different, but that's fine. You can use this one as well. So what I will be doing here is, you can see we already have 2 passwords here, but I'm not sure, is it 1 2 3 4 for which one? I forgot the password. Is it 1 2 3 4 for Naveen? Let's try. So what I will do is I will try to use bcrypt. So this 2 is actually bcrypt passwords, which I already have it in my machine. So let me just go back to my workbench, and here, instead of mentioning no op password encoder, we should be using bcrypt. Now you might be thinking we have to add some libraries, right? Don't worry. By default in Spring Boot, we have a library for bcrypt. Let's try. So we can simply create the object of bcrypt here. So we can say new bcrypt, and you can see we have bcrypt password encoder. Let's click on that, and you can see it has also imported the package here, which is bcrypt password encoder. That's great. Now we don't need this one, so we can say Control-Shift-O, which will remove all the unwanted, which will arrange all your imports. And that's it. That's the only line you have to change. It's that awesome, right? Now let's relaunch the application. Now, of course, one thing will not work. The password for Spider-Man and Superman will not work because they are in plain text. So let's try for Naveen and Kiran here. So we'll say localhost :8080, and of course it will give you a sign-in page. This time I will say Naveen, and the password, I guess it is ABCD for Naveen. Let's do that. And when you say sign in, can you see that it is working? So the password which I have stored in the database is this one, but I'm just trying ABCD, it is working. Let me just do that once again. So let's say localhost :8080 login, and we'll say Naveen. If I use some different password, you can see it says bad credentials. And if I strive for Spider-Man, and if I say web, this will not work now because the password is stored in plain text. So in database as well, when you create the user account, you have to make sure that you store the password in a bcrypt encryption format or bcrypt hash formats. That's about bcrypt. In the next video, we'll also see how do you customize this form page, because I don't want this login form. Of course, this is good, but this is given by Spring, right? What if you want to have your own the login form? Can we use that? So that we'll see in the next video. I hope you are enjoying this series. Let me know in the comment section, and also click on the like button. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Till this point, we have tried to secure our application with the help of Spring Security. And then to achieve that, we have created multiple configuration. In fact, we have done with this class where we are saying, hey, you have to verify from the database with the help of this class here. And then we have also changed the password encoder from no op password encoder to bcrypt, so that we want to store our password in a secure way. That's done, right? But if you see the output which you used to get, so if you go to that localhost part, so if you type localhost :8080, you can see we got this login page. The amazing thing is we have not created this page. This page is given by Spring Framework. Now, of course, right, if Spring is giving you something, it will give you something very simple. You can see this page is damn simple, but can we customize it? Unfortunately, I don't know the way to customize this. There might be another way, but what if you get the option of creating your own form? Of course, right, when you have your own form, you can have extra features. You can add anything you want, right? You can change the color scheme as well. So what if we can create our own login and logout page? So what I will do is I will just go back to my application, and before the video itself, I have added 2 pages here. One is login and second logout. Now you might be thinking it will be a very complex page. Don't worry, I just kept it as simple as possible. You can see this is a very common page, very simple page here, which has a form tag, which is calling login, and then we got username and password, 2 fields, just it, both are input field, and then there's a button. That's it, nothing complex here. There's one line which I've given here. Again, we'll talk about this later. As of now, there's some Spring Security message there. That's simple, right? The logout page is a page, let's say after logging out, you want to show some page that you have successfully logged out, and then you will also give an option of calling the home page. Okay, that's a very simple page which I have created. But then will this work? Of course not, right? When you run this application, by default, Spring will have its own login form. So we have to inform Spring Framework, hey, I don't want you to give me a login page. I want to have my own login page. How do we customize that? In order to achieve it, let's go to app security config. This is where you have to create a method where you can specify all this configuration. Let's do that quickly. Now, instead of creating that method by yourself, you can actually override it. So there's already a method which is there inside web security config adapter. So let's override that method. So I will go to source and I will say override a method. And the method name here is configure, which takes HTTP security as the parameter. Let's click on OK. And you can see we got this method. As of now, this is only calling super. We don't want to call super config. I want to have my own configuration. In order to achieve that, we can simply use this object which is HTTP, and then we can set multiple properties here. So the first thing I want to do is I want to disable CSRF, which is cross-site reference. And we can simply say crf.disable. That's one thing. Now we have to mention that we want to go for a login page. So we can simply say dot here and we'll say form login. Now, whenever you want to have your own form, you simply have to say form login, in which you have to specify the properties. Now, of course, right, you have not mentioned what is your login page name. That's very important. So we can simply say login page, and here you have to mention your login page. In fact, you don't have to mention the login page. We have to mention the request type or request name. In fact, we are working with Spring, right? So Spring will have its own MVC. So you have to mention whenever I want to log in, I can simply call /login, which will call a controller which will handle the login page. Okay, so we have to say login.permitAll because I want to call this page. We have to also mention what happens when you say logout. We have to also work for logout. So we can simply say here logout because we want to achieve logout as well. So I can say logout dot, there is a method which is invalidate HTTP session. I know if you're coming from background of, working with servlet JSP, everything has to be done manually, right? So here we don't have to worry about that. We simply have to say invalidate session. Everything will be taken care by Spring Framework or Spring Security. And then we have to also clear all the authentication. Yes, we'll simply say true. Once you're logged out, of course, you have to clear everything. And then what is a request type? So let's say, when do you say a person is want to log out? Maybe it is /logout, it is /out or /get-out. Anything can be done, right? So we can simply say logout request matcher. So on which request you want to do that? So we can simply say and path matcher. And in this, you can specify the URL. So I want to say, I want to log out when I say logout. That's it. You can give any URL here. It actually doesn't matter. And we have to say one more important thing. What after you say logout? So you have to call some pages after logout. So I can say, whenever I call a logout, so we'll say logout successful. Okay, something went wrong here. Oh, okay. So we have request matcher. My bad. Let's call this class. And here I will say logout success URL. Okay, now which URL I want to call? So let's say time when I will say logout success. That's it. So it will call logout success. Or you can also call homepage. That's your choice. And I will say permit all. That's it. This is the thing you have to enter here. So we got a login page, we got logout page, and we are doing it here. But will this work? Of course not, right? When you say you're calling a login and logout, you have to also change something in the home control, right? Because we want to handle the login logout. So here we have to add those two methods. So I will say public string, and I will say login page. Okay, so we'll simply say login page, and it will return, in double quotes, we'll simply return login. That's a login page we have. So we already have a login page here, and then we just have to add a request matcher for this method, this particular method here. And here I will say login, simple. And then we also have to work with logout success because we have to call the logout page. I will simply copy this since I'm lazy. I will say this is for logout, of course. So I will say logout -success. And here I will say logout page. And then I want to call the logout page here. So I will say logout. That's it. Simple page. I think it will work now. Everything looks cool. Let's relaunch the application. Okay, the moment I say I can't say any error, we got error. It says permit only works with HTTP authorized request. Oh, we have to do that as well. So let's go back here. And I guess we have to add one more. So I have to say dot authorize request dot and matcher. I will say whenever I call login, it should allow that. Let's try with this. Permit all. And now since form login is different, so we'll simply say and there because I want to specify more properties there. Okay, so it's working. There's no error. Let's go back to our page. I will say refresh. and we got an error. It says circular path. We are not able to find login. Oh, we have to mention the page, right? So I have to say login.jsp, and here as well I have to say logout.jsp. So I have to mention the extension as well. Let's relaunch it. And now let's go back here. I will say http://8080, enter. And you can see it says welcome aliens. That's bad. I guess maybe we have to also say any request has to be authenticated, because we have not mentioned that. So let me do that once again. I will say localhost://8080, and now you can see that we got a login page. This is our customized login page which we have, and now I will say Naveen and ABCD. When I click on submit, you can see we got welcome aliens. It's that simple. But we don't have the logout there, so we wanted logout as well. So when you say logout, I just want to change one page. In fact, where the page we have, it says home.jsp. Let's also have the logout button here. So I will simply say button here will say ahref, or a link we can say /logout. So whenever I say logout, it should log out. That's it. Normally we should be using some CSS of some format, but as of now it should work. Everything done. Let's go back here, refresh. And now if you can see, if I say Naveen and ABCD, if I click on submit, you can see it calls the page, and when I click on logout, everything is logged out. You can see we got logout home. In fact, even if you go back, you will not see the same page. In fact, you will get login page. That's awesome. Now, if Fortify enters some wrong username password, when you click on submit, you can see we got bad credentials. You got this text here because in the login page, this is what you have written, right? You say it's Spring Security last exception. This is responsible to print that message, bad credentials. That's the only importance of this line. So that's about this video where we have tried to work with login, our own login page and logout page. The only thing you have to do is you have to add these two pages, plus you have to go to app security. You have to override this method, which has all these properties. Nothing much, everything will work. In fact, yeah, we have one more thing. We have added two more methods here. So that's it from this video. I hope you enjoyed. Let me know in the comment section, and do subscribe for further video. Welcome back everyone. Till this point we have seen how can we implement Spring Security when we have tried form login, we have tried with database, but now I want to use OAuth 2. So let's say if you are building a website where you want to provide security, you want user to be logged in, of course you can have your own database, you can have your own way of verifying the user, but we have one issue. When you have your data, when you have user details in your database, in your server, you have to protect it, right? Of course, it becomes difficult to manage that database, and if someone hacks it, you are responsible. Oh, that's one issue. The second issue is, even if you have your database, even if you have your own server, most of the users, they are using some type of social networking login. Example, if you have, let's say your consumer has a Google account, they have a Facebook account. So can we have Google login in your website? You don't have to manage the data, right? It will be managed by Google. So how can we do that? To achieve that, we have this amazing feature known as OAuth 2. So what I will do, so let me search for OAuth 2. So what exactly OAuth 2 is? So you can see it says it's an authorization framework that enables application to obtain limited access to the user account. Okay, so it's not just Google, we can also use it Facebook, GitHub, DigitalOcean, so we have so many options here. You can see, you can get more details about what is OAuth 2, how exactly it works behind the scene, but now we want to use it. So we will be using Google login to access the website, okay? In fact, we'll not be doing the entire code here. The main focus would be how can we use Google login, and let's access the token. So once you log in through Google, Google will send you a token, for the website. And then based on that token, your website will give you the access. It's that simple. Okay, so to achieve that, what we'll do is, first of all, we need to say, hey, we want to use OAuth 2. And for that, we have to add a library. So what we'll do, we'll expand this. And if you go to pom.xml, we need to add one more dependency here for the OAuth 2. So let's search for Maven repository. And here we have to search for Spring Security OAuth 2 autoconfigure. Now, before Spring 4 or Spring 5, you could have actually go for Spring Boot Security OAuth 2. But now, since after Spring 1.5 or Spring 5, we have to search for autoconfigure. And here you can pick up any version. Let me pick up 2.1.2. That should work. And here, let me just copy this, go back to our code and paste that dependency. Now, once you say save, it will get downloaded from the internet and it will be available in your Maven dependencies. So that one step is done. Now, once you got this, you have to make some more changes. So let's go back to our app security. Now, don't you think we are using OAuth 2, so we have to specify it somewhere? So here we'll say, hey, I'm using OAuth 2, so please enable it. So you will say @enable OAuth 2 SSO. So that's you have to add. So this is SSO here is a single sign-on. So you can see we got the package as well. So once you have done that, now here we don't need user details because we are not using database. So let me remove all this extra thing which we don't need as of now. The only method we need here is configure. Now in that too, we don't need to go for form login. Of course, in the previous video, we have worked on form login, but this time I would just want to use Google page, right? So here what you can do is you don't need any of this stuff. So we don't need form login. Let's remove that. The only thing we need here is .http basic. So that's the only thing you have here. So we got the AND matcher and then we got HTTP basic. So you have to say whatever request it is getting, that should be done with the help of OAuth 2. So you don't need database anymore. In fact, just to clear some stuff, we don't even need this method anymore. So let me remove that. Just have a clean code. Okay, in fact, I think we don't even need this HTTP basic. If required, we'll add that later. Now think about this. We are saying, hey, use OAuth 2 SSO and then it will search for the OAuth 2 token. But we have not configured anything here, right? So don't you think we have to specify it somewhere? We have to specify the configuration. Are we using Google? Are we using Facebook? Even if you're using Google, then how do we, because see, every developer needs a developer account on Google, right? If you want to have that access, you need to create a client ID and a client secret key. So what I'm talking about is you have to configure it in a file. So this is our file, which is application properties. This is where you have to configure your OAuth 2. Now, what are the configuration we need? So I already have a text with me. Let me just paste it here. So these are the things we need. So this is only for OAuth 2. So we are saying, hey, OAuth 2 client access URI here is Google. So we are saying we want to use Google for my login. This is your token name, which is OAuth token if you want to use in your application. Now this is important, the scope. Whenever you use OAuth 2, of course, it will also give you authentication. But don't you think you have to also specify what are the features is accessible? Example, whenever the user access using Google, they will be having the access to the profile of the user and the email ID. In fact, if you don't want profile, just remove that. Now you're only accessing email ID. Let me just have it there. Okay, this is something we have to specify, which is for Google, and then we are using OAuth token. But this is important, the client ID and client secret key. Oh, we have not specified that yet, because depending upon the application for different users, for different developers, we'll be having different client IDs here. So how will we get this client ID and client secret? So what you have to do is you have to create Google Cloud account where you will be creating the application for this client ID and client secret. So let's do that. Let's search for Google Cloud. So this is their official website. And here you have to click on go to console because I'm already logged in. And I have a Google Cloud account. So if you don't have, you can create one. The only thing is I'm using this for my personal use, and that's why you can see I'm out of trial, but that's fine. If you have a Google Premium account, you can use that. Otherwise, you can go with the free one. Now here you have to click on this navigation bar and you have an option of API and services. This is where you have to click on credentials. Now, when you click on that, you can see we have the second option, second tab here as OAuth consent screen. This is where you have to specify the name of the application. We already have one because I've used it for one of my batch, but now let me just change it to Telusko. Nothing to specify here. You can see we have specified the scope here, email, profile, OpenID. You can add scope. I guess you can also delete scope if you need. No, we don't have delete option, but you can add scope. Nothing to specify much here. Click on save. Now, once you click on save, you can see we have an option of create credentials. Click on that. Here we have to create a OAuth 2 client ID. When you click on that, it will give you an option. You can use it for web application, for Android, for Chrome app, and iOS. Let's select web app here, and let's give a name. Of course, you can go with the same name. I will say Telusko app. And this is where you have to specify the URL of your application. Now, since it is on localhost, I will simply say http://localhost:8080. And the redirect link which I want is on the login page. I will say http://localhost:8080/login. And then click on, okay, so enter, click on create. So that should work. Now, once you click on create, you can see it will give you two things. It will give you the ID, and it will give the secret key. Okay, let me just copy that. So this two is important, so click on that, copied. Let's go back to the application. I have copied the client ID. It's time for secret key. Okay, so once I have uploaded this video, I'll be removing this client ID and secret key from my Google app so that no one can use it. In fact, no one will use it for wrong use. Okay, I guess that's done. But hold on, we still have one issue. We have specified that we are using OR2, we have specified the configuration, but nowhere we have specified how we use the token. So here we have to specify public in your home controller. You can use any controller for that matter. I will say public, it will return the object of principal from Java security. And let's have the name as user. So whenever you use a token, we will be using a token as user, and then it will return the principal object, the current user object. So it should return principal. Okay, but then when it will be called, so the request mapping, we have to specify that. You have to say request mapping. In here, whenever your user request, whenever you request for user, it should send that. And I want it to be in JSON format or XML format. So I will say response body. I don't want a page, I want XML or JSON. Once you have specified that, let's relaunch the application. I hope this will work. Relaunching the application. Let's go back to our incognito mode. So let's say localhost :8080, and you can see the moment you do that, the moment you try to use an application, I'm not searching for Google page here. You can see I have searched for localhost :8080. The moment you say enter, it will take you to the home page or the Google page where you have to log in. In case if you have already logged in, it will not ask you for this page. So let me use Telusko's ID here, which is telusko@gmail.com. Click on next. Okay, so you can see once I have logged in, I'm calling this page, but not this page. I want to call localhost :8080. Okay, nothing is coming on this page because nothing is there on this page. Oh, by default, okay, I've made some changes before recording the video. Let me call the home page, and you can see it says welcome alien, and we got it. Right, that's how you can use this. But what if you want to know who is the user? So you can say /user, and this is the current user. So that's how we can use it. You can use this token, you can save the data in database or in a file, in a session, it's your choice. You can see the token, it says who was the name of the user, and then the picture, you can use that as well. What else we have here? There should be also email ID here, which I can't see, but it should be there. Email ID should be somewhere. Yeah, it's here. And that's your email ID. So that's how you can verify the user using Google OR2.
In this video, we'll talk about microservices. Now, to understand microservices, let's go back to 1970s. That's right, when the computers were new. So in 1970s, we were trying to solve simple problems with the help of computers. Maybe scientific problems, but then they were simple in today's term. Now, after the successful use of computers for the scientific and research purpose, we thought, can we use it for commercial use as well? And that's where in early 90s or late 90s, a lot of companies started using softwares and computers for their internal use. Also, we also got social media websites in early 2000. But now if you try to understand the entire ecosystem, or if you try to understand the world of softwares, everywhere, in fact, everything in the world is happening with the help of softwares. If you want to book a cab, you will use software. If you want to transfer money, you will use software. If you want to buy something online, or if you want to buy something, you will use a software, right? So if everything is done with the help of a software, which we normally call them as applications, what normally happens is we build a particular website. Now that's what we call them. We build a website, and in that particular website, you will be having all the services. Now, when you talk about services, what exactly it means? Now, imagine a shopping website. Example, if you go to Amazon, you get a lot of features there, right? On Amazon, you can basically search for a product. You can buy a product. You can basically add a product to a cart, and then you can buy a product. You can pay for that online. And also, as a seller, I can sell my own devices, or I can sell my own things on Amazon, because it's also a marketplace. So basically, Amazon itself is a huge software which has a lot of different services, right? Now, if you want to build this website by yourself, what you will do is you have a traditional mindset. Of course, one of the best thing about building a software nowadays is we think about creating different modules. So what you do is you break down the entire project into small parts. In fact, that's how we think, right? So if I want to build a website, I will just break down the services into small modules. I will work on one particular module.
And also that's what we also suggest, right? So if you have a big team, you can divide your big team into small groups. So let's say if you have 50 people working on one big project, you can have 5 different teams of 10, or maybe 10 different teams of 5 members. And then these people will work on one particular feature, right? And that's how you can build this amazing website like Amazon or Amazon.com to buy something. Now the thing is, the approach is actually coming from the software development field. Now, when you build a normal software, what is the tendency? So we have a software which works on a desktop. In fact, when I started my career, I started in that zone. You can just write an application which works on a particular machine, right? So what you do is you structure your entire application for one device. Now that's what we do in the web world as well. Even if you have multiple teams, they are working on different services, they are still one package, right? So maybe in Java or in other languages, what you do is you create a package, right? You create, let's say in Java, we create a var file or a jar file. You will put all the services in this particular var file, and then you will deploy this on a cloud or on any server. The problem is you have a lot of services here on one system. So let's talk about some advantages of doing this. The advantage of doing this type of architecture, which we normally call them as monolithic application or monolithic architecture, where you have everything in one place, all the services, right? Of course, they are designed by other members. You can simply group them. You can form a particular package and you can deploy it. So the good thing is you know what is happening with the application. What are the drawbacks? There are multiple drawbacks with this type of architecture. The first one is team dependencies. So let's say if all your team, your 10 teams are working together to make all these features, they have to actually dependent on each other. They should know when you are going to go for the next release, right? So of course, with every release, you go for a version. So you have to specify, okay, I got a new feature, but let me know when I can push this feature in the product so that we can deploy the entire project. The second one is the scalability. Let's say if we talk about Amazon itself, in fact, we can take this example or we can take this concept for multiple examples, multiple domains. But if you stick to Amazon here, let's say there's a sale going on. Now, if you know that tomorrow there will be a huge sale, maybe for some festival, some other event, what do you think, which of the services will be needed scalability here? In the monolithic application, what happens is if you know that there's a sale going on or there will be sale happening next week, what you will do is you will scale your application in multiple systems, right? Maybe you will try to do vertical scaling by adding more servers or more RAM power, or you can do the horizontal scaling. So basically you will have the same application and having multiple instances of them. See, in terms of sale, it's not like you will get new users or you will get a lot of new users, you will get a lot of new sellers. What you will get is more searches. You will get more payments. So instead of scaling the entire application, don't you think we should be scaling only the small modules there? So that's what we want, right? We want to use this particular service. So instead of scaling the entire monolithic application, we should be able to scale that individual services. Next one, what if you have a big application and if you think we will build this application using as a one monolithic application, the thing is you have to stick to one technology. Maybe if you're using Java for the entire application, you have to stick to Java. Even if you have a new team who says, okay, I want to work on Node.js, they can't because you are building one big application which will create one particular package which will go to one particular server. What you can do is if you have a different services here, you can actually create different services using different technologies, right? So that's one of the advantage we want, and that can be done with the help of microservices. So each service which I'm talking about here, they are called microservices. The advantage is if you have 10 teams, they can divide the entire project into small services. One thing to remember here, each service here should be self-contained. They should be able to deploy it separately, and also they should be scaled separately. They should not be dependent on some other services. So each service here will be called microservices. Now, since they are microservices, we can create them in any technology we want. So one service can be done with Java, second service can be done with Node.js. And now since there are multiple services, you can scale them the way you want. Maybe if you have 10 services, I want to take this fifth and sixth service and I want, let's say 10 instances of them. I want the second service to have 5 instances. So I can scale based on the service requirement, not for the entire application. And also since they are separate services, even if some service goes down, it will not affect the entire application. Now in terms of monolithic application, if you make one change, it is not working, it will crash the entire application. That's not the case with microservices. So basically, what is microservice? They are individual services which are self-contained. They can run as an individual service. And maybe let's say if I want to go to Amazon, if I say I want to search for the products, that's one service. I want to create a new account, that's one service. I want to sell a particular product, that's one service. So these are your microservices. Now everything looks good on paper, right? We are saying that microservices are great. Do we have any challenges there? The thing is yes. Now since we have multiple services, how these services will communicate? It's not like they can't, but then it's difficult to configure them, okay? And you will be doing that only once. You have to use service discoveries, you have to use API gateway, which will stand in front of all the services. And you will be also having some resilience system in between. What if some service failed? Do we have fail support there? And creating a microservice is not just about writing code, okay? It's also about creating the architecture before you write a single line of code. How do you design your system? How do you create those services? That's also important. And if you don't design your microservices properly, ultimately you are creating a worst system of monolithic application. Now, one of the questions might be how these services communicate. So they basically uses HTTP request or response to communicate between each other. Of course, they will be having endpoints to communicate. And also we have to also think about security. Because now since you have different services, if a customer sends a request, which services you have to go to, and does that particular user has access to do that? So that's the challenges of microservices, but it's an awesome thing. Big companies, they are using microservices on big level. In this video, we'll talk about cloud computing. And we know about cloud, right? Oh, not that one, but the cloud basically means the group of computers on a network. And that sounds simple now, right? Now basically, why we have this concept of cloud computing. Now think about this. If you go back in the earlier days of software development and web application, what we do is, example, let's say if you want to make a website, what you do is you use certain technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, using which you can make a static website. Of course, you can use JavaScript to build backend as well, but just to keep it simple, let's say if you want to make a static website, you can build that with the help of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then you can run that on your machine. And that's why when you run it, you will see a URL on the top, right? Now basically, if you want to make a dynamic website, let's say if you want to add a backend to it, it can be done with the help of JavaScript, PHP, Java, C#. There are multiple options there. But let's say when you build a backend as well, you need to run a server, which we call a web server. Now this web server is running on your machine. Of course, it also needs an IP address. And by default, if you're running on your own machine, you use something called a local host. That's your own machine, right? And then it works on your machine. But then when you're building an application or a website, you want the world to use it. You're not doing it for yourself, right? Now, in this case, if you want the entire world to use your machine, that's not possible because the website is hosted on your machine and you don't have a public IP address. What you get from your router is a private address. And if you want the world to access your website, you need to get a public address. And let's say you bought a public address. And now you can basically use a public IP address for your machine. So let's say I have this machine here, and in this machine, I'll be having the web server installed. And then I also have a public address. Now you can give this public address to the world and they can use it. Oh, you'll be saying, okay, they cannot remember your public IP address. That's fine, you can get a domain name. Let's say you got a domain name as telusko.com. So instead of using a public address, now you also have a domain name. But the thing is, the application or the web application is hosted on your laptop. And of course, you want this website to be accessed 24/7 into 365 days. You don't want this website to go down. But unfortunately, this is a laptop. And let's say if I forgot to put a charger, which normally people do, the laptop will shut down. And then people will not be able to access your website. Maybe I'm using a charger and then Windows says, I want to update myself. And then, right, you can't stop it. So basically, your website is down. Maybe your laptop is not working anymore. Maybe you spilled a water on your keyboard and now it's damaged. Now basically, laptop is not a good option, right? And also there's one more problem with laptop is the computing power. Let's say you got millions of users and they are hitting your website. And now this laptop is not capable to service all the customers. And that's why you need to get a good hardware. Now in the earlier days, we used to go to the market, the hardware shop, or the hardware market where you can get all the devices to build a good server. Basically, you need a good CPU, you need a good RAM. Okay, I'm not talking about the CPUs which you use in a normal laptop. I'm talking about a server CPU, a good amount of RAM. Your 16 GB or 8 GB RAM will not be enough. You also need a good storage. Maybe you want users to create account, right? And they want to update their details on the website. So of course, it will consume a lot of memory. And then you have to build a big server. And let's say you invested around 1 million, that's a big amount. So let's say you invested around $100,000 to build a big server which can cater to the millions of users. And now everything is working. Now, since that's not a laptop, so it will have a good computing power, and you have to make sure that you install a good OS which will not go on update frequently. And also you have to provide security. Now, in the earlier days, you have to do everything by yourself. Get a room, set up the machines, and make sure that it is up and running. You need a good internet speed. You need electricity power continuously. You need a cooling system to cool the entire environment, because I'm talking about a server, not a laptop. Even if you play a small game on your laptop, you know what I'm talking about, right? It will create a lot of heat. So you have to manage everything. And also you need an admin to manage that machine. That's right, a human is also involved to maintain the entire server. And that particular human needs to be properly skilled in terms of configuration, in terms of security as well, because your user data is there in that machine. So that's one thing. This is a huge investment to start with. Imagine you're a startup now, and then to start a company, you need to invest a lot of money just to set up the system. And you don't want to do that, right? Now, what's a solution here? In fact, before going for solution, we have few more problems. Let's say you have this system ready and you have your e-commerce website, and now everything is working well because you're getting around 1,000, 2,000 or 10,000 users every day. But let's say tomorrow there's a sale. So a lot of new products will be going on sale. Maybe you are selling an iPhone for 50% discount. Okay, I want to buy that. But the thing is, a lot of users will be coming to that website. Imagine, let's say you're selling a pen drive at 8 a.m. for 1 rupee. Imagine the number of users coming to their website. At this point, your server will go down. So before going down, what you will do is you will go to the market, you will buy a new server with the same cost. And the thing is, everything is working now, and then the sale is over. Now you don't have that much of users, and we have extra server lying there doing nothing. So you wasted your money there, right? Now, to solve this problem, what you can do is you can, instead of doing everything by yourself, buying a computer, maintaining it, getting a person who can manage everything, basically an admin, and also a person for the security, you can say, okay, I don't want to do this. Let me just hand these things to some experts. Now, this is where there are companies who provide you this service. They say, okay, you don't have to buy server by yourself. You don't have to manage. You give us the money. We will buy the servers. We will buy everything, and we will manage it. Still, you have to do the initial investment. You have to buy those servers, which is not with you. They are managing it. So that was one solution. But then again, that was not optimized. In fact, these people, they buy the server and they create multiple virtual machines on the same server, and they cater to different clients. Maybe you can say multi-tenant type of stuff, where we don't have one customer, we have multiple customers on the same server. But still, you are investing, and still they still have only one machine. What if something goes wrong? What if there is a network issue? What if there's a power failure? The entire website goes down. And this is where we thought, okay, let's not use one machine. Let's use multiple machines at multiple locations, because your users are not from one region. They are from India, US, Europe, Middle East. They are coming from everywhere. And if you want to cater to all the customers, you need servers in each location. That will reduce the latency, right? Now, this is where we are, instead of going for one server, what if you can go for multiple servers? They are connected and provide you the solution. Example, let's say even if you want to add, let's say 5 numbers. So you can send that request to one server. Hey, I want to add 5 numbers. One server can do it, or multiple servers come together to solve that problem. And that's what happens when you search something on Google. When you search, it's not like only one server is involved. There are multiple servers working together to give you that result instantly. So basically, you need multiple servers, and when you connect multiple servers, that's where the new term arrives, which is cloud. So cloud, what is cloud basically? Cloud is a combination of multiple servers which are there, which you're not handling, someone else is doing for you. Now, who is doing it? We have multiple service providers. You might have heard about Amazon, AWS, we got Microsoft, Azure, we got Google Cloud. We have Red Hat also in this market. We also have IBM. Everyone is now in the cloud market, and they say,
you don't have to buy the servers. We have servers, you just pay per use. That's right. You don't have to do any investment. Let's say you're a startup and you don't have that much of money, you don't even have customers now, and every day you get new customers. What you can do is, you can say, hey Amazon, I have, let's say, 1,000 users per day. Give me a computing power only for those users. And the moment I get more users, just scale it. Give me 2 instances. Give me a bigger instance. That is elastic scaling, which we call. In fact, they also have something called elastic cloud computing, which is the resources expands on your requirement. That's the power of cloud. One of the best thing is you're not managing it, and they give you uptime, which is almost 100%, not exactly 100%, but they give you almost 100% uptime, and you're not managing anything. Now the question arises, have we used any cloud service yet? If you are using internet, you are basically using cloud by default. If you use Gmail, that's a cloud service. If you use Google Docs, that's a cloud service. If you play game online, that's a cloud service. Everything nowadays is a cloud service, and by default we are using them, right? Now in the cloud as well, depending upon different users, we have different types. We have different service models. Example, let's say initially you had everything with you, that's on-premise, where you have the hardware. So basically you have to get the hardware, basically you have to get the networking, you have to get the storage, you have to also install some OS, you have to also install the runtimes and containers. Let's say if you talk about software development, we use something called containers now. So you have to install the runtime, you have to install the containers, and on top of that you have to install your application, which will have certain methods, certain classes. You have to manage everything. That's on-premise. Now let's say you want to use some cloud service where you say, I am okay to manage the software layers and OS, but I don't want to manage the hardwares. Now this is where IaaS comes into picture, in which basically they give you the hardware, networking and storage. Everything else is yours. So which operating system you have to install is dependent upon you. You can decide, I want to go with this OS, I want to go with this runtime, I want to go with this containers. That's my application, that's my function, everything done by you, except the data centers or the network or the hardware or the networking stuff. But let's say you don't want to even manage the OS. What you want to manage is the containers. Example, let's say if you want to work with Docker or Kubernetes. Now in this case, you can say, I have the application, I have the runtime, I also have the containers. I want you to give me the operating systems which will support containers. That is your CAS, which is container as a service. But let's say you want to go one level up. You don't even want to manage the runtimes. In this case, they also offer you something called a PaaS, which is platform as a service. What you can do is, you get everything basically. You get the hardware, you get the networking, you get the OS, you also get the runtime. You just have to build the application and deploy it. So it basically provides you a runtime where you can build the application. Now we can go one step forward. There's a concept of serverless computing. Now it sounds like serverless, but there is servers. Of course, we cannot achieve something without servers, right? So serverless, they have servers. It's just that you don't have to worry about any server. You say, I have this function or I have this particular module, I just want to run it. Now if you can get into a subset of it, there's something called function as a service, where you create a function and you say, I just want to run this function, I don't care where it is running, I just want to run this. Also, what if you want to scale your function? Let's say you have 10 functions, out of which you have 2 functions which you think will need more computing power. You can scale them, that particular 2 functions. That is function as a service. And then we have the next layer which we use as a normal user, which is SaaS, which is software as a service. Example, let's say you want to store photos. You don't have to build your own photo library on the cloud, you get Google Photos. What if you want to type on an editor, or maybe you want to type code? You don't have to install software on your machine or on the cloud service. You get online editors where you can build the application, right? So those are your SaaS platform. Even Gmail, Google Docs, everything which you use on cloud is SaaS, which is software as a service. Now, as a developer, we normally focus more on the PaaS, which is platform as a service, or CaaS, which is container as a service. And it looks cool, right? The cloud services looks cool. And you will be thinking, okay, this is good. Every company should be using cloud. They are using clouds, and most of the companies are actually moving from on-premise to cloud services. But the problem is, if you talk about cloud, let's say AWS. Now it's a public cloud, which simply means if you host your application on a public cloud, Amazon is managing it, right? And they are basically sharing the hardware with the other tenants as well, other people as well. Now in this case, there are some issues in terms of security. Of course, in terms of cost, it is less because you're using a public cloud and it is shared by different people. But what about security? The data which you get from your customers are getting stored on these servers. Normal data, that's fine. But what if there's some financial data? What if there's a personal data? What if there are some data which no one should know? But let's say as a company, you're storing your customer data on a cloud server, which is third party. There is a kind of risk here. Now, by default, all the servers are public clouds, right? So these are accessible for anyone. It's not like they can hack your data, but it is hackable, right? How can you trust it? Also, there are some regulations which you have to follow from the government. And that's where we have some issues with the public clouds. What's the solution? You can create something called a private cloud inside your company's wall. So basically, you have a cloud which is a private cloud for your own company. So you'll be having multiple data centers. Someone will be managing it, but you have a control on your private cloud. And all your customer data will be stored on private cloud. Advantage, safety. Drawbacks, cost. Because now you have to manage everything. So what if you can get a solution between these two? And that's where we have something called a hybrid cloud. So what you do here is, every company will have data from the customer. Some data is private. You have to maintain the privacy there. And some data is okay to shift to public clouds. So you will be using some services of public cloud and some from private cloud. This is the hybrid cloud. And most of the companies are using it. In fact, you might have seen this. Companies are moving from on-premise to the cloud. But there are few companies, they are coming back. They're coming from cloud to on-premise because they thought cloud is great. But looking at the cost now, sometimes if you don't build your application properly, or there are some cloud services which are not that optimal, you might get surprised by the billing they charge you for that particular service. So yeah, that's about cloud computing. So what simply means is, instead of doing computing on your own machine or your own server, you can give this computing power to some third party, some cloud providers. You simply build an application, deploy on the cloud, and they will do the computing for you. You just have to pay on the go. In this video, we'll talk about blue-green deployment. Now, basically, if you have ever observed, there are a lot of applications or services which we use. It says that they are going for the maintenance at this time. And most of the time, the maintenance of that particular website or web application happens at the night time. Now, think about those developers who are sitting there waiting for the night time to deploy the application. Or maybe they can schedule the updates, but still they have to be there because what if something goes wrong? The thing is, why these updates are happening at the night time is because they have less users. Of course, it depends upon the region as well. Example, if I'm doing a update for an application which will be used in India, I will be doing that update at the night time in India because you'll be having less users. Now what happens is, every time you have a new feature, so let's say you got an application which is, let's say, version 2.5, and now you want to release version 3.0. Now at this point, your running server, the server which is live, need to be shut down and it has to be upgraded. And sometimes it takes time, right, to upgrade your entire application. Maybe, let's say, 2 seconds or 10 minutes or 1 hour. Now, in that particular time, the users will not be able to use your application. And that's why it happens at the night time, right? But think about the people who are behind these updates. They have to be there. Now, you might be thinking, okay, what's the big issue? We will be doing updates once in a year or once in 6 months. And if the system goes down for, let's say, 1 hour, that's fine. We'll update our users. See, that's the old technique, right? Nowadays, what we want is, instead of updating the service after few months, we do updates in a week now, right? So that's the agile way of doing stuff, where you want to get the customer feedback instantly. Now, when you want a customer feedback, of course, you want to push the new features. And for that purpose, you will be updating your software frequently. And imagine going 1 hour off in a week. Your user will not be satisfied with that. So there are two issues. First is the major one, which is where your customers will face an outage. Basically, they will not be able to use your application for that particular time. And second issue is the developers, of course, or the ops team. They have to sit there. Now, even if you deployed your new version from 2.5 to 3.0, what if something goes wrong? Of course, you tested it properly. So you tested the entire project, entire package, internally, privately, and everything was working there. Suddenly, the moment you make it public, it is not working. Again, you have to go back to the older version. Again, you have to face the outages. Now, what's the solution for this? The solution is the blue-green deployment. Now, do we really have to paint your application with blue color or green color? Not exactly. This is just a term. They also use terms like red, black, or having a secondary instance. Doesn't matter, name doesn't matter. What's important is this concept simply means you will be having two running instances at the same time. That's right, two running instances. Now in this two instances, one will be called a blue server or second will be called a green server, or maybe a blue instance or a green instance. Now at one point, only one instance will be live, okay? So even if you have two instances running, and even if both are running, but then only one will be live for the public. So let's say in this case you have blue. So all the users are actually using this blue instance, right? Now in this blue instance, you are doing all the operations. In fact, this is responsible to accept the user request, respond to it, or maybe this is connected to some other servers as well, or maybe some to a database. Now, parallelly, you'll be also having a green server. Now what's the use of this green server? Now this is there sitting idle, doing nothing. Now, as a DevOps team or as a developer team or ops team, you want to push a new update from 2.5 to 3.0. Of course, you will not be doing that on a running server because that's running, right? So what you will do is you will do the update in the green server or the green instance. And you will say, okay, I have the new package, everything is tested. Let's deploy that on this green one. Now, the moment you upgrade your green instance to 3.0 and you think it's ready to go live now, you will gradually move your users from the blue instance to the green instance. Of course, you will not be moving everyone because what if something goes wrong? So maybe do it gradually. At least if something goes wrong, least users will be affected. So you are gradually moving your users from blue to green. And now once everyone is moved to green instance, see at this point, when they are moving, both the instances are live. But the moment you got all the users on the green instance, now your blue instance can go to idle state. You don't have to destroy it because in a blue-green deployment, you do need two servers running or two instances running. Now what is the role of blue one here? So blue one is there sitting idle. Maybe you can use it as a recovery server. What if something goes wrong with the green server? At that point you can say, okay, we do have a blue instance and just route all the traffic to blue. And once you are confirmed that the third instance is running perfectly, you can just also upgrade your blue one to 3.0. And then again, you're not using 3.0 blue version, but it's there. Now, what if after some time you got a new updates? Now, since we are into a phase where you want to upgrade your services continuously, right? There was a time when you used to provide the updates monthly, but now because of this new service or new feedback from the customers, we push the updates continuously. Now, at this point, let's say you got 3.1 version. Now, where you will update it? On the green one? No, you have to do that on the blue. Now the same process which went for the green one will go for the blue one as well. So even in the blue one, you will push the update and then again, it's still private. Once it is 3.1, it is still private. And now once you think everything is tested well, it's time to go live. What you will do is you will gradually move your users from the green instance to the blue instance. And once everyone is moved, you can change your green one as well and make it 3.1. So that's again just a concept. You can do that using the cloud services. So of course you also need a router in the front who will change this directions, right? So if a user comes, user is not saying I want to go to blue one or green one. User has no idea. It's the router between which you have to configure to mention, okay, which one is live and which one will be idle. Now it's not actually a good idea to use both of them at the same time. If you think, okay, we have two instances, let's use both. Again, there will be a problem when you want to upgrade it. So the users who are using the second instance will be facing issues. So that's it from the blue-green deployment. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section and let me know if you need such more videos in the future. In this video, we'll talk about cloud native and 12-factor app. Now, basically, whenever we talk about applications, I'm talking about the enterprise level application. Now, initially, those applications used to stay in on-premise. Basically, every company will have their own servers and they will deploy the application on their own servers. But then we have talked about cloud, right? Now, most of the companies are moving from on-premise to cloud. So basically, all the services which we are using nowadays is cloud-based. Even the public application like Google Docs, Dropbox, Gmail, everything is cloud. Now, the applications which are used internally in the company, they are also being deployed on the cloud. Of course, not every company is moving into it, but majorly, most of the applications are on cloud nowadays. Now, the moment you talk about cloud applications, we have two interesting terms here. The first one is cloud ready, and the second one is cloud native. And then it's important to understand the difference between these two. See, what we expect from a cloud application is the cloud services. The moment you talk about cloud, it provides a lot of different benefits, right? Benefits in terms of cost, benefit in terms of scaling, and benefit in terms of less issues, right? Now, if you want to achieve that, of course, you have to make an application which will use all those services and which will fulfill the promises, right? But what happens is the applications which are deployed on the cloud are of two types. One is cloud ready, second is cloud native. Now, what do you mean by cloud ready? So let's say you already have an application in your premises, okay, so or in your own local server. Now you want to move that particular application on the cloud. You have to make some changes. It's not like you picked up the application and throw it on the cloud. No, that's not how it works. Basically, you have to make some changes to your existing application and you have to make it cloud ready. Maybe work with the environment variables, maybe work with the configuration files, and make sure that you are able to push your application on the cloud and you should be able to use the services. So you are basically making your non-cloud ready application cloud ready. As simple as that. But on the other hand, if you really want to use all the cloud services and if you want to make it more effective, you have to build an application as cloud native. Now, normally these type of applications are new application. Let's say you got a new project and then you have to decide now. Do you want to build on-premise or do you want to use it on the cloud? And the moment you say, okay, that's what we are going for, we want to build an application which is for cloud, make sure it is cloud native so that it can use all the features. But how exactly you make a cloud native application? In fact, the name itself says, right, native, so it is meant for cloud, right? Now, if you want to achieve this, we can follow certain standards and rules. Now, of course, in this world, we have a lot of developers, a lot of companies who want to build the application for cloud. So they thought, okay, can we just create some standards? In fact, Heroku created these standards for you, and you can follow them to build a better application for cloud, basically a cloud native application. Of course, right? How do you define a cloud native application? So just follow the rules and you're done. The thing is, these rules actually made long back and now we have few changes. But let's talk about those rules which have been developed at that point. And that is called a 12-factor app. So basically, you have to follow this 12 rules or standards, which is 12-factor app, which they called. In fact, there's a website as well, and you can find the link in description, which talks about all 12 rules in detail. But I will try to simplify it so that you will understand in one go. Now, basically, these are the 12 factors you have to follow to build a cloud native application. Starting from the first one, which is called a code base. Now, basically what happens is we normally store all the coding files in your folder, right? So basically when you make a project, you store that in your project, maybe in IDE or any editor which you use. Now, what code base says is if you want to build a cloud native application, you have to make sure that your code base is using a version control. So example, it says one code base tracked in a revision control and many deploys. So basically we can use something like a Git here. So inside Git, you have to make sure that you store your project there in a local, or maybe you can use some remote repositories, let's say GitHub, GitLab, and we have multiple options there. So you should have only one code base. I know you want to use on a different environments, maybe development environment, staging environment, or maybe production environment. So even if you have multiple environments there, make sure that you have only one code base and that too in one repository. And then you can have multiple deployments in staging, in development, in production. That's your choice, or maybe for testing. The thing is, you should have only one code base for one application. Yeah, if you have one code base for multiple applications, that's where you're breaking the rules. So then make sure that you have one code base for one application. So not multiple code base for one application, and not even multiple apps in one code base. So one code base for one application. Second we have is dependencies. Of course, when you build a project, there are multiple dependencies which you work with. Example, in Java, we have to work with, let's say I want to use some database connection. So if we have to use a dependency for database, maybe you want to do it for logging, you need one dependency for logging as well. Now, tendencies, when you build a project, in fact, we used to do that in the earlier days. When you build a project, there's a folder which says libraries. And this is where you put all your packages and jar files. You say, okay, for this particular project, I got all these dependencies. And then now, when you want to basically give this project to someone else, maybe you have an ops team who will deploy the application. Now you will give all the jar files as well to them. That's not a good idea. There can be also a problem where you say, okay, this project needs these dependencies and there might be some version issues. Maybe you are using 2.5 for a particular dependency and the ops team are using 2.6 or 2.4. There might be some issues, right? So make sure that you have a separate file, like a manifest file. Example, in Java, we use Maven. So basically in this Maven, you mention all the dependencies which you need with versions and then keep it separate. Don't link it to your code base. Now, when you share this code base with someone else, you also share this dependencies, the manifest file, not the actual dependencies, and they can download it with the version and the actual name. So that's how you separate it. Next we have is configuration. See, we have to accept it. We always love hard coding, right? Okay, I'm kidding. So basically what you do is in your code, basically, if you want to connect with a database, you use a URL, you use a username and password. If you want to use a particular port number, you mention that in the code itself. So don't mention any of this stuff, any of the configuration inside your code. That's what it says. So store configuration in the environment. So basically what you should do is create a different file, maybe an environment file or env file, and save all the values there. The advantage would be, even if you change your physical servers or anything related to the environment, you don't have to change your source code. Just change the environment variable and you're done. So the idea is, don't touch your code once it is built. Next we have is backing services. So it basically relates to the above parts as well. So what it says is, have a loose coupling between your application and the backing services. Now these backing services can be a database, it can be some other third-party services which you're using. Example, let's say if you're building an application and in this application you need some data from the third party. So try to create a separate stuff. Treat that service as a resource. Maybe in future it might change. Let's say currently if you're using MySQL, in future you want to use Postgres. That switching should be easy. Right? So in your code, don't hard code the configuration, don't specify which particular resource you want to use. Just say, okay, I want this resource, and then you can just configure it outside. Okay, for this particular request, I have this resource, and you can use them. So treat them as a resource, not a part of your application. Next we have is build, release, and run. One of the tendency we have is write the application, run it. Maybe you can do that on the production as well. So now we are doing it in the development environment. On the production as well, you will say, okay, I have a code here, let me run it. Don't do that. What you will do is you have to follow a 3 different process: build, release, and run. So what you do is, if you have a project ready, create a package, build it. Maybe in Java, you can do it with the Maven. And once you got your package, maybe a jar file, you can give a release to it, maybe a configuration, environment variables, and all those stuff. Now this release will go to the running environment, maybe whatever environment you're using there, whatever servers you have, whatever environment JVM you have there. And then the thing is, when you release it, you have a particular version to it, right? And that is working. The advantage would be, even if you want to make a small change, you will not do any changes in the release version. What you're doing is you're changing in the build. Again, you change it, create a new package with a different version. Every time you release it, you have a different version to it. And if something goes wrong, you can go back to the previous version. Because let's say now you have released 5.5 and then something went wrong with that, you can go back to 5.4. Or let's say in the 5.5, everything is working, you got a new feature, you just use it, build a new one, 5.6, and release it. So versioning is very important there as well. So create a separate thing, build is separate, release is separate, run is separate. Next we have is processes. Now basically, whenever we talk about web applications, in the earlier days we used to go for sessions or stateful services. So what stateful basically means is, as a client, if you connect to a particular server for the first request, and then you share some data, next time when you connect to the server knows you, server knows who you are, they have the information about you. Is it a good thing? Of course, right? Next time when you go there, you don't have to tell everything. You can simply say, I was there, I came there yesterday, and now I'm here with a new request. The thing is, by doing this, you are limiting your resources. Basically, you're saying, okay, you got this stateful service, and what if something goes wrong with the stateful service? A client will say, okay, I was there yesterday. The data is lost now. So the idea is, instead of going for stateful, go for stateless, where every process is just a process, it's not storing any data in the process. So every time you get a new request, you say, okay, I got your request, let me process it. And if there's any data involved, the data should be coming from the attached resource. It can be a database or some other server. But make sure that you're not storing anything in your particular session. So we call them as sticky sessions. So don't do that. So every process will be stateless, where you don't have any data. The advantage would be, at any given point, you can remove the process and it should not be any matter, because the moment you remove the process, data is not lost because data is stored in a permanent storage, a database. Or maybe if you want to scale up, maybe you want to get multiple processes, and a client will not even know which process it is going through. Maybe first time it went for process 1, next time it is going for process 2, which are the same application, but then we have multiple instances of it. Next we have is port binding. So basically every service will be having a unique port number. For different type of service, let's say if you're using HTTP, we use 80. If you use a different protocol, we use different port number there. In the same way, whatever service you are building, attach a port number to it. Maybe because we are not sure on which physical server they are, but we are sure what type of service they are providing. So every service will have a port number. So that's why it says export services via a port binding. And that's why when you build multiple services, let's say in microservices, every service will have a different port number, right? That's how you search for it. Next we have is concurrency. The thing is, different programming language have a different way of doing multi-threading and multiprocessing. Now basically in Java, that's the advantage, we have a multi-threading concept. But the thing is, even if you're using multi-threading, it can scale to a limit. Because if you're using a particular machine and you're saying, okay, I want to use multiple threads and I want to use the complete power of this machine. But of course, machine has a limit there, right? Of course, you can do a vertical scaling. Now, let's say if you're using i7 machine and with a 64 GB RAM, and now you're thinking, okay, we have to increase the speed of it and the capacity. You can simply go for i9 processor and you can increase the hard drive to 128, or you can increase your RAM to 128 GB. But still, there is a limit. How far you can go with it. That is vertical scaling. So what concurrency model says is, instead of going for vertical scaling, you can go for horizontal scaling, which is the scale out. So basically, instead of using one machine or one instance, you can go for multiple instances. That's how you should build an application. You should be able to create multiple instances of the same service. Next we have is disposability. The thing is, every time, in fact, whenever you learn a programming language, you learn this, right? Every time you open the resource, make sure you close it. Every time you start the service, make sure you're connecting to the different services which is dependent on. Example, let's say your application is dependent on a database. So the moment you start your application, it should be able to connect to the database. But what about if you want to dispose a service? It should be easy. The moment you say, okay, I have multiple instances now for the same service, and now I want to dispose one service here, it should be possible. And also, you should not lose any data. It can be system failure, it can be any problem, but you should not lose data. And that's why if you feel something goes wrong with the system, if you want to shut down properly also, save all the data in the database so that you can close it properly. Basically, you have to close the connection properly. And also, even if there's a crash in your system, if there's some exceptions, close your resources properly. So that's what it says. It says fast startup and graceful shutdown. Next we have is dev prod parity. Now this is where the new culture came up, which is DevOps, right? Now this article came way back, but the culture came after that, which is keep the development, staging, production as similar as possible. See, in the earlier days, what we used to do is we used to build an application on your development machine, and then there are multiple ways of deploying it on a cloud or a server. So you bundle the entire application, you give to the ops team. Now let's say they are on holiday or they're busy with some other project. They will deploy your project on the server maybe after a week. And then in the development environment, you have made a lot of different changes. So there's a huge gap between what you're building now and what is being deployed on the server. And it can also impact the environment as well. So let's say on your development machine, you're using Windows and with a different IDE, different runtime. Maybe a lightweight process. Example for SQL, I can give you an example. On your local machine, you're using SQLite. On the server, you're using MySQL or Postgres. Because you don't want to install Postgres on your machine. So in that case, if you are building in a different environment and you're giving it to a different environment, there might be some issues. Of course, the ops team will say, okay, we have to make all these changes, they have to communicate, and there will be a delay between the communication. But what if the dev team and ops team come together and they start working together? So as a development team itself, what if you are developing it and you are pushing the code on the server and not weekly or monthly? What if you can do that hourly? So let's say you made some changes, everything is working properly, you push that to a staging environment and you're testing there and everything goes well, you can push it to the production environment. So the gap will be less now. And also with the help of some containers, let's say Docker. So let's say you're using a Windows machine there and you're using a Docker, you're building an image. Now that image will go to the server, even if that server is using Linux. Doesn't matter because you got an image which will run on a Docker, irrespective of which underlying OS you're using. So that's what this says. In fact, we also have a concept of CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment or delivery. So even that is emerging from here. Next we have is logs. These are actually very important. For a developer, every time you are building an application, if you want to see what is happening, you use system.out.println or you print something on your console, right? And that's how you know what is happening, right? So in the if condition, you put, hi, I'm here. Have you tried this? Let me know in the comment section, but I tried multiple times. But then better solution would be create a log file, right? Or maybe you can log on the console as well. But then it works on a developer machine, right? You can see a console directly and you can map it. But if you really want it to work on a cloud, you basically need a proper logging service. And also you might be having a multiple process, not just one. So basically every process will generate a log. So what you have to do is, first of all, generate log from each service. That's how you can monitor the application. And what if something goes wrong, you can check there. And then you can aggregate all the logs and save it in one place so that when you scroll, you can see all the logs, what is happening. And the beauty is logs are infinite. Every time your server is running and you want your server to run, you can see logs continuously piling up. So you have to use a better service to log everything properly so that you can watch it, you can see what is happening. And the last one we have is an admin process. Now basically, you should be able to admin your application from the outside as well. So maybe exposing some port or using some services. So there should be also an admin service there. So yeah, that's how you follow a 12-factor app and you can build a cloud native application. Initially it will be difficult, but then think in a cloud first strategy, right? That's what you say. Don't build an application for a development machine and then you can say, okay, now you have to move to the cloud. If you really want to use all the cloud services, get a cloud first approach and build a cloud native application with the help of 12-factor app.
In this series of microservices, we are going to first start building a monolithic application and then we'll see how do you convert that into a microservice. Now, what kind of application we are focusing now? See, the important thing is we have to understand how do you create microservices, what are the technologies or things which are there to help you to build microservices, how do you connect different microservices. But then we don't want to focus much on the example per se. Of course, example can be anything. It can be simple, complex, whatever application you are building. The tools which we are going to use will be common, right? So in this series, we are going to focus on those tools and we'll keep the example very, very simple. Now, if we talk about microservices, that's something we want to go for, right? And currently we are building a monolithic application. So in this video, basically, or in this set of videos, initial set of videos, we are going to create a monolithic application and then we'll try to break it down into microservices. And then we'll see the real power of microservices, how it works, why do we need certain tools. Now, in this particular video, we are going to start with the monolithic application where we are going to build a quiz service, okay? A quiz application basically. Now, when you say quiz, what it means, it simply means a user is coming to the application, a user will get, let's say 10 questions, a user will attempt those questions, it will be MCQs basically. And then based on what you choose, you will get that much of score. That's the entire plan, right? Now to achieve that, of course, we need questions, right? So we need, let's say 10, 15 questions in the database. So we are going to use Postgres, which is our database for this particular session. And then we'll also have a Java application, a simple Spring Boot application to do that. And we'll start with the questions, okay? So we'll start with the question part, and then we'll see how do you create a quiz from the questions. And when you say questions, you need to create questions, you need to update questions, you need to delete questions, you need to read questions. So basically you need to do CRUD operations with question, and that's what we're going to start here. Now, to achieve that, we need to first create a very simple project, right? So what I will do is I will head back to Spring Initializer, which is that's where you will get Spring Boot project. Of course, if you have a IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate version, you can directly create from there. Or if you have STS, which is Eclipse Enterprise version, you can do it from there. But this is good. So let's say I'm creating a Maven project. And then, so where I'm going, so if you're new to Spring, basically I'm going to start.spring.io. See, for this type of sessions, I'm expecting you to know a bit of Spring because we're not going to completely get into Spring framework. I will show you certain things and I expect you to know Spring Boot, okay? At least the basics of it. Okay, so project we are creating is Maven. The language we are going for Java. Of course, you can choose Kotlin, Groovy here. For project, you can choose Gradle if you want, but let's say if I'm going for Maven here. And then the version of Spring Boot I'm going for is 3.1. You can choose whatever version you want. And then the group ID, I want it to be com.telusko, and the project which I'm creating is quiz app. And then we can put some description, Telusko quiz app, and we want to create a package of jar, and then the version of Java is 17, which I have in my machine. Now, what kind of dependencies we need? First of all, we need Spring Web because that's very important. We need to create a web application. We also need to connect with database. And which database you are working with? We are working with Postgres, so I will add that. Also, I want to have a Data JPA because that's how I'm going to connect with my Spring application and database. So I want Data JPA. And then I don't want to actually have bulky code, at least for models. So I want to use Lombok there. Just again, Lombok is something you can, if you want to use it, you can use it, or you can keep it option. So that's my Lombok there. I think that's done. So we got our project here. So click on generate, it will create a project for you. You just have to unzip this. So after unzipping, you can see this is your project. I want to open this project from my IntelliJ IDE. Of course, you can use any IDE, that doesn't matter. You can use Eclipse, you can use VS Code, that's your choice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my IntelliJ IDE, which is the ultimate version. You can also use community version, that works. And I will click on open project. And I'm going to open the project which we have downloaded on open. And you can see we got our project ready here. One more thing, since we have our database in Postgres, you can use any database. So I'm going to use Postgres. So let me open Postgres here. Oh, in fact, we have to open pgadmin. And if I open pgadmin, it will take some time. So asking for the password for my machine, it is 0000 because this is my testing machine or for recordings. So I will just open this, again asking for password. And you can see we got our pgadmin ready here. And if I expand this, if I expand my databases, if I expand QuestionsDB, this is basically my database, which is I have there. Of course, we should have gone for a good name, but this works. And if I go down to schemas, so you can see we have table. And at this point, we only have one table, which is question, because that's how we want to work with. And in this question table, I already have data. So if I want to show you that, I will just say view all rows. You can see we have all this data here. Now this is what I want to fetch from the web application basically. So you can see we have all these rows. In fact, we have 16 rows. There are a few questions which are from Java. There are a few questions which are from Python. Of course, I can change it to small letter so that it will be in the same range. But that's fine. You can see we got how many columns we have. So if I try to see the columns here, you can see we got ID where we have the primary key. We got category because that's how you differentiate different questions for the particular subject. We got difficulty level, which is for do you want to keep this test easy or difficult. We also have options. You can see we have 4 options here. And then we got question title, we got right answer. So basically we have all this column. Of course, we'll go through this once again when you want to create that model. So that's what I want, right? So what I will do is I will just go back to my IntelliJ, and here I want to do certain things because I want to get that data. Now, how do you get that data? So basically, let's say if I go to my browser and if I type this, if I say localhost /8080/questions/all questions, basically I want to display everything in this page. That's my first task. Okay. So we'll divide the project into a few tasks so that it will be easier to follow up, and then you can also practice one by one. So basically this is the first target. Let me get all the questions so that I can see on the browser. Of course, we can also use Postman to send the request and stuff. We'll do that later. At this point, let me use browser. And if I go back to my IntelliJ, so how do I do that? So first of all, to accept the request, at this point, you can say it is not, the site is not reaching. Okay, first of all, make sure that in your POM, you have all this configured. So you can see we have Data JPA, we got web, we got Postgres, we got Lombok. So make sure that you have this. Lombok is optional, as I mentioned before. So if I go back to main, now this is where I want to create my REST controller. Okay, so I will just right click here and say new class, and I want this class to be named as question controller. Okay, now this is where I want to accept the request. So what I will do is I will just make this as a REST controller because I want to accept the request. And also this particular question controller will only work with question. Of course, in the future videos, when we talk about quiz, how do we create a quiz? So a quiz will ask you, hey, what type of quiz you want to create? Tell me the topic name, tell me difficulty level. And based on that, it will generate random 10 questions. Now for that, you'll be having a different controller. So this is question controller. You'll be also having quiz controller, right? So I want to specify the path here as well. What I can do is I can say request mapping. And in this request mapping, basically we'll mention the path. So whatever request is coming for question, this is the controller who will handle it, right? Now, basically what I want to do is I want to accept the request of /all questions. So for that, we have to create a method. So I will say public. It should return, let's say, a string initially, and we'll change it later. And here I will say get all question. That's my method name, right? And this method is not actually accepting anything because we are not passing any parameter. We're just saying all questions. And of course, this should match with this. So I will just copy this. And you can see the URL. It is the localhost 8080 because that's on the same machine. The port number for my server is 8080 by default. And this is the question for the question part, for the question controller. Once we have a quiz, we'll have a quiz there. And then we have our all question. So here, I want to map it with all questions, right? So I will say get mapping. And here, the path is my all questions. So if someone is requesting for all questions, this is a method I want to execute. And what I want to return here, very simple stuff. I will say, hi, this are your questions. Just to keep it simple, let's see if this works. And I will save this. Let's run this code. Okay, how do I run this? So basically, this is a Spring Boot app, right? And to make it work, you have to basically go to the application, right click, run. Okay, it says Lombok requires enabling. Okay, I will do that. Okay, now there is certain problem to this project. The thing is, we have initialized in our POM file, we have mentioned that we are using Data JPA, right? And then we have not done any configuration for that. Is that the issue here? It says fail to start. The reason is we have not mentioned any Postgres URL. Okay, that's the issue here. So what I will do is, let me just configure that. So again, you can just copy paste this stuff and you can use it later. So the first thing you have to mention is the driver class name, and the driver we are using here is Postgres driver. The next one we have to use here is the URL, and the URL is JDBC :Postgres SQL : / localhost : Now the port number for Postgres is 5432. And then you have to mention database name. Database name for us is QuestionDB, right? Then you have to set the username password for Postgres. So I will say Spring Data Source, username is Postgres, and password as well. So we'll set the password as 0000. That's for my machine. And then you have to basically also enable DDL auto. So DDL auto, if you want to create the table, if you don't have it, so I will say update. I do have a table, but let's say if you want to set this. And also I want to, so let me type it, spring.jpa.properties.hibernate. Now this is where you have to set the dialect, right? So it is, why is not coming automatically? So it's org.hibernate. You don't have to by heart this. Basically, I also have nodes for it. So dialect.postgres SQL dialect. Okay, so once we have assigned these properties, I think it should work now. Again, we are not using them, but then since we have added Data JPA, so it's become compulsory to add this. So I will go back to my application and I will run this. Now you can see this time, no problem. The server is running on 8080, and let's go back to our browser, refresh, and you can see we got the output. It says, hi, these are my questions. Of course, we have not sent any questions, but let's say this is the output. But I want to return the real questions, right? How will I do that? So let's try to achieve that in the next video. So in this video, basically we created the project structure for the monolithic application. In next video, we'll try to solve this, and also we'll see how do you do the remaining CRUD operations in the question controller. Okay, so till this point, we were able to create our project, and now we need to execute certain things, right? Basically, if a user is asking for all the questions, we need to return all the questions, not just saying that, hey, this is your questions. We need to actually print those questions. So if you go back to your browser, and if you execute this, which is questions, okay, not questions, it should be question, because that's the request mapping. Enter, it should print this. It should print, these are your questions, right? Okay, but then we want to print the actual questions which is coming from database. And I have shown you, right? In database, we have all those questions here, as you can see. Okay, so how do we achieve this? So what we can do is, let's go back here and actually fetch questions from database. Now for this, we need multiple layers. So basically, whenever you build a web application, we use different layers there. So this is your controller, right? So this is your main controller. This is responsible to accept the request from the user. And then the request goes to the service layer. Now we have one more layer in between, which is your service layer. The work of a service layer is to do some processing. Let's say if you want to add two numbers. Now, as a client says, okay, I want to add 2 plus 3. Now this data goes to the controller because controller is responsible to communicate with the user. But then controller will not add these two values. Controller will simply say, okay, I got these values. Now I need someone to add these values. So the request goes to the service layer. Now in service layer, you mention all your business logic. What you need to do when you get these values, what operation you want to perform. So that's the job of service layer. Now service layer can do any business logic, it can do any processing, any type of calculation you want. But what if you want to fetch data from database? Now in that case, you have one more layer, which is your DAO layer. Now this DAO layer is responsible to actually connect with database and fetch data. Okay. Now let's say on the service layer, you want to get data from database. Of course, you get data from the DAO layer. But also you can process, you can do some logical processing inside your service layer. Okay, so we got 3 layers here. And that's what we want to do here. So basically, let's say we are in the controller now. And inside the controller, I'm saying, hey, we just want to, instead of returning the text, I want to return the actual data. So what I want to return is, I want to get data from the service layer. Now, basically, let's create an object of service layer, which is question service. And this question service will ask, hey, get me all questions. Most of the time you will have the same method names, but sometimes it can be different. Okay, so it depends upon the use case. At this point, I'm assuming that in my service class, I have the same method. Now the weird thing is we don't even have a service class. So let's create one. Of course, you can just right click here. You can create a service class. We can do that. Let's say new, and I'm creating a new class. And I will name this class as question service. And then I just also want to make sure that this class service belongs to a service package. It's a good idea to move things in a different package, depending upon the use case or depending upon the type of the service or class you're creating. So this is service. All the service classes goes into service package. All the controllers goes into controller package. So we have to do that. So move the package to service. And it says it's not able to find one. No issue. Let me just create a service package. Now, once we have created the package, now I can move to the service package. Okay. So you can see now the service is into service. In fact, for controller as well, it is always a good idea to put that in a different package. So package, I will name this as a controller. And now even this goes to the controller. Of course, you can also drag it there, refactor, it will work. So if I expand this, you can see we have a controller and controller package. Okay, so in this service, I want to make sure that I have that method. So if I go back to my controller, see, we'll not be working with this. So I can just close this, and application properties one set. You don't need to do anything with that. Let me close it. I just want to keep it simple. We got 2 windows open here, controller and service. So if I go back to controller, of course, I need the object of service. So what I will do is I will say question service. And this should be question service. So you can see I'm creating a reference. And also, since we are using a Spring framework, I don't need to say new question service. What we can do is we can use auto wired here. And then, okay, that's auto wiring. The only thing I have to do is on top of this class, since you want Spring to handle these objects, you can use annotations. Now, if you want Spring to create the object, of course, you can use add component. But Spring also provides you some different annotations, which does the same work of component, but different names, which is one of it is service. Now, of course, you can also add component, but since it's a service layer, let's write service. So go back here and you can see auto wiring done. There's no problem with this. There's a warning for auto wire. Field injection is not recommended. Yeah, you can go for constructor or setters, but okay, let's ignore that. Now, once we got this, we can get all questions. But unfortunately, if you look at this service class, we don't have any method. So of course I can type it here, or I'm lazy. I'll just go here and say, hey, get all the questions. But there's one thing before I do that. See, when you say you get all the questions, will you get one question or multiple questions? Or we don't even have a model here. So the thing is, how will you represent a question? So if you go back to your database, you can see you have multiple columns here, right? You can see we got ID, we got category, we got difficulty level, option 1, option 2, option 3. And if I scroll a bit, you can see we have option 4, question title, right answer. Oh, so many parameters, right? Or the columns. So to represent each table, we create a class. Okay, we call them as entities. And we also call them as model in MVC patterns, right? So what I will do is, just to represent that, even before we get all the questions, it is a good idea to create a class which will be your question class. Now this is your model class, okay? And this will have those variables. So you can think about a class design matching with the table design. So class name, table name, the class fields are your table columns, right? And also the number of objects you have for a class, each object can represent a row, right? That's your ORM, object relational mapping. Okay, so here what I will do is I will create those variables quickly. So what are the variables we have? So first of all, we have an ID. So I will simply say private integer ID. That's the first column. The second one we have is question. So I can say question title. Of course, we need to match the variable name here and with the column name there. Otherwise, you have to specify what column name you are using in the table. Okay, so if you look back to your table and if you scroll a bit, you can see we have question title here. So automatically it will put underscore because in SQL it follows a snake casing rule. So basically we have to put underscore between two words. But in Java we use camel casing, we use a capital letter. So the ORM framework, in this case we are using JPA, will take care of it. Then we got option 1. And likewise, we got option 2, 3, 4. What I can do is, as I'm lazy, I will just say paste one more time because for the answer as well. So this is option 2, this is option 3, this is option 4, and this is my right answer. The next thing we need is difficulty level. As we mentioned before, we have 3 levels here: easy, medium, difficult. So for that also I can use a string. Of course, you can also do that with the help of numbers. But since in the database we already have created a column which is difficulty level, which is of type string. So we'll go with that. So difficulty level. You know, the thing is I should be using a capital 1, but the thing is here, if you see database, the difficulty level is still the same. There's no underscore here. So we cannot put a capital L. So again, when you design the application, you design in a proper way. I just did that, I created this table with a name and then now I'm trying to match it. Okay, so ignore that part. So the good way is to have that capital L so that you will get underscore in the table. Okay, and here we need to make sure that this ID is a primary key, right? The way you do that is by mentioning the ID as the annotation. And also this ID will be auto-generated. So what you can do is you can say generated value and you can specify this strategy, which is generated type sequence. Okay, if this doesn't work, I will go for the identity. Let's see how that works. Okay, so now for the question, also we have to use and annotation. So basically what happens is we want this table to get mapped with the class, right? So if you want to do that mapping, we have to use something called an entity, which is annotation. If you have a different table name, so example, here the table name is question itself, so there's no problem. But if you have something else, then you have to use at table as well. And since I'm using Lombok here, I don't want to, normally if you don't use Lombok, for every variable here, we need to create 2 methods, getter and setters, 2 string method also. So imagine how lengthy the code becomes. And that's what's a good idea to put at data here, which is coming from Lombok, and we are done. So we got this question, no problem. Now let's go back here. In fact, this also recommends that you use this. It says typo. So what is suggesting to? Okay, it's not giving any suggestion, but it says there's a typo because we have not used capital. But that's fine. I can say I can live with that. Okay, so if I go back to controller now, so what do you think? Will I represent a string or the object? Of course, it should be object this time, right? So we don't want to return a string. We want to return an object. But then how many objects we're going to return? 1, 2, multiple, right? So this should not be a simple question. First of all, let's import the package. So it says there are multiple classes, multiple choice. Import class. Okay, there's a question in inbuilt package as well. I will use mine. And then we have to make sure that we are returning a list of questions, not one. Okay, so we have to import the list as well. Done. And now actually we can work with get all questions. So what I will do is I will just ask the IDE to create a method called or get all questions. And you can see the method we got in question service. It's just that we have to provide some logic. Now, of course, the service here is not doing any processing. It's just fetching data from the DAO layer. Oh, we don't have a DAO. So what I will do is I will create a class. I will name this class as question DAO. And then we have to make sure that this belongs to a different package, a DAO package. And we have to create a DAO package here. We'll say new package DAO and just move this to DAO. Done. Okay, now this looks cool. We got DAO as well. And the thing is, on top of service, we are written service here, right? On top of DAO, we have to mention it is a repository. Okay, now the fun part is when you say we have a DAO here, and of course there will be a method as well. Example, if I go back here, and when I say get all questions, there should be a method in, because see, ultimately I have to use DAO, right? Example, I will just come back here and I will say, hey, I want the question DAO object here so that I can call the methods. And I want this to be auto-wired. So that's done. And then using this DAO, question DAO dot, I can fire a method, right? So of course in the DAO as well, we'll be having the same method, which is get all questions, right? So this should be simple. And then once you get all the questions, we can return it. But the thing is, in question DAO, we don't have that method. So what you will say, hey, just create the method. Okay, even if I create the method, we have to fetch data from database. Now, if you know JDBC, basically we have to write those beautiful 7 steps, right? It looks like 7 steps, but the code is very lengthy. You have to fire the SQL query. You will get a lot of data. You have to iterate between that data and convert that into a list of questions. Oh, a lot of work, right? Don't worry, we got you covered. That's what Spring says. Spring says one of the package we have introduced here, if you go back to pom.xml, one of the package we got here is Data JPA, right? Now, with the help of Data JPA, what you can do is instead of creating a class, we can create an interface. And then we just need to extend an interface called JPA repository. That's it. All the things like fetching data from database, saving data will be handled by Data JPA. I know that sounds like a magic, right? But then, okay, so before we do that, so JPA repository asks you for 2 things. What type of table you're working with and what is the type of primary key, which is integer here. So you have to mention 2 things. The table name, actually you have to mention the class name, which maps to the table. And also you have to mention the primary key type. That's it. Now, I know you're not trusting me there, right? You'll be like, hey, that's impossible. Let's go back to our service. And of course, you can see it's not working. This method is not there. If this method is not there, there might be some other methods. Let's try it out. I will say dot. And can you see that if I scroll down, there are so many methods here. One of the method is find all. It will give you the list of questions. Example, if I jump here, you can see find all gives you a list. We just have to use it. So it will return the list of questions. Our job is done. Are you still not trusting me? Just wait and watch. Let me just restart the server because we have made some changes. Of course, we should have gone for dev tool for the hot boot. Okay, now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Boom. Can you see that? Okay, this is a raw. The thing is, if you are getting this type of output on your screen, and I can get this is because I have installed one of the plugin. It is called a JSON formatter. Okay, so because of this JSON formatter, it gives you this beautiful JSON look. And you can see we got all the questions. Doesn't matter the topic. Oh, did I just forgot this topic name? Yeah, we forgot the category. Oh, how can I do that? So if I go back here, in my question, we don't have category. In table, we had that. So category. Okay, now let's restart and go back to our browser, refresh, boom. You can see we got the category as well. So we got Java, Python. We have 2 categories at this point, which we are using it here. Cool. So this is how you can fetch data, right? And we have done with the fetching part. What about fetching by category? So at this point, we were able to fetch data and make sure that before you go for the next video, you actually practice this. Okay, cool. So if you talk about fetching all data, we are doing that. But what if you want to fetch based on a category, something like this? I can go back here. I can say, hey, I don't want all the questions. I want to fetch based on a category. That too, it should be, let's say, Java. And if you say enter, it should only print questions for Java. And if you mention, let's say, not Java, but Python, it should print all the Python questions. And also I want to add questions. I want to delete questions. Maybe let's only work with add, delete and update. You can do it by yourself. Let's do that category part and adding in the next video. Okay, so now let's add these two services. Basically, we want to make sure that if you want to get the questions, we should be able to get that with the help of category. And also, what if you want to add a question? So let's do that. So first, let's work around this, which is, so if you remember, this is what we were doing, right? So if you want to fetch based on a category, let's say if I want to fetch questions only for Java, it's not working at this point. We want to make it work. So what I will do is I will go back to my IDE and here let's add, because of course we have to first add a controller, right? So what I will do is I will say public, and of course this will also return the list of questions which we want. And then I can say get questions by category. Of course, your method name should make sense by reading it. Now this time, this get question category will actually accept a value because you have to mention the category, right? So if you look at the address bar, you can see this value will be keep changing. So this will be Java, this will be Python, or whatever topic you have there. Okay, so let's accept that here. So I will say string category. So whatever data you will be sending in the URL will be received here in this category. But then how do you map it? So of course we have to say get mapping because we are getting data. And now in this bracket, we have to mention the request is going for the category this time, not all questions, and slash. Now, of course, the category what is important is because that's what we are doing here, right? See, question is by default for the entire controller. You can see we got question here. And then we are specifying that we want to go for a specific category. And that's why we have to mention category here. And then in this here, in this curly brackets, we'll mention the topic. So whatever topic you're receiving. So let's say if you want to fix it for Java. So this particular method will be called only for Java. Of course, you have to do it for the other technology as well. Now, of course, we don't want to write multiple methods for each language or each topic, right? So it makes sense to put that as a variable. So we'll put that in a curly bracket. So whatever value you will receive here will be assigned to this variable, but will it be happening directly? No, we have to actually put an annotation here, which is called path variable. So whenever we are passing a value in the path, which is the address bar, the address, that particular value, which is in the curly brackets, will be assigned to this particular variable. Now, since the names are same, you don't have to specify the name here. Normally, if you have a different name, let's say here, you don't have category, you have cat. So in that case, here we have to mention which variable we are targeting. So we are targeting a variable cat. But since they are same, I will not be mentioning that. I will just go with category here. Now, once you specify that, we need to return the values, right? Of course, we can simply do that. We can return question service. Of course, we as a controller, we don't have to do any extra work. We'll simply ask our service, hey service, give me questions based on the category. So I can say get questions by category. But unfortunately, okay, we have to also specify the category here because how will service know which category you're talking about? So basically here, this particular thing, this is not there in the service. So what I will do is I will just click here and I will say, hey, give me a method. So I want this method to be there in the service because service is responsible to give me data. But service says, how will I give you that? I don't have it, right? Of course, you can do processing in service. Example, what if you want to check for the category length? Let's say if you specify Java, if you want to know length of the string, of course, why we will do that. But the thing is, we need to fetch data from database now. And that's where the DAO comes in. So we'll say questions. Question DAO dot, and we'll say, hey, question DAO, find, because see, when you interact with DAO, basically, since we're using JPA repository, instead of using get, we'll be using find, because that's the standards we follow, right? So we'll say find, okay, but then we don't have any method. If you see, we don't have a method which gives you by category. Of course, if you want a particular question, you can get it by saying find by ID. So let's say there is a question, with the ID 50. So you can say, hey, I want a question by 50. So it's easy to get with the primary key. But now we are getting data from one of the column. Unfortunately, we don't have it. Now you will say, okay, so I know what you're thinking. You will say, okay, in that case, we have to create a method where you have to define everything, how you're getting to fetch based on the category by using some SQL query. Okay, so not there and not even completely because we don't have the method yet. So let's find a middle way. So what we can do is, JPA is actually smart enough to do this. What you can do is you can say find by category, okay? And then in the bracket, you can mention string category and your job is done. It's just that you have to specify what type of data it will return. So this should return the list of questions. Now the thing is, do we have to write an SQL query? Do we have to define this method? No. The thing is, category is actually a part of a table, right? So your Data JPA of Spring is smart enough to understand that a user is trying to find data based on a category. So it is simple. Yeah, if you want to do a lot of customization, then it will not work. That's where you have to use SQL. Oh, that's where you have to use HQL, which is the Hibernate query language. Or you can use JPQL, which is JPA query language. So you can do that. But at this point, we don't need any specific HQL query or JPQL query for that matter. And this will work. Okay, so JPA is smart enough to give you data because the column is present in the table. If you go back here, now if you say control space, you will get this method which is find by category, and you have to pass this particular string, and that's it. This will return the list of questions. I know a lot of things looks like magic here, but that's Spring Framework for you. Now, if I say everything looks good, let's relaunch the application. Don't give me this dialog every time. Okay, let's go back to our browser. Let's say refresh and voila. Can you see that we got all the questions for Java, Java, and Java? But yes, if you specify something else here, if you specify, let's say Python, it will give you questions for Python. You can see. But what if you specify something which is not there? Example, let's say if you search for Kotlin, enter empty, because we don't have anything for Kotlin. So that's how we can basically use this. We can get the categories. Okay, but what about add questions? So we know now how do you fetch all the questions. We know how to fetch questions by category, which is one of the column we have. Now let's try to work around with add. So what I will do is, let's say if I look at my database, I can do it from here itself. And if I say Java, you can see we have all these questions for Java. The last ID we have for Java is 10. Of course, after that, we have Python questions. I just want to know which is my last ID which we have. So if I go back to my pgadmin, we got 16 questions. Now I'm trying to add one more question, which is 17th. Okay, let's do that. So what I will do is I will just try to create a method, and this will be for adding string or adding question. But then what will I return? So maybe I want to return a message by saying, okay, it was successful or something. And then I can say not get question, add question. And then in bracket. Now, if you are sending a question from a client side, of course, right? If you are fetching data on the browser, maybe you want to send data from the browser or from the mobile application, doesn't matter. The client can be anything here. Okay, how will I receive data? So when you say add questions, it should be in a format of a question itself, right? So whatever I will receive should be a question so that I can add it. I don't want to receive a text file, let's say CSV, and then manually from the code, I will just fetch each value. Oh, that will be tiring, right? Or what if you can get the JSON format? So from the client side, let's receive JSON, because that's what client is receiving, right? So if you look at the client, this is the data which you're receiving, right? So this is a question basically in the JSON format. So the same format we have to send from the client to server. Now question arises, if you receive JSON on the server side, do we have to manually change it? No, that's where Spring says, don't worry, I'm there. Spring will say, you just specify the JSON, I will convert that into an object. But you have to also mention one more annotation here, which is called a request body, because you are sending this data in the request from the client side to the server in the body. Okay, so in a request, you have multiple sections. In the body, you will be having the data. Let's use that and create this question. I will show you how do we pass data. Now, once you have those questions, let's say we received the question. How will you add that in database? Again, simple. You can use question service by saying, hey, question service, add this question for me. And the question is question. Okay, the service will say, hey, I know you want to add questions, but I don't have this method. We can say, okay, I'm a programmer. Let me create a method which is add question. This should return a string. And then here, I will simply add it. Now, how will you add it? The way you did find all, the way you did find by category, there should be a method in DAO, which you don't have to define, right? So let's try.
I will say, hey question DAO, I know you are Superman or Superwoman. Do you have a method to add it? Oh, we don't have add, but do we have some other thing? We have save. In this save, just say question and done. There's no error. Okay, this looks cool, but we have to also return something, right? So what I will do is, let me see if save returns something. So save returns the type S extends T, the type. Okay, so it basically works with the type of data. So what I will do is I will just return manually string here and say return success. We should also return failure if something goes wrong. But yeah, we'll do extra stuff. How do you handle exception? How do you work with the status code as well? Because till this point, we are just working with data, right? But if you really want to use the power of HTTP, we have status codes as well, like okay, you might be knowing about 404, right? Not found. So basically all those are status codes. Like we have 200 for okay, we have 500 for server error, we have 400 series for the return data error. So there are different type of errors which we'll see later. But at this point, we are just returning success, nothing much. And okay, we are returning success here. In fact, we should return things which are coming from the DAO. So I will not return success. I'll just cut this part and paste it here. The success should be returned from the service itself. So if I go back to service, this is responsible to return. I don't know, when I shifted to the next tab, something went wrong there. But I wanted to write success in add question in the string. Okay, this looks good. There's no problem which I can see. Even if you get some errors, we'll solve it, don't worry. Okay, so this is, okay, main thing is missing here. We have to set the mapping as well, right? Now, what type of mapping you're going to get here? The thing is, when you fetch data from a server, we normally go for get mapping, which is get method. When you want to send data to the server, we use something called post. So here, we have to use a post mapping. And in this post mapping, we will be specifying the address. So we are posting a question and then we are submitting data, right? So question should be, okay, the main is question. Maybe I can say add, yeah. So let's say I'm using add here. So question/add will add a new question, okay? So now will this work? That's the question. Oh, not intended, okay? So what I will do is I will just go back to my, we have to run the server first. Let's restart the server. And how will I get this? How will I run this? Now, basically, in the address, in the browser, basically, what you can get is you get the address bar and you can get data. If you want to send data, you have to create a form or something like that to send JSON. And that's where the tools using which you can interact with the APIs. So that's right. These are APIs which we have exposed. We use something called Postman. So there are a lot of tools available. Let me introduce you to Postman. This is how Postman looks like. You can download it from the Google. It's very easily available. And in the Postman, basically you can see we get this type of prompt. If you get some welcome screen, we can close it. Now here, we can specify the method which we want to go with, get, post or something. And here we have to specify the URL. So let's start with the this particular URL. Let's paste it here, say send, and you can see you will receive all the data. So you got data. And if you observe, you also got a status here, which is 200. So if everything goes well, by default, it will give you 200, but of course you can customize it. You can specify some other number, like we can have 201, 202, you can do that. Okay, but now I don't want to go for get, I want to go for add. How do you add something? In that case, first of all, let me just copy one of the JSON because I'm very bad with JSON. I'll just copy this. And here I will say post because now we want to send data, right? And then we have to change the URL as well, which is question/add. That's what we are working now. Okay, but then how do you send data? Because if you do that now, if you say send, you can see it will say bad request. Something went wrong here. It says 400 bad request. We don't have, or something went wrong with this part. We can actually check what went wrong. If I can go back to my IntelliJ, okay, there's no problem here. Did I do something wrong here? So that's question, add, let me just send a request. Method not allowed because we are by default going for get. So post is actually working. We are sending, okay, we are not sending data. So what I will do is I will go to Postman. So let's try to send data this time. So you can see it says bad request. So we are not sending data. So I will go to body and click on raw, or you can select JSON here, or JSON data, and you can paste a dummy record. So we have this thing, we already have this question. I will just customize it. I don't want to mention the ID. I want it to be auto-generated. And I want to customize the question as well. Just trying to increase the size of this. I don't want to see the history. Okay, so this question need to be changed. So I will say this question is maximum value for byte in Java. So what's the maximum value you can store in byte? So let's put some options there. Of course, you can do that in a form. Let's say 100. We got 127. We got 255, and let's say this is 999. The right answer is 127, if I'm not wrong, and this is easy. So let's say easy and done. So once we have specified the JSON data, what I can do is I can click on send, and now we got an internal error. Okay, let's see what the error is. Okay, it says the ID 1 already exists. Duplicate value for primary key. I've mentioned this sequence, right? So should I go for identity? Let's try with identity. Let's try. Click on send. Okay, we got it. So basically, instead of using sequence, we should be going for identity. And you can see it says success. I'm just curious to know the ID for that. So I will say get. I want to get all questions and send. Okay, you can see we got 17. So it is automatic. So we have to say identity there because that's what we have configured in the database. So that depends upon what type of column you're creating a database, right? So 17 works, and you can see we got the question as well. And that's how basically you add. So to add, you have to use Postman or any API tool you want to use. So we are saying we are fetching all this data. Cool. Anything else we can do here? Looks good. So yeah, we were able to fetch data by category, and we were able to add data as well. Now for this, we can also use update and delete. So if you want to use delete, you should be using a delete mapping here. Okay, so try that as assignment, okay? And let me know your answer in the comments. So instead of using post, you have to say delete mapping. Instead of using, for update, you have to use put mapping. And we have methods as well. So in DAO, basically, if you go to question service, basically, let's say, I want to delete this. So I can say question DAO dot, there's an option of delete as well. And there's an option of update. There's an option of, in fact, we say save. So save is used for both update and save. So I hope that makes sense. So try it out and let me know in the comments. Now, is it complete? Not exactly. We have to do a lot of different stuff. First of all, we have to add exceptions here. If something goes wrong, we have to also specify the status codes. So for that, we are going to use response entity. And then we have to also use question service or the quiz service, because questions are done. The quiz is winning, right? How do you create a quiz? How do you play the quiz? Playing will not be doing, maybe. Let's see how it goes. So in the next video, let's try to add certain exception handling stuff here. Okay, so now we have a project which is working, right? So basically from the user side, we can get all the questions. We are able to get the question based on a category, and also we were able to add a question, right? So now this almost sums up our question service. Now, of course, we will enhance it so that we can handle the exceptions, which we have not done till now. And also, we want to work with HTTP response status codes. The thing is, if you have ever went to a website, of course, you do that, right? Sometimes when the website is not available, or when you enter a wrong link, you get an error, right? Which is very famous, 404. Now, what are these status codes and to whom it is helpful? Of course, as a normal user, when you look at these numbers, of course, 404 is very famous. So it makes sense to remember it. But there are multiple status codes which you don't have to by heart as a user. It's the job of a developer to show some perfect message or a good message to the user. Hey, this is what went wrong, right? And normally we do that on the client side. So based on the response which we receive from the server, a client-side application will generate some message, right? So let's say if you request for a resource and the resource is there, you will get a status by saying 200, which is okay, you got the response. So the status is okay here. What if you got an error, the resource is not there, which is 404, right? So file not found. So instead of printing 404, we could have print file not found, right? In the same way, we have multiple status code. So let me show you that here. Now we are on to the Mozilla documentations, and you can see we have different status codes available here. So basically we have 5. We got informational responses, which comes under 100 to 199. And then we got successful response, which is 200 to 299. Redirection messages 300 to 399. Client error 400 to 499. And then server, which is 500 to 599. So basically, if you talk about whatever information you want to get, you can send in this. When you get success in terms of resource is there, resource got created, anything successful will be part of this 200 series. What if there's something wrong with the client side? I mean, as a client, you made some mistake, but maybe entering a wrong path or something like that. So that's where you will get 400. What if something is wrong on the server side? There is some bug, something arised. So that's your 500 series. In fact, if you want to get more details, we have more here. Example, we got 200, which we're going to use a lot. So let's say when you request a data from a server and data is there, you got the data. So with the data, also send this status code that, hey, it is 200. If you don't want to remember the numbers, you can remember the names. Okay, so 200 is okay. What if you want to create something on the server? Let's say we created a question, right? So when you create a question, the response you should get is created. So that's what you have to respond from the server side. And list goes on. There are multiple options here, which we are going to use. In fact, you can also specify 400 errors, which is bad request. Whatever the client is trying to access is not there on the server. Maybe the client is not authorized to do that. Forbidden error, not found error, if the resource is not available. And method not allowed. Example, let's say on the server side, you're saying it's a get method, but you're sending a post request. So it's a method not allowed error. And then we can also go for 500 series, in which there is something wrong with the server internally and bad gateway. So something with the server side. Okay, so let's get back to our code. So what we're going to do is first let's try to handle the exceptions, and then we're trying to handle the codes. So what I will do is, before that we have one more thing. We need to also specify, how do you specify the status code? So let's say you are into question controller, right? And now here you are responding with all the questions. Now at this point, we are returning a list of questions. So we can return only one data, right? How do you return data as well as status code to the client? And that's where we got something called response entity. So instead of returning a list of questions, what you can do is you can create a new object here, which is of response entity, because that's what you're returning now, response, which is in a format of entity. Now it will have 2 parameters basically. The first one is the actual data which you want to return, and the second one is the status code. So in this case, when you're fetching data, I can say HTTP status dot, you don't have to remember the numbers, you can simply say okay. So this works. So in the constructor of response entity, you're passing 2 things, the data and the status code. Okay, it is giving you an error is because what you are returning is not matching. So what I will do is I will just change this to response entity, and then we are returning a list. Okay, so this is what you can do. So what you are sending is not just the data, but also the status code. Okay, now either we can do that here, or also we can do that in this service. The reason we will be doing that in service as well is because we have to handle the exception, right? Something like this. Let's go back to service, and here I will do it for get all questions. So here, instead of returning the list of it, we can also say response entity here, because I want to handle the exception as well. So it will make much more sense to do that here. And instead of returning this, we can say new response entity, and then we can pass it here. We can pass 2 parameters. In fact, we have to pass 2 parameters. The first one is the data, because of course the find all is giving you data. And the second one is the status. So HTTP status dot okay, right? Now, since we are doing that here, we don't need to do that in the controller. So here we can simply return the data itself, which you are getting from the service, because service itself is giving you response entity, right? Because if you see all get all questions, it is actually returning response entity. So you don't have to write that there. Okay, but this is a good scenario, right? So if everything works well, it works well. But what if you got the error? Now that's why you have to handle the exception. So what we're going to do is we'll be opening a try block, and we'll put that inside a try block. And then we'll write a catch as well. If something goes wrong, I want to print the exception message on the console. I can say e.print stack trace. And then I also, okay, see, the thing is, we can return in try, but we have to also return what if something goes wrong. In that case, this will not be returned, right? So what you can do is you can just copy this and paste it here. If something goes wrong, you can return a empty array. So you can say new array list, not array list. So instead of returning the questions, we are returning an empty array, but the status will not be okay. The status can be here, the bad request, right? So that's how we can handle this. So we are handling the exception, and we're also using response entity here. Now with that, basically we are using status code, as you mentioned, HTTP OK, HTTP status.OK, HTTP status.bad request. Now, if you go back to the controller, here we don't have to do anything. We can just do this. We can get all the questions and return it. So now the advantage of this is if I restart the server and if I go back to my Postman, okay, this is the request we were sending, right? So now if I send this request once again, you can see we got the data, but with data, we also got 200 OK, right? And that's what is working. But what if you make some mistakes here? Maybe you're not authorized. Maybe you have done something behind the scene that only the authorized user should be able to get that. And then a user is not logged in. In that case, you can return unauthorized, something like that. So that's where it is helpful. We can also try it for other methods which we have. Example, we got category here. So instead of returning a list, we can return a response entity. We can put that here. And the same thing, we need to return in this format of, okay, we are doing that in a controller. Okay, we need to do that in controller, but also I need to do that in service. So if I go back to service here, so get question by category. So here we have to also respond with response entity, and then we need to return an object of response entity. Just put that as a parameter and the status code. So I can put status code here, which is HTTP status.OK, right? But of course, we also need to get try catch here. So I can simply copy this code from here, and since I'm lazy, and then we can replace the statement here. In fact, it will make much more sense when we do it for the add. Of course, for add also, we will be sending a response entity, but this time the type will be of type string, the primary data type you're sending. And then here we have to say new response entity. So you will send the data. Okay, no, we are doing that from the service, right? Okay, so the job of service here is to respond it now, right? So where is add? Add is here. So in this, basically we'll be sending a response entity with the angular brackets, and then you will be returning not just success. So now we have to return the new response entity, and now success becomes a part of that object. Now, which status we have to specify here? So it should be HTTP status dot, think about this. Okay, now since we are getting data on the server, it should be created as we defined earlier. Okay, looks cool, right? Now, let's try to call this particular method. Of course, with the same data which we have here. So I will say post. In fact, I have a history here for the question add. And then we got body. Let me say the maximum value for short. I don't remember the short maximum value. It should be 63. Hopefully, doesn't matter, right? So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and the answer is, let's say 3. I don't remember at this point, and I don't even want to calculate. If you're thinking I should calculate and do it, I'm lazy. So you can see I'm sending data and I'm sending a post request. And now when I click on send, okay, the thing is we need to restart the application. See, if you do that, if you send this data without entity response entity, it says 200, but we want 201, which is created. So we just have to restart the server with the new changes. Okay, everything looks good. And let's create the same question again. I don't know, it will create an issue. No. Okay, you can see we got success, and this time the status code is 201. So the client side, of course, a client will not be using a Postman, right? They will be using something fancy, some UI tool, mobile, or some React application, which looks good. In that case, as a UI developer, it is your job to accept the status code and display the appropriate message on the screen for the user. So that's how basically we use this. Okay, so now once you understood response entity and exception handling here, of course we have not done the handling here, but yeah, you can take care of it. So that's your assignment. Complete this part, write the exception handling for this. Now in the next video, let's try to create a quiz application where a quiz service will be using a question service to generate the quiz. So see you in the next video.
Okay, so now our question service is all set. So basically we got a CRUD operation on question, right? So we can create question, we can read question, we can update and delete. Of course, we have not added the update delete option here, but then you can do that, right? So that's not important for this videos. Now, if you go back to question controller, we have worked with all questions. We have worked for the question with category, right? So we are able to get all those things. Now the point is, why we are doing all this thing is because we want to create a quiz application. So let's say we have two different roles here. We have an admin and then we have normal user. As an admin, I can create a quiz, right? So let's say I'm also a trainer. So tomorrow I'm going to take a session in which after the session, I want to arrange a quiz. So day before, I will just create a quiz. Now, the moment I reach there in this session, I will start the quiz, right? So basically, the creation of quiz is handled by the admin. Of course, we are not going to add the roles in this particular project, but imagine if you have something like that, you can do it. But we'll give an option for someone to create a quiz. And now let's say I'm going to start a quiz. So as a user, they will fetch. So once the quiz started, they can fetch a quiz on their client application. It can be a browser or it can be a mobile application, and they can see the questions on their screen. That's the entire idea here, right? So basically, we should be able to create a quiz. Now, how do we create a quiz? Let's say we have so many questions, right? If I go back to my Postgres, which is here, you can see we have so many questions. We got 16 questions of different topic. Of course, we have Java and Python here. Now, basically, I want to fetch, let's say, Java questions, right? And we can also specify what difficulty level you want. But let's say we want to fetch Java questions and 5 Java questions, basically. So from a client side, you can, or maybe when you create a quiz, as a quiz creator, I can say, okay, I want to create a Java quiz with 5 questions. So my application will randomly pick up any 5 questions out of this. Of course, we don't have to go in sequence. It will pick up any 5 questions and it will be creating a quiz for you. That's what we want to achieve, right? So how do we do it? So in that case, if I go back to my IDE, here we are working with the question controller. We are working with questions and all the stuff, which looks good. So what I will do is I will just close all these windows because I want to focus only on few now. So basically the first thing you will do is you will create a controller. Now, how do you want to create a quiz? So maybe I will go back to my browser or maybe Postman. And here the URL I want to use is, let's say, something like this. I want to create a quiz, and then this quiz will be of type, let's say, the category. Or we can also do this, something like this. I want to create a quiz /create ? Of course, you can do it in the address bar. You can send data in the address bar. Why do we have to send data? We have to specify, right, what topic you want to select and how many questions you want. So we can do that on the browser, or you can basically send from the JSON. Okay, so initially, let's go with the browser version. So I can specify the category here. So the ? category is equal to Java. And then I also want to specify, so I have to say and number of questions. So I can say number of questions, which is equal to, let's say, 5. And we can specify difficulty level as well. Or we can mention a title. So let's say every quiz needs a title as well. So at the end, I can mention the title equal to J quiz. Now, basically, this is what I want, right? I want to create a post request, and then this is what I want to fetch. When I click on send, of course, it will not work. You can see we got an error here, which is not found. So let's create this one. How do I do that? I will create a controller here and we'll say new class. Now this will be a quiz controller. So let's click on enter. Now you can see we got a quiz controller here. So let's do the housekeeping stuff here, which is this is a REST controller. Let's specify the request mapping. Now this will be happening for the quiz, right? So the URL starts with the quiz. Okay, so once we got our controller here, we need to create a method, right? Because we want to accept, because if you go back here in the Postman, we need a method for create, right? So we have mentioned quiz. Now we have to create a method for create here. So I will go back here and say public. Now, once the quiz is created, of course, I want the response. So I will say response entity, and I want to return a string and the method name, let's say create quiz. Now here we are, of course, we have to mention the get mapping here. So let's do that quickly. So get mapping. No, this is not get mapping. This is post mapping, right? Because we are sending a post request. So post mapping, and in bracket, this is for a create URL. So we got for quiz /create.
And then it is actually accepting few values, right? So you can see in the address bar, we are sending the category, we are sending number of questions, we are sending the quiz. So let's accept this in some variables. So here I will say, so if you want to accept the URL variables, you have to use request param. This first one is category. The second one is the number of questions. Okay, number of questions can be int, right? Int, we can reduce the number of words here just by saying nums questions, or maybe numq. Yeah, that looks cool. So let's have numq here. Oh, not request mapping, it is request param. And then we need one more, which is at the end. Now again, we have to say request param, and this is for string title, right? So we have to accept these values. Now, once we got these values in our method, we can use it to create a quiz, right? And who is responsible to get a quiz? Of course, controller will not do it, right? We can use something called a quiz service. We don't have it yet, but I want to do that, right? So at this point, I will not return anything. I will just return the new response entity. And here I will say, I am here, just to see if everything is working. And then I will also return the HTTP status code, which is okay. Now let's run this to see if everything is working fine. I will just restart the application. Okay, looks cool. Let me just go back to Postman and say send. Okay, you can see it says I'm here. At least the URL is working. Of course, you can print the values as well. But let's say this is working. But we don't want the I'm here message, right? What we want is the data. We want to get a quiz, actual quiz. Now, who is responsible to do that? So of course, I will not be returning it here. What I will do is I will ask my quiz service to do that. So I will say quiz service dot, and there should be a method, but unfortunately we don't have quiz service. So what we will do is we have to create a quiz service. So what I will do here is, let me create a quiz service class, and we also need the object of it, but unfortunately we don't have this class. So I can just click here and say, hey, give me a class. In which package? In the service package. Click on OK, and you got an empty class here. Now, first of all, this is a service. So this is a service. What else we need? So again, we know all those things, and that's why I'm going a bit fast, but logic is important. So here, when you want to create a quiz, of course, we want to create a quiz, and it should be stored in a database. As I mentioned before, I'm going to take a session tomorrow. So today, if I create a quiz, it should be there in the database. Otherwise, when I go tomorrow there, I will lose all the data. So when I say create a quiz, it should create a table which will have the quiz ready. Now, if you understand quiz better, see, we have questions, right? And questions can be of different topics. We have some for Java, we have some for Python. Maybe we can also add for Kotlin. We have different topics there, right? Now, when I create a quiz, or maybe for one particular topic, we can create multiple quiz. We got Java 1, Java 2, Java 3. So we have different quiz available for Java. And it may happen that the questions are repeated in some of the quizzes. So let's say there's a question number 5, which is there in the quiz 1 and quiz 2 as well. Now, in this case, if you want to store this data in the database, how will you do it? So basically, we have a quiz table, and then we have a question table. Now, we have to map it as well, right? So there are different types of mapping available. We have one-to-one. So when we are sure that one quiz will only have one question, that is one-to-one. One-to-many, one quiz can have multiple questions, which is true in our case. But then in one-to-many, you cannot have the same question in different quiz. But in our case, we have that. 2 different quiz can have the same question, right? So we have to go for many-to-many. Now, in terms of many-to-many, we create an extra table. We'll see that in the database once we do that. But basically, we need to work with the DAO as well. So here, we have to say quiz DAO. I will say this is quiz DAO. And okay, am I using auto wiring here? Let's do that. Okay, let's do auto wiring here as well at auto wired. And now we need this interface as well. So I will click here. I will say create an interface quiz DAO in the DAO package, right? And if you want this to work, you need to extend JPA, not index holder, JPA repository. Now this will take 2 things, the type of the table you're working with, which is quiz, and the type of primary key, which is integer. But if you want to work with quiz, we need a class quiz, right? So there are so many things we need to create. Oh, we don't have a quiz class. So let's create a quiz class. I know I'm jumping here there, but that's how you build project, right? You have dependencies and you understand what are things we require. So basically we need to create a class called quiz, which will be in the model. Do we have a model here? Yeah, we have. So you can see we got quiz here. And our question was not in model. Let me just move question to model. Okay, so what are the things we need in quiz? So not much actually, we need only 3 things. The primary key for the quiz table. We need a title because every quiz will have a title. So next time when I want to start a quiz, I should know which title I want to play. And also we need questions. So that for that particular quiz, what are the questions we have? And we cannot have everything in one table because one quiz can have multiple questions, right? So it makes sense to have it in different table. So we call them as mapping tables, right? So what I will do is I will just create a primary key here. So which is private integer ID and then private string title and then private. Okay, now since we have one quiz can have multiple questions, so it should be list of questions. And I can say these are questions. Import the package. Okay, but then this also need to create a table, right? So I have to first mention this as an entity, and also we need to use Lombok to create getter and setter. And okay, why there's an error in quiz? Oh, it should have a primary key. So this should be ID. And also we want this to be auto-generated. So generated value, strategy equal to generated type, identity. Okay, see, we have done this. We have done all of this thing for questions, and that's why I'm doing this fast without wasting time. We need to import the package for questions. Done. Why there's problem with the questions? Questions are okay. We're not able to import the questions, is it? Oh, it's in the same package. Then what's the issue? Basic attribute type should not be a container. Okay, I think it is because of the mapping. So basically, if you want to achieve many to many, you have to use @many to many. Oh, that was the issue. Okay, so my idea is becoming very, very smart now. I thought there's some syntactical issue. Okay, so you can see it says you have to do mapping, which is many to many, because we have a quiz with multiple questions, right? So the mapping is important. Okay, once we got quiz, we can actually create this quiz now, and that is done. We don't need to worry about this particular interface now. Let's go back to service. Now it is the service responsibility to create a quiz for me. So now question arises, how exactly it will create a quiz? So let's try that. So first of all, I will create a method, which is the method which I want to create here. So if you can see, okay, what I will do is I will not be writing from here. Let me go to the controller where I want to use this method. And I can say I want to have a method name which is create quiz. And this will take 3 parameters: category, the numq, and the title, right? So this is the method I want. Now the advantage is if I click here and if I click on create method, it will give me that method. I don't have to type that manually. And I can simply create a quiz now. Now to create a quiz, what are the things we need? We can simply create the object, right? We can say quiz. Of course, we need to import the package for this. We can say quiz is equal to new quiz. And then we can set the values, right? So the quiz will have set ID, which is the, okay, set ID should be auto-generated. So we can say set title. Title is coming from here. But then quiz also wants questions, right? Because we have three things there. We got ID, which is auto-generated, so we don't have to worry about it. Title is something we have specified. But what about the questions? Now these questions will actually coming from the database, right? So even if I say set questions, you can see we don't have that here. So we have to get the questions first. How will you get the questions? Again, simple. You can ask your DAO layer to give you that. So I can say I want a list of questions. I can say questions. We need to import the package. So if I say list of questions here, and now we need to fetch that from database, right? So I can ask my quiz DAO. Okay, not actually quiz DAO. You know, the thing is, the questions are coming from question DAO. Because the questions responsibility is for the question DAO, not the quiz DAO. So we need to get the hold on both. So first let's get the question DAO, because that's where the questions are. Now we cannot say find all. The thing is, when you say find all, it will give you all the questions. What we want is specific number of questions for a topic. So what we can do is we can create some method. We can say find random questions by category. Okay, so what we are saying is give me questions. And we also give me questions limited to, let's say, number which I have specified here, 5 questions, 2 questions, and then with a category. So of course you have to pass these 2 things. You have to pass the category and you have to pass the number of questions you want, right? And we don't have this method. If you can see, the DAO is not having this method. Let's create one. And we just have to create the interface, right? Now you're thinking, oh, this should be easy, right? Because the JPA gives you everything. See, JPA can give you things till a point, right? After that, you have to get the data from by yourself. And that's why you have to write the SQL queries. Now don't worry, we'll not be writing SQL query. We'll be writing the native queries here. Now, how do you write a query? So for a particular method, if you want to execute a particular query, you can use something called a query annotation. You can see it is coming from Data JPA. And in this bracket, you can mention your query. So you basically have to specify two things. One is the query, and second, is it native? Yes, it's native. But what is a query? Now that's where you have to write the JPQL query here. So we'll say select star from question, that's your table name, Q, where. So basically we have to fetch question from the question table, but then what should be the where clause? First of all, the category should match with what we are passing. So I can say Q dot category need to match with my category. So that should be equal to, okay, how do I specify this variable here? Now, if you want to specify the variable, because the value will be coming from the variable, right? You have to give a colon. So colon category. And then now you also need only 5 questions. So basically we can say, okay, let's order by because we want to do it in random. So we can say order by random. So they are the inbuilt functions, so we can get random questions. Okay, we will get random, but how about limiting the numbers? So that's where we'll be using limit. Of course, teaching you the SQL now or the query language now will take a lot of time. So I will just simply use those data here. And that's it. You got your query. Okay, looks good. Let's see if something goes wrong, we'll debug it. So that's your query. And now, once you got your query, this will work now. You will get your questions and you just have to add your questions in the service. So we have done with that. So once you got your quiz ready, because this is what will create a quiz, right? Now, once you got your quiz ready, you just have to use the quiz DAO to save the quiz. So we'll say save, and we are saving this particular quiz, right? So we have generated random questions with the title, and now you are saving it. Okay, looks like it should work, but you have to return the response as well. So also return new response entity. We can return a message, success, if everything goes well. Of course, we should handle the exception as well, but let's do that later. HTTPS dot created. Okay, looks like we have done with the create quiz, but is it really working? First of all, we have not, okay, we don't do mapping here. We can simply do mapping, that's done, create done. Okay, I hope this will work. Let's try, restart the application, go back to Postman and say send. Okay, we got success. You can say we got 201, but I'm not sure is it really worked in the first attempt. Let's try. Go back to your tables. You can see we only got one table here, but if I refresh, okay, we got 2 more tables. The quiz will have quiz, right? So if I will say all rows, but if you observe, we only have 2 columns here. We got quiz ID, which is 1 auto-generated, and this was a title, right? The quiz, JQuiz was title. If you remember in Postman, that's what we have done here, JQuiz. But what are the questions? For this particular quiz, what are the questions? And that's where we have a separate table. If you say view data here, and you will see the quiz created. So basically we have for Java and question number 18, 8, 17, 6, and 19. Okay, do we have all these questions as Java? Remember these numbers, 18, 8, 17, 6, 19. Let's see if everything is going well. I will just say view all rows. I think 16, 17, 18 was that. 16, okay, 17, 18, 19 was that. That's for Java. And 6 and 8. Okay, so we are right. So basically this is working. Let me just verify once again. It should start from 17. Yeah, there's no 16 here. So yeah, it worked. So basically we were able to create a quiz with 5 questions. Now, how do you fetch this quiz? What if you want to, you have to specify the quiz ID and get all the quiz questions. How will you do that? We'll do that in the next video. And also we'll try to handle the exceptions and make it work better. So we were able to create a quiz. Now it's time to fetch that quiz. So when we create the quiz, the data goes into our database, right? So we have created 2 extra tables. So we already had a question table. Now we created a quiz table, and then we created a table where we can have all the questions for a particular quiz. Just to show you that, what I can do is I can go to my PG admin. You can see we got this table here, which is quiz and quiz questions. And if I open quiz here, we can see we have different columns. We have ID and title. And then in the quiz questions, we have 2 columns. One is quiz ID, second is quiz questions. Okay, so basically in this, every quiz will have multiple questions. That's what we are saying here, right? But now what I want to do is I want to basically fetch this question. So let's say as a normal user, if I want to attempt a particular quiz, how do I fetch the quiz? So I can mention a quiz ID and then I will get all the questions. That's what we want to achieve here. To do that, what I will do is I will go back to my IntelliJ and here let's create a method. So basically we have to do that in a controller. Now what type of request I want to send? So of course it will be for quiz. Instead of create, we can say get, right? And we have to also pass the ID. So example, if I go to my postman, this was for creation of quiz, right? Which we have already done. So now this time instead of creating a quiz, we will say get the quiz. So quiz/get, and I can specify the ID of the quiz 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, when you have a good UI, you can basically see all the quiz title and you can select one. At this point, we don't have a UI, so let's get used to the numbers here. And this will be a get request. So if I click on send, okay, it says 404 at this point, but we want to make it work. We want to return the data. So what I will do is I will go back to my IntelliJ and let's create this method. So I will say public, it will say response entity because that's what we are going to use now. And this will return the list of questions, right? List of questions. And we'll say this is get, okay, we have to import for list as well. I can say get quiz questions. And basically we have to also pass the ID, right? So whatever ID you're receiving from our client side, we basically have to use it. So I will say this is get mapping and I can say this is for get. So for the get request, but also we'll specify the ID as well, right? And that is going into the curly brackets because the ID may change in future. Someone wants to fetch the ID 1, 2, 3, 4, doesn't matter. So here, since I'm using a variable, we have to use path variable. And then this should be of type integer ID. So of course, whatever data you will receive here will be stored in this ID now. And then based on that, we have to fetch the quiz. Now here's a twist. The twist is, when you say you are fetching the questions of a quiz, the problem is on the client side, you are sending questions that perfectly make sense. A question will have a question title, a question will have options, a question will also have the right answer. Because if you see the question model or question class here, it also has a right answer. I don't want to send this to the client. That is risky, right? So what we have to do is we cannot send that. So let's create a wrapper of this question, which will only have, which will have all the columns except the answer. And the way you can do that is by creating a new class and we'll name this as a question wrapper. And then we just need to put few variables which we have in question. So what I can do is I can just go back to question and I want private ID, I want this, this. Okay, I think this number of things are enough. We don't need right answer. We don't even need difficulty level because we are fetching the questions, right? So we don't need that. And also we don't need category. So what I can do is I can simply go back to question wrapper and paste this here. And since I want to use Lombok so that I don't have to define the getter setters. And also I need a parameterized constructor. So we can use Lombok, or let me just generate quickly here. Generate a constructor which will take all these parameters. Now the advantage of this particular class is if you go back to your quiz controller, okay, don't need this one. No, I don't need question. So if you go back to your quiz controller here, we are not returning the question class. We are basically returning the list of questions, which are question wrapper, which will have questions and options, but not the answers. And now basically how will you get the question? Of course, it's the job of my quiz service to give me the questions. I will say get quiz questions and I can pass this ID, whatever ID, the quiz ID I have. Okay, we don't have that method there. So I will say return because return is missing. Okay, so let's create this method. So I will just click here and create a method in the quiz. But what will be the logic? Now it's actually very simple. We just need to fetch the quiz object from the database. I think our job will be done. And how do you do that? So of course we do have the quiz DAO, right? So let's use the quiz DAO. And if you can see, the quiz DAO will ask you for if you want to get, or you have to say find by ID, and the ID here is ID itself, and that's it. It will give you the quiz, right? So let's store that in a quiz object. So I will say quiz. Okay, there is some problem here. It says this find by ID might not return any data, right? Of course, if you have a quiz ID which is there in the database, it will return data. But what if you are mentioning a quiz ID which is not there? In that case, it will throw a null error, right? Or null. We have to basically handle the null values. And that's where we got a new feature called optional. So we can say this is optional data. The data might come or not, I'm not sure. So let's say optional. Okay, so what exactly we're going to do here? We will get the quiz. With the quiz, we'll get the questions, right? Because now the quiz object actually has the questions. But then we have to convert those questions into question wrapper. Remember, we are not returning questions, we are returning question wrapper. So how will you do that? So first of all, let me get hold on the quiz questions. So I can say list of question. I can say questions from DB, and this will get, I will get from quiz. So I will say quiz.get. So when you use optional, we have to first get the object, and then you can say get questions. So get questions will give you these questions, right? So now we got the question from database, but we can't return it. Example, if I say I want to return this data now, we can't, because the wrapper, the list is of question wrapper, not of questions. So we have to manually convert each question into a question wrapper. So we can use a loop here. So let me create that object of question wrapper here. So list of question wrapper, I will say questions for users. Now basically this is questions from database which we got, and what we want to return is questions for user, and we'll say new add list. So we got an empty list here, and we just have to add data. So what I will do is I will just return, so that I will not get any error, response entity. Ultimately we have to return the questions for user, right? And the HTTP status as okay. Okay, so but then before returning, we need to add data, because this is empty at this point. We want to add data. How will you do that? So we can use a for loop here. So I can say for question queue in questions from DB. So let's get hold on each question, and then every time you will create a new question wrapper object. So I will say question wrapper. I will say this is QW equal to new question wrapper. And then here we have to set the values. Remember, in the question wrapper, basically we have a constructor. So I can use that constructor here. So what are the values I have to pass? I have to pass the title. So basically I have to pass the ID first. So where is my question wrapper? Yeah. So we have to pass the ID, title, and option 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that quickly. So here let's fetch the ID first, get ID. Then we'll fetch dot get title. Then q dot get option 1, then q dot get option 2, then q dot get option 3, comma last one, q dot get option 4. And that's it. Basically we created this object with all those values, and once we got this object, we just have to add this to the list. So I will say question for user dot add, and we are adding this particular question, which is QW. Okay, so basically we were able to convert, or we were able to fill this particular question for users with the help of the questions from database. And I think we are good. It looks good. We can call this method, and from the controller, we are sending it. It should return data now. I hope everything is set. Let's restart the server. I think it's done. Let's go back to our Postman, and let's say send. Oh, can you see that we got the questions? Now this is the same thing which we checked earlier, right? Remember, ID 18, ID 8, and all these are Java questions. And what you got here is ID, question title, and options. This is what a user will see. Now when user attempt this particular quiz, of course, right, we'll be having a particular UI, and you will see one question at a time. And then once a user has entered all the answers, when you click on submit, the data, the answered data goes to the server. And on the server side, we have to calculate then, okay, this code, and then we have to return. But then we have not done for the calculation, which we'll do in the next video. But basically what we have done here is we were able to get a particular quiz with a ID. Okay. Now, once a client has received these questions and the client is answering that, and of course, a client will also send that data to the server. That's why we have to calculate this code. And for that, let's see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Now it's time to create a function or a method which will calculate the result. Of course, right, when you submit this question on a client side, basically because we were able to create questions, we were able to create quiz, and then we were able to get the quiz as well. And now when a client wants to send the responses on the server, of course, to get the score, it's our job now on the server side to calculate it. So what kind of response a client will send? So let's understand that. Let's go back here to the Postman. Now, if you say a quiz, this is a quiz which we have created, right? The ID for this quiz is 1. And when I click on send here, you can see these are the questions we have. So in total, we got 5 questions. We got question number 18, question number 8, then 17, 6, and 19, right? Now, in our example, the question number 19 and 18, they are same because we were doing some experiment and then we've added the same question 2 times. And even in random format, it was able to get the same question. That's weird. But anyway, the point is, when a user is getting these questions and when they answer, let's say for this particular question, the answer is, let's say 3, and then a user says 2, of course, a wrong answer. For this particular question, let's say the answer is, I'm not even reading question, let's say the answer is D, and then a user is selecting D. Now, in that case, it is correct answer. Once a user gets the data, from the client side, when a user submits the response, how you can send that to server? So what you can do is you can send 2 things. See, we don't need all these things when you're sending the response, right? You need only 2 things. First, you need the question ID because that's unique for every question. And you need the right answer which a user has selected. So not right answer, but a user response. So can I say we are sending 2 things to the server where you have ID and response, something like this. So we will be creating a new request, which will be for submit, not for get, but for submit. And we have to mention the quiz ID. So for which particular quiz a user is attempting that. So let's say the quiz ID is 1. But now we want to send responses, right? Now for the responses, what you can do is you can just click on raw here and we want JSON format. But the data which we want here is different. So of course, we are going to send the list of responses. So we'll use list there. And then each response will have an ID. So let's say the ID in this case is, okay, we have to get the IDs as well. So the first ID is 18. So the ID 18, the response selected from the user. So we can say response colon, whatever the response was. Now, what we will do is, first of all, we don't know the answers, right? And what I will do is, I will just remember this. I'll try to remember this. Where we got 18. Let me just write it somewhere. I will write it here. So we got 18, 8, 17, 6, and 19. Of course, I do remember the answers for this, but you should never trust your own knowledge. You should always confirm from the database, right? What if something goes wrong with the database itself? So what I will do is I will just try to fetch the answers from database. The way you can do that is by going to the PG admin, and here we can fire a query. So basically we want the answer, right? So let me just, I don't need this. I can keep it here. So can I edit this query? No, let me just go to query tool. So basically I'm into Postgres PG admin now, and I want to fetch the ID for a particular question, and I want to fetch the right answer for that particular question. I think the right answer column name is right answer, if I'm not wrong. Let's try from question where, in fact, let me just put where below here, where ID is equal to. So now we need all these IDs here, right? So I can just paste it here. So ID is equal to 8 or, okay, so ID can be 18, ID can be 8, 17, 6, and 19, so that I will get all the answers here. And run this, you can see we got the answers, right? So for question number 18 and 19, it's 3. So that becomes easy. Question number 6 is this, question number 8 is this, and question number 17 is this. So normally we are sending the response itself. Maybe you can customize it and don't send the answer. You can send the option number. So A, B, C, D, that works. But there's only one problem. If you want to randomize the option, so on the server side, let's say you have A, B, C, D in sequence, the answers, or the options, but then when you're sending that to client, maybe you want to randomize it there. In that case, it will not work. So it's good to check the right answer instead of checking the options. Okay, so this looks cool. We got the answer here. So what we will do here is the response for 18 is this. I will just copy this. Response for 18 is this. And then I can just copy this. I'm just trying to recreate this. So fast forward, I will complete everything now. So as I mentioned, fast forward, we got all the options. In fact, we got the response created here, right? Now, this is what you are going to send on the server. So example, when I click on send, it should basically calculate the values and send the result. So how many are correct? Now, at this point, I have entered all the correct answer. So of course, this score should be 5, right? That's what we want. So how do we get this? So it's very simple. Let's go back to our IntelliJ. So since we are sending a request for the submit, so I will say post mapping, and this will be happening for submit. And we can also accept the quiz ID. So let's say this is the ID for the quiz. Now for this, we need to create a method. So I will say public. Now what we need to return? So I can simply say response entity, and what we want to return is a score, right? So we can return a score with the integer value, and I can name this as submit quiz. And what are the values we have to accept? Basically, we have to accept 2 values. One, the ID, which you are submitting here, the quiz ID. And second is the responses, right? So let me accept that here. Now this is a path variable, so I will use that. And it will go into integer ID. And next, we need to accept the body, right? Now this is getting sent in the JSON format. So it will be this request body. And then we'll store that in a object. Now which object? Now basically we need an object which will have 2 values, the ID and response. So let me create a response object. So I will say response. And we are not sending one response, right? We are sending multiple responses. So I have to say this is a list of response. But unfortunately we don't have response class, right? As you can see, we don't have response. So we need to create one. But why it is taking a response? Is it? Okay, there is an inbuilt class called response, and that's why it is taking it. But I want to have my own class of response. Okay, let me create a class here. So basically in this particular model, we can create a class called response. So I will say this is a response. Now this will be a very simple class, just like question wrapper. The thing we need here is, so first of all, I want to use Lombok here, which is data. And then I also want a constructor. So I can say required argument constructor. It will give me parameterize and default constructor. And we just need 2 variables. So I will say private integer ID and private string response. So basically we got the variable name as response as well. So we got response class in which we have response as a variable. I know that sounds weird, but we can go with that. Okay, so we got this class, right? And once we got this class, I can just import that class here, control space and importing done. Now, once we got the response, we need to calculate now. How will we calculate? So basically that's where your service class comes into picture. So I will simply say return, and I will ask my quiz service to calculate, or maybe I can say, or maybe we can say calculate result. And then we have to pass the ID, the quiz ID, and we'll pass the responses. Of course, right, you will not be doing any calculation in the controller. So let's do that in the service, and let me create this method in the service. So method created. Now this is where the actual fun happens, right? Let me just verify the controller once if everything is good. Okay, looks good. Let's go back to service, and this is where you have to do the calculation. So here we need to add some logic. The first thing we have to do is we have to get a quiz object, because that's how you will get the quiz, right? Because in one quiz you have multiple questions. So with this ID here, we can get the quiz questions. So I can simply say, I want to get this from database. So I will say quizDAO.find by ID. So give me that quiz question, and I have to pass the ID here. Now the only thing is, find by ID will give you optional data. So we want the data, so we can say get. So when you say get, you don't have to put optional here, which we have done before. If you can see, we have used optional here, but that's your choice. The better option is this, because here you can check if it is present or not. It's better to handle this way to write a better software. But since we just are learning phase, we can try this. Now, once we got the quiz, it's time to get the questions from the quiz. And we'll put that in a list. So I will say list of question, and I will say questions is equal to, this will be coming from quiz. So quiz.getQuestions. Okay, now once we got the quiz question, now it's just comparing the values in the response and in the questions. That's it. That's the only thing you have to do. But how do you do it? Let's try. So of course we have to iterate to the loop, and I can iterate with response. I can say response, colon, responses. So basically we have to just iterate from the list and check each answer. Now, even if it is right, where you will put it? So how do you count the variable? So what we can do is we can say int right. This is a variable which you're creating, and default value will be 0. And then every time you see a right answer, you will just increment it. Now, how do you compare? So basically we have to check if my response dot get response, if it is equal to the question. So we have to get the first question from the question, right? Okay. So responses and the quiz will be on the same format. So basically we have to compare this response from the questions, right? We have the question here. So what we can do is we can also use a variable to iterate. Maybe you could have just use of normal variable. Even that could have worked. So I can just say every time I do this, I just have to say I++ here. Okay, not in the if condition, of course. And then here we have to get the question, right? So I can say questions dot get with the index 1 or with the index I, and then we have to get the right answer. So we just have to compare with the right answer. If it is successful, then we can say write ++. That's it. Okay, I just hope it will work because we are using I++ and bugs are a part of a life, right? It says one more bracket missing, is it? So I need to close this one. Then I need to close this one. Done. Okay, why there's a problem here? Okay, so basically once you got the response, the right answer, you will return the value. So you will return the new response entity object, which will have the right answer and also the status code, which is http status.ok. Now let's verify. Now since we have all the right answers, the output should be 5. That's what we're expecting. So restart properly done. Let's head back to our Postman and say submit. Oh, we got 5. Now intentionally, I will just make one question wrong. Let's say this is not 4, this is not 3, this is 4. So that's the wrong answer I've given. Send, we got 4. Okay, let's make one more wrong. Let's say this is 128. I'm not even know the other answers, but all the other options. But let's try. Send, you can see we got 3. So that's right. We were able to send the response on the server and we got this code. Okay, so we are slowly building this thing, right? In fact, this is the only thing you have to do. So we got all these services which we need for the microservices. So what we have done till now is building a monolithic application where you have everything in one project. Of course, this project is simple. In enterprise world, we make complex project, but that's not important, right? The logic is not important. Important is how do you break down this project into small parts? How can we differentiate between the quiz service and a question service? So there will be 2 different services like microservices, and we'll see how do we interact with them. So that's your monolithic quiz application. So that's it from this video where we were able to create this, submit this, and I will share this project on GitHub as well. You will find the link in description, but we'll enhance it so that you can make a microservices out of it.
So finally, we are moving towards microservices. Of course, we have talked about the theory of microservice. Then we move towards building a project. Now, the project which we have built is called a quiz application, and it was a monolithic application. The reason we started with monolithic is it will make you understand how do you move a monolithic application to microservices, and also it will also help you to understand that why we have to go for microservices. The thing is, whatever application which we have built now is one big application, right? Of course, it's a small application, but imagine it's a big application. You have multiple services. Now, what we have done is we have an application which we have done. If you have not seen the video, the entire project, that's fine. I will give you a complete walkthrough somewhere in between, and then we can get started. But just to get started here, what we have is we have a quiz application, right? And in this quiz application, if you can see, we have 2 controllers. One is your question controller and second is a quiz controller. So let's say if you want to create a quiz. Now, of course, a quiz can have multiple questions, and then you can also select which topic you want to build a quiz on. So maybe you want to give a quiz on Java or maybe Python or maybe any other subject, doesn't matter. And also you need a way to add questions, remove questions, update questions, and also read questions, right? Now that's what we can do in the question controller. Now, since everything is in one place, in one application, imagine this application has multiple services. Now, apart from questions and quiz, let's say we also have user service where we are asking user to create an account. Or maybe we also have a payment gateway so that if someone wants to give the quiz, maybe they have to pay some amount. Or maybe we also want to give them a certificate. So we have to all those services. Now, when you do everything in one application, that's your monolithic application, right? What we want to build is, we want to build microservices. So each service which I've talked about, like question service, quiz service, user service, maybe we have certificate service. These all are individual service and they are running independently. They're not dependent on each other. Of course, if you want to give a quiz, you have to first generate questions, right? You will get the quiz from the questions, right? So that's what we want to do. So the quiz and question will communicate. And of course, quiz will also communicate with the certificate, right? Because once you complete the quiz, you have to also generate a certificate. Maybe quiz will also ask for the payment. So everything is connected here, right? So, or maybe they're connected with one big thing, which is quiz here. But the idea is we have to create small services which will run independently. Now, is it that easy to convert this project into two parts? Example, let's say we want to make sure that the question and the quiz will be separated. So there are two different microservices. Of course, you can have some more microservices, but just to keep it simple, let's say we have two microservices. And here, when you talk about the quiz service, basically it is going to use the question service. Now, what we had before in quiz is this. So basically, if you want to create a quiz, you can use a create URL, and then you can create a quiz. You can get a particular question, number of questions from a quiz by specifying the ID. Let's say I take different sessions. I teach Java, I teach Python, I teach, let's say, blockchain. So what I can do is for different batches, I can create different quiz. So quiz 1, quiz 2, quiz 3. Now that's for this week. Next week, again, I have to create 3 different quizzes. So that will be 4, 5, 6, right? So that's my quiz ID. So if I specify a particular ID, it will give me all the questions for that particular quiz. And also, we can also submit the quiz basically. So let's say if participants are attending this quiz and they have submitted some response, we have to calculate a score. And that's what we are doing in the quiz controller. But then if you say generate or create a quiz, you need to get questions, right? And that will be done with the help of question controller. So you can see here, the question controller has an option of getting all the questions, getting the category and add. But if you see nowhere, we are basically giving away the questions. Now that's something we have done in quiz itself, because if I jump to the quiz implementation, this will make sense more when you have seen the previous videos. So if you click on the create quiz here, so you can see this is where we are generating the questions, and that is coming from the question. That means the quiz and question are integrated tightly. These are tightly dependent components. We have to find a way to make them decouple, right? So basically, we have to make sure that they are decoupled, right? Now, to do that, we have to make some changes. Now, what are the changes we have? Now, first of all, when you talk about this create quiz, which is here, we don't want to use question DAO directly. What we want is the question controller or the question service will be separated. It will have its own database. The weird thing is, or not exactly weird, but the thing is, if you open your PG admin, because we are using Postgres database here, okay, it's asking for my password. Let me enter that and let me look at the database what we had. So if you can see, we had only one database, which is your question DB, right? And in this question DB, we had different tables. If I see the schema here, we had different tables here, right? So what we want to do is not just separate tables. Now we want to have separate databases. So question service will have everything related to question, and quiz will have everything related to quiz here. And they will have a separate database. That also means that when you go back to the code, the quiz application or the quiz service will not be having question DAO. So let's say there are two different servers, quiz service and question service. Now, when you say, hey, I want a quiz, the quiz service, which is there in other server, will request to the question service, hey, I want a few questions, right? So basically, it is not in the same database. They are communicating over the network. So that's something we have to understand. Now, of course, there will be a lot of changes in this, and we'll understand those changes one by one. So let's say we have separated the two different services. Now the problem is, it is possible that if you want to scale up this application, normally what happens is when you have one big application, you scale the entire application, right? But what if you have different services? Now, in this case, if you think, hey, the quiz service will need more instance than question service, let's say, for an example. Now, in this case, you can actually replicate, or you can actually have multiple instances of a quiz service, but not question service. Let's say question service, we have 2 instances. For the quiz, we have 10 instances. Let's say I'm going to a big conference where we have 2,000 participants. Maybe I want more instances of it. So that's something we have to understand, that we can scale them individually. Also, now since we have multiple instances, they will have different IP address, right? How do you search? So let's say now we have question service, right? We have 2 instances. And quiz now have 5 or 10 instances, let's say. When a particular quiz instance is requesting to the question, which instance it will pick? So we have to also do load balancing, right, between these two, which one to select. Okay, that's one. What else about the first link? So let's say the request comes from the client, and then you have these 2 different microservices. Do you think a client knows which service to go to? Of course, we don't want client to remember all the URLs, right, for the quiz and for the questions. What we can do is we can basically send the request to one particular API gateway. Now that API gateway is like a door for all the services, and that will decide where to go. So that's one thing we need. So we basically need load balancers, we basically need API gateway. And also, we only have 2 services, right? Let's say we have 10 services. Each service will be able to call, or any service will be able to call any other service. How they know where they are? How quiz service knows where the question service is? Do we have to remember the IP address, or do we have to do something for that? And that's where we also need to go for something called a registry, where they can search each other, right? So that is called a service registry. So we need API gateway, we need a load balancer, we need a service gateway. And also, what if something goes wrong? What if their particular service is not working? So a user is requesting for a quiz, and quiz is dependent upon question. What if question is down? In that case, quiz service is basically waiting for the response, right? So we have to also do something called fail fast, right? So you have to say, hey, if it is not responding, let us know that it is not responding so that we can find alternatives, right? So you have to find a way to get the fallback. You have to also respond to the client if something goes wrong. And that all comes under this microservices. Building microservices is easy, but connecting them and achieving all these things will take time. And in the subsequent videos, we are going to implement each of them. So we'll try to implement the API gateway, we'll try to implement the service registry, and the load balancer. And also the circuit breaker, what is circuit breaker? We'll talk about that later. So now let's create our first service from this particular monolithic application. And the service which we're going to build now is your question service. So first of all, if you want to build this, of course, we have to create a new project. And in the entire series, we're not going to work with one project. We'll be having multiple projects. So every microservice is one project in IntelliJ or any ID which you use, right? So there might be some confusion which service I'm using. So the recommended way would be to practice along the video so that you will not get confused. If you're just watching a video and then when I'm switching between the projects, you will get confused. So when you're doing it by yourself, you will know on which IDE I'm into, right? And also observe here, this is where the application name is also there. So we are into quiz application. Now, once we create a new project, this will also change. So what I will do is I will create a new project. So let me go to the same website, which is start.spring.io. And here, the project which you're going to select is Maven type. And the language is Java 3.1.1. This is the version I'm selecting. I'm not going for any snapshot version. And based on when you are watching this video, you can select any stable version. Okay, group ID, I want to make sure this is com.telusko. And the artifact ID is, now, since we are building a question service, so we'll say question service, okay? And then we can give the description here. So that's it. So we are building a question service basically here. Now, as I mentioned before, there are different services which are going to build, right? We have a quiz service and a question service. Here, we have to add some dependencies. Now, what are dependencies we need? So first of all, we need web because that's a web project. We also need Postgres because we are connecting with the database as well. We need Lombok because we don't want to write much of the code. We want to get some code from the Lombok for the data setters. And since we are connecting with database with the help of JPA, so I will also need JPA. Now, this is something which we have used before as well, right? Nothing new here. Now, what is new? The thing is, when you are building the entire project, we need 2 more dependencies. One is your OpenFin. And again, I will not describe what this does at this point. We'll talk about this later. And next we need is Eureka client. Okay. Again, why do we need all those things? We'll discuss that later. At this point, just say we have those two things. And once I download the project, I will basically going to comment it. Now I'm getting it is because in future, we will need those dependencies, and instead of copying them, we can simply uncomment it, right? So at this point, just ignore it. But when you are trying this on your machine, also get this, comment it as I'm doing, and then we can get forward. Okay, now after this, we'll simply click on generate. I'm just checking if everything is good, looks good. I will click on generate. Now it will give me a project in zip format. I will simply unzip it. So unzipping done, let me go back to my IntelliJ. And here, I will open the project. So I will say open. So basically we are into that particular file now and our project, which is unzipped. You can see question service and click on open. Now this time we'll do it in a new window because I want to use the existing window as well, the existing project. So you can click on new window. Now if you're using Eclipse, in Eclipse basically you just have to import the project. In one Eclipse you can see multiple projects on the left hand side. So that's fine, whichever ID we are using. So I will just click on the new window. In fact, I will say don't ask me again because all the project which I'm going to create will be opening in the new window. Now when we do that, this is the new window, right? Now if you can see, okay, let it load first. So basically you can see the project name here, which is question service. Now if I switch back to other project, this is quiz app. Okay, just remember, this is quiz app, this is question service. Okay, so this is monolithic, and this is the microservice. So it's downloading the dependency, which will take some time. Okay, looks like dependencies has been downloaded. If I click on Maven, there's no problem here. Everything looks clean. And then if I expand the external libraries, you can see, I think we got all the libraries required. But as I mentioned before, we don't need those two dependencies at this point, right? So I will go back to the POM file, where you have all the dependency mentioned, and I can simply comment these two things. I don't need Eureka server. I don't need OpenFin at this point. So comment it out, and everything else will need that. Okay. So we are just commenting it. What next? Now, of course, I can build the entire project by typing, but since we have already done that work, right? So what I will do is when you go back to your SRC and main, you can see Java is actually empty. We only have one thing here, which is the question service application. Now in this, I will need all those things. Of course, we'll make some changes to make it more like a microservices, an individual service or the independent service basically. So what I will do is I will go back to my project, and you can see in this particular project, which we have done before, we had all these things, right? We have a controller in which you had a question controller, quiz controller. At this point, what I will do is I will just copy this entire stuff and paste in here. So you can see we got all the things, and actually we don't need all things. So if you see controller, we don't need quiz controller in this. This is basically a microservice for question. So delete. In DAO also, we don't need quiz DAO because the moment you say quiz DAO, that means we have the same database. No, we want to use two different databases, right? And in fact, let me also do that once I delete all these things. So let me delete, we will need question wrapper, and we'll need response as well. We don't need quiz, so we'll delete that. Again, we'll discuss why do we need question wrapper and response later. And in the service, again, we don't need quiz service, so we'll delete that as well. So delete and done. Okay, so you can see we have deleted it. Of course, this project will not work because we have deleted so many things. And one more thing, since we have made the changes in the POM, remember, we have commented the things here. So we have to reload this. You have to remember, whenever you make some changes in the POM file, you need to reload your changes. And once I do that, you can see now it looks good. We don't need POM file anymore now. Let's close it. Now these are the things. Now one more thing, we need to also create a separate database for the quiz, right? Now since we are not working on quiz, we are only working with questions. So let's create the quiz database later, okay? I thought we'll create, but it doesn't make sense now. We are only working on question service. So let's only focus on question service. Now here, if you go back to your controller, of course you have all these things and we have to import the package, lengthy things, right? So now since the thing is, we have changed this name, right? The quiz app, and that's the issue. So no issue. I will quickly import everything. The reason I'm not cutting this part of the video is because I think you should know how do we import something if something is not there import done, question DAO. I don't think there is an issue, or there's an issue of question of this import. So let me import the question class as well. And let me go back to question. Is it dependent on anything? Nothing. Looks good. Question wrapper, dependent on nothing. Looks good. Response, dependent on nothing. Looks good. Question service. Now it is dependent on a lot of different things. Let me remove the imports which is not making sense. And let's do the import here. Question DAO, question. And then if you go down, things are looking good here. Okay, one more file which we forgot to import is this, the application.properties, which is empty at this point. So what I will do is I will just go back to my previous project. Application properties will need, anyway, we'll need all these things. So we'll copy this and paste it here, right? So all these things we needed, this is basically for Postgres database connectivity, right? We need to mention the driver, we need to mention which database we are working with, which is QuestionDB, the Postgres username, the password for the DDL update for the database table creation, and then dialect. Okay, nothing to change here, but we'll keep it open. I don't need wrapper response at this point, so I will close them. Question also, I don't need it now. Let me focus only on the controller. Now, what are the changes we need to do here? The thing is, in the earlier scenario, first, maybe I think we should first run this to check if everything is working with this settings. We just need to say get all questions. Let's see if this works. Run. Okay, yes, I need Lombok. Okay, no problem. You can see service started on 8080. So let me go back to my browser and say localhost 8080/all questions. So it is working. You can see we got all the questions. But now we have also mentioned that we want to make this as an independent service. At this point in the earlier project, everything was mixed up, right? Everything was there in one project. But now we want to make it different. So in the question controller, we have to add some more requests. So what are the things we need? So what we will need is, I will just write comments here first. So first of all, we need to find a way to generate the quiz. The thing is, in the earlier scenario, the quiz was responsible to generate questions, right? But then it also needs access to the question database. We don't want that now. The quiz service will not be having access to the question database, which is in two different servers. So if question service needs a quiz, it is the job of your question service to generate it. So basically, quiz service will request to the question service, hey, give me questions. The question service will say, okay, let me give you the questions, and it will generate the questions. So basically, I need to have a method here called generate or create, your choice. So I can say generate. This is one thing. This one thing URL we have to work on. Next, we need to also get the question for a particular quiz. Let's say we have a quiz database, right? A quiz service, quiz database. In the quiz database, it will have its own data about the quiz, but it will not have data about the questions, right? For the questions, it has to go to the question service. So what if your quiz service says, hey, you know, I have the quiz number, but I don't have a questions for it. Give me the questions. So maybe we have to find a way to give them the questions based on the quiz ID or based on the question ID, because we don't have the quiz ID, right, on the question database. Okay, so it should be based on the get questions, but it should be based on the quiz ID. So I'll mention the bracket on the question ID, not quiz ID, question ID. And also now we need to get this score as well. You know why we have to calculate score here? In the earlier project, we basically calculated the score in the quiz service, if you remember. If you go down, this is where we have calculated the results. Now we don't want to do that in the quiz service, because in the question service, we have all the questions. Even the right answers is there with the questions. So in that case, we need to do that here. So we'll say get score. So these three things we have to implement in the question service to make it independent. Now, how to do that? That we'll see in the next video. Okay, so basically, we need to do these three things, right? If you want to complete this, we need to say generate, get question, and get score. So let's start with generate first. Now, if you remember, in the earlier application, which was our quiz app, in this, basically, if you go back to your quiz controller, this is where we were generating the quiz, right? Now, this time we are saying that it will request, I mean, of course, this create will be there on the quiz service as well, but it will request the question service to create the quiz or to get the questions. So what we can do is, I can use something like this in my app. So here, the request will be coming for the generate. So I'll say get mapping, and the request will be coming for generate, as we mentioned before. And the method name, let's say public, is get questions for quiz. and it will return something, right? So what do we return here? Now, basically, if you remember, when we talk about quiz application or the earlier application, it was getting questions. But this time, what if we don't return questions? We just return the numbers. So that, see, anyway, all the calculations is going to happen on the question service, right? So this getting scored, getting the questions, anyway, it is happening in the question service. Then why quiz has to know about the questions? We can simply return the list of numbers, the IDs of the questions. So we're going to return response entity, but that will be specific to the list of numbers. So we can say list of integers, okay? And we are going to just return it here. But the question is, who will be getting us questions? Of course, every time you need something, you have a question service, right? So you will say, hey, question service, get questions for quiz. And then, of course, we have to pass some parameters, right? Even from the quiz service, when it is requesting to the question service, we have to basically specify some parameters here. And when you say parameter, of course, if you want to generate a quiz or if you want to give a list of questions, you just need two things. Tell me the category, the topic name, and tell me how many questions you need. So I can simply say, and this will be coming from the quiz service, right? So quiz service will request to the question service, and it will also pass these two values. So we can simply specify request param. We will need string category, and we can say category name. And here we can say request param, and this will be your number of questions. Yeah, I know things are going on different line. Maybe I can just get this here. This looks cool, right? So now we just need to pass these two values from the quiz service. Just remember that. Okay, but then we have to pass this value here as well. So I can pass category name and I can pass the number of questions. And we don't have this method. So let's create this method. So I will just right click here, or I will just click here and say create this method. Now in this method, how do you get the questions? Okay, now instead of typing the code, what we can do is, if you remember in the earlier project, when we said create a quiz, and if I click on this, this is the logic, right? This is what we wanted to do. I can simply copy this because that's what we need. Nothing fancy. Create quiz, and we are getting this. So this is the thing, right? And out of this, we just need this line because we anyway in the DAO layer, if you see in the DAO layer, so I'm into the quiz application, the monolithic application. In the DAO layer, not of this, the question DAO, we had this thing, right? We just need to get the questions for a category based on the number of questions. We just need to get this. Anyway, in our application, we have that. So what I will do is, I will go to quiz service. I just need this line of code. I can just copy this. Go back to our new application, which is the question service, and paste. That's it. This is the thing we need. Now we have to make some changes. The changes, of course, we have to pass the category name and the number of questions, right? Now in the DAO, of course, it also has a DAO here. So if you see the DAO, for the question DAO, we already have that particular method here. The difference is this time we don't want to return the questions. What we want to return is the question ID. So that will be integer. And here we don't need to return the star because star will give you everything. We just need the ID. So q.id. And with the same thing, so we'll need the category, we'll need the number, and based on that, I just need to fetch the questions. That's it. Now this will return the list of integers, right? So in the question service, it will return the list of integers, and oh, this should not string, this should be integer. I made a mistake here. This should be integer, and here also we have to say integer, right? And now it will work. And the only thing is we have to convert this into a response entity. So we'll say return new response entity, and then we have to pass two values here. The first one is questions, and the second one is the status. So we'll say status.OK, and that's it. So basically, when you say generate quiz, this is what we need to do. Okay, and now, so that's question done, generating questions done. So next we need to do something for the get questions. Now get question is post mapping, and here we'll say get questions. Now why do we need to define this? This is very simple. This is basically if a quiz service is requesting for the questions for a particular ID, we can do that with the help of get questions. And here we'll say public. Now this will basically return the list of questions, right? So I will say response entity, and here we have to pass the list of questions. Then the thing is, we don't need to return the answer, right? Because if you see the question, it has answers as well. We don't want to return answer. What we want to return is the wrapper, because in wrapper, question wrapper, we have ID, question title, and options. We don't have answer. So what we are going to return is question wrapper, and we'll say get questions from ID. Now, since we are saying that we are going to return questions for the IDs, right? So of course we need to request for the ID as well. So from the quiz service, I'm expecting that we will get some IDs. And since it was not one ID, it is multiple IDs. So we'll say list of integers and we'll say question IDs. So basically that's what I'm getting from the quiz service, but basically. And we just need to return whatever question service returns to us. So question service dot get questions from ID. And of course we don't have this method yet. So we'll create that method. So I will say questions ID. So let me create this particular method here. Okay, so method created, let's go back to our service and you can see we have this particular method here. Now let's define it. So the thing is, for this particular IDs, we have to communicate with our database to return the IDs to you, right? So how will you do that? So it is a bit complex, so just be with me. So we don't need to return questions, right? We need to return the question wrapper. So of course we need to get the question wrapper first. I will say question wrapper. This is what we want to return. So I will say wrappers is equal to new array list. Now this is what we want to return. So here we can simply say return new response entity. And then we need to pass two things. We need to pass the wrapper and the status. So I will say HTTP status dot OK, right? Now here we can't send empty, right? Of course we need to return questions based on the question ID. Now how will you get that? It's very simple. Get the IDs and get the questions out of it. So the way you can do that is, what if we can create a list of questions here, and we'll call them questions, and we need to fill this array list from the database. So based on this ID, we will fill this, and from this question we'll create a question wrapper. Okay. Now how will you connect with database to get this data? We have DAO layer, so we can use it. So what we'll do is we'll iterate between these IDs and get one question at a time. So I can say for integer ID colon question IDs. So for each question, we need to get the question first. And the way you can do that is by saying question Q is equal to, or maybe we can directly add that in the list, right? So I can say question. So whatever data you're getting from the database, you will simply add that to the list. So we can say questions dot add, but what you will add here? Now this is something you need to get from the database. So you will say question DAO dot, there's a method called find by ID, which will ask you for the ID, and we got the ID. The only thing is this will return optional. So you will say get, so that you will get the value. Okay, now what we are doing is we are simply passing these values and getting data from database, and we are adding that in the questions, right? But then we don't want questions, we want wrapper, which will not have answers, right? So what we can do is we can iterate between the list again. We can say questions, question is equal to questions. And from these questions, we'll copy data into question wrapper. And for that, we'll say question wrapper is equal to new question wrapper. And then one by one, we'll convert the question into question wrapper. Not converting, but copying data. So we'll say wrapper.set ID. That's the first thing we have to set. And this will be coming from question now. So question.get ID. That's one. I just hope there should be some library to do that. I will say set question title. So we'll say question, give me title. And then wrapper.set option 1. So we'll say question.set option 1. And I can just simply copy it now. And we'll set this as, okay, that was 1. This should be 2. This should be 3. This should be 4. And this will be 2. This will be 3. And this will be 4. Okay. Now, once we have added the question, so basically we are creating one question wrapper at a time. We just need to add that to the list. So we have wrappers.add. We are adding this wrapper here. That's it. And now, once we have added it, we can simply return the value, right? So I think we have done for the get question IDs as well. There is some error somewhere. It is because of this. Okay, I think we don't have the constructor. So I will go back to question wrapper and say I need a no argument constructor. Now it looks good. Yeah, okay. Things are looking good. I don't see any problem here. Okay, so that was for the get question IDs, right? Now we need to do one more thing, which is for the get score. This is where we need to do calculation. So what I will do is, I can do it for the get score now. Now when you say get score, basically a quiz service will send out the responses which a quiz service got from the client. So number of students are submitting the quiz to the quiz service. Now quiz service will send this data to the question service to get the score. And each set of responses will get one score. So single score. Basically we have to return only one score. So here we'll say get score, and I forgot to put the method name. It is public. It should return response entity. But then that will be just an integer now. We want to return a score, right? A score will be a number. And we can say get score. Now it will accept certain things, right? In fact, it only needs a list of responses. So from the quiz service, you will get a list of responses, not response entity, the list of responses which will import the package. Now what is response here? So if you say response, we only have two things here, question ID and the response. This is basically answer. So let's say if you get a question and you get 4 options, now that question will have an ID that we need. And also for that particular question, what is the option selected by the user? And once we know it, we can get the score, right? For each question, so you can say responses, right? Now how do you calculate score? We will not do that. We'll ask our service to do that. So we'll say question service dot get score by passing the responses, right? But we don't have this method, right? So let me create this method in the service, right? Okay, now how do you calculate score? Now basically we have done this code before, right? So if you go back here in the quiz service, if you can see, we do have this entire logic here, right? Now what I will do is I will just copy this logic, and of course we don't need everything, but let's copy it. So copy and paste. Okay, first of all, we don't need quiz now, right? We don't even have anything with this quiz here. We don't need list of questions. Anyway, we got responses. What we can do is, for every response, in fact, we don't need this int as well. We can remove this. We just need write. Okay, see, anyway, the response has an ID, right? So what if whatever response I'm getting, okay, so for the response ID, I need to get the question, right? So what I can do is I can say question, I just need to import the package, I think. Already done. Okay, question. Because see, why do we need question here is because question has the answer, right? Now we can pick one question at a time. And the way you can do that is by using question DAO. And you can say, hey, question DAO, give me the question for a particular ID. So find by ID. And how will I get the ID? ID is then the response, right? So I can say response dot get ID. And for that particular ID, I need the question first. And okay, it will give me optional. So I will say get. For this particular, let's say in responses, we have two things, right? We have ID and we have answer. Now with each ID, I can get the question first because the question has something called get right answer. So here I can get this. So what we are doing is we are comparing the response with the right answer. If it is same, then we are saying plus plus. Otherwise, we don't need to increment. Right? Simple stuff. Okay, and that's how basically you calculate this code. Okay, now if you look here for the entire question controller, we have done with this methods. So this is basically what we have built our question service. Now this question service is going to be used by the quiz service. Now how we are going to do that, that we'll see in the next video. So basically in the last video, we have talked about the question service, right? In this, we were able to add questions, delete question. Of course, we have not tested it. That's what we are going to do in this video. But we have created all these endpoints. We got all questions, we got category, add, generate, then we got get questions. And this is basically if someone is asking for a particular question based on some question IDs. So let's say if you pass 5, 8, 12, and 13. So these are the question IDs you're passing. So what it will return is a list of questions, right? And just questions, not answers. And that's why we are using a question wrapper here. And then of course we have also added the get score, which will calculate this code. But the thing is we have not tested it, right? So that's what we want to do here. We want to test this particular application. And also, since we're talking about microservice, we will be creating multiple instances of it, right? See, the thing is, in the world of microservices, if you want to scale a particular service, you can do that. So example, in your application, you have 5 microservices, and if you want to scale, let's say 1 or 2, you can scale them individually, right? And that's what we're going to do here. Maybe I want to run 2 instances of this question service, right? Or maybe 3 instances. So how do we do that? How do we run multiple instances? That's what we'll check. Okay, so first of all, let's run this code and let's see what happens. So it's already running. So what I will do is I will just restart so that if it is not running on your machine, you can restart it. And one thing to observe, if you see here in the command line, it says it is 8080. So the port number where you are running this particular instance is 8080. Okay. And now I will go back to the Postman. So I was doing some testing before this, before recording. So I got this particular links here. So I will show you one by one. So let's say I want to get all the questions. Of course, you can get the questions from the browser as well. So if I go back to Chrome, so it is 8080. And then the URL is question/all questions. Why this URL? If you go back to your IDE, if you can see, we are saying question and then slash all questions. It will return all the questions. I just want to test that. Enter, and you can see we got all the questions here. Okay, and now I will go back to Postman for testing other things. Of course, I can do all questions from here as well. So I can send a GET request. So this is the GET request, and if you don't have this, of course you will not have. So you can just enter this. You can send a GET request and mention this URL, which is http://localhost:8080/question.all questions. And then when you click on send, you can see you will get all the questions here. That's what we wanted, right? We got all the questions, the same thing which we got in the browser, we got here. Of course, we are also sending the status code, which is 200 OK, and that's what you can see here. Okay, that's the first request, right? But if you see your code, we have done some more URLs. Let's not talk about category at this point, or maybe we can do that, right? So we can say, I want category Java, right? So this is a URL we want to enter. And when you say send, you can see we get all the Java questions now. Right, so these are the GET request. How about the POST request? I don't want to add questions. Let's say I want to generate a particular quiz. So we can do that. But again, for that, we need to mention these two things. We'll do that later. At least we can test GET questions, right? This is important. Now, if you're sending a list of questions or question IDs, I want to get the questions of it. So what we can do is we can send the GET questions. And important thing is it's a POST thing, right? It's a POST method. So if you see, we are doing POST mapping. So we have to send a POST method. And then here we have to say question/get questions. But then you have to also pass a body, right? The list of IDs. So if you see in the code, we are accepting a list of integers here. So you have to pass them. So basically we have to pass a JSON in the array format. So we'll go to body, and let's say I'm passing these questions here, 2, 4, 7, 9, 5. You can send any numbers. You have to just make sure that you are sending these questions, so I'm sending 2, 4 is here, and 7 and 9. So we got 7, 9, and 5 as well. So basically remember this thing, static exception, this is what we are trying to fetch. And also at least once, remember these terms, and 2 strings. Okay, these are the questions we will be getting. So what I will do is I will just go back there and send the request, and you can see we got this. So question number 5 was about static, and we got it. Question number 4 is here. 4 was about exception, and we got it. 9 was about 2 string, we got it. 5 was about static, we got it. Okay, so you can see we got all the questions which we mentioned in these numbers. Of course, if you change these numbers, let's say I'm fetching 3 as well. So 2, 3. So whatever ID you mention, it will simply give those questions to you. So 3 talks about uninitialized Boolean variables. Let's see if 3 is that question. Yes, so according to our test, it is fetching only those questions which I mentioned. So yeah, these things are working. We can also check for get score. But if you talk about get score, and if you go back to the IDE, so what we are doing in get score is we are sending this URL, which is get score, and this is a post mapping thing to remember. And then we are specifying the list of responses. Now, what a response basically? Response has 2 things. One is ID, and second is the answer. This is not the actual answer. This is the answer given by a participant, right? Or whoever is doing whoever is playing the quiz. So this will be ID and any option which they are selecting. We just need to confirm, right? But how will you send this data? Of course, from the question controller, we have to, when we are requesting for get score, we have to pass these responses. So basically, we have to send the JSON of all the responses, list of JSON, right? So I will go to get score here, and this is the URL, right? So get score, question/get score. Remember, we are working with the question service now, and that's why everywhere you will see question/get score. And here in the post, so this has to be post because we have to submit data, right? We have to send the questions, or sorry, responses. Now, how will you send data? Of course, you have to go to body, and this is a response. So you can type it manually by watching it. It's very simple. You just create an array because we are sending a list, and in each element you have a JSON response, right? So this is the ID of the question, and this is the answer which a user is sending. So this is the ID, this is the answer, this is the ID, this is the answer, and then on the back end it will get calculated. So randomly I'm assigning some values. In fact, we have done the same thing when we created the monolithic applications. I'm using the same data. And when you say send, you will get a response in terms of score here. If you can see, we got 3. Okay. So it says visualize. What is visualize option? Never tried it. Anyway, so we can see we got pretty. It says it is 3, and that's what we wanted, right? Of course, if you, out of these 5 questions, I guess there are 5 responses, 3 are correct. And you can also verify that. Let's say if I make one more mistake, let's say it is, I'm not sure if it was 4 or 5. I don't know the answer even. Let's say for 19, what is the response? For 19, we can check. For 19, the response is, the correct answer is 3. Okay. And initially it was 4, so it was a wrong answer. Let's make it right. So it should be scored, should be 4 now. Send, and you can see we got 4. So this is working, right? And that's how we basically test it. So all the URL, I mean, most of the URL are working. We have not tested for generate. We'll likely do that when we are doing the quiz service. Not a good idea, but I know it will work. If not, let's do debugging later. Okay. So we were able to do that with one instance, right? And the instance is at 8080, which is 8080. Now it may happen that you have multiple instances, and every instance will have a different port number. How will you do that? How will you get a different port number? So what you mention here in the application.properties, and you can see by default we have not specified any port number. So default port number is 8080. If you want a different port number, you can specify here. But then I want 8080 as well, and then the new instance will be having some different port number. The way you can do that, you can run multiple instances. You can just go here on top in IntelliJ. If you're using Eclipse, you will see something like a configuration, run configuration. You can select that, and you will see an option of edit config. So just click on edit config here. And this is the by default config you have. So every time you build an application in IntelliJ or any IDE, you will get a default config. We want this, but with some changes. So what I will do is, I will just copy this. In fact, you can see there's a button here, copy configuration. Click this. It will create a new configuration for you. Of course, it has a different name. What we can do is we can also customize this, I think. Yeah, you can just say instance 8081. So we are just running a different port number now. But then just by changing a port number here will not work. This is just a name. If you really want to change the port number, you need to go to the modify options, and you will also see these options in IntelliJ as VM options. So when you click on modify option, you will see add VM options. You will see the same thing in IntelliJ, but not in this, also in Eclipse, but not in this format. It will have a tab, the VM options. Just click on that and mention your option here. So the option is, you have to say D and server.port. So this is basically how you set it. And you say equal to 8081. So now what you're doing is, you're specifying my new server port number. Or server port number for this configuration is 8081. And when you say apply, OK, now you will see 2 options here. One is already running, right? And you can run the other one as well. So yeah, so this is by default 8080. This is 8081. You can click on run now. It will launch one more instance. So in total, you will get 2 instances of the same service. You can see this particular service is running on 8080. This one is running on 8081, right? So what you can do is you can go back to your browser. So you can say this is running on 8080, and I can just copy this URL. First try with something which is not there. So let's say 8082 is not there. So that's what you will get. But if you try with 8081, enter, you can see we got the data. So this data is coming from different instance. This is coming from different instance, right? And if you refresh, both are into running state. So we got 2 instances. Of course, you can run multiple instances, and you can shut down one of the instances. Let's say I'm shutting down the 8080 now, and 8081 is working. So if I refresh this, you can see 8080 is shut down now. 8081, it is still running. So that's how basically you can play with multiple instances. Now, once we have ran this, everything is working, what if you have a quiz service? Now, of course, once we build a quiz service, it will run on one instance, let's say some other port number, let's say 8090, that's a port number we'll go for. And when you're sending a request from the quiz service to the question service, and if you have multiple instances, if you have only one instance, though, there is no issue, right? What if you have multiple instances? Which one it will select? So that's what we want to do, right? That's the experiment we are going to do with this microservices tutorial. So that's it from this video. In the next video, let's try to build the quiz service. Now, once we have completed the question service, now let's build our second microservice, which is your quiz service. So we are expecting that when a client sends a request, client will basically interact with the quiz service, not with the question service. And then the quiz service will interact with the question service. So basically, we have two microservices interacting so that they can share data. Okay, that's the entire idea here. So we have done with the question service. Of course, we'll make some changes there to make it more effective. But at this point, for us, question service ready, it is working. Let's focus on the quiz service. Now, what are we expecting in quiz service? Of course, we need three things. The first one is, see, we are not doing any admin or user login here. It's just that imagine when you expand this application, if you want to make it big, you also need the admin service or the normal user. But at this point, let's say we have three things. Create, of course, the admin will create it, but we are not checking that. So it's create, quiz. Next is what if participants wants to create, they play the quiz, right? Or they want to submit the answers. Now, in this case, we have to create a method using which you can get the questions for a particular quiz. So let's say tomorrow I have a session. And after this session, I want to start the quiz so that people can play. But then I have to create the quiz today, right? So I will use create quiz. And then tomorrow, when I want to play the quiz, I will simply call a method called get with a quiz number, because of course we can have multiple quiz. So I can specify the ID. So we have to say get / the numbers. And then the third one is to get the score. So of course, as a participant, they want to know their score. So we just need these three, right? But to do that, we have to create a new project. This is a new microservice, so we have to get a new project. So what I will do here is I will go to our favorite website, which is start.spring.io. And this is where you can see we have, again, we have done this before, so we'll do that quickly. So we basically need a Maven project for Java. And this is the version we are working with, 3.11 or 3.1.1. And then we have to mention the group ID. So till this point, we are working with com.telusko, so let's stick to it. And then the artifact ID. I will say this is a quiz service. Okay, so before this, we have worked with the question service. Now we are working with quiz service. Okay, looks cool. I want a packaging as jar. The Java version I have is 17. And then now it's time to add the dependencies. Now, basically, we'll need the same dependencies which we have used earlier. So of course, we need web. That's one. Then we need Data JPA because we are interacting with the database. Next we need is Postgres because the database is Postgres. Of course, you can use the in-memory database as well, but at this point we are using Postgres. In fact, in the entire project, we are using Postgres, so let's stick to it. And apart from this, to reduce your code, we need Lombok. So basically, this is the thing we need, right? Apart from this, we need two more dependencies, which we have done in the question service as well. One is your Open Feign, and next is your Eureka client. So basically this we need these two. At this point, again, I will not explain what these two are. Once our question service is ready or quiz service is ready, then using this will make much more sense. So I'm generating it, but then I will comment it before we even start coding. So looks good. I will just download this. So let's click on generate. And you can see our quiz service is downloaded. So we have to unzip it first. That's the first step. Now, once the unzipping is done, let's open that in the IntelliJ. So I'll go back to my IntelliJ and you can see this is your monolith application. This is your question service. And we have talked about this before, right? Whenever you get confused which window I am into, so just focus on this particular thing, which is quiz app or question service. So I will open a project now. So I will say open and we need to go to downloads, quiz service, open. Now this is the new project which we got and it is indexing. It will take some time. Okay, I think the external jar files have been downloaded and indexing has been done. So if I open this, of course, you will get this particular files, which is by default. In the POM file, you can see we got all these dependencies. At this point, I don't need this too, so I will just comment them. So comment, save, and every time you make some changes in your POM file, you have to make sure that you are reloading your Maven dependencies and done. No problem here. So that's done with the POM XML. Let's go back. And if you can see SRC main, we have this file, which is quiz service application, nothing fancy here, just a simple Spring application. And in the resource, we have application.properties, which is empty at this point. We'll fill this up. And then nothing much. So we want to basically build a quiz service, right? Now, we don't want to build this from scratch. We have done that in the monolithic application. So I can simply go back to my monolithic application, which is quiz app. And what are the things we need from here? So we basically need this controller, but we don't. Okay, so what I will do is I will just try to copy everything and then we'll make the changes. Anyway, we need these files, right? We don't need all, but we need some. So I will just go back here to my quiz service and paste inside this. So I will say paste, and you can see it will download, it will get everything, not download, it will get everything here. And then we have to also make sure that we are updating your application.properties. So I will go back here. We do need all this data. So I will just copy this and paste it here and done. So these are the things we need, right? Let me just close this one. Anything specific? Yeah. There's one change here. So basically, we don't need to work with the question database now. So we have two different microservices, right? So question service will interact with the question DB, and the quiz service will interact with the quiz DB. So here, I want to work with the quiz DB. We have not created this till now. We'll do that. Okay, so let's do that first. So open your pgadmin. Okay, so pgadmin is asking for the password. Let me just do that. And okay, so let's expand the servers. And here we got Postgres. If you can see, we have question DB. Now this time what we need is the quiz DB. So what I will do here is I will click here and say, hey, I want to create a new database. And this time the name is quiz DB. So let's use that and click on save. So you can see we got our quiz DB here. Okay, and whatever tables you want to create, of course, we need a quiz table. So that will be generated automatically because that's the setting we have done. So at this point, you can see we don't have any table. But if you go back to IntelliJ, so if you can see, we are saying update. So it will create tables for us if we don't have it. But based on what? So we have to make some changes in the code. First of all, in the controller, since we have copied everything, we don't need question controller because that's a part of the question service. So we can delete this. Next, do we need DAO? Yes, we need quiz DAO because we need to interact with the quiz database. We don't need question DAO. What about the service? In service, also the same thing. We don't need question service. Let's delete that. In the model, basically we need all. The reason being, see, the quiz makes sense is because we are generating a quiz and these are the things we have there. We'll make some changes here. I think there are some changes. We need question. Reason is, see, in the question service, we do have question, right? And that perfectly makes sense there. But in the quiz as well, when you are interacting with a question service, and if question service gives you a question, where you will store it. In fact, I think this is optional. So let's keep it now. And actually, we don't need question. What we need is question wrapper. Why quiz need to know about the answers, right? So that is there in the question. So we don't need this. But let's keep it there for some time and then later on we delete it. We do need responses is because when a client is submitting the quiz, the client will send the data in the response format. So you have to accept that as well. And nothing much. These are the files we need and we'll make some changes. Okay. So basically in the quiz controller, what are things we have? The same thing, nothing changes here, right? We need to create the quiz for sure. We need to get the questions for sure. We need to calculate, right? These are the things are there. So what are the changes here? Nothing much. Of course, we have to do a lot of changes in this service, which is your quiz service, because this time things are going to change here because not everything is coming from database of the question service, right? Or the question DB. Basically, we have our own database. And a question or the quiz service basically cannot interact with the question database. We have to do that with the help of question service. So how will we interact with this tool? So let's try to understand that in step by step. So we'll do that in multiple sections. So here, let's try to do that in the next video. So let's fix the application because we have copied the code from the existing service or existing application, the monolithic application I'm talking about. So this is where we have copied the code, right? So what I will do is I will go back to my quiz service. And for me also, I'm finding it difficult to understand which project I'm working on. So I have to look here for the quiz service. So that will be complex anyway. So the first thing we'll do is if you look at the controller, let's solve this first. The problem we have here is the project name, right? So in the earlier one, the project name was quiz app. So that's the issue. So let's delete this and let's quickly import the things we need. So this is coming from the quiz service. And here also question wrapper, we need that. Nothing much here. Let's go back to the quiz service. And here also let's get rid of all this unwanted imports. Let's say quiz DAO, question DAO. Okay, we don't need question DAO, right? So this will not be used. Let's remove it. In fact, I will not remove it. I will just comment it because there are certain things which is dependent on this. And you can see the entire stuff here is dependent on that. So what I will do is I will just comment this entire section because we need to change this now. The reason being, in this particular create quiz, when we were doing it, it was using a question DAO. We don't do that now. I mean, we can't do that now because we don't have a question database with the quiz service. Okay, so we'll saw that. And then let's import the question wrapper. Let's import the quiz. Let's import the question. In fact, this is also going to change. We are not going to, so even this is basically connecting with the question DAO, and this will create issue later. So we'll resolve that later. Let's say responses. This is need to be imported. Here, quiz DAO is interacting. Okay. So that's one. And next we need to also change our DAO. So if I go to quiz DAO, any import issues here? Yes, there is an issue. Let me fix that. This is not needed now. Cool. Let's go back to service. Everything looks clean in service. Let's go to controller. Here, we forgot to import the responses. Let's do that. Okay, so we have got rid of all the errors, but still it will not work. First of all, even before to make it work, we'll make some minor changes. See, here, when you talk about the quiz, create quiz, we are passing 3 values, right? So don't you think instead of accepting 3 values, we should accept one object, which will be easier to handle? Something like this. Let's say request body. And let's create an object of quiz, maybe DTO for the data transfer object. And we'll say this is quiz DTO. We don't have this class yet, but if you have this class, what we can do is let's create this class here. So let's create a class quiz DTO. This is just to have those 3 values together. So what are things we need? So we need a category name, then we need a number of questions, and also we need title. So we need these 3, and I don't want to create getter status for this. I will simply say data. This will do our job. Okay, this looks cool, nothing fancy. And where do I want my quiz DTO? I want this in model because this is just a model, right? So let's keep it there. And now we are accepting 1 value. But while sending it, I will send it individually. So I will say quiz DTO dot get category name, quiz DTO dot get number of questions, and here we have to send title. So I will say quiz DTO dot get title. Okay, so that's the thing we need there. Nothing fancy. Okay, so we have resolved about the quiz, the create quiz. But again, this create quiz is calling create quiz of service, and we need to make some changes here. Before that, I will also make sure. Let me just check what are things we need here. So when you say, okay, let's try to solve this create quiz problem only. Let's focus only on one thing. So here, when you say create quiz with this, things are looking good. No problem with that. And since we don't need questions, let me also remove that. So we don't need these questions anymore. So we can delete that. It will create a table for us. We don't need that table. Okay, so let's get back to our service. And I think this is where we were using question, right? So at this point, we'll comment the entire section here. In fact, let's comment the entire method. But if I comment the entire method, it will create issue. So we need to return this, right? So I will comment entire stuff except this line because we just need to get rid of errors, right? So this should work. And here also, I will comment the entire part except this, right? So this will work. See, what we want to focus now is only on one thing, right? Which is create quiz. So when a client is saying, so the client will be admin. When an admin says create a quiz, it will send the request to or it will call the quiz service. And this is where we have to code, right? So let's try to understand how do we create a quiz. Let's understand what are the changes here. This will be tricky now. The changes is when you say create quiz, the problem is when you say create quiz, initially we were asking the question DAO, which is interacting with the question database to basically create a question. But this time we have mentioned, right, we have a separate service. So this need to interact with the question service. Now that will be tricky. So our quiz service need to interact with the question service to get the question. And also, this time we are not getting actual questions. What we are going to get is the list of integers. Now, why list of integers? Is because we don't want to store the question data. We just want the ID. So when you say create a quiz, let's take 5 questions from the Java concept And we don't need the questions, we just need the numbers. So ID 5, 12, something like that will be the questions, right? So here I will say the list of integers, I want that. But the problem is this line here will not work. We need to change it. Now, change to what? Basically, we need to call the method of a question service. So if you go back to question service, and if you look at the controller, this is what we need to call. We need to call this method, which is get questions for quiz. How will you call this? How will you call? In fact, you can't call a method. What you call is a generate method. This is a request, right? So from the quiz service, we have to send a request. So let's go to quiz service. So here, this line will not work. So let me just write in comment. We basically need to call. So call the generate URL. So when you say generate URL, what is a URL? So if you go back to your question service, if you remember, we were running this multiple instance, right? So let me just run this service once just to show you how this looks like. So if I go back to the question service application, just run this, and by default it will run only on one port now, which is 8080. And we have also talked about this. If you want to run multiple instances, we can change the port number. You can see here we have 8081 here, but at this point we have only one, right? And if you want to say generate, the URL is actually, it's on the same machine. So I have to say http://localhost:8080/generate. Okay, so how do you send a request from one microservice to other microservice? So basically from the quiz service, we have to send a request to the question microservice. And for this, we have to use something called a REST template. So there's a concept called REST template. How REST template works is you can write some code here. So basically REST template is an object inside this. So if I can show you that, it's a class basically. So you can see REST template is there, it's a part of Spring Framework. So using REST template, it has certain methods which we can use to send a request, right? So it will send the request to the other server. So you can see that it has so many methods to do that. So we have to send a request to the question service. Now, the URL which I mentioned before is http://localhost:8080. And then we have to mention the URL, which is question/generate, right? This is a URL we have to specify. And you will say, okay, this is good. So using REST template, I can hit this URL and everything is good. Not exactly. The problem is here we are mentioning localhost. That means we are saying that it's in the same machine. But what if you have in some other machine? Okay, you will say, okay, we can use an IP address. But then if you understand microservices properly, we are not sure where we are running the instance, right? So I don't want to depend on the IP address. Next, I don't want to hardcode the port number here. How do I know on which port it is running? Right? So we don't know these values. At this point, we are at development stage, we can do that. But when you are into production, you don't know these values. So how do you solve this problem? And that's where we have to introduce some new services. Now, this is the first time we are basically interacting between two different services. And if they want to interact, we need two things. The first one we need is a Feign client. Now, basically, what is Feign? Feign is almost same as your HTTP web request. The difference is it provides you a declarative way of requesting the other service. Okay, so you don't have to hard code all the values. You don't have to use something REST template where you specify everything. It will help you to declare what you want and what are the APIs you want to expose. I mean, what are the API you want to hit? So we'll see that. The next we need is a service discovery. Okay, now this will be interesting is because if you try to understand, the quiz service is trying to search for the question service. So that means the question service need to be discoverable. So we have to discover it. How will you discover? And that's something we have to solve, right? And let's understand how do you discover. So to do that, we have to use some server using which you can discover a particular API or a particular microservice. And there are multiple options. One of the famous one is Eureka. So it is from Netflix, which is Netflix Eureka. So we need two things. We need a Eureka server, and all the microservices, they have to register themselves to the Eureka server. And then one microservice can search another microservice from the Eureka server using Eureka client. So every microservice which want to search will also be having Eureka client. So they will search basically. And so by doing this, we are solving a problem of IP address and port number. We don't need to mention that. And with the help of Feign, you can actually request directly to the service with the service name. Sometimes we also call them as a naming server, right? That also makes sense because every service will have a name now. We don't have to depend upon the IP address and the port number. So how do you work with Eureka client? How do you work with Eureka server? Now so even before we solve this, we need to solve that, okay? So again, I will just comment this so that it will work, and we'll remove this. So even before we continue with this, we have to get our Eureka server, Eureka client, and the open Feign. So now let's understand, how do you run a Eureka server? So basically we want to have something where different microservices will register themselves, and then of course they can also search about each other. So let's say we have 10 microservices, and then if one microservice wants to connect with another microservice, how will they search? So what we are going to do is we will create a server, a service discovery server, and then every client here will register itself. So they become a client, and then we have a server. So which server we are going to use? There are multiple options, but then one of the most famous and common one is Netflix Eureka server. So what we are going to do is we will create a Eureka server. Now this is not that complex. If you're thinking, hey, we have to write a lot of lines of code, just follow me. In few minutes, I will tell you how to create a Eureka server. So the first thing is you have to create a project. So you have to go to start.spring.io, and here you have to select Maven project and Java. Of course, you can go for Gorilla as well. That's your choice. So we can see we are Java, and then this is a version, and the group ID which we are following here is com.telusko, and the artifact ID. And let's say I'm saying this is my service registry. Okay. So this is my server basically, and then I want this to be jar and 17 version. Now, what are dependencies we have to add? Only two dependencies basically. The first one is we want to run this project, so we'll say this is web. And the second one is we need to create a Eureka server. So if you can see, we have an option of Eureka server here. Just select that. So this is basically a Spring Cloud discovery. And that's it. We just need these two things and click on generate. And you can see we got our project. So let me just open this and unzip it. So unzipping done, let me open this project using IntelliJ IDEA. So I'm opening this. These are the projects we are working with. We got two microservices, question service, and the quiz service, right? Now the idea was when a quiz service want to create a quiz, it will use the question service. So there are two different services, right? And in order to search for the question service, we will need a Eureka server. So basically a question service will register itself to Eureka server, and then a quiz service will be able to search it, right? So let me open that project now, the Eureka server project. So I will say open, downloads, service registry, open, and now we are opening our Eureka server project. So it will take some time for the dependencies, and okay, still doing it. So let's wait for that. So by the time it is downloading the dependencies, let me open the project, and you can see the POM file. We have mentioned two things here. We need a web project, and also we need a Eureka server. So both things are there. Let me close this. And if you go to SRC, you can see we have a service registry application. And then if you go to resource, we have application properties. So basically now, in order to make it work, we need to change two things, the application properties and the main application, right? Now, if you want to enable the Eureka server, once you got dependency, that's your first step. So you have to add the dependency. The second step is you have to put an annotation here called enable Eureka server. That's it. So simple, right? So just by doing this, we are enabling the Eureka server. But we have to write some configuration. One of the things is, what is the name of this Eureka server? In fact, going forward, we'll also name our services. Example, if you go back to your, let's say, question service, and in this, if you open your application.properties, you have to also mention the name of this particular service. So when you have multiple microservices, it's important to have a good name for it, right? So that you can search it. So we don't have a name yet. We'll do that later. But at this point, what I will do is I will just go back to my service registry, and let's make some changes here. The first thing, you have to mention the name. You have to mention the port number it is going to run. So let's do that first. So it is spring.application.name. So this is a property, and the value I'm going to set here is service registry. Okay, that's the first thing. The next thing we have to mention is a port number where this particular server will run. So it says server.port. Even if you don't mention, by default, Eureka server runs on this server, which is 8761. Now, apart from this, we have to set three more properties. The reason being, when you talk about a client, a Eureka client going to register itself to the Eureka server, right? So let's say we have three things here. We got a Eureka server. We got two clients here, which is the quiz service and the question service. Of course, these two services, the quiz and question, they are going to register themselves to the Eureka server. But what about the Eureka server? Do we want to register itself? Of course not, right? Eureka server should not be registering itself. And also, we also don't want to fetch the registry. So we'll make that false. And we also set the host name for it. So let's say, to do that, we have to say eureka.instance.host name, and the host name is localhost. The next thing we have to mention is about the fetch registry, and we'll make this false. And also, I don't want it to register itself, so I will say register with Eureka false. Okay, so you have to mention these three things as well. So we don't want to register itself, and then we don't want to fetch registry as well. And then we are specifying the host name, which is localhost. So that's it. We are registered. Now we also have a port number, and this will make your Eureka server work. So let me try this. What I will do is I will just run this project. I hope this will work. So yeah, so it says it started, but which port number? So you can say it is starting on port number 876. And anyway, default was that, even if you don't mention. So how do I verify? So I can just simply go to my browser and just mention localhost :8761, and this is your Eureka server running. So you can see it says Spring Eureka. But if you see here, this is important for us. Instance currently registered with Eureka. At this point, we don't have any microservice which has registered itself to Eureka server. They're not even running, right? So how do we make it connected? How do we make it work? So that's what we are going to see now. So let's go back to our IntelliJ. And here, if you see, this is running, right? We don't have to make any changes here. But the changes we are going to make is in the question service. So let's run question service, because the quiz service will not run because we have not done the changes yet. So let's run the question service and see if this works. Now, first of all, even if you run this, it will not register. Let me just show you that once. So I will just run this code. It will take some time to load, and you can see it is running on 8080 port number. But if I go back to Eureka server, you can see it is not registered. Even if I refresh, it's not registered. So how do we do that? So the first thing you do is you go to your POM file. If you remember, when we were creating this project, we have added two more dependencies. One is your Eureka server or Eureka client, and second is your OpenFeign. So we're not using OpenFeign at this point. We are using the Eureka client. So let's uncomment this, and it will take some time to load it. So refresh. So you can say loading done. Now, this particular project, which is our question service, we have added a Eureka client. That's the first change you have to make. Let's restart and let's see if that works. Again, sometimes we learn from trial error, right? There's no problem. You can see this is important. This is the discovery client, right? So we have done this. So registration status is okay, or it's in good status. Let's refresh this and see. Okay, can you see that? We got it. We got one application registered. Now, which is this application? We don't have any idea. And actually, we know because we have run the question service. But what's the name of it? We want a good name for it, right? So what I will do is I will go back to my application.properties. And here, I will say spring.application.name. I will say this is my question service. And save this. Restart. And go back here. Let's refresh. And you can see we got it. So we got question service registered. And the beauty is, if you run this with a multiple instance, we have only one instance now. What I will do is I will just go to the configuration. Remember, we have also ran this with a different port number. Let's run that one. So now we are basically trying to run two instances of question service. And if you go back here, and if you refresh, can you see that we got two instances? And we also specify here. So this is on port number 8081. The first service is on default port number, which is 8080. So yeah, that's how thing works. It's awesome. So we got two connections here, and now basically your quiz service should be able to find it. But again, the problem is, even if your quiz service, let's go back to our quiz service and let's see what's wrong there. I know we are working with multiple projects. So at this point, we are currently shuffling between three projects. The quiz project, the question service, the quiz service, the question service, and the service registry. So if you go to your quiz service, we want to say that this particular create quiz is going to search about question service, right? And then we mentioned if you can register yourself to Eureka server, you can search it. But how are you going to do that? How do I request? And that's where there's a concept of Feign. So now we basically know how to run the Eureka server. And if you can see here, we have our Eureka server running, and then we have ran only one particular project, which is your question service. But then we are running two instances here. One on port number 8081 and second is your default port number, right? And then we have also made sure that the service name is this, which is question service, right? Now what I will do is I will go back to my quiz service here. So if you can see, we are into question service. Let's go back to our quiz service. Now this is where we were running the project, right? So if you go back here, in fact, we are not running the project, we are making the changes. And the problem here, when we say create quiz, I want to get the questions from the question service, right? So we want the communication between these two. So the first step is done. Now we got a Eureka server. So basically these services can search about each other. In fact, the quiz service can search question service. Vice versa is not possible is because, we are not doing it yet, is because the quiz service, we have not enabled the Eureka client. Okay, so it is not registering itself. But we'll do that in some time. But if you go back to your quiz service, this is what we were doing before, and now we want to use the question service. Now to achieve that, we need to use some REST template. We have talked about this before, right? Because how will you send requests to the question service? So we can use REST template, but then for that, you have to mention the IP address, port number, and all the other stuff. What if you can use some shortcut way to search the service? Now, one of the shortcut is to use Feign. So there's a concept of open Feign or the Feign, which is a client which you can use here. Now, what Feign says is, instead of you handling everything, all the IP address and port number, or all the configuration, you tell me which service you want to connect to, I will connect it for you. Okay, that sounds good, right? So the way you can do that is, first of all, you need to create a Feign interface. Now I will do that in the general package. Of course, you can make it in other packages. Let me just create a package here, and I will name this package as Feign. Okay, and inside this, I want to create a file. Now, this is a file which helps you to connect your quiz service to the question service. Now, if you try to understand what are the things we want to use from the question service, only three things, three particular methods. So basically, we want to generate the questions. Second, we need to get the questions for a particular ID. And the third one is get score. We just need to call those three methods, right? All the other methods which are there in the question service will be used only for that service. But then between the quiz and the question service, I want these three methods. So what I will do is I will create a simple interface, and the point to remember is we need to create the interface. So the interface name, you can have anything, and let's say this is the quiz interface. And now how do you make sure that you have Feign here? So you have to use an annotation, which is the Feign client. But the problem is, you can see it is not importing is because we don't have the dependency yet. So what you can do is you can just go to your XML file, and this is where you need to uncomment this part. So this part need to be uncomment. And also what we'll do is we'll set the Eureka client ready for this. Anyway, we are making the changes, right? So let's enable Eureka client and the Feign both. And this is done. So you can see now Feign package is there. So now if I go back here and if I say control space, you can see we got the package. Let's import that. That's the first step. In fact, the second step. The first step is to add the dependency. The second step is to add this annotation here. Now, in this annotation, you have to mention which service you are connecting to. So basically, this Feign client here will, we have to mention which client or what's the name of your service. Now, the name of the service is mentioned in the Eureka server. So if you can see in the Eureka server, the name is question service, right? This is what we want to use here. So in double quotes, I can mention question service. In fact, everything should be in caps. So that's question service. And once we have done that, the next thing you have to mention is those three methods. Of course, right? When you say a particular quiz service need to access the question service, we need to mention which services we are going to access or which methods we are going to call. Now, how will you get those three methods? It's very simple. What you can do is you can just go back to your question service, and these are the three methods. So again, all the other methods we don't want. We just need to focus on these three methods, right? So what I can do is I can get these things copied from here and go back to our quiz service and paste it here. Now, of course, this is an interface, right? And we are defining methods. We don't want it. The actual definition will be there in the question service. Here, we just need to declare them. Not defining, just declare. Same goes here. We are not defining the methods. We are just saying that these are the methods which we have, which we can use. Okay, and then this part as well. Let me remove this part and put a semicolon. And then we have to import the packages as well for the question wrapper and for responses. So that's it. These are the only change you need now, right? So now by doing this, we are basically saying, hey, quiz service, if you want to connect to the question service, I will help you. So Feign basically searches for this thing. It will help you to connect to the question service. But also, if you want to use this particular feature in your question service, we need to create this object. We need to use this reference. So where do I use this? Let's go back to quiz service. And here, we don't want the question DAO, right? But we need the quiz interface. So quiz interface, and we'll say, let's say quiz interface. And we have to auto-wire this. Okay. Now, whatever call you want to make. So initially we were thinking we will be using REST template to make the calls to the question service. We are not going to use REST template. We are going to use this quiz interface to make the calls. Now, how do you make the call? So let me remove all these things here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get the questions, right? And we don't want actual questions. We just need IDs, if you remember. So what we can do is we can create a list of integers and we'll name this as questions. And then we can use the quiz interface to call a method. But which method? So if you go back to your question service and who is responsible to give you the questions, so you can see this method, which is get questions for quiz, is returning you a list of integers, right? Now this is what we want. So let's go back to our quiz service and we can say quiz interface dot get questions for quiz. And we have to pass two things, the category and the number of questions. Right? That's what we are getting from here. And that's it. What you will get is list of integers. Okay, but the problem is it will give you response entity, right? We want only the list of integers. So we can say get body. So basically in the question service, we have mentioned that we are going to return the response entity. So what we'll do is we'll just say get body so that you will get list of questions. And then based on these questions, let's create a quiz. And for that, I will create a quiz object. I will say quiz. Let me import the package. Of course, the same thing we have done before as well. And if you remember, I've deleted that code, so we have to write it once again. So let's set the title for this because that is something we got from the user. And the title goes as title. Now it's time to set the questions. So I will say quiz.set questions. Now set questions will accept the list of integers, right? So I can simply say questions. We just need to make one change, which we forgot to do before, is in the quiz. Now, when we are saving the questions, we are not saving the actual questions. This is something we need to change. We are basically saving the integers, right? So the change we have to make is not questions. It's not questions, but question IDs. And then we are not submitting the questions. We are submitting only integers. Now, when you change this, initially it was questions, right? But this time we are going for the IDs, right? Now, in this case, when you only have numbers, we cannot go for many-to-many. What you do is, in database, we use something called element collection. So when you have numbers or a specific type, which is only one, so you can use element collection. But yes, if you have an entity type, a different table, then many-to-many makes sense. Now, going back to quiz service, here, I think it should work now. So set questions, there's still some problem. I think in the quiz service, no. So set questions are not working. Oh, okay. The name is changed, right? So it's not set questions, but set question IDs. That's what. IDs, and then this will take questions. Now, once that is done, it's time to save the quiz in the database. So what we can do is we can use our quiz DAO and we can say save. And what we want to save is the quiz and done. We are saving the quiz. So what we have done here is we wanted to create a quiz. But then if you want to create a quiz, you need to request to the question service, right? Now, question service will give you the questions. And that's what we have done here. And the way you can interact between these two services and the way you can, your quiz service will ask question or ask for something to the question service is with the help of Feign client, which we have done here. We have specified the annotation there. And we can access these three methods, which we are trying to do. We are using only one method here, which is get questions. And yeah, once you got the question, we created the quiz and we were able to save the quiz. We have not tested it yet, but I'm thinking it will work. So let's only test this part, which is, well, let's ignore all the other one. Let's only think about this create quiz. And to achieve that, what I can do is I will just run this code once. Okay, there's one more thing. If you want to enable the quiz, the Feign client, we need to mention here, enable Feign clients. I think that's the only change we need. Let's run this. I hope this will work. Okay, there is a problem. It says it is already in use. Okay, so we forgot to do one thing. In the application properties, in fact, we forgot to do two things. So when we are using the Eureka server, we need to use a name. So I will say this is my quiz service. The next thing we have to mention is a port number, right? So by default, it is using 8080, which is used by something else. So let's use 8090. That's the port number we are going to run this. And things looks cool. Let's run this. And here we go. You can see that this is running on 8090. So that's good. Let's go back to our browser where we have our Eureka server running. You can see it says only one server or one service is running. But after refreshing, you can see we have quiz service as well. So now both the application or both the microservices have registered themselves to the Eureka server with different names. One is a question service, which has 2 instances running, and one is a quiz service. But now we are saying that we want to run the generate quiz. How do we do that? So basically, if you want to do that, we need to pass the quiz DTO data to make it work. Okay, so now it's time to run the project, right? So in fact, if the project is running, we want to test it. So let's create the first quiz and let's see if the communication between the quiz service and the question service is really happening. So what I will do is I will open my Postman because that's what we are doing here. So let's go to Postman and okay, so what is a request? So the first thing you have to change is the port number. So we are running on port number 8090. The next thing you have to mention is the quiz. And the URL is actually quiz/create. So if you go back here, that's what we are doing, right? Okay, so we are into quiz controller. Yeah, so it is quiz/create. So let's go back here. And so that's our URL. So we have to also send data, right? So what kind of data we want to send? It's very simple. If you can see, we need to accept 3 things. That's your quiz DTO, which has 3 things: the category name, the number of questions, and title. Okay. So what I will do is I will create a JSON here. The first thing we need to mention is the category name. So that's category name. And the category name we have is, let's say, Java. We want to get questions for Java. The next thing we want to mention is the number of questions. So I will say num questions. And okay, how many questions we want? Let's say 5 questions. And the next thing we want is the title. So we'll say title. And the current batch of Java which is going on, the batch name is Springers. Let's say Springers quiz 1. That's the title for the quiz. And okay, so with this data, I will click on send and let's see what happens. Okay, we got an error. That's weird. Okay, there's a problem of 500. So let's check our server and let's see what is going wrong here. Something wrong with the Feign client. Okay, so it says not able to find something. What is not able to find? Okay, so path/generate is not found. Okay, that's weird. But if you see the exact URL, let's see. So we are hitting the question service, that's good. And then directly we are jumping on generate. Oh, okay. So if you remember, if you go back to your question service, the generate is basically after question. So we forgot to put the question there. Okay. So it should be question/generate. So if you go back to your quiz service and quiz interface, where is that? Yeah. So you have to say question/generate. In fact, for all, not just for this, it should be question/get questions, question/get score. So save it and restart the server. I hope this time it will work. Okay, there's no error. Let's try once again. Click on send. Oh, it says success. That's good. But is it really working? Let's try that. So there's no problem here. You can see it. I think it tried to fire to the question service. Now there's only one way to check if the data is there in the database. So let's go back to our pgadmin, which is not opening. I don't know why. Okay, pgadmin. Okay, so if you can see, we have a quiz table. So basically the quiz DB is a database and the quiz is the table. And if you try to view the data here, yeah, so you can see that we got the quiz and the title is Springers quiz 1. And if you see the questions, and we got 5 questions. And these questions are actually coming from the question service because quiz has no idea about the question database, right? So the quiz service is actually interacting with the question service. Oh, finally, this is a video where we are basically interacting with the 2 services. Cool. Let me just check the Eureka server. Is it saying something? Okay, things are looking good in Eureka. Okay, in fact, it is not showing the health. We should have added the actuator as well. You can see actuator is not added. Yeah, but then, okay, let's try to do that later. So yeah, that's how it works. That's how you are basically connecting with the help of Eureka server. So I hope you have enjoyed it till now, where we are basically able to run the project and things are working out. The two services are running out. Also, I wanted to check, we have two question services, right? So when a quiz service is calling the question service, which one is getting called? Let's try to understand that in the next video. So before we get into the load balancing, we have to complete certain things in the quiz service. Now, if you remember, of course, where we have created these three methods, right? So in the controller, the quiz controller, we have create, we have get. So basically, for a particular quiz, we can get the questions, and then we have a submit quiz, right? So when you say submit, it will give you the score. Now, if you look at the implementation, so if you see for the create, we have done the coding, right? So the create quiz is done and it is working. We have tested that before, right? So I will just remove this comment from here because the create quiz is ready. But if you go down, we have two more methods to work with. We have get quiz questions, and then we have one more, which is the calculate results. Of course, we can change this method name if you have some other method that works. We can go with a consistent word, which is get scored. So at this point, just imagine get scored and calculate result are same because both are getting the score, right? Now, these two things are not implemented. Okay, so we want to implement this. So let's start with the get quiz questions. Now, what we're trying to achieve here is for a particular quiz. So let's say we have an ID, right? So what happens is every time I can create multiple quiz for the same topic. So let's say I'm running a batch in this every week. I want to create a quiz. So every quiz will have a different name and different IDs. Now for that particular ID, so let's say if I create a quiz, 5th quiz, so the ID will be 5. And in that particular quiz, I have, let's say, 10 questions. So for that quiz, I want all the questions. And then you can see when you say questions, you don't need answers for it. So you need a question wrapper. So basically, you need a list of question wrapper. So how will you get that? First of all, we are not storing the questions in the quiz table. So if you verify that once again, let me open my PG admin. And if you see, we do have quiz table here. So if I say view all data, so if you can see here, we have number of quiz created. So I was doing some testing. Last time we have only created one quiz. I was doing some testing for different features, and then I've created this too. But ignore that. Let's say I want to work only with the quiz number 2, okay, the ID 2. And then we have one more table here. And if you observe this, we are not storing questions. What we are storing is question IDs. So for a quiz, let's say we have quiz number 2. For this quiz, which has 5 questions, you can see we only have numbers. But then if you want to conduct the quiz, I need questions as well. Now question arises, who has these questions? And the question service knows the actual questions. The quiz only has an idea about the numbers, not the actual question. So now we have to again interact between the quiz and the question service. So how will you do that? It's very simple. So first of all, for a particular quiz ID, I need the quiz. So we'll take that. So I will just uncomment this part. And also I will make some changes here. So instead of optional, let's say I don't want to use optional. It's a good practice, but just for example here, I'm working with quiz directly, right? I'm using this get method. So before we get to the questions from the question service, we need to get the IDs of it, right? So let's say if I specify I want to go for 2, I want all these IDs which is mentioned here. Now, how will you get the IDs? So we have to get that from the quiz ID itself. So if I go back to quiz, it has all the question IDs, right? So in order to do that, let me go back to quiz service. I will use a method. So in fact, I can remove everything from here and let's keep it clean. So basically I need to get the IDs, right? Now that ID will be list of integers, right? That's the type of it. So it's a list of integers and I will say question IDs equal to, and then we need to get that from quiz. So we'll say quiz.get question IDs. Now, once you get the question IDs, I can request my question service to give me the questions for this IDs. And if you remember, if you go back to your quiz interface, which is also a proxy between the quiz service and the question service, we do have a method which is get questions. If you can see get questions for the ID, it is actually accepting the list of integers. Okay, so we are good. We can just request to that particular interface. So I can say quiz interface, and the method name is get questions get questions from ID, and we just have to pass the question IDs. Okay. Now what it will return. So let me just go back here. So this method returns a list. In fact, it returns a response entity list question wrapper. So I can simply get that and paste it here. Again, this is not copy pasting, this is code reusing. Why to type the same thing multiple times, right? But you don't do it. So when you are practicing the code, you type it by yourself. So you can see we got response entity, list of question wrapper. And we'll say this is questions equal to. In fact, we need to put that here. Cut, paste. Yeah. So you can see we got the list of questions. And this is the thing we need to return here. So we have to return questions. So that's what we wanted to return, right? Okay, wait, we don't need to do all these things. We can simply return the response object. So I can say questions, this should be good. Okay, so this is done. So this particular method is done, which is the get questions. And of course, we need to test this as well. So how will you test this? It's very simple. Just restart the server. And we are not making any changes in the question service, right? So I can simply restart the server here. And let's see if this works. So let me open my Postman. And now what request I have to send? So basically, we have to send a get request now. And then it is in the quiz and what method we have. So if I go back here, the request we are trying to send is this. So we have to say get and you have to pass an ID, right? So I can say /get/ and the ID is let's say 2. Of course, we have that too. And I can click on send and you can see we got a response, which is the questions, the actual questions. So we got for 17.7 and we can verify that 8.6. So it starts with 17.7. Let's verify from database. So for the quiz 2, 17.7, 18.8.6. So is it right? 18.8.6. That's right. So we are getting the right questions. So this is working. Now we need to work on one more thing, which is the get score. So what if you want to submit a quiz? Now we are calling a calculate result, but again, this is not ready. So again, we have to interact with the question service because question service is responsible to get this score. We have done that before. So let me just go back to question service. And in question service, if you see the controller, so this is where we are saying get score, which is calculating the score from the question service. And all the operation we are doing in the question service, not in the quiz. The only job of quiz service is to request, right? So quiz is being very lazy here, but that's how we build the system, right? Now, what are things we need? So what I will do is I will remove everything from here. The only thing we have to do is we have to call the get score method, this particular method, which is get score. So who will do that? So it is quiz interface dot get score, and whatever responses you got here, these are the responses you have to send. Nothing much. I will just simply say responses, and what you will get is the result. Now, in which format? So basically, if you go to quiz interface, it will return the response entity integer. So you can just copy this and paste it here. This is what you're going to return. And say, let's say this is the score. Okay. And that's it. In fact, you can also say write or scored. That also works. And we are returning, in fact, we can return the object itself. We can return the score because that is of type response entity integer. And we got it, right? So this is so simple. Nothing to do in the quiz service. Everything is happening in the question service. We're just requesting it. I hope this will work. Let me try it out. So restart the application because we have made some changes. And now after making the changes, let's go back to our Postman. And so we are getting questions. There's no problem with that. This time we have to submit the quiz. Okay, responses, right? And instead of typing it, somewhere we have done the response, right? Somewhere it should be there. Get score. Yeah, this is here. So get score. In get score, basically we have to pass the response, right? So you can see these are the response we have. The changes we have to make is we're sending a post request. The port number is not 8080, it is 8090 this time. And the quiz and the get score. Is it the get score method? Let's verify that. Quiz controller. Oh no, it's a submit. I know we have used different terms here, but let's do that. So I will say submit. And then we can also pass the ID for the quiz. So let's say we are working with quiz 2 and these are the response we have. I'm not even sure if we have the same questions, but it doesn't matter. Let's say send and let's see what happens. We'll change it if it doesn't work. And you can see we got 3. Okay, so this is working, right? And if you make any changes, I think we have done this last time as well. But let's say if I make one more change, if I remove the space from here, which is incorrect, and if I click on send, you can see the score now is 2. So this is working, right? So get score is working and the get questions is also working. So by doing this, basically we have made 2 microservices, which is running. There's no problem in that. One microservice is able to call second microservices, and whatever features we wanted to implement, it's working. right? But now, remember in the previous section, we have talked about, we have two question service running. So if I go back to the question service here, we have two instances which is running. Which is getting called? We are not sure, right? Is it the 8080 responding to the quiz service or 8081 responding to the quiz service? How will you get to know that? And there's a concept of load balancing, okay? So we'll discuss that thing in the next video. Now let's talk about load balancer. The thing is, when you have multiple instances of a same service, right? Let's say, even if we talk about monolithic application where we have one application, we can have multiple instances of it. That's how you can scale it, right? We call them as horizontal scaling, where you can create multiple instances. So whenever a client sends a request, now based on which instance is free or available, the request goes to that particular instance. So let's say we have 3 instances and then 1 and 3 are busy. The request goes to second instance, right? That is called load balancing. So that one instance will not be busy with all the requests. So you can balance the load between instances. If we can achieve the same thing in the microservices, of course, every service imagines of one application. So let's say we don't have a lot of load on the quiz service. So let's say we are not creating multiple instances of it. We have only one. But let's say the question service is very busy. So what we can do is we can create multiple instances of it. So let's say we have 2 instances. Now, when a request goes from the client side to the quiz service, when the quiz service wants to access a question service, we have 2 options there, right? Now, based on the load on each instance, we can decide where to send the data, where to send the request, right? That is called load balancing. Now, in the earlier days or way back, we used to do everything manually, but because of some tools and some libraries, it has become easy now. And with the recent versions of Spring, we get that by default in the system. So the moment you get your Eureka client and Feign, and if you expand your, so let's expand this. So let me expand these external libraries. We do get those jar files by default. So if I go down and if I expand this, you will find a load balancer somewhere. So you can see we have by default load balancers here. So we don't have to add them manually. But the question is how we are going to use it. So you don't have to do any configuration. The moment you use Feign client, it will automatically search for question service, and whichever service has or whichever instance has a less request, it will send the request there. And even if you have 2 instances and if you don't, there's no load, basically it will switch between the 2 instances and you don't have to worry about it, right? Okay, that sounds good, right? But then how we are going to implement this, or how we are going to check this? Now, even if you have not done any configuration and whatever we have done till now, the quiz service was actually sending requests to the first instance and the second instance of question service one by one alternatively. And the way you can see that is, let's go back to the question service and let's only target on the get questions. Okay, so we are in the controller, which is question controller. And every time you say get question, let's say, or let's see which particular instance it is using. Now, how do you differentiate between these 2 instances? With the port number, right? So one instance is running on 8080. The second instance is running on 8081. So what we can do is, we can just print the port which is getting used, and that will solve our problem, right? Now, in order to do that, we need to get hold on something called environment. Now, in the Spring framework, we do have environment, so we can just use that environment. The variable is environment as well, and then let's auto-wire this, so you don't have to instantiate this. Now, once you get this environment, I can go back to the method which is get questions, and here let me print it. So I want to print the environment. Now this has something called a property, and which property I want to target? I just want to get the port number, right? So we can simply do that with the help of local.server.port. So it will tell us which port it is running on, and then it will print on the console. Now, after making the changes, I have to make sure that I restart both the instances of question service. We don't have to restart the quiz one. So let me restart. So we are basically restarting both the services, which will take some time. And I think it's done. Both the services have been restarted. One is running on 8080. The second one is running on 8081. So let me go back to my postman and we'll request to the quiz. Okay. Now what we are getting is get questions. So we're sending a get request for question ID 2. Let's just send, and you can see we got the response, right? But let's verify which instance is getting used. So if I go to the first instance, you can see this has been used. And this has not used yet, which is 8081. Let me send the request once again. And you can see it is again sending to the first one. Let's try once again. And now again, it is using the same one. Refresh. Okay, let me try once again, multiple times. Okay, now you can see after multiple requests, the request is going to 8081. So it is going in random. So basically, whichever service is free. So if I can send multiple requests, and when you get a lot of requests to one particular instance, of course, it will deviate. You can see the request is going to 8081 and also 8080. So alternately, it will send, not exactly alternative, but it will check which is the free instance, right? So at least we are getting this by default, which is your client-side load balancing. And at one point I thought it's not working, but yeah, it's working. You can see the request is going here and we don't have to worry about it, right? Because both the instances are same. So irrespective which instance it is calling to, we're getting the same output, right? So that's how basically you can load balance. Let me try once again. It looks cool. So you can see request going to 8081 and also to 8080. So that's how we can use this. That's how we can use the load balancer. So the way it works is with the help of Feign client. It will help you with the load balancing and you don't have to do it anything manually. And if you want to print it, you just have to print environment.getProperty and the property name is local.server.port and environment variable is this, which is coming from Spring Framework. So just make sure that the environment which you're using here is coming from the Spring Framework, not from Hibernate. Because in the Hibernate as well, we have the same environment type. So yeah, that's it about load balancing and we're doing it with the help of Feign client and Eureka client. Now till this point, we have done so many things in this project. Basically, we created 2 different microservices and we have also gone through some concepts. Example, if one microservice wants to call the second microservice, how will they discover? So for that, we have installed, also we have worked with the Eureka server, Eureka client. If you want to make sure that one instance is able to call the other one or the one service is want to call the other one, what is shortcut way? So we have used Feign as well. Now there's one important concept. Of course, microservice is a huge concept. There are a lot of things, but then one thing which is very important is the API gateway. Now, why do we need API gateway? See, the thing is, if you talk about a user, now user is looking at your microservices. In fact, all your microservices combined as one application, right? Now user has no interest to know, okay, you have quiz microservice, you have question microservice. For user, that's one application, right? So the way to interact with the application should be only one URL. The problem which we are having now is we have 2 services, right? We have a question service and we have a quiz service. Now both these services have a different name, different port number. And when you want to access them, so basically we have to mention the port number as well, right? For example, if you want to work with the quiz service, you have to work with 8090. If you want to work with the question service, you have to say 8080 or 8081. If you want to individually access them without quiz service, right? Now the thing is, apart from this, there are few more problems. Let's say you want to also achieve authentication. Now you have multiple microservices and if a user comes to access one microservice, you will say, okay, enter your username password. And you're like, okay, we got the username password. The user can access the resource, but for that microservice. What if a user says, I want to access the next microservice. Now at this point, again, the next microservice will say, okay, tell me who you are. Prove that you are that person. Again, a user will enter username password. Do you want to give this experience to the user where user is logging for every microservice to access? Of course not. A user should access only once. What if you want to maintain the log file? What if you want to achieve some cross-cutting concerns at one place? And that's where we can use API gateway. So this API gateway becomes the entry point or the interface for the user. How do you do that? Now in Spring Cloud, basically you do get the API gateway and we just have to use it. And as we have done till now, for every new thing, we have to create a new project. I know that's the only part of microservices which is tricky, is because every new thing is a new project. Of course, as a developer's perspective, when it comes to the ops, maintaining it, again a trouble. But the thing is, we are learning microservices, right? It has a lot of features and we can adjust 1 or 2. So the first thing you will do is you will go to this website, which is start.spring.io. And here what you will do is you will create a new project, Maven. We are making the video. Now we got a new version between the video. So earlier we were working with 3.1.1. Now we got 3.1.2. It should be good. Let's try this. We got com.telusko as my group ID and the artifact ID is API gateway. Okay. And jar version 17, because in my machine I have Java 17 here. Now the dependencies, we only need 2 dependencies here. The first one is gateway, because of course we need an API gateway. And also we need a Eureka client because it has to register itself to the to the Eureka server. And once you got these two dependencies, of course, you can add actuator, you can add dev tools, which you can use in the other projects as well. But just to keep it simple, I'm going for two, gateway and Eureka's discovery client. With this, let's download the project. So you can see we got API gateway. In this machine, I already had one zip file, and that's why you can see in bracket it is 1. So let me unzip it. So unzipping done. Let me open this in my IntelliJ IDEA. So open. So navigate it to the folder. And now, after unzipping it, I'm opening the project, and this is where you got your API gateway. And that's it. This is your API gateway, is it? Okay, so we have to make few changes. The first thing is, if you look at the SRC, we got two files here in Java. We got one file in Java, which is API gateway application. And then if you look at the resources, it is application properties, which is empty. And that's it. This is your project, API gateway. Now, why is API gateway? Because of the name? No, because of the library which you have added, or the jar file which you have added, which is the starter JPA, right? This is your API. The thing is, if you want this to work, you have to make some changes, because by default, if you try to run this project, it will run on 8080, and we already have that port busy, right? So just to give you a number of port we are using, so we have two question service instances running on 8080, 8081. We got a quiz service running on 8090. We got our Eureka server running on 8761, and API gateway we need to run on some other server. So we'll set two things here. First is cloud.application.name. So let's set this as API gateway. The next thing you have to mention is the server number. Let's say 8765 port number. And we need one more thing. In fact, we'll need two more things. We'll do that later. So at this point, we have done the configuration. And now let's run this. And let's see if this works. I will right click this and say run. So there's running. Okay, cool. And the port number is 8765. I will go back to my Eureka server to check. So I went to Eureka, and the number of applications running is, you got two question service running. We got one quiz service, and we got API gateway as well, which is running on port number 8765. So we got API gateway. So now this is your front. Now what this also means is, if you go back to your Postman, remember we were sending requests to the quiz, and the port number is this, but then we don't want directly to access the quiz service. I want to use it through the API gateway. So this API gateway port number is 8765. So every time you send a request for the question service or for the quiz service, this is the way you have to go. From here you will go. So once we get into API gateway, now API gateway has no idea what this quiz is. Example, if I run this code or run this particular URL, it's not working because the API gateway has no idea what this quiz is. Now, this quiz is a URL, which who knows about this URL? The quiz service. If you use question there, who knows about question? It is question service. API gateway has no idea. But what API gateway knows is the name of the service. How? We have used the Eureka client. So what it does is it checks, okay, so we have API gateway knows about two things, the question service and the quiz service. So that means if you want to use a quiz service from the API gateway, here before the quiz, you need to mention in caps, because that's what we have mentioned, quiz service. So now we are sending request from the quiz service. So API gateway will connect to the quiz service because of the Eureka client, and then it is able to communicate. See, ultimately, we are trying to connect with the quiz instance or the quiz service. If you run this code or if you run this URL, still not working. Okay, we have to do one more thing. In the code of application.properties, basically here of API gateway, we need to set one more thing, which is the locator. So we have to mention spring.cloud.gateway.discovery.locator. By default is false, and you have to enable this. So what you're doing is you are asking the API gateway, hey, I'm allowing you to search, okay, locate the services. In the earlier, before this, we were not allowing it. So now we are allowing it to API gateway, enjoy the search, look for the services with the help of Eureka client. Okay, so it looks cool. Let's go back to our Postman. I hope this time it will work. Send, it worked. So we are basically trying to access the quiz service, but we're not talking directly to the quiz service. A client send the request to the API gateway, and API gateway says, okay, I need to search about the quiz service. It will discover the quiz service from the Eureka server and then sends the request. That's what is working. But then I have one little issue here, which is this particular thing. I don't want to mention quiz service here. I mean, in capitals. Of course, you can also remove the entire part here. We have to do a lot of configuration for that. And we just want to make it simple at this point. This is for beginners, so we'll not be removing this. There are some steps as well to remove this. But at least what I can do is I can make it lowercase instead of uppercase. So I can say service, the quiz service. And now when you send request, it's not working because the capital works, small is not working. At least this looks cool, right? Compared to the capital one. So how do you make it work? You can use one more property here, which is the lowercase. So this is spring.cloud.gateway.discovery.locator.lowercase service ID, because we don't want to go for capital. It will search for the lower one. I mean, it will convert that into lower. And now after making the changes, let's restart. Okay, restarting complete. And now let's try. Send, it worked. Right? So this is basically how we use API gateway with a lot of configuration. That can be an advanced part of this particular series. But yeah, this is about the series on microservices. I know we have done so many things. The number of projects which you created is huge. In fact, I'm teaching you all those things and I'm working on different projects. While I'm talking to you, see, as a trainer, we have to be very attentive because when you're working somewhere and if you take a gap in between, that works. In videos, it will not. So sometimes even I get confused which service I have to go. I'm telling you that you have to go to question service, but in my brain it takes some time to register which project I have to open. Right? Maybe there should be a Eureka server in my brain as well. That will be weird. Anyway, so we were working with this 4 projects: the quiz service, the question service, the service registry, API gateway. Just to give you a brief, when a user wants to play the quiz, first we need to create the quiz, right? But when you say create quiz, where are the questions? Now question belongs to the question service, right? In the question service, we can add questions, we can remove questions, we can search for a particular question, we can generate questions for quiz, we can get questions for a particular ID or list of IDs. We can also calculate the score and everything we have done in the question service. In the quiz service, basically we were asking the user what you want to do. You want to create a quiz? Okay, I will do it for you. But actually quiz service is doing nothing. It just says, hey, question, generate a quiz for me. Smart, right? So the thing is we have 2 microservices and then we were also able to do load balancing because of Eureka client and Feign. But then we don't want to directly interact with each individual services, and that's why we have used API gateway. So as a user, I will interact with the API gateway. API gateway will interact with the other services. And how do you search between different services? And that's why we have Eureka client and Eureka server. And we have seen that as well. I know when you are doing this project, there will be a lot of issues. So let us know in the comment section. And also you can join the Discord channel. You will find the link in description. And you can ask your question there. People will be happy to help you there. And we will also be there to help you. So that's it from this video. And that's it from this series basically. And I will also try to work on the advanced part of it. And till then, enjoy the other tutorials coming up.